Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 907, Attempt at a Breakthrough. Other than the Calamity Seal, had all the rest of me stopped at Sequence 2? It really did seem to be the case. This should not have been an issue of lacking materials. Judging from the earlier incident when the Wheel of Fortune actively entered the pure white eye and stepped into the unknown, back then, as the god of fortune, I must have already wielded it. And at that time, will most likely had not yet become the Sequence 1 Serpent of Mercury. With my luck and the external aid at my disposal, finding that Sequence 1 and advancing with it should not have been difficult. But for some reason, I had chosen not to do so. That lifetime as Rhine Carinardia, the observer of the Silver Eye, was also similar. Aside from the Blood Moon Queen and Lilith, who each held one characteristic of the goddess of beauty, there should have been another one lost outside, yet Rhine seemed to have shown no signs of deliberately seeking it. As for Vicente Miranda, the Lord of the Dead, there was no need to even mention him. From the historical projection I had drawn out in the land of Evernight, it was clear he had always possessed the zero-level sealed artifact, the Pallid Death, formed from the Sequence 1 Pale Emperor's characteristic. It was worth noting that the sealed artifact had originally slumbered together with Vicente in a tomb deep in the city of Calderon. But later, in his twilight years, Roselle entered that tomb and took away the Pallid Death. In summary, in the 3 lifetimes of mine with the greatest achievements, there had been opportunities to advance to Sequence 1, yet in the end I had never succeeded, or I had simply given up. Was it because I could not, or because I dared not? In one of Roselle's key diary entries, he recorded words revealed by the Calamity Seal. He said only by becoming a Sequence 1 could one search within the unknown and retrieve all of one's past memories. Could this, all memories, have carried some hidden issue? Was that why the Calamity Seal was so peculiar, why it felt completely unlike me? Given what I knew about myself, even faced with tremendous threats, I would never have been content to remain at Sequence 2. I would have tried every possible way to overcome it. Maybe, the matter of traversing into a zero-level sealed artifact was itself one of my attempts. I remembered that the latter half of the Feast of Blood recorded a ritual spell called the Sealed Artifact Vitalization Ritual. By praying to an unknown existence and offering a sacrifice, one could grant a chosen sealed artifact the property of being alive. At the time, I had thought the ritual carried too many variables, with uncertain outcomes. So although not very difficult, it had seemed impractical. But thinking back now, perhaps in that lifetime as Rhine, I had already thought of trying something similar. That magic was merely a prototype, or a preliminary step towards some ritual. But the direct attempt to become the Sequence 1 sealed artifact, the Calamity Seal, must have run into problems, and ultimately failed. That was why I was now myself as the reader. Yet I still did not know what sort of path the former me had left for the current me. I must criticize that self of mine as Giuseppe Castilla. All he did was indulge in pleasures. In the memories, aside from enjoyment, there was nothing else. Truly disgraceful. As a prophet, Ebner was skilled in both logical deduction and mystical reasoning. Very quickly, he organized his thoughts and roughly guessed part of his former intentions. It seems the most critical lifetimes were Alwyn the Wanderer, Danet the Silent Disciple, the Arcane Demon, and the Calamity Seal. Alwyn should have set the overall direction. Danet, together with that Dragon of 25, ran numerous experiments, eliminated certain plans, and even produced many byproducts and branch schemes. That lifetime as the Arcane Demon, though still unclear what exactly was done, just so happened to be on the artisan pathway, so it must have laid the groundwork for the later transition into the Calamity Seal. And the Calamity Seal was in some ways similar to Roselle in his later years. On the one hand, it prepared all kinds of conveniences for me now. On the other, it refused to let me obtain them easily, even setting up numerous obstacles. This might be the surface symptom of its own problems. The series of times it sabotaged Roselle afterwards, though meant to conceal its own small moves within Roselle's actions, still revealed certain contradictions. It is worth noting that Lilith and the goddess likely did not support this attempt of the Calamity Seal. So they only observed, set up a few casual arrangements, but offered no assistance, forcing it to cooperate with the god of knowledge or with Adam. The attempt they favored was most likely me now, as the reader. As his thoughts spun, Ebner could not be sure that his guesses were absolutely correct, but he felt they fit well with his own way of acting, and they did have some basis. Of course, that basis lay in his understanding of himself and his intuition. Afterwards, Ebner tried to probe Lilith using part of his guesses, but all he received was her enchanting smile. Realizing Lilith would not reveal anything further, Ebner felt a bit disappointed, yet quickly adjusted his mood. Glancing at his pocket watch, he saw that it was already late and the banquet at his home would soon begin. He hurriedly bid farewell to Lilith, then almost fled from the underground chamber. Only when he once more saw Bishop Utravsky's towering figure did he finally breathe a sigh of relief and calm his restless emotions. Recalling some of Lilith's parting hints, Ebner felt overwhelmed in his heart. But after all, that was my own body. If it really came to that, it would be far too strange. If it had been Lamia here instead, perhaps I truly would not have left so quickly. Unfortunately, all thanks to Sia. With a few sighs of regret, Ebner returned by teleportation to the villa at 28 Kint Street, carrying feelings that were a mix of relief and remorse. Night over the Sonia Sea. Staring at the undulating sea surface outside the cabin, Klein relied on his night vision ability and finally spotted the port city, its houses built mainly of white stone. The easternmost colony of the Fasak Empire, capital of the Gargas archipelago, Nas. At last we're here. To avoid the hurricane, this ship went off course, forcing us to risk sailing into harbor at night. Watching the vessel he had boarded, a passenger ship of typical Fasak style, its rough and solid presence almost tangible, Klein let out a sigh. At the same time, he noticed many ships flying pirate flags moored at the port, without the least concern. As expected, this sea region has already become a paradise for pirates. Klein set his hat in place, picked up his luggage, carefully packed away the wolf fish cans, and only after the steamer had come to a halt did he leave the cabin, descend the gangplank, and step onto the dock, heading toward the street beyond. His first impression of this city called Nas was that most houses were white, with stone widely used as material. Secondly, though not located too far north, the climate was bitterly cold. Even though it was already April, the temperature was only a few degrees Celsius. Thirdly, there were many whaling houses, where massive white whales were butchered into hide, meat, fat, bones, and ambergris. The last two were particularly valuable. The bones could be used as skirt supports for evening gowns, while ambergris was a top-grade spice. Whether as incense or perfume ingredient, it was a luxury only nobles and the wealthy could afford. As for the whale hide, meat, and fat, they each had their uses: clothing, food, oil refining. In Nas and across the Gargas archipelago, the cooking of whale had already developed into a unique culture, with various methods and famous restaurants. Quite distinctive. Perhaps I can buy some fresh ingredients here and let Shoko work with them, so my food attendant can develop a few more signature dishes. As these pleasant thoughts drifted in his mind, Klein walked into a bar named Rotter, which in the local language meant dawn. It was a gathering place for adventurers of the archipelago and also a hub for information. Since he had arrived 2 days earlier than expected, Klein was in no rush to visit Admiral of Stars Catlia's contact point. Instead, he planned to first find the alchemy master recommended by Roy King, and use the Black Knight characteristic to upgrade the creeping hunger. After ordering a glass of strong nippos, burning hot like flame, the bartender pointed to a lady drinking glass beer alone in a corner. If you're looking for NASA's idiot, you can ask her to lead you. She's the agent of that old man right now. Right now? Does that mean the master's agent often changes? Pondering this, Klein looked toward the solitary woman. After a few glances, he suddenly found her familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. He was about to use divination to recall, but the woman seemed to sense his gaze and suddenly turned her head to look back at him. As their eyes met, Klein immediately remembered who she was. Mr. Tower's friend, descendant of Lou Beau. Miss Jane Grant Miranda. Chapter 908, Floating City. Although the girl across from him had painted her face with all kinds of makeup, making her originally youthful features appear much more mature, Klein, who still remembered vividly that live broadcast sea battle, instantly recognized her true identity, the Lady Scythe, Jane Grant Miranda, with a bounty of 7,000 gold pounds. At the same time, Jane, who had locked eyes with Klein, was even more shocked than he was. Her hands clenched involuntarily, her body tensed, and while her eyes fixed on him, she also used her peripheral vision to quickly scan the surroundings, looking for an escape route. For more than a month now, she had been in Noth, and whether by choice or not, she had grown far more aware of the various rumors at sea than when she was aboard the Future. And the name Gehrman Sparrow had recently become the most famous one on the seas. Even without deliberately prying, Jane had seen his photographs and heard stories about this adventurer from different channels, from the killing of Steele Mavitt, to helping Vice Admiral of Ailment Tracy resist the pursuit of the Demonist sect, to successfully hunting several pirates with bounties over 7,000 pounds. All of it revealed the madness lurking in his character. He left the Rorsted archipelago and came to the Gargas Islands. Why is he looking at me like that? As if he recognized who I am. Could it be that he wants to hunt me? But most of my weapons and extraordinary items aren't with me. To summon my undead to fetch them and undo their seals would take some time. Calm down, Jane. He doesn't seem to have malicious intent. Or at least, he doesn't look like he's about to act immediately. Suppressing the instinctive fear and unease rising in her heart, Jane watched Klein, who was about to walk past her seat, and said in a deep voice. Mr. Gehrman, don't come any closer. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't do something extreme. Looking at the girl before him, full of wariness and ready to strike at any moment, Klein finally remembered the reputation of this persona of his. Helplessly, he stopped in his tracks. He gave a polite smile, but his tone remained flat as he said, "Don't be nervous, Miss Jane. I'm a friend of Detective Ebner Bryan." Ebner. Hearing that name, Jane narrowed her eyes, staring at Klein for a long while as though confirming the truth of his words. Klein, however, remained calm under her scrutiny, not rushing her. He even casually mentioned a few special words from Ebner's ritual for summoning the demon wolf messenger as proof. Since she was a descendant of Lu Bo, Klein instinctively regarded her as a junior. "This isn't the place to talk. Come with me." Jane finally believed Gehrman. Tossing out a silver one-so coin as payment, she left the tavern first. Seeing this, Klein glanced at the glass in his hand. Not wanting to waste it, he downed the nabos in one gulp, and immediately felt his eyes redden. If not for his clown ability to control his body, his features would have contorted painfully. Nabos was a face-act specialty distilled from potatoes or grains. Famous for its high proof and fiery burn, it was far cheaper than Sonia blood wine and much more popular among ordinary face-act men. It was even called the mistress of every face-act man. But Klein clearly couldn't handle this mistress's fiery embrace. Forcing down the discomfort in his stomach, he switched creeping hunger to the soul of the zombie, enhancing his physique with its abilities, and only then felt somewhat better. Putting the glass back on the bar, he kept his expression unchanged despite the bartender's thumbs up, secretly vowing never to drink such terrifying liquor again. Once he left the tavern, he saw that Miss Jane had already boarded a carriage. The door to the carriage was open, as if waiting for him to get in. Klein hesitated for a moment, then loosened his sleeve and used his yellow crystal pendulum to divine the danger. After confirming there was none, he entered the carriage and sat across from Miss Jane. By then, Jane had retrieved her extraordinary items from the undead under her control and no longer looked as frightened. She asked first. "Mr. Gehrman, what do you want with me?" "I wish to meet the Master Alchemist," Klein said directly without circling around. "You want to see Mr. Kraus?" Jane relaxed a little at that, then asked, "Do you know the Master's rules?" "Yes." Klein nodded, then pointed at the suitcase he had brought into the carriage. "There's a box of wolfish canned goods inside." Before he finished, Jane jumped in fright. She hit her head on the roof of the carriage, then sat back down in pain, her voice carrying fear as she said, You brought wolfish canned goods into the carriage? What if the packaging breaks?" It sounded like Miss Jane feared wolfish canned goods even more than him. Klein secretly chuckled, but recalling the horrific stench of the can he had opened aboard the ship, he couldn't help but empathize. He said gravely, "Don't worry, I've sealed them all with spirituality." "That's good." Jane cast a lingering glance at the suitcase, then took a deep breath and organized her words. "Since you're Ebner's friend, I won't charge an intermediary fee or go through other verification steps. I can take you to Master Kraus now, but you must sign a contract, swearing not to reveal his location." "No problem. But I need to see the contract first." Klein wasn't resistant to signing, but he would never blindly trust her, even if she was Lu Bo's descendant. "Of course." Jane nodded, taking out a piece of parchment carrying the effect of a notary, and handed it over. Klein carefully read it several times, then confirmed through divination that there were no traps, before finally signing his name. Jane retrieved the signed contract and placed it into a hidden drawer in the carriage, one inscribed with complicated magical patterns. Immediately after, the carriage began moving on its own, even without a driver. Klein keenly realized it had already carried them into the spirit world. This carriage is the Master's creation. It can perform short-range traversals through the spirit world and take us directly to his workshop, Jane explained with a smile. Klein gave a small nod, though inwardly he thought, Ebner mentioned that Miss Jane and Lady Catlia the Hermit were both subordinates of the Queen of Mysteries. Which means this Master Kraus is very likely a member of Element's Dawn. That makes sense. How could a demigod-level artisan not have a major organization backing him? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the carriage exited the spirit world and came to a stop. Jane's low voice sounded, "We've arrived. Prepare yourself, you mustn't be too shocked." Shocked? Klein was puzzled at first. But the moment he got off the carriage and truly saw what lay before him, his eyes froze wide open. If not for his clown's ability, he would have lost his composure. Before him stood an inverted mountain, fixed in place by countless supports. Master Kraus, he really recreated a floating city. End of chapter. Chapter 909, The Origin of the Floating City. Magnificent, isn't it? Unfortunately, this city still had many problems left unsolved and could not truly ascend into the sky yet. Since Gehrman was a friend of Ebner, Jane rarely spoke more than necessary, but she continued, "It's precisely because it is only a showpiece right now that some visitors mocked it as Klaus's foolish thing. But they all signed contracts and could not reveal what they saw here, so they could only give indirect evaluations. With word spreading around, the master gained that very unflattering title, the Fool of Nas. Luckily, Master Klaus didn't care. While introducing, Jane led Klein into the head carriage of a steam train. As the whistle sounded, the train head slowly started, growing faster and faster, spiraling upwards along the rails that had been built, heading toward the platform at the top of the inverted mountain. When the train climbed to a certain height, Klein switched creeping hunger to the soul of a windblast, preparing to save himself should an accident occur. At the same time, he peered through the window to observe the surroundings. It turned out this was an enormous underground space, so vast that the mountain-sized, floating city only occupied less than a third of it. Countless supports extended from all 6 directions, front, back, left, right, up, and down, anchoring the inverted mountain so it would not topple sideways. The space was so square, it didn't look naturally formed. But excavating such a huge underground chamber in the Gargas archipelago couldn't possibly be done by just one alchemist. Even if he were willing to spend decades slowly digging, the Church of the God of Combat isn't blind. Such commotion couldn't possibly escape them. Not to mention that inverted mountain itself. Cutting such a massive mountain down and moving it here would be unimaginably difficult. Perhaps only with the help of an angel-level powerhouse or a sealed artifact of Sequence 0 could it be done. As Klein sank into thought, the train slowed, eventually stopping inside a station at the peak of the mountain. Welcome aboard the Klaus train. Wish you a pleasant journey. Listening to the phonograph voice played in the train head, Klein felt somewhat dazed and guessed inwardly, this underground space surely had something to do with Lu Bo or Huang Tao. With that judgment in mind, Klein and Jane made their way to the central tower and rang the bell of a laboratory on the first floor. Moments later, the futuristic-looking door automatically rose, revealing a delicate-faced, golden-haired girl-shaped alchemical automaton. Master says the deodorizing work needs 3 more minutes. Please wait. The automaton spoke stiffly. Deodorizing. Klein didn't react for a moment. The master knows his preferences might be unbearable to others, so before meeting guests he always thoroughly cleans the environment and himself. That is also a form of respect for us. Jane explained at the side. So that's it. This master wasn't exactly the stereotypical mad scientist I imagined. Klein reflected, then handed the case of wolfish cans to the automaton. Following its arrangements, he entered the reception room on the other side of the laboratory, where he sipped the tea provided while waiting. Soon, a black-haired, black-eyed young man who looked less than 30 entered, accompanied by another golden-haired girl automaton. So this is Master Klaus. That young. No, Mr. Tower mentioned in private that alchemists love creating mechanical bodies to remotely control. I've even met one before, Archbishop Oramic of the Church of Steam. As his thoughts spun, Klein and Jane both rose, one pressing his chest with a bow, the other curtsying with her skirt, to give their salutes. Miss Jane, and this gentleman, no need to be so polite. Klaus exchanged a few pleasantries, then after they sat, turned to Jane. You brought this gentleman here directly. That must mean he is trustworthy and his request is not a simple one. In fact, if it were just an ordinary transaction, Jane the broker would never bring a client here. She would instead go to a villa outside Nas, where one of Klaus's mechanical avatars resided, enough to handle most craftsman business. But since Gehrman was a friend of Ebner and thus trustworthy, Jane directly brought him to the floating city. Still, she hadn't asked what exactly Gehrman wanted made. Realizing this suddenly made Jane feel awkward. Luckily, Klein at that moment took out the token Roy King had given him, the round ornament made of golden gears encased in transparent glass. At the sight of it, Master Klaus's expression grew solemn, and he asked, "This is the gift I gave Roy King. What happened to him? He was captured earlier. I rescued him." Klein briefly explained the origin of the ornament. I see. No wonder Miss Jane brought you directly here. Klaus showed a look of realization, not noticing Jane's confused face, and continued, Yes, I once promised that whoever held this ornament could make a request of me. So, what do you want me to do? Klein thought for a moment, then asked Klaus and Jane to wait. After inquiring where the washroom was, he refused the golden-haired automaton's guidance, carrying the case himself. Neither Klaus nor Jane found this strange. Such situations weren't uncommon, usually meaning the client had items they could not let others see stored with the materials, so Gehrman Sparrow could not open his case in front of them. A crazy adventurer always had some secrets. A few minutes later, Klein returned to the reception room. He opened a metal box first, revealing black viscous gel radiating a sense of corruption. Then he removed creeping hunger from his hand and placed it on the table. Only then did he speak. I'd like to ask you to use this Beyonder characteristic to enhance my glove's abilities. Klaus didn't reply immediately. He instead studied the two items with his powers for quite a while before saying thoughtfully. Using the Black Knight characteristic to enhance these gloves isn't difficult. But if you wish to preserve the seal of angel-level power on them, that will be far more troublesome. As expected of an alchemist, he could see through Mr. Azek's methods right away. Klein nodded slightly. That was one of the reasons he dared trade with a stranger demigod. Of course, more importantly, he had already performed a divination above the grey fog beforehand and knew it was safe. After a while of thought, Klaus finally said carefully, "This request will take me a full day to complete. Come back tomorrow at this time for the finished product. During this period, you may stay in the floating city. I'll have automatons guide you on a tour. Of course, you may also choose to return to Nas and have Miss Jane bring you back tomorrow evening." Klein hesitated, then once more asked for the washroom. After returning, he accepted Klaus's proposal and decided to stay overnight in the floating city. With that, Klaus entered work mode. Klein originally wanted to ask if he could observe, but Jane dragged him away directly. When the master works, his brain needs stimulation to gain inspiration. That's why he likes stimulating food. Jane said meaningfully once they were outside. Klein instantly understood. So the wolfish cans were for inspiration. But with that smell, wouldn't the brain just shut down instead? After a few complaints in his heart, Klein followed the golden-haired automaton toward the guest room prepared for him in the tower. During this, thanks to Jane's reminder, Klein learned that the automaton had authorization to answer many questions. So as they walked, he probed. How did Master Klaus come up with the idea of building a floating city? The golden-haired automaton replied without pause, 100 years ago, when the master was still very young, he once ventured into the nearly illusory dangerous seas at the far eastern edge of the Sunia Sea. In the dream of the Black Knight there, he beheld a complete, flying floating city. As he explored inside, he discovered the construction diagrams and at the top of the tower received teachings from a mysterious, knowledgeable figure. Afterward, the master renamed himself Klaus and devoted himself to bringing the floating city back into the world. I once followed Ebner's advice and used a paper crane to contact the Snake of Mercury in Backlund. He told me the Black Knight in that sea links the dreams of all beings, creating many extremely dangerous places. Will Septon even said there were dreams containing remnants left by certain gods. Exploration there is extremely dangerous. So whose dream was the complete floating city? More than 100 years ago. The Calamity Seal. Why would it deliberately leave such a dream in the Black Night of that sea? Forget it, that's for Mr. Tower to worry about. I'll give him a hint to come here too. After all, as a broker, Miss Jane likely won't refuse Ebner. With that thought, Klein asked about how this space had been excavated. The answer was a high-sequence existence of the seer pathway used mystical reappearance, narrating the story of a foolish old man moving mountains, and thus obtained this space. Mystical reappearance. Ebner explained before, it's one of the core abilities of seer pathway demigods. But he never said the principle, why could it draw power from stories? That story must be, the foolish old man moves the mountains. As he pondered, they reached the central point of the tower. There stood a tall altar, but its top seemed to be missing a piece, forming a groove. Klein found the shape of the groove very familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen it. Only after arriving in his guest room with the automaton and Jane, chatting with her about Ebner's situation, and then sending her off did he block the room with spirituality, retrace 4 steps, and ascend above the grey fog. Using dream divination, he found the source of that familiarity. The shape of that groove was identical to the gear book that the sun helped the tower find. In Backlund, at the villa on 28 Kinster Street. Ebner was holding a celebration banquet with Zio, Furs, Hazel, Benson, Melissa, and other friends who had contributed to the film company. Suddenly, thick grey fog appeared before his eyes. Moments later, the fog vanished completely, but after taking a bite of steak, Ebner was pondering inwardly. Klein suggests I take a trip to Nas and have Jane bring me to see an alchemy master. Also, he asks me what the mystical reappearance effect of the foolish old man moves the mountains is. If the foolish old man truly existed in this world's history, could he have been a beyonder of the full pathway? If that assumption holds, then moving mountains should be a miracle. So if this mystical reappearance came from an angel-level seer pathway beyonder, the effect should also be akin to a miracle. End of this chapter. Chapter 9-10, Friends. Because what Klein had said was not urgent, Ebner quickly set it aside and put his attention back on the banquet. He planned to go to East Chester County tomorrow to retrieve the original manuscript of Roselle. If time was still sufficient afterward, he would then consider whether to make a trip to Nas, the capital of the Gargas archipelago. It was called a celebration banquet, but since Ebner already knew that the Calamity Seal was placed behind his own pure white eye, he did not make the event too grand or too formal. Rather than a banquet, it was more like a dinner with friends. When he saw that everyone had eaten almost enough, Ebner, as the host, stood up, lifted a glass of Almer red wine, and began walking along the long table, toasting each of his friends in turn. He first came to Zio, drank with her, and then smiled as he said, I seem to still owe you a hot spring trip. As long as you remember. Zio's tone was a bit sharp, both because of his constant delays and because her cup only contained milk. I've always remembered. Ebner whispered a few words in her ear with a smile, then carried his glass toward Furs, while Zio stared blankly at her own cup for a while before finally sipping the milk. Furs, on the other hand, was greedier. After clinking glasses with Ebner, she downed all the wine in her cup and said, as expected of Almer, the most famous red wine. The vintage must be quite old too. The taste is far better than the ones we had back in Intis. Each layer of flavor is different. If you had stayed a few more days, waiting until I officially stepped into Trier's upper circles, you wouldn't have lacked wine of this grade. Ebner said, pouring her another glass, clinking with her again, and adding, welcome back to Backlund, Miss Furswall. You saw me off in Trier, and now you're the one welcoming me back in Backlund. Feels kind of strange. Furs muttered, but she did not refuse the refilled Almer and drank it all in one go again. At that moment, Ebner took a string of stones bound into a bracelet from his pocket, placed it in Furs's hand, bent down slightly, and said with a soft laugh, this is a gift for you. A gift. Furs looked down at it and felt the patterns on the stones were somewhat familiar. What does it do? Is it just an ornament? This is a teleportation stone. In an emergency, it can teleport you to a designated place. Right now, it can still be used 3 times. After a simple explanation, Ebner did not wait for Furs to respond. He continued walking toward Hazel, only the corners of his lips curling up as he turned his back. If I had known Ebner would give me this, why did I spend money at the Tarot Club buying that badge? Furs couldn't help but mock herself inwardly as she held the bracelet. Zio, who witnessed the whole process and clearly understood the inside story, glanced back and forth between Furs and Ebner before finally sighing. On the other side, Hazel, though still young, had already matured socially. She poured herself a glass of white wine and, when Ebner came over, proactively raised her glass. After celebrating the great sales of Roselle Gustave and the search for the laurel, Hazel, with a touch of pride, said to Ebner, I've finished digesting the swindler potion. Does that statement count as a swindle? Ebner first joked, then grew serious, warning earnestly, once you become a cryptologist, you must be even more careful and cautious. It's best if you often stay at the Harvest Church. Why? Hazel was puzzled. Because people of your pathway in the mid-sequences often end up partly becoming sealed artifacts, and partly becoming Amon. Ebner thought to himself. Outwardly, bound by the principle of keeping knowledge, he gave a simpler explanation. You can think of it this way, all Beyonders of the Marauder pathway share a common enemy. Even your former demigod teacher has always been hiding. Hazel nodded thoughtfully and said seriously, I understand. Seeing this, Ebner frowned slightly, because he noticed that the most probable branch of Hazel's River of Fate still intersected with one of Amon's avatars, not diverted at all by his warning. Hazel now isn't as ignorant or arrogant as in the original timeline. She takes my words seriously. So, if it's not because of her subjective choices, then, is it due to Beyonder convergence? Or some other reason I don't yet know? Didn't expect her and Amon to be so fated. Ebner sighed inwardly and decided to find another chance later to further shift Hazel's fate. After all, this environment wasn't right, he dared not open the pure white eye here. After that, Ebner toasted in turn with the inventor Leopard, the journalist Mike, and his own brother Benson, who had only recently become a government employee, thanking them for their contributions to his film company. Among them, Leopard, as the main inventor of the sound film projector, received a large share of dividends. Reporter Mike had registered a new pen name, started writing professional reviews, and had become the head of the film company's public opinion department. After obtaining the shares Prince Edisac once held in Daily Observer, Ebner, together with Vera and Hazel, had gained absolute control of the paper, so transferring Mike to head the department was simply normal procedure. As for Benson, though he had only just joined the Ministry of Finance, he had still contributed somewhat during the synchronized release of the films. At the very least, the applications for government support to establish public cinemas in smaller towns had passed quickly thanks to his involvement. After chatting briefly with each of the men, Ebner finally came to Melissa. Because of her young age, Mrs. Skade had prepared juice for her. After lightly clinking glasses, Melissa pursed her lips and whispered, I'll work hard to repay you for the potion ingredients. With Hazel's help, she had successfully concocted the potion from the materials Ebner sent through a messenger, and was now a Sequence 9 savant. Gods bear witness, when she learned from Hazel that Sequence 9 potions alone cost £400, she was utterly shocked. She knew that before Klein's death, his entire year's salary might not have even reached that amount, and Benson earned even less back then. And this was only Sequence 9. Melissa could hardly imagine what the later potions would cost. That was actually something your brother bought for you, I only passed it along. Ebner muttered inwardly. Outwardly, he only smiled without refusing the girl's determination. After all, having a goal would motivate her to study and work harder. It would benefit both her and his film company, a win-win. After the banquet ended, except for Zio and Furs, the other guests said their farewells and left. Outside the villa at 28 Kinster Street, Benson finally had a chance to be alone with his sister. After some casual chatting, he asked, seemingly offhand. "Melissa, what did you and Viscount Brian talk about?" Melissa stopped walking, stared intently at her brother's head for a while, long enough that he nervously raised his hand to neaten his hair, before she finally said seriously. "I was discussing with Ebner why he's so popular with girls while my brother isn't." This. Benson was speechless, but somehow still asked, "And what did he say?" "Ebner said you need to work on your appearance, especially your hairline." Melissa fixed her eyes on her brother's scalp and said with a straight face. Benson's expression instantly grew complicated. He opened his mouth, and after a long while finally muttered, "I read in the newspaper before that something called the sap of the Donningsman tree might help with hair growth." Hearing this, Melissa could no longer hold it in. She burst out laughing and said, "I was joking. How could I possibly ask Ebner such a question?" Benson froze, and after a long moment, he said helplessly, "Melissa, when did you learn to talk like that? You once said, what's the difference between someone who doesn't understand humor and a curly-haired baboon?" Melissa gave him a casual glance and asked back, "So isn't this good?" "Very good. I mean, this is exactly what I hoped you'd become. Seems you're getting along very well with the film company's people," Benson said with relief. Since Klein's death, how long had it been since he'd seen his sister so happy? Though that happiness might have been brought by that flirtatious detective, he still had to thank him. Such a contradiction, what should I do? Melissa could see her brother's inner joy and conflict. She smiled and thought. Soon, very soon. I've already stepped into the world Klein once lived in. I will definitely find the true cause of his death. Inside the bedroom on the 3rd floor of the villa at 28 Kinster Street. Having just taken a bath and changed into clean clothes, Ebner was about to rest when he heard a knock at the door. Sensing briefly, he realized it was Zio standing outside. End of chapter. Chapter 9-11, Zio's mission target. Through the information extraction ability he gained by advancing from breath extraction, Ebner easily sketched Zio's figure outside the door in his mind. A white shirt, with lace spreading down from the collar, overlaid by a blue vest. Her outfit was paired with dark trousers. At her waist was a wide belt, with a pouch and a dagger fastened to it. That's clearly attire meant for combat. If it weren't Zio, if it were anyone else, dressed like that, at this time and place, I'd definitely assume they were here to assassinate me. After mocking inwardly, Ebner opened the door with slight disappointment and welcomed Zio inside. Zio stepped in, looked around, and seeing that the freshly bathed Ebner wasn't in sleepwear but instead wore a long robe, she smiled and said, "As I guessed. You plan to use the cover of night to complete Mr. World's mission." Ebner hadn't hidden Klein's request, going to a professor's house at Stan University to retrieve Roselle's true manuscript. He'd mentioned it to Zio even before the banquet. "You're dressed like this. You want to come with me?" Ebner didn't need any prophecy to understand her intentions. "That's right. I happen to have a mission in East Chester County." Zio nodded slightly, then looked at Ebner with a tone that carried a hint of something else. "And I want to take the chance to visit my mother and brother. If I took a train, there wouldn't be enough time." "That's no problem." Ebner smiled and nodded, but as he did, he instinctively checked Zio's fate tributaries. His expression shifted slightly when he noticed something amiss. He was close enough to Zio, and knew her well enough, that her most likely fate trajectory within the next day or two should have been clear. Yet the results he saw were unusually blurred, especially when it involved her mission target, and there was significant danger. In several less probable tributaries, the danger even escalated to the point of threatening her life. Turning the thought over rapidly, Ebner hid his concern to avoid interfering with the river of fate, and casually asked, "What mission did you take?" Because Ebner asked as if it were just a passing question, Zio didn't mind. After gathering her words, she answered. "Do you remember the theft case I mentioned before, the Gustav Dynasty state seal stolen during the exhibition in Intis? Although that seal was recovered, the thief has never been caught. The case had almost come to a dead end for lack of clues, until yesterday, when a lead appeared. A witness saw the thief board a train headed for East Chester County. Ah, the case she suddenly picked up the night I met Princess Vera. That thief must be formidable. Even the Church of Storms, Mysticism Magister, Stewart failed to trace back his details. He's at least a top-tier mid-sequence beyonder, or holds an artifact of that level." With this thought, Ebner asked casually, "Do you have a photo or sketch? Maybe I can help you track him down." But Zio shook her head. "No photo, no sketch. That witness only thought the back of someone boarding the train looked like the suspect he'd seen at a rented flat. So at most, I'll use my ability to screen suspicious people at the station. But most likely, it'll lead nowhere. After all, who knows if that man was really the thief?" Even if he was, who can be sure he wouldn't get off halfway? Honestly, wanting to hitch a ride with you to East Chester is more about seeing my family. If that's the case, even with Zio's disciplinary paladin abilities and keen perception, she won't be able to identify the thief. Then where does her danger come from? Ebner frowned inwardly and quickly decided, tomorrow he would secretly shadow Zio the whole time, to protect her. Though from what he'd seen of her fate, the chance of her dying was still very small. At this moment, Zio glanced at the clock and asked, when are we setting off? Ebner came back to himself and replied with a smile, it's only 10 o'clock. Professor Michel at Stan University probably hasn't gone to bed yet, so it wouldn't be good to visit now. Let's wait until after midnight to act. He paused, then added meaningfully, we can rest for a while first, there's still plenty of time. Tingen. Inside the first-class compartment of a steam train that sat at the platform, scheduled to depart for East Chester in the morning. Zangwill awoke from a deep sleep. His first instinct was to check his condition. He did this every time he woke, because he never knew what stories the sealed artifact, 0-08, might weave while he slept, or what accidents it might bring. After confirming he wasn't injured, Ince put on his polished leather boots and stood. As expected, he saw 0-08 resting quietly on the small table in the compartment, looking like nothing more than an ordinary quill. Yet before he fell asleep, he had locked it inside a metal box layered with symbolic seals and magical markings. And he didn't even remember boarding a train, he remembered boarding a passenger ship. Ince walked over solemnly, grasped 0-08 in one hand, and flipped open the notebook beside it with the other. Nearly a full page of new writing awaited him. Zangwill still did not recall what he had done before, but he keenly sensed something was wrong. He looked into the mirror and found his reflection strangely unfamiliar, as though another Zangwill had been born inside him, growing stronger day by day. This feeling had started a month ago, when he suddenly found himself hunted by MI9 and the Church of Storms. He had heard it was because he stole the Gustav Dynasty seal, but he did not know what he had used the seal for. Just yesterday, a powerful stranger locked onto Ince and traced him to the passenger ship. But cautious Ince had suddenly turned back, causing the stranger to strike at nothing. Reading this, Ince drew a deep breath. He took out a mirror from his coat and peered into it. Inside, he still had one blinded eye, and his classically sculpted face bore no wrinkles. But at the corner of his mouth lingered faint sorrow and resentment, sharply contrasting with the heaviness in his gaze. It's getting worse. This is a sign the underworld within me is expanding. Looks like a powerful spirit really has taken residence in my body. At that thought, Ince felt his complexion darken slightly, his eye sockets shadowed. Coupled with a smile he had no idea when or how had appeared, his whole visage became sinister, vicious, and eerie. He considered summoning a powerful spirit to probe his soul's depths, and if possible, establish communication. If handled properly, he might even gain a contract with a mighty spirit. Though he had already switched from the death pathway to the darkness pathway and become a night watcher, Zangwill had not lost his previous abilities. He was still a powerful medium, a master in the field of spirits. But just as he prepared to act, his peripheral vision caught the last paragraph on the notebook. Zangwill tried to use a mighty spirit to drive out the unknown soul within, but found in despair that it was useless. And the Wade Sauron inside him mocked his overconfidence. This worried Ince greatly, he had no idea what he had become entangled in. Sauron. Ince narrowed his eye, his expression growing darker. After a long silence, he attempted the summoning, but just as the quill had written, he received no satisfactory response. Wade Sauron. Who is that? And what does he have to do with the seal Roselle made? So tired, enough for now. End of this chapter. Chapter 9:12, Counterfeit Expert. At midnight, hazy and dim crimson moonlight spilled into a garden near Stan University. Michel Diet, a senior associate professor at just 40, wore his pajamas and, as though facing a lover, gently and carefully polished each of his treasured collectibles. Only after confirming that day's maintenance was complete did he leave the collection room and return to his bedroom, already pondering which pieces he should display to that distinguished young lady during their meeting this weekend. That very evening, he had received a letter. The messenger was a servant of the Earl Hall family, the most powerful noble house in East Chester County, while the writer was none other than the influential Member of Parliament's daughter, the lady hailed as Backlund's most dazzling gem, Miss Audrey Hall. In the letter, this noble lady mentioned that she had, through various channels, bought a copied version of Roselle's notes from him. From the friend who had provided the notes, she also learned that Mr. Michel Diet was an exceptional collector. As a fellow enthusiast, she dearly hoped to visit his collection over the weekend. Michel Diet had no reason to refuse, he even faintly looked forward to his treasures pleasing this illustrious guest. Soon after, he sank into a deep sleep. In his dream, not only did his erudition win him Miss Hall's admiration, but she even offered assets and land worth over £10,000 to invest in the Institute of Antiquities he was preparing to found, all for the sake of his collection. In the end, moved by Miss Hall's devotion to academic pursuits, he agreed to her request. While Michel was lost in his sweet dream, two uninvited guests on his spiritual island were watching his every move with great interest. Naturally, they were Ebner and Zio, who had traveled overnight from Backlund to Eastchester County. It was worth noting that since becoming a demigod, especially after obtaining models of the incomplete mythical creature forms from his previous demigod lifetimes, Ebner no longer needed magical items to transform into a special spirit body when using the ritual astral walk. He also gained the ability to navigate within the spirit world. In a sense, this was hardly inferior to actual teleportation. If he used the pure white eye to pre-experience the Sequence 3 ability of transforming into other pathways in complete mythical creature forms, becoming a worm of star, he might not even lose to a traveler. Unfortunately, transforming into other pathways in complete mythical creature forms was still too burdensome for him at the moment, suitable only as a trump card and not for regular use. He faintly sensed that relying on this ability too frequently posed certain dangers, and those dangers stemmed from what lay behind the illusory sun within the pure white eye. You just combined your prophecy ability with this professor's dream? Zio asked thoughtfully after watching Michel's fantasy. I only let him have a precognitive dream, and even then, it's just one possible development of the future. Ebner replied, then withdrew his ability, restoring Professor Michel's dream to normal. At the same time, he wrapped an arm around Zio's waist and guided her out of the dreamscape, continuing, since we've already seen where all his collectibles are stored, we can now swap out the diary page carrying that mental corruption. Zio didn't mind Ebner's casual gesture. She only frowned slightly and said, he seems very familiar with each of his items. If we only replace that one page, and it's discovered, then the Justice lady who bought a copy before might be suspected. Although the chances are slim, and even if suspicion arises, he wouldn't have any proof. Ebner chuckled at that. Are you doubting a reader's ability to forge? My pathway can perceive the essence of the world and use knowledge to reproduce everything. From omniscience to omnipotence. Creating a flawless counterfeit is no problem at all. If I want, I can even implant false information into both the real world and the spirit world. In that case, even beyonders skilled in divination or backtracking wouldn't be able to tell the difference, at least not for a while. It was Zio's first time hearing about the higher-level authorities of the reader pathway. As she mulled it over, she shot him a sideways glance and teased, you're even proud of your counterfeiting now. Bantering as they went, they used skills like open door to slip into Professor Michel's most hidden chamber, where one priceless treasure after another came into view. On the far left stood a golden helmet, its design exquisite, with bird-like decoration soaring at the top. The visor was made of layered metal scales. Though devoid of extraordinary aura, it looked extraordinary at first sight. Since they had just seen it explained in Michel's dream, both Ebner and Zio knew it was a helmet from the White Rose War, likely once belonging to a member of the Sauron family. The White Rose War took place after the 20 Years' War and before the Oath-Breaking War, resulting in Lone defeating Intis and regaining strength. The 20 Years' War, occurring between year 621 and 642 of the Fifth Epoch, was fought between the Lone Kingdom and the Faesak Empire. Lone lost and ceded Sunia Island. As for the Oath-Breaking War, that was nearly 7 centuries ago, a religious conflict. The southern kingdom of Phainapot once worshipped both the Earth Mother and the god of knowledge and wisdom, but under certain influences, the two churches grew deeply opposed, with frequent clashes among their followers. Their northern neighbors, the Lone Kingdom and the then Intis Kingdom, seized the chance, using religious freedom as a pretext to wage war. Later, the Faesak Empire joined, trying to spoil Lone and Intis plans, but still suffered defeat. The result was that Lumbar, Mason, Seeger, and other nations at the Lone, Phainapot and Intis Phainapot borders became independent, primarily worshipping the god of knowledge and wisdom, while within Phainapot only the Earth Mother Church remained. Because both sides accused the other of betraying the sacred oath of the late Fourth Epoch, this 5-year conflict came to be known as the Oath-Breaking War. That, at least, was what the history books recorded, though perhaps there was another truth. Ebner, however, realized that this Oath-Breaking War occurred right when his Daniel lifetime had ended. Based on many clues, in that life he had worked closely with the 2-5 Dragon, conducting numerous experiments together. Later, the attempt involving the Calamity Seal was very likely decided during that time. And Lilith, or rather, the Earth Mother, clearly did not support that plan. Could that have been the true spark of the conflict? The original novel also mentioned this war, so there must have been other factors too. Perhaps the war itself was just a smokescreen. While such thoughts raced through his mind, Ebner and Zio made their way to the cabinets holding documents and manuscripts. They quickly found the box containing Roselle's original diary. Zio might not have noticed, but to Ebner's pure white eye, the page written by old Wang in his most agitated state practically screamed with its presence. Klein was right. Even without understanding Chinese, the power hidden in this page has already influenced its surroundings. Professor Michel must not have had this diary for very long, otherwise, his house might have already spawned monsters of some sort. As he thought this, Ebner carefully examined the page. Then, after simulating it within his own white tower space, he pulled out various materials from his pocket, letting them automatically assemble according to a set pattern. Soon, an identical diary page had taken form. After forging records of its existence on the informational level, Ebner pocketed the authentic page and placed his counterfeit in its stead. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and looked at Zio, who had been observing the whole time, eager to hear her assessment. Zio thought for a moment, then said with apparent sincerity, "If you went into counterfeiting currency, it'd probably take an angel to tell real from fake." "That's not the feedback I was asking for." Ebner's mouth twitched, though inwardly he scoffed. "At least what I made requires skill and raw materials. That's a step above simply pulling money straight from historical projections." End of this chapter. Chapter 9:13, Nightmare Town. Just as Ebner put away the page of diary that contained spiritual contamination, his spirituality was suddenly stirred. This wasn't because he sensed danger, but because he perceived a disturbance in the river of fate. And it wasn't a minor disturbance, it had the tendency of rapidly sliding toward a certain tributary. It isn't my fate or Zio's fate. Is it that Mr. Michel? After a quick check, Ebner locked onto the target. After all, the source of the disturbance was in his hand at this moment. This diary had already substantially contaminated Professor Michel, so after I took it away, his fate veered off course. But this change seems to be shifting toward something bad. Although Ebner didn't know Professor Michel personally, he couldn't ignore the crisis his own actions had brought upon him. After all, that was one of his principles in life. After a brief thought, Ebner had Zio wait outside, while he himself blinked back into Professor Michel's bedroom. Seeing this, Zio knew something had happened. She didn't say much. After making preparations to provide support at any time, she recited Mr. Fool's honorific name, asking that great being to bestow his gaze upon Ebner. On the other side, as soon as Ebner entered the bedroom, he saw Mr. Michel lying on the bed. His face was pale, his pajamas were soaked with sweat, his expression was twisted, and he kept mumbling something under his breath. Clearly, he was experiencing a nightmare. Did my act of taking away the Roselle diary throw him into some nightmare? Frowning, Ebner performed a simple prophecy and found that although Professor Michel's tributary of fate carried many crises, the probability of extreme outcomes was very small. That made him sigh in relief. Without further hesitation, he simulated the ability of a dreamwalker, transformed into a dream spirit, and entered the sea of collective subconscious. Because he had Professor Michel's spirit and aura as coordinates, Ebner quickly located his position. What he saw was a silent town shrouded in darkness. There were no lights, no sounds, not even a trace of warmth in the air. It was as if the place had been abandoned for a long time, devoid of life. But Ebner could clearly sense that a group of people was gathered inside the town's church, and the person he was looking for, Professor Michel, was among them. This town, no, this dream is problematic. Normally, the images reflected by the collective subconscious aren't too far from reality. Even if there are frightening elements, the general structure remains normal. But now, it's as if everyone's fears have been concentrated together, manifesting as an extremely pure nightmare. In other words, whatever people fear will appear here. And if one is killed by the monsters manifested in the nightmare, they might wake up weakened for a long time before recovering. And those with fragile minds might never recover, falling into severe psychological disorders. The reason the town is still so quiet must be because those trapped in the dream are hiding inside the church, relying on the Evernight goddess's holy emblem to keep monsters from forming. After all, the Evernight goddess is the queen of calamity and terror, the mistress of sleep and silence. Even if her holy emblem has no extraordinary power, it can protect ordinary people in a nightmare of this level. Hey, if this were a movie, this would be exactly the time when some reckless brat sneaks out of the church and gets everyone killed. But here, even the children seem to have moved past the stage of panic and confusion. Though afraid, they aren't flustered. Is it because they've experienced this many times and grown used to it? Under normal circumstances, once they endure until the nightmare ends and the dream returns to normal, they'd be safe. But since Professor Michel stumbled in here and his fate has deviated, it means an accident is bound to happen. I see. The power carried by that page of Roselle's diary has a connection to this nightmare. Because Professor Michel was tainted by the diary, he entered this town in his sleep. Perhaps he often came here in his dreams before, but most of the time he only entered the normal layer. Even if he occasionally stumbled into the collective nightmare, it usually ended quickly, so nothing major ever happened. And since ordinary people generally can't remember their experiences in dreams, at most some fragments, Professor Michel didn't take it seriously and never sought help from the church. But today, after I took away the diary, the root of his contamination was gone. That may have triggered changes deep within the dream, and now this nightmare is showing signs of sinking into deeper corruption. That is the real danger. Because if one falls into the depths of the collective subconscious sea, even a dreamwalker has a high chance of losing their way and never returning to reality. Ebner activated the white eye and, using his advanced parsing ability, quickly figured out the foundation of this nightmare town. No monsters manifested around him. On one hand, he restrained his thoughts with the social death prevention technique he had developed before visiting the Hall of Honesty. On the other hand, the things he truly feared couldn't be projected at this level of nightmare. Come to think of it, this environment is very similar to the Trial of Courage at the first level of the Elven Temple of Trials. I wonder how this place formed. But the priority right now is to get Professor Michel out of this nightmare as quickly as possible. Once he leaves, the sinking of this place into deeper nightmare layers will stop, and everyone else will be fine. With that in mind, Ebner quickly approached the church doors. Just as he was about to ring the bell, he suddenly thought better of it and withdrew his hand. If I ring the bell directly, they probably won't open the door. Not only that, but in such an environment, the sudden sound might scare them to death. I'd better just go inside directly. As his thoughts shifted, Ebner used the ability of Open Door and appeared inside the church. Immediately, more than 30 townsfolk of all ages came into view. They were clustered in family groups, their faces a mixture of tension and confusion, but not too much fear. The only exception was Professor Michel, who sat alone in a corner. At Ebner's sudden arrival, the townsfolk were visibly startled. In unison, they raised whatever weapons they had, shovels, pitchforks, even old muskets, and pointed them at him. Even so, not one of them made a sound. I mean no harm. I'm only here to find someone, Ebner said, spreading his hands to show he carried no weapons. At the sound of his voice, the townsfolk who had just been calm all revealed terrified expressions. Their eyes blazed with horror, as if Ebner had done something unbearably dreadful. But when nothing else happened for quite a while, their terror shifted into confusion. I am a blessed of the Evernight goddess. With me here, simple communication is not a problem, Ebner explained with a smile, invoking the Evernight goddess to lend weight to his words. Really? At this, Professor Michel, huddled in the corner, was the first to break the silence. But at once, the other townsfolk turned to glare at him angrily. Michel ignored them. He rushed over to Ebner and asked excitedly, "Can you take me out of here?" Seeing the determined townsfolk refusing to communicate, Ebner didn't answer immediately. Instead, while secretly preparing the ability to exit the dream, he asked Michel, "Do you know what this place is?" Michel looked at him strangely, but still replied, "Of course. This is Kabas Town." Kabas Town. The one in northern East Chester, near the border of Winter County. At yesterday's tarot gathering, Miss Justice privately told me she discovered traces suspected to belong to the Queen of Calamity in the folklore and ballads of this very town. She even guided the psychological alchemist to take an interest and plan an expedition in the coming weeks. Kabas does mean nightmare in Elvish. And Kohainam was separated by Roselle from the Book of Calamity while seeking the divine coffer. She must have crossed paths with the Queen of Calamity, perhaps even been imprisoned here. If my guess is right, and Kohainam truly lies in the depths of Kabas Town's nightmare, then it isn't strange that the lingering power in Roselle's diary could drag Michel here. But the real question is, how did Kohainam, trapped in the nightmare's depths, project her spirit into the shallow layer of the collective subconscious sea for Miss Justice to encounter? Or rather, will the Kohainam deep in this nightmare be the same one I saw before? Without the memories of the God of Luck, I can't determine my relationship with the Queen of Calamity. Better not to venture too deeply. Let the psychological alchemist scout it out first. For now, the priority is getting Professor Michel back to safety. While he thought this, Ebner had already completed the secret technique to escape the dream. A complex rune appeared beneath Michel's feet, glowing brightly in the dark. In the next instant, Professor Michel's body vanished in the light. In reality, Michel, who lay on the large bed in his bedroom, suddenly jolted awake, only to throw his back out. He rolled around in pain for a while before finding a relatively comfortable position. After wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he was fully awake. Muttering in confusion, he said, "I think I just had a nightmare." Meanwhile, in the nightmare town, the darkness slowly receded. A sun larger than normal rose swiftly, illuminating every corner of the town. That sun symbolized hope and courage within the hearts of men, another reflection of the collective subconscious. Yet Ebner, who remained, glanced at the only part left unlit, the church, and murmured thoughtfully, "That must be the true source of the nightmare in this town. It looks like a counterfeit version of the nation of the Evernight." Chapter 9:14, The Iron Blood Cross Society. On the surface, Kabas Town was just like the ruins on the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains. There was nothing particularly dangerous. But once certain conditions were triggered, one would enter the so-called inner world, slipping into a nightmare state. As one ventured deeper into the dream, it grew increasingly terrifying, until eventually reaching places hidden within the dream itself, such as the land of Evernight, or like now, this counterfeit holding the Queen of Calamity. If my speculation was correct, the condition for Kaba's town in reality to trigger horror and calamity lay within this very church. It was both the refuge that sheltered villagers in the nightmare, and also the very source of the town's crisis. I remember Miss Justice once mentioned to me privately that this town had an old proverb: sleep, night falls, enter the church, make no sound. Although the villagers always found the order of that saying odd, after all, normally nightfall came before sleep. For some reason, it had been passed down in town for generations without interruption. Looking at it now, this was clearly someone having imprinted into the villagers' subconscious a way to deal with straying into the nightmare, giving them a chance to survive when faced with dream monsters. I just don't know who created this counterfeit. It doesn't look like Roselle's handiwork at all. Could it have been a horror bishop or a servant of concealment? After exploring the surface layer of Kaba's town's dream once more and finding nothing, Ebner did not waste any more time. He used the Dreamwalker ability of dream jumping, quickly entering the dream of one of Professor Michel's servants, and from there return to reality to reunite with Zio. Seeing Ebner return safely, Zio put away the weapon she had kept at the ready and asked with concern, "How did it go?" "Temporarily resolved." Ebner briefly described what had happened just now, then added, "I also planted a suggestion in Professor Michel's mind, prompting him to visit the Church of the Evernight. From now on, he shouldn't stumble into the dangerous dream again." After listening, Zio said thoughtfully, "You seem to be quite invested in matters relating to the god of luck and the queen of calamity. In truth, I'm also interested in Giuseppe, Daniel, Ivan, Vicente, and Rhine. After all, I need to figure out exactly what they did. Otherwise, who knows what kind of traps my past selves might have left for my current self. Not to mention, just the thought that I might have descendants with gods or angels is enough to make my scalp tingle." Of course, even if he grumbled inwardly, Ebner couldn't share those words with Zio for now. He simply attributed it to being a task assigned by the mother goddess, glossing it over. Fortunately, since it concerned gods, Zio didn't suspect anything. By this time, dawn had already broken. After the two of them had breakfast together at a cafe, they parted ways in appearance. Zio wanted to visit her mother and younger brother before the first train of the day arrived, while Ebner used an excuse to slip into the shadows, secretly following her, intent on uncovering the source of the dangers he had glimpsed in some of her tributaries of fate. It wasn't that he didn't want to protect Zio openly, but if he did, it would count as a seer interfering directly. That would render her fate unpredictable, and she might encounter even greater dangers outside his observation. As for the alchemist and floating city that Klein had mentioned, those had to be set aside for now. Neither the master nor that underground space would disappear anytime soon. Nas, within the floating city's high tower held aloft by metal supports. At first, Klein had been curious about the floating city, wandering about under the guidance of the golden-haired girl puppet. But he soon discovered that most of the facilities here were empty, even the engine room nothing more than a display. The puppet explained that Master Klaus had spent decades without deciphering the meaning of the city's power runes, and so had planned to replace them with steam engines instead. Unfortunately, with the current output of steam engines, it was absolutely impossible to lift such a massive mountain into the sky. However, to Klein, who often tapped the mysterious space above the gray fog for answers, the structure of those runes seemed more like glyphs that borrowed the power of one or several higher beings. Just as he was about to perform a divination on the origins of those runes out of boredom, Jane suddenly found him and said with a smile, "The enhancement of that mystical item has been completed. Master Klaus asked me to fetch you. Didn't you say it would take a full day?" Klein abandoned his plan to divine the runes, asking in surprise. The process went smoothly, so it was finished early, Jane explained, then asked with a smile, "What, haven't you finished sightseeing yet?" "How could I? This place is even duller than the City of Miracles, Liveseed." At least there, the Hall of Honesty was somewhat interesting. Though he mocked inwardly, on the surface Klein maintained Gehrman's persona. Following after Jane, he asked casually, "By the way, Miss Jane, aren't you a crew member of the future? How did you end up acting as Master Klaus's agent? Ebner told you even that. You two really are very close friends." Jane looked surprised and sighed with emotion. "Girl, what are you sighing about? Can't Mr. Tower have male friends too?" Klein grumbled inwardly, but outwardly, with Gehrman Sparrow's unique courtesy and choice of words, he replied, "Actually, I am also a friend of Miss Catlia. Soon I'll be boarding the future to head to the easternmost waters of the Sunia Sea, that near illusory perilous ocean." "You're a friend of the captain too?" Jane grew even more surprised. She turned back to study Klein several times, until she saw him take out a pure crystal ball. Her eyes flickered with a strange light, then she smiled meaningfully. "The captain even gave you the contact crystal. You really do know each other. In that case, you're not an outsider. There's no harm in telling you. Opportunities to work for Master Klaus are actually highly sought after within the Dawn of Elements. Because serving him for just half a year entitles you to one request of his personal help. And for me, the ritual to advance to Sequence 5 requires me to construct a temporary environment that screens off the underworld. So I asked the Queen and obtained this position as his agent. The Queen, the Mystic Queen. Looks like the intel Ebner gave me was right. The rumors about the Admiral of Stars breaking with the Mystic Queen were false. But Miss Jane, you just revealed such crucial information directly, was that really fine? Was it just because I'm friends with Ebner and Katlia? Isn't that a little too reckless? I'll have to ask Ebner to talk some sense into her later. Do all women of the corpse collector pathway speak so distinctively? Miss Daly never stopped cracking jokes, while Miss Jane blurts things straight out. While Klein mocked inwardly, he and Jane had already arrived at Master Klaus's laboratory. After the routine procedure to dispel lingering odors, Klein saw Klaus himself, heavy dark circles under his eyes, yet looking energetic. Because the ceiling level of this item's power was extremely high, the upgrade of creeping hunger went much smoother than I expected. However, correspondingly, to prevent it from breaking the original seal structure when it suddenly gained power, the extent of its upgrade was limited. Klaus sipped black tea as he spoke. What exactly has been improved? Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's cold demeanor, asking in a low voice. First, its capacity increased from 5 souls to 7, and it can now pasture a demigod's soul up to sequence 4. Second, you can use it to access 2 demigod-level abilities, Shadow Concealment and Shadow Domination, but each use requires feeding it a person. Third, switching between pastured souls is now much faster, nearly instantaneous, allowing seamless transitions. Finally, when you pasture a soul again, the ability gained is no longer purely random, you can choose it yourself. From Klaus's tone, one could tell he was somewhat regretful at not being able to integrate the many abilities contained in the Black Knight characteristic into Creeping Hunger. But Klein was already very satisfied. With the upgraded Creeping Hunger in hand, together with the Burial Blade and the newly acquired Undying Bird Revolver, even facing Mr. Tower before his demigodhood, he might not lose. My persona right now is Gehrman Sparrow, a slightly deranged adventurer and bounty hunter. Holding back his inner joy, Klein kept his voice steady as he nodded. Excellent. I am very satisfied with the upgrade. Thank you very much, Master Klaus. Since you carried my token, fulfilling your request was only natural, Klaus said with a wave. Then he smiled and added, besides, the wolffish you brought was genuine from Sunia Island. Compared to the local Nas variety, its flavor is stronger, and more delicious. Delicious. Klein's mouth twitched. He realized he could no longer take that word seriously. After a few polite words, he excused himself. Once Jane had escorted Klein by carriage out of the underground space and returned, she lifted her head and said to someone unseen, "Does he have any problems? If he does, why did you have me tell him about the Dawn of Elements?" At that moment, P-Vine suddenly descended from midair. Then came a gentle voice, devoid of any emotion, "We must continue observing." Backlund, at the villa on 28 Kingster Street. First picked up the astrologer beyond her characteristic she had long since bought, and carefully placed it into the container already prepared with auxiliary materials. Before long, a cup of deep blue, viscous liquid that shimmered with starlight appeared before her. This was the prepared astrologer potion. I had already finished summarizing the magician's code in mid-March, and last week I fully digested the potion. If not for missing some auxiliary ingredients, I would have become an astrologer 3 days ago. Still, it isn't too late now. After muttering to herself, first picked up the cup and drank the potion in one gulp. Moments later, after processing the knowledge directly imparted by the potion, she helplessly realized that even at sequence 7, she was still a weakling in combat. Moreover, since the potion had been brewed with a characteristic as its main ingredient, it meant she had to further digest portions of apprentice and magician again. So, it looked like she couldn't quit the circus job for now. Fortunately, the troop leader had decided to stay in Backlund for another month or 2. That should be enough time for her to finish digesting. As for the method she had once asked about in the Tarot Club, expelling characteristics by having children, she only thought of it briefly before dismissing it. At mid to low sequences, roleplay digestion was still faster. With that, she donned a black pointed hat, slipped into a matching long dress, and dressed herself in the image of a stereotypical witch before heading out to the Cindy Circus in the Sherwood Borough. East Chester County, Stone Steam Train Station. Ebner, watching from the shadows as Zio methodically checked the passengers, suddenly looked up. For in the clear sky, beneath a few leisurely white clouds, a blazing white spark of fire shot rapidly toward them. A demigod of the hunter pathway. To reveal themselves so openly, with no concern for supernatural powers being seen by mortals. Is this a member of the Iron Blood Cross Society? Is he the source of the crisis I saw in Zio's Tributary of Fate? Chapter 9:15, First Battle of Demigods. The Iron Blood Cross Society was a secret organization that had only appeared in the past 2 or 3 centuries, and its faith was also placed in the true creator. This group sought to change society, to change the world, to make the supernatural no longer hidden but revealed before everyone's eyes, becoming the true rulers. Thus, they had no scruples about displaying their powers in public. For example, at this very moment, the war bishop Tony Dawn, who was chasing in Sangwell to Stone Station, was flaunting his abilities without the slightest concealment. Confident that he would one day become a conqueror, he regarded himself as a being far above ordinary humans. Without hesitation, he condensed dozens of incandescent flaming spears in his hands and hurled them toward the platform and the train that had just entered the station. To Tony Dawn, his flamboyance meant that demigods from the church might intervene at any time. He had no leisure to carefully distinguish that prey who had once tricked him, so it was better to use such a crude and indiscriminate attack to force the prey to appear. In any case, that prey was strong enough, it was impossible for him to die so easily. As for the death and injury of ordinary people, that had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, in the depths of Zio's heart on the platform, a surge of intense fear suddenly rose. It felt as though she were a small animal being targeted by a seasoned hunter. The pressure emanating from the spiritual level made her break into a cold sweat as she looked up, only to see dozens of flaming spears, like falling meteors, crashing down from the sky. With no time to think, Zio immediately put a golden mask on her face. While attempting to imprison or banish the spears, she prepared to shout for the passengers and staff on the platform to seek cover. But at that instant, the void before the flaming spears rippled like the surface of water, forming illusory doors. The moment the spears touched the doors, they vanished, as if they had traversed into another world. This was a combined application of the banishment and illusion abilities of a mysticism magister, capable of sending the enemy's attack beyond this world. The one who acted was naturally Ebner. With only a slight effort, he could have guided fate so that Zio merely dodged the spears and sustained minor injuries, thereby completing a performance as a seer. But the price of doing so would have been hundreds, even thousands of casualties when the train and platform were struck by demigod powers. Ebner was no saint full of boundless compassion, but he knew he could not just sit idly by and watch such a thing happen. If I hadn't encountered this, then so be it, but the attack happened right before my eyes, and I have the power to stop it. A chance to act out the role can be found again, but if some things aren't done, I'll regret it for life. In that flash of thought, Ebner used an occult art formed by combining the abilities of a mysticism magister to block the attack of that unfamiliar hunter demigod. This was knowledge drawn from Alwyn Abraham's demigod mythical creature form, which Ebner now employed instinctively, as if it came from his very nature. The experience made him more clearly realize the necessity and inevitability of his current pathway as a reader. For apart from readers, no other beyonders, even if they obtained the knowledge contained within the pure white eye, could apply it so seamlessly. The war bishop of the Iron Blood Cross Society, Tony Dawn, clearly had not expected another demigod to be hidden at the station. He froze momentarily, then grew furious, his gaze locking tightly onto Ebner, appearing in the image of the professor after using his powers. No matter how arrogant or defiant he was, Tony knew he could not defeat one demigod quickly and then go on to hunt another. And if he delayed even slightly, saints from the church would arrive, making retreat difficult. Thus, after a rapid calculation, he decided to withdraw immediately. Still, before leaving, Tony Dawn felt he had to teach this meddlesome demigod a lesson, preferably injure him badly enough that he would be captured by the church. Acting on the thought, Tony drew a javelin from his back. Unlike the earlier flaming spears, this was a real weapon forged from extraordinary materials. Though disposable, it possessed extreme speed and the property of never missing its target. He gripped the javelin, made a throwing motion toward Ebner's heart, and the weapon instantly appeared at Ebner's chest, as if it had crossed space itself. Even more terrifying, this javelin carried the demigod-level enhancement of lethal strike. No matter where it landed, no matter if the target had substitutes or damage transfer abilities, it would equate to a direct attack on the body's weakness. Yet in the end, the javelin was blocked. That fatal strike could advance no further because before it was a deep brown-covered book. The book appeared plain, with common yellow-brown parchment for pages, but unlike Ebner's outer clothing, it was not damaged at all, not even pierced. It was Grozel's Travels. Behind Grozel's Travels was another book, its cover pitch black and made of unknown material, the Book of the Dead. Seeing that the hunter demigod's attack could not even penetrate the first layer of books, Ebner sighed in relief and stopped channeling the beauty goddess's blessing at his forehead. Glancing at the figure swiftly flying away into the sky with the aid of recoil from his throw, Ebner thought, since courtesy demands reciprocity, he should answer in kind. Without hesitation, he gathered radiance in his hands and formed a spear of the purest, most incandescent white, as if composed entirely of sunlight. This was the unshadowed spear of the unshadowed. The spear passed through a door in the void and suddenly appeared behind Tony Dawn. Then, with a thunderous boom, a miniature sun of extreme, dazzling brilliance erupted, enough to illuminate the entire city. Because the explosion occurred far above in the sky, a great distance from Stone City, people only felt the sunlight suddenly sting their eyes. When they looked up, they saw a massive radiant halo encircling the sun, a solar halo phenomenon. Only Zio, who had been watching intently, and the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind teams rushing over had a vague sense of what had happened. While everyone's attention was fixed on the second son, a middle-aged man with dark golden hair and a high nose bridge, blind in one eye, slipped away from the station amidst the confusion, disappearing into the crowded streets. In his hand, an open notebook faintly revealed the words written inside. After the provocation at the harbor, Tony Dawn of the Iron Blood Cross Society once again locked onto Insangwil and pursued him. In the process, this war bishop, determined to become a conqueror, disregarded the lives of ordinary people and launched indiscriminate attacks on everyone at the steam train station. Tony acted in complete accord with his nature, so there was nothing wrong with such behavior. But by coincidence, a strange and powerful saint happened to be at the station, and he blocked Tony's attack. The plan to flush out Ince failed. Fearing that saints from the church might soon encircle him, Tony Dawn was forced to retreat temporarily. Angered that the demigod on the platform had ruined his hunt, he resolved to teach him a lesson. A few lines were crossed out. Unfortunately, Tony Dawn was overconfident in his own strength, so much so that he ignored the possibility of his enemy blocking his strike and counterattacking. This did not quite fit with his hunter's intuition, but in this world, anyone can make mistakes, such as reasonable. Again, several lines were crossed out. In the end, although Tony Dawn was struck by the unshadowed spear, augmented with disintegration, lethal strike, weakening curse, gate of the underworld, paralysis toxin, and punishment, delivered through the void gate in a surprise assault, he nonetheless survived tenaciously. Sadly, he was gravely injured and would be unable to pursue Insangwil again for at least a month. Meanwhile, before the official Beyonders could arrive, Ebner, who had teleported away, muttered to himself. To think he survived that. Demigods, especially those at Sequence 3, truly are hard to kill. End of chapter. Chapter 9:16, Peeling Back the Layers. In a villa in Stone, the capital of East Chester County. Standing at the second-floor window, Insangwil looked out through the glass. Seeing that a mandated punisher had skipped the routine inspection of the villa due to the sudden incident, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The solar halo incident that had just occurred drew serious attention from the three major churches. After all, it involved a battle between two demigods. How could the official Beyonder sleep soundly without clarifying the cause? With the immediate crisis gone, Insangwil pulled the curtains shut and was about to pour himself a cup of coffee. But suddenly, his body moved against his will, opening another drawer and taking out tea leaves. Ince's face instantly darkened. He had long known that a foreign soul resided in his body, but this was the first time it had attempted to control him while he was awake. Who are you? What exactly do you want? Ince forced his hand to stop midway, resisting the movement while asking in a low voice. To his surprise, the evil spirit inside actually replied, sneering, "Who I am, do you think you're worthy of knowing?" Such a crude provocation. As a former archbishop, as a Beyonder who had once wielded holy relics of the Church of the Evernight, Insangwil did not let anger cloud his judgment. He calmly asked again, "You are the Sauron family's angel, the one Roselle killed when he was still at Sequence 4. The evil spirit's laughter abruptly ceased, then it said coldly, "Very good, you have the instincts of a hunter. But, do you want to draw another lunatic from the Iron Blood Cross Society to hunt you down? I can grant you that." Insangwil ignored the threat. Controlling his other hand, he picked up the quill and asked coldly, "What is it you really want?" "Humph, don't try to scare me with 0-08. To use it to control a being of angelic rank, do you really think you could bear the price?" The evil spirit first snorted disdainfully, but when it saw Ince about to put pen to paper, its tone suddenly softened. "We are already fused together. Fighting like this benefits no one. Why not cooperate?" Ince finally stopped, his tense heart loosening slightly. Even for him, facing a former angel brought immense pressure. "How do you propose we cooperate?" The evil spirit gave an ugly laugh. Only after a while did it say, "I know you want to prove yourself to the Church of the Evernight. I can devise a careful plot to help you achieve that. But before that, you must do everything you can to help me recover my strength. As for whether I'll keep my word, with 0-08 in your hand, are you really worried about that?" Insangwil fell silent for a while. He neither confirmed nor denied the alliance, but he had great confidence in himself and in 0-08. Choosing not to pursue the spirit's words, he instead asked, "Taking the train to Stone was your plan, wasn't it? What do you want here?" The evil spirit seemed to have anticipated his reaction and answered without hesitation, "I can sense my helmet somewhere on the west side of this city. I need you to find it. Also, my armor is in Constant, my sword in Faceac, my chainmail gloves on Simime Island, and my boots may be on the southern continent. You must gather them all for me." The spirit spoke bluntly. "And once I gather them for you, what happens?" Ince asked gravely. "What do you think?" The spirit dodged. "In short, it will greatly aid in my recovery." "Fine, first tell me where the helmet is." After some thought, Insangwil decided to retrieve one item first to test things. Only by clarifying its purpose could he make plans accordingly. "I'll guide you." The spirit sounded excited. Soon, it directed Ince to the villa of Professor Michel. On the other side, after the hunter demigod's assault, Ebner observed that Zio's fate had shifted. She would not face mortal danger again in the near future. Since Zio had been at the train station during the incident, she was still under church questioning. Ebner did not rashly meet her, lest he truly drag her into trouble when her suspicion was minimal. A hunter without his army was already this hard to kill. If he had his legion with him, with countless subordinates to share the damage, he'd be even harder to deal with. Judging from this demigod's style, he's very likely a member of the Iron Blood Cross Society. That organization kept an extremely low profile. In the original work, it only appeared in Anderson's description and during the pursuit of Insangwil. What reason did he have to attack Stone Station this time? Was it because of the thief Zio was chasing? Wait, could that thief have been Insangwil himself? Because of lust and the Saintess of White, the Red Angel evil spirit had long strayed from the original path. It was most likely lodged within a gatekeeper of the psychological alchemists, already severed from Ince. So this time, has Ince become the host of another evil spirit? Has the plot returned to its original course? He stole Roselle's seal. From what I know, apart from the Seal of Calamity, the other possible, Imperial Seal, was the one old Wang, at my urging, forged with 3 angel souls into the sword mirror seal artifacts, the seal. Of the 3 artifacts, the sword remains unknown, the mirror is my magic mirror, which seals the evil spirit of the 3rd pontiff of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the seal, from what I know, was once loaned by Yaldabaoth to the Andrelade family, one of the 3 great demon families. The Andrelades fully unsealed it, gravely wounding a Nos family angel. Only then did they break free of control and rise again. After being completely unsealed, the evil spirit in the seal became utterly free, no longer bound by restrictions. So it drifted into Loan and was arranged onto Ince. It makes sense for the seal to end up in Loan. George III, wanting to be emperor, would need artifacts to strengthen his claim. If the Byron Empire's crown counted, then Roselle's seal certainly did as well. And the existence that arranged the evil spirit of the seal. It must have been either the Dragon of Time or Hermes. They seemed to be Vera's allies. And Zio received the mission to track the thief on the very night I met Vera. Piecing the threads together, Ebner made many speculations. He let out a faint sigh, then checked his pocket watch and realized it was late. After leaving a message for Zio through Mr. Fool, he directly teleported back to his home in Backlund. Although tonight's banquet had only 2 guests, they were both angels, Princess Vera and the former chained god. Their statuses were both exalted and unique, so Ebner still needed to prepare carefully. After all, a feast for angels could not be left to the Skade couple. In fact, they didn't even know that Viscount Brain was entertaining guests that evening. Through Mr. Fool, he had specially arranged a fine meal with a blessed of food. Then, Ebner waited quietly in his bedroom. After a while, the void rippled, and a somewhat shabby marionette appeared before him. Ah! That doesn't look like one of Moon's marionettes. His collection was never this rough. At that moment, the marionette seemed to see through Ebner's thoughts and spoke first. This was bought by my brother. End of chapter. Chapter 9:17, Vera. Brother. The chained god, no, now he should be called the Angel of Spirit, Tolzna, truly valued this bond of kinship. Was this his way of holding on to his humanity? At least Emlyn could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After Tolzna received a gift from his brother, he no longer seemed interested in Emlyn's collection. Just as Ebner thought of this, the marionette before him added, if there's a battle, since losses may occur, I'll still go buy more. Ebner was left speechless. While silently mourning for Emlyn, his mind drifted as he considered the idea of establishing a doll workshop. After all, with the growth of the film company, related industries needed to be developed one after another, lest others seize the market. Yes, dolls, playing cards, original soundtracks, stage costumes, all of these must begin. Dolls can be mass-produced in factories to take over the lower to mid-market, while at the same time offering special custom services, hiring master craftsmen, and targeting high-end clients, draining money from customers like Emlyn. Very quickly, Ebner had formed a complete plan. He decided to bring it up during tomorrow's banquet with Fanny, Helene, and the others. Though he no longer cared much for money, the people around him still needed it. His future territory would also demand heavy investment. He couldn't simply rely on his Beyonder powers to counterfeit currency. 1 or 2 notes didn't matter, but if the scale grew, it would inevitably draw the attention of Loan's financial institutions. And if it were discovered that a demigod had stooped to such acts, the disgrace would be unimaginable. While Ebner pondered, Tolzna had already taken a seat and begun tasting the dishes laid out on the table. Though he had come only in the form of a marionette, as a former divine spawn, he naturally had ways to transmit the flavors back to his true body. I prefer stronger tastes. Next time, add more chili to this, and this, the marionette Tolzna said after sampling 3 dishes and pointing them out. At this, Ebner's mouth twitched. While carefully noting it down, he muttered, "Weren't you the founder of the faction of temperance? Is indulging like this really okay?" Tolsna licked his fingers, his expression serious as he replied, "The prisoner pathway is, in truth, a road that gradually moves from indulgence to temperance. This is evident even in the sequence titles. At the lower sequences, the madman, the werewolf, even the ghoul and wraith, all must vent their desires to perform better. In this sense, the principle of temperance is really just taking advantage of that. But with the mother tree of desire present, taking advantage is necessary. Otherwise, indulgence at low sequences inevitably draws one closer to her. Even if you don't worship her, by the higher sequences, well, to use your words from before, you would have long since taken her shape." "Wait, what exactly did I say to the chained god back when I was Danitz?" Ebner's face twitched slightly. "Looks like you haven't regained Danitz's memories." Tolsna glanced at him, then continued, "At the higher sequences, the puppet, the silent disciple, even the chained, just from their titles, you can see they lean toward binding one's desires, showing temperance. So, at this stage, if we don't wish to keep drawing closer to the mother tree of desire, those of us who were once of the temperance faction must indulge a little instead. Of course, since we are already high sequence, we each have some ability to resist that supreme being. So such indulgence depends on personal interests, but must remain moderate, or we risk being used by the mother tree of desire all the same. After all, she is not only the apex of the chained, but also the pinnacle demon of lust, bodily fluids, and corruption." "I see. So that's why Miss Messenger always gives people nicknames. Beyond keeping her humanity, it must also be part of this. But why do I feel like you're just finding excuses for gluttony?" As Ebner silently complained, the room suddenly filled with a blue mist. Within the fog, the faint image of a heroic, finely featured woman appeared. She opened the window of a manor and, with the mist as her bridge, stepped directly into Ebner's bedroom. Clearly, the mist had twisted space, shortening the distance. The visitor was none other than George III's sister, Princess Vera Auguste of Loan. Today she wore a red court gown, its skirt elegantly flared. Her attire was dignified and noble, but the emblem displayed on her dress was not the Auguste family's sword of judgment. Instead, it was a crest formed of a layer of thorns, a wall of shields, and a long sword driven upright through them. It was the original crest of the Tamara family. Having already learned much about the extraordinary organizations and noble families of this world, Ebner recognized it at once. In fact, the Tamara family had once changed their crest. The one Vera wore was their earliest emblem, while the later version showed a pair of open doors, with the upright sword forming the gap between them. Now, the Tamara family members of the Knowledge Society all bore the latter crest. Could my earlier guess have been right? Princess Vera, she really is the hand of order of the Tamara family mentioned in Roselle's diary, the one saved by Rhine, by me. Seeing Vera smiling brightly at him, Ebner felt a little lost. Even though he had rehearsed in his mind, he didn't know how to face her at this moment. This was an unfamiliar acquaintance, so awkward. Fortunately, Tolsna eased the tension. "Letitia Tamara," he said, directly naming her. "Tolsna." Vera nodded slightly, then said, "I never found the chance to congratulate you. After being imprisoned by that one, not only did you successfully complete the ritual of accommodating uniqueness, but you must also have already met the conditions for becoming a god." Tolsna did not answer. After carefully studying her, he suddenly said, "What state are you in now? Though you look like a high-sequence beyonder of the arbiter pathway, that's just the state of this body. In essence, you are the mist of uncertainty." "No, that's not right. You lack that level of authority. Even with its will sealed, you couldn't replace it." Vera knew Tolsna's words were less a question and more a reminder to Ebner. Smiling, she shook her head patiently and replied, "The instinct of a divine spawn truly is sharp. To put it simply, my current state has something to do with a system called Sholu. Through it, I share part of the mist of uncertainty's authority. And with its will sealed, I am now effectively the holder of its highest authority. Unfortunately, its true body is not in this world, so I can only wield the portion of its power that penetrates into reality. Otherwise, I would be half an old one already." The Sholu system. Tolsna did not fully understand but grasped the gist of Vera's explanation. As for her claim of being half an old one, he neither confirmed nor denied it. After all, her actual displayed strength was only at the level of an ordinary angel, weaker than himself in his incomplete state. The Sholu system. Isn't that the cultivation system of the Western continent? In the original story, it was only mentioned in passing, never expanded on. And right now, the fool hasn't become a god, the seal on the Western continent still stands. Vera becoming like this must be my doing, right? Did I really capture the mist of uncertainty and force it to grant Sholu to Vera, letting her escape her madness? But with my past self no higher than sequence 1, how could I have done it? An outer god is still an old one. Meanwhile, Vera stopped speaking of matters that could drive ordinary people insane. Still, she did not dispel the surrounding fog. Smiling warmly, she walked to the table, picked up a glass of Ormer wine, and said to Ebner, "Congratulations to our Mr. Brain for ascending to demigod and being granted the title of Viscount of Beltane. Oh, and to placate the old nobility, and to show that he does not support the practice of purchasing titles, George III has decided not to hold a formal investiture for you. Instead, the House of Lords will issue certification and publicly announce your elevation. Isn't that actually a good thing? Saves me from swearing false loyalty to his face." Ebner felt indifferent. As long as it didn't hinder his taking over the territory, it was fine. Though it might make him a laughingstock among the so-called noble circles. As a demigod, Ebner hardly cared. So he merely smiled, raised his glass in response to Vera's toast, then shifted the topic to something they had agreed on earlier. "Vera, you once said that when I became a true seer and brought you something that could move you, you would tell me the whereabouts of the mist monster. So now, can you tell me what would move you? These dishes are quite good, with unique styles, better than what the royal chefs of Lone prepare," Vera first remarked on the meal made by Shoko. Then she looked Ebner up and down with a smile that carried a sharp edge, and said, "Do you really not know what I want? Lady, could you be a little more subtle? There's still a newborn child here." Ebner silently complained, but he didn't reply. He just returned her gaze, waiting for her real demand. He could tell she was teasing. Even if she was serious, given her appearance, figure, bearing, and charm, she matched his taste, he wouldn't exactly be losing out. Besides, it was possible they had already shared an improper bond. Seeing that Ebner no longer carried the awkward innocence he had before becoming a demigod, Vera grew bored. Shaking her head, she asked seriously, "Do you now remember the item known as the Divine Coffer?" End of chapter. Chapter 918, Commission. The God's Coffer, it was suspected to be a contingency plan prepared by a deity against the revival of the celestial worthy. Inside it were special souls connected to the seven Sephiroth, other than the Sea of Chaos and Sapphira Castle. By now, the seven special souls had already left the God's Coffer. It was certain that Roselle's adopted son, Yaldabaoth, before being reincarnated as a demon, had been connected to the tenebrous world. But when I was still the god of luck, I stripped away the Sephiroth imprint and placed it onto the sea monster Segist, which eventually fell into the hands of the Mother Tree of Desire. Then there were the Phoenix ancestor Greg Race and the Elf King Sinaithrim. They were respectively tied to the River of Eternal Darkness and the City of Calamity. The former, after its fall, likely had its lingering spirit and Sephiroth imprint taken by the Evernight goddess due to me in that lifetime as Vicente. The latter, its spirit and imprint should have first returned to the God's Coffer, waiting to rejoin the City of Calamity for resurrection. But now, because the God's Coffer was very likely used in the ceremony designed by Old Wang 11 years ago, all the spiritual remnants and imprints waiting to return to their Sephiroth for resurrection had been lost. No one knew where they might have drifted to. However, as long as they weren't obtained by a true god or a great old one, they shouldn't pose much danger. Recalling the information he knew about the God's Coffer, Ebner first shook his head, then gave a slight nod and said, "I may not remember everything about the God's Coffer, but I do know some things about this item." Hearing this, Vera looked at Ebner with a smile in her eyes and asked, "Then you should know that the God's Coffer actually carried 7 special souls connected to the Sephiroth, right?" "Yes." Ebner nodded. "That makes it easier to explain. To put it simply, Tren Sost, also known as the Night Emperor, was actually one of those special souls. The Sephiroth tied to him was the Land of Disorder. So, after his fall, no, even while he was still alive, the uniqueness of the Justiciar was already tainted. The sealed artifact 0-02 that later formed from it was an extremely terrifying item. Even gods wouldn't dare to take it lightly. And I hope you can help me find the soul stone formed by the fusion of his lingering spirit and Sephiroth imprint." Vera lifted her wine glass, took a sip of Almir, and then voiced her request. "So my earlier guess was right. The Night Emperor really was one of those 7 special souls. Now, only the Key of Light, the Brood Hive, and the Knowledge More remain uncertain. But, Madam, are you planning to whip the Night Emperor's corpse? Though you were likely ambushed and killed by him back then and fell into corruption as an evil spirit, taking revenge isn't unjustified." Ebner grumbled silently to himself. Of course, he also guessed that Vera wanted the Night Emperor's soul stone not only for revenge, but for other purposes as well. After a short pause, he asked, "Do you have any leads?" His past experiences told him that blindly searching for such things was no different than looking for a needle in a haystack, it was purely luck. As for prophecy, though he hadn't tried, Ebner didn't believe he could divine the whereabouts of objects tied to the Sephiroth. None. It could have been made into a sealed artifact, used as a sacrifice in some evil ritual, or even picked up and stored by an ordinary person. Vera shook her head, then added, "But you can try finding the God's Coffer and its lid first. Especially the lid. It was linked to all 7 special souls. Once combined with the coffer, it could sense the locations of those souls. As for the lid, I do have some clues. It eventually ended up in Roselle's possession. Roselle seemed to have used it to arrange a certain ritual. That ritual was only fully completed 11 years ago. So the ritual 11 years ago actually used the lid of the god's coffer. That makes sense. Old Huang's original intent was likely just to use the power of the Spherote to balance the mother goddess of depravity's imprints on those girls. Using the lid, an indirect connection, as a sacrificial medium would have been easier to control the contamination. TSK, why was Old Huang, the Black Emperor, always so obsessed with the balance? Isn't that the Justicier's concern? After grumbling inwardly, Ebner gradually pieced things together. He also had a hunch, once he gathered the 5 surviving women and unlocked the secrets hidden in their bodies, reconstructing the ritual within, perhaps the lid of the god's coffer could reappear. I'll give it a try. Although he had some ideas, Ebner didn't speak too confidently. He just joked, maybe in a month or 2, I'll be able to exchange for the fog demon's complete brain from you. No need to wait a month or 2. Vera raised one hand holding the wine glass, while waving the other dismissively, smiling as she said, I can give you the fog demon's complete brain right now. I trust you won't break your word. After she spoke, Vera was about to reach into the mist, but she seemed to forget she still held a glass of wine. With a slip of the hand, the liquid spilled and was about to fall entirely onto her chest. At that moment, the small puppet Tolzna, who had been quietly eating and drinking nearby, suddenly tapped his fingers. Immediately, the spilled wine seemed to gain life, flowing back into the goblet on its own. Seeing this, Vera narrowed her eyes, then smiled and said to the little puppet, Thank you for your help, you saved me from embarrassment. Tolzna lifted his head and said calmly, No need to thank me. Just be careful. After this brief interlude, Vera quickly retrieved a metal box from the mist. She opened the lid to reveal what looked like a transparent brain formed of countless wriggling worms. Looking closely, those worms weren't actually writhing. It only looked that way because their bodies, made of mist, kept spreading and condensing. Ebner hadn't expected Vera to so easily hand him a main ingredient of Sequence 3 potion. Though it came with a task attached, the fact she gave the reward first made him feel as though she was only using it as an excuse to deliver the item to him. Still, Ebner had no reason to refuse. After receiving the box, he promised, I'll help you find the Night Emperor's soul stone as soon as possible. I've always believed in you. Vera nodded with a smile, then seemed to recall something and added, By the way, if you find any leads on the wishing lamp, you can tell me. I'll pay a price you'll be satisfied with. As she said this, she first winked at Ebner, then turned to the little puppet and continued, The same goes for you, Tolzna. Do you know the whereabouts of the 3rd divine punishment? Tolzna stopped eating, lifted his head once again, and asked. I don't. But if you want to deal with Sua, I can help. End of chapter. Chapter 919, Wednesday. If you want to deal with Sua, I can help. At Vera's promise, Tolzna fell silent for a few seconds before saying seriously, I'll keep an eye out for the whereabouts of the wishing lamp. Although Ebner clearly knew that 0-05 was in Bernadette's hands, she was Roselle's most beloved daughter after all. Regardless of Vera's true purpose for obtaining the wishing lamp, it wasn't appropriate for this piece of information to leak from his mouth. So, he could only shift the topic and asked about the mission Zio had received regarding the seal theft case. Hearing Ebner's question, Vera thought for a moment, then replied. Although I have an agreement with Ankwelt and Hermes, I don't know much about what they're plotting. After all, the original agreement stated clearly that we were only a loose alliance and wouldn't interfere in each other's private actions. As long as it doesn't harm my own interests, I usually don't ask questions. But regarding Insangwil, since it involves the lone royal family, I do know a bit. You guessed correctly. Ankwelt had long established contact with Insangwil through the Fallen Morning Star and sealed artifact 0-08, arranging for him to form a connection with the angelic evil spirit sealed inside the stamp Roselle crafted. That was an angelic evil spirit of the Hunter pathway, also the last angel of the Sauron family before they lost Intis. As for the purpose of such an arrangement, I don't know. Ankwelt was the true name of the Dragon King of the Second Epoch, once known as the Dragon of Fantasy. Strictly speaking, both Nightmare Dragon, Alzahad, who later became sealed artifact 0-08, and Arihog, one of the 3 surviving ancient dragons, were all his vests, props for his resurrection. Ebner frowned and thought for a moment before pressing further, since Ankwelt always had control over Insangwil and 0-08, why didn't he retrieve the author trait and advance to Sequence 1? To this, Vera chuckled, and said with pointed meaning. If he stayed at Sequence 2, no matter how he schemed or laid out his plans, as long as it didn't interfere with that one's designs, the other party wouldn't bother to look at him, let alone make a move against him. But if he became Sequence 1, then he would immediately face countless hostilities. And Ankwelt was extremely wary of that one. Without finding a safe opportunity, he'd rather not advance. Hearing this, Ebner nodded thoughtfully, thinking to himself. Ankwelt knew that Adam was the false creator. In the original, he even warned the fool through Miss Justice. So, he was scared stiff by the false creator. Thinking of it this way, maybe Ankwelt's goal was just to delay Adam from obtaining 0-08 as much as possible. In the original, Adam used Anderson as bait to lure over Ince, who was possessed by the Red Angel. This time, if Adam didn't change his methods, Ince, possessed by the Hunter Pathway Angel, would still be lured. But the already freed Red Angel might also intervene. The situation would probably become extremely chaotic. Adam might not be able to succeed so smoothly. If Adam exposed his true identity as the ancient sun god while fighting for 0-08, it might draw the intervention of the three deities. Perhaps that was the opportunity Ankwelt was waiting for. But isn't this just his wishful thinking? And behind this matter, the god of knowledge and wisdom as well as me are also manipulating things. As for the god of knowledge and wisdom, even though he never directly contacted my current self, his shadow was present in many matters. He was familiar with Danet, the Calamity Seal, and other former versions of me. To say he knew the full plot of mysteries would be too much, but the fact that Adam was the false creator was surely already known to him, along with his own plans. And me. No need to even mention. For instance, the bridge between Ankwelt and 0-08, that extraordinary item, Fallen Morning Star, made by Roselle at Hermes' request from the Dragon King's treasured scale, it was named and designed entirely by me. To think I had no hand in this, even if I can't recall everything now, is impossible. But it seemed that the Calamity Seal had also interacted with Adam. I really don't know which side I stood on. Hey, not only me, even the god of knowledge's stance wasn't necessarily clear. Thinking from his perspective, Adam ascending wouldn't benefit him, but if Adam failed to ascend, it might be even more dangerous. If Adam couldn't become a god, then the fusion of the false creator and the true creator would inevitably lean toward the true creator. That result might be even worse than one dominated by Adam. After all, when divinity was in control, the creator could treat these betrayers with calm indifference. But if humanity was in control, would the true creator care about such things? No, he would probably trigger a divine war immediately after the fusion. So perhaps the god of knowledge's stance was also to delay until the fool's birth, or, narcissistically speaking, until I rose. This way, regardless of which side dominated, the god of knowledge could feel at ease for now. As these thoughts turned, Ebner, for the first time, felt he might be following the train of thought of the gods. Yet he still wasn't certain. After all, the god of knowledge had invested so much in him. If the only result was temporary stability, then compared to the original story, nothing much had changed, he would actually be at a loss. After that, once the three of them finished off the remaining food and wine, the banquet officially came to an end. Ebner declined Vera's invitation to visit her place. But before she left, she told him that Lady Yallerin of the Mose Ascetic Order wasn't in good condition and needed his help. If he was away from major cities or at sea, he could summon her messenger to arrange a meeting. Ebner thought for a moment before agreeing. After all, during the Deep Sea Festival battle, Lady Yallerin had helped block an angel for him. Both sentiment and reason demanded he thank her in person. April 20th, Wednesday morning, Nazport. In a dimly lit hotel room, Klein rubbed a crystal ball with both hands, muttering difficult and twisted ancient Hermes words. The room gradually grew darker, the unlit corners deepening, exuding a strange attraction. The crystal ball quickly brightened, revealing the image of a woman in a black classical robe. She had an oval face, pale skin, and eyes that were a deep black tinged faintly with violet, brimming with mystery. Long time no see, Admiral of Stars, Klein greeted first. Since the fool had sent the crystal ball to him, this was already their second communication. Across the crystal ball, the hermit, Katlia, glanced at the world again and asked the question that had long puzzled her. I've always wondered, how did you recognize me? I was very cautious during the gatherings. At that time, when the world requested private communication, the first thing he said was, Admiral of Stars. That had given her quite a shock. It was partly because of this that she had chosen to accept the world's commission. Klein smiled politely, though inwardly he dismissed the notion. The hermit's so-called perfect disguise wasn't a secret to the tower, or even to the hanged men. And if the tower knew, then judgment knew too. Perhaps even the magician had received a hint, she just didn't realize it. But facing her probing gaze, he calmly added, your eyes are very distinctive. May I take that as a compliment? Katlia smiled faintly, suddenly understanding. She believed that previously, the world had only suspected her identity as Admiral of Stars based on her eyes and other details, but wasn't sure. By speaking it aloud, he was probing her, and her reaction had confirmed his guess. Klein didn't respond further, instead asking, when do we set off? Admiral of Stars Katlia thought briefly before replying, tonight at 8 p.m., Pier 6. Klein nodded slightly. Good. As soon as his words fell, the light within the crystal ball suddenly dimmed. The figure in the black robe grew darker and more indistinct, quickly fading away. Klein put away the crystal ball, turned, and left the hotel, heading to the Rodale bar. He intended to check for the latest intelligence and short-term acting opportunities before departure. Not long after he left, a woman wearing an old-fashioned black soft hat appeared silently in the room. After sensing for a moment, she repeated softly, tonight at 8 p.m., Pier 6. Backlund, Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock. Following the advertisement he had passively prophesied and purchased last weekend from the Tassic Miscellany, Ebner arrived at number 16, Pinster Street, Northborough, a private museum holding its grand opening ceremony. Detective Ebner Bryan. No, I should call you Sir Bryan now. As Ebner stepped off his carriage, a somewhat playful voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw a man dressed casually in a white shirt, brown trench coat, and matching trousers. Though his outfit was simple, his outstanding looks gave him an easy, dashing air. It was none other than Leonard Mitchell, once a member of Tingen's Nighthawks team, now a Red Glove, and in the future, Mr. Starr. Seeing him, Ebner's face lit up with a smile, and he exaggeratedly said, Mr. Leonard. As a congratulatory gift for my knighthood, shouldn't you compose a poem for me? End of chapter. Chapter 920, Felina. Again asking me to compose a poem. Are you doing this on purpose? Looking at Ebner's smiling face, Leonard's expression froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He curled his lips into a smile as well, thinking, I may not know how to write poetry, but can't I recite someone else's? The same trick won't work twice on me. So he straightened his posture and, sincerely, recited. Arise, countless voices of freedom. A glorious day awaits you. See the tyrant before us. Raising his blood-stained flag. Hearing Leonard's poem, this time it was Ebner's turn to be stunned. He silently complained, I asked you for a poem celebrating my ennoblement, and you gave me verses praising revolution and hanging nobles. From the Marseillaise, no less. Wait, no. In this world it's called the Hymn of the Republic. Roselle wrote, no, plagiarized, it during the overthrow of the Sauron dynasty. Thinking this, Ebner helplessly clapped his hands, interrupting Leonard's impromptu performance. Shaking his head with a laugh, he said, Mr. Leonard, while I personally don't mind Roselle's poem, and even think its imagery is rather fine, you really should consider the occasion. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at several policemen nearby. Their faces had darkened, and they were glaring at Leonard. As a monarchy, Lone hadn't outlawed Roselle's work, but reciting it in public was indeed improper. Leonard now clearly realized this too, but instead of embarrassment, he felt smug satisfaction at finally getting revenge for the teasing he had once endured at Fragrance Manor in Byam. Carrying that strange sense of victorious pride, Leonard asked with feigned curiosity. Viscount, are you here to visit this private museum? This future Mr. Starr greeted me first thing, and after I deliberately teased him, instead of leaving, he kept trying to strike up conversation. That's unusual. Did Pallas notice something about me and tell Leonard to probe? Could it be that in a previous life I knew Pallas as well? The me of Rhine's era was aligned with the Black Emperor, so having contact with Pallas wouldn't be strange at all. As these thoughts churned, Ebner nodded slightly. He pulled out the newspaper with the museum advertisement he had bought last week and said with a smile. Because I happened to buy this paper and saw the museum's notice. I thought it was fate's guidance, so I decided to take a look. Why does that sound so much like a charlatan's line? Leonard muttered inwardly. After cocking his ear and listening for 2 seconds, he relaxed, then said, I see. I thought you might be here for Lady Felina. Lady Felina. Ebner paused mid-step on his way to the museum and asked curiously, who is she? So you truly don't know? Leonard studied him for several seconds before giving a simple answer, Lady Felina is the true owner of this museum. Everything displayed here was either bought or collected by her. As for more details, he kept his mouth shut. But that attitude was enough for Ebner to guess a few things. After all, he had only come because he had foreseen through prophecy that the exhibition would bring him some positive development. So this Lady Felina must have some issue, perhaps serious enough to draw the attention of the Red Gloves. Which explains why my sudden arrival caught the eye of Leonard, who's investigating. And pointing out Felina's name. 1. To observe my reaction, 2. To see if I know something useful, trying to get a lead from me. I must admit, Mr. Starr is quite reliable when investigating beyonder incidents. But his direction is entirely off. I'm just a charlatan here waiting for fate's opportunity. After grumbling inwardly, Ebner stopped exchanging pleasantries with Leonard and went straight into the private museum. He had to admit, though this converted townhouse couldn't compare in scale to the Kingdom Museum on Kings Boulevard, the variety of its collection was no less impressive. From the Pale Disaster to the 20 Years' War, from the War of the White Roses to Roselle's rise, relics of every era were displayed here. None were particularly valuable, but they gave a vivid sense of the weight of history and civilization. They really are authentic. Just now, I heard the rather unskilled guide say most of these were things Lady Felina picked up from the antique market at bargain prices. If that's true, then her eye for detail and her store of knowledge are remarkable. And that's without my golden finger. At that thought, Ebner's eyes suddenly narrowed. It was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, illuminating the endless darkness. A faint suspicion formed in his heart. Could this Lady Felina be the last survivor of that experiment 11 years ago? If so, then the dominant pollution in her body is very likely from the knowledge more. Her special ability, could it be something like the golden eyes often described in novels from my previous life? The passive prophecy that led me to buy this newspaper last week was actually pointing to this fifth survivor. But how can something impossible to glimpse with active prophecy be revealed indirectly through passive prophecy? No. It's not that passive prophecy is higher. It's that it forecasts the course of my own fate. It foresaw that doing so would benefit me, though what benefit exactly is impossible to know. And since passive prophecy is uncontrollable, it's like the sudden whim described in some Xianxia novels, sometimes accurate, sometimes not. After pondering for a while, Ebner lost interest in the exhibition itself. What he now urgently wanted was to meet Lady Felina and confirm his guess. But things rarely went as planned. He waited until the afternoon, until the museum closed, but Lady Felina, the owner of the exhibits, never appeared. Left with no choice, Ebner had to leave for now, resolving to investigate her later. Meanwhile, Lady Felina, who had decided at noon to visit the museum, was stuck because of a traffic accident. Her carriage had been blocked on a street in Sherwood Borough for more than 3 hours. I clearly used up all the luck I'd accumulated on today. How could something this unlucky still happen? Pulling back the curtain of her carriage, Felina murmured in puzzlement. End of chapter. Chapter 921, Ebner's Hint. In the cafe across from the museum, the handsome poet with black hair and green eyes, Leonard, looked through the glass window at Ebner Bryan boarding a carriage and gradually leaving. Only then did he lower his head and ask in a suppressed voice. "Old man, do you think this newly promoted Viscount has any problems?" As soon as his words fell, that somewhat aged voice rang in his mind. "You're getting more and more disrespectful. In our time, being impolite to the high-ranked meant you would become a sacrifice for a live offering." After complaining, Pallas paused and then continued. "Of course there are problems. Otherwise how could he become a demigod in less than a year, jumping straight from the middle sequences? But he should have nothing to do with the matter you're investigating. You said last time in Byam that he reminded you of an old friend. You even said he might have inherited that person's legacy. You just don't want me to investigate him, right?" Leonard muttered a few words, then said doubtfully, "But for such a big shot to suddenly organize an exhibition without much reputation, that's still very suspicious. A prophet's actions often don't make sense, but afterward you'll find that events tend to develop in his favor." Pallas Zoros chuckled. "Prophet?" Leonard nodded thoughtfully. After the Red Gloves training, he had gained a lot of understanding about the pathways held by other churches and major organizations, and knew this was sequence 4 of the Reader Pathway. The formula was publicly in the hands of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. He couldn't help but feel a little envious, since the other speed of advancement was exactly what he longed for. With a sigh, Leonard seemed to feel a bit hot, so he undid the buttons at his collar and casually asked, "Since Ebner Bryan became a prophet, that means he's a member of the Church of Knowledge. So how did he become a blessed of the Earth Mother?" "There's nothing strange about that, it's just that your experience is too limited. In history, though it wasn't common, there were indeed members of the Church of the God of Knowledge who became blessed of other deities. Every few decades or centuries, such cases appeared. This might be related to the nature of readers, who are generally proud. They often worship knowledge and wisdom itself rather than the god named after it. And the God of Knowledge and Wisdom doesn't really mind. As long as they don't harm the Church, they are left alone. In fact, this attitude has proven sound. Even though the organization is very loose, the cohesion of the Church of Knowledge is quite good." Pallas said with some emotion. Listening to the elder's detailed explanation, Leonard nodded and temporarily put aside his suspicions about Ebner. At this moment, an ordinary nighthawk pushed the door open and entered the cafe. He came to Leonard's side, whispered a brief report into his ear, and then turned to leave. Felina suddenly accepted Stuart's invitation, going to Daisy Bay for vacation, embarking on a romantic, spur-of-the-moment trip. After repeating the report, Leonard said with both vigilance and doubt, "How is it that just as I wanted to investigate her, she suddenly left Backlund? And the deaths of her previous husbands, and her luck in picking antiques. All of them are filled with coincidences." Hey, if it weren't for Stuart, for the Church of Storms, I would have already brought her back to the company for interrogation. Saying this, he tilted his head again and asked, Old man, what do you think? It is indeed a coincidence. But her coincidences should only come from luck, not related to 0-08. Don't waste your energy. Leonard froze for a second. Old man, you're very familiar with 0-08. You never showed it before. That aged voice chuckled. Of course I'm familiar. Back in the fourth epoch, 0-08 once caused the fall of an angel. I can't tell you too much. Because, once you know it, it also knows you. The more you learn about it, the more likely you'll become part of the story. From the elder's vague words, Leonard truly tasted the terror of 0-08. It was already beyond what he could comprehend of mysticism. Then why didn't you tell me before I started investigating? After thinking for a moment, Leonard asked habitually. Palaz Zoros chuckled softly. Humans must go through experiences to grow. Leonard was speechless for a moment. In Silver City, inside the Round Tower, Derek Berg once again met with the head of the six-person council, Colin Iliad. He clearly remembered that nearly 70 days ago, the chief had told him that in about 2 months, he would have an exploration mission and should be prepared. In these 2 months, with patrols and hard practice, Derek had fully mastered the various beyonder abilities of a sun priest. He wasn't far from digesting it. What he most hoped for now was to obtain the Sequence 6 potion formula of the Sun Pathway in the next 2 to 3 tarot gatherings, laying the foundation for further advancement. Afternoon Town. Hearing the mission destination from the chief, Derek was first stunned. Then, noticing the other's almost hinting gaze, he gained some understanding. The chief wanted him to report this to Mr. Fool, to inform that great existence that Silver City was already exploring in the direction of the Giant King's court according to his will. After all, Afternoon Town had been a necessary path from the nation of Silver to the Giant King's court. There, humans and giants had lived together, clustered around the dwelling of an ancient god frozen forever at dusk, like the final gate from reality into myth. Such a place must be extremely dangerous. The chief also hoped to obtain some support, or hints. I need a quiet room, Derek said carefully. Colin Iliad seemed prepared. He raised his hand and pointed at the corridor. Many rooms across the hall with open doors are empty. Choose one yourself. Yes, chief. Derek saluted and left, randomly found an empty room, locked the wooden door, sat down, and began to pray softly in the dark corner, with his eyes faintly glowing. On the future, in a spacious room with its own washroom. Klein, who had just ascended the star bridge in front of the crowd and boarded the flagship of the Admiral of Stars, stood by the window, gazing at the endlessly surging blue ocean outside, breathing in the cold wind from the north with complicated emotions. Recalling the newly met toxicologist Frank Lee and bloodless Heath Doyle, his mouth twitched. He felt that Gaydaria's ship seemed to have no normal people. In comparison, the somewhat talkative Miss Jennings wasn't so outstanding. Just as he thought this, ethereal prayers suddenly reached Klein's ears. He pulled back his thoughts, entered the washroom, ascended above the grey fog, and soon heard Mr. Sun's prayer. Afternoon Town. Hoping for support. How would I know what that place is? This should be asked of Lubo. I remember he once lived in the forsaken land of the gods. Feeling it was tricky, Klein thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and directly forwarded Mr. Sun's request to the tower. In Backlund, inside the villa at 28 Kinster Street. Ebner had just brought Fanny, Helene, and the others back from Intis, and was taking advantage of the banquet to discuss with the ladies about Trier's political situation and the company's development strategy. At that moment, endless grey fog appeared before his eyes. A moment later, he came back to his senses, continued chatting with the ladies about their previous topic, and only muttered a few words inwardly. Afternoon Town. That place is essentially the same as the nation of Evernight, like the Kabaz town I once entered in Professor Michel's dream. As long as the spirit is pulled into the space above the grey fog by Mr. Fool, it will be safe. But Klein directly forwarded Mr. Sun's request. He's really dropping the act more and more. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed in the chief's room at the top of the round tower. Even before the sound, Colin Iliad had already known Derek Berg was opening the door to head this way. Come in. He turned his body toward the entrance. Derek pushed the door open, saluted, and said, Chief, I have obtained some hints. Colin Iliad kept a calm expression and nodded. What are they? First, the monsters of Afternoon Town all fear strong light. Second, in the real Afternoon Town, one must be careful not to trigger and fall into the strange Afternoon Town. Derek paused here, then continued in Ebner's tone, once that happens, it's best to immediately recite the honorific name, the fool that does not belong to this era. On Thursday morning, after sending Fanny, who had stayed overnight, back to Intis, Ebner didn't rush to return to Backlund. Instead, he drove to a rather secluded cafe and entered a private room. Soon, Ciro, the Black Knight, whose fate had been usurped by the former pope of the eternal blazing sun, emerged from the shadows. After saluting, he sat opposite Ebner. "My lord, the prime minister of the Delian family seems about to go mad." End of this chapter. Chapter 922, Weak Tellys. Mad. Ebner frowned and asked, "Do you mean his behavior, or his mental state?" As for behavior, Ebner did know a little, but it was only somewhat excessive, not exactly showing an overly mad appearance. Both. Ciro nodded gravely, his expression serious. The Nos family angel behind him seems to have had a problem, and there has been no contact for more than half a month. And since the prime minister obtained power from that being, he is naturally bound by him. He must perform rituals regularly to maintain his state. But now the rituals receive no response, so his mental state has only worsened. In my view, he already shows signs of losing control. More accurately, signs of degenerating into a monster. Performing rituals regularly in exchange for power. That was the method higher-ranked demons used to cultivate dependence, much like the Death Announcer and its crew. That prime minister was very likely not a normal beyonder, but relied on some connection to share the Nos family angel's power, which was how he managed to bypass the church's inspections and become prime minister. As for why the Nos family angel hadn't responded, I think I can guess a little. Hey, in that battle at the deep-sea feast, he was stopped by Vera, cursed by Tolsna, and finally forced to flee into the abyss in the form of a toad, the Blood Duke. Could it be that the Nos family angel the prime minister served was that very one? If he still couldn't respond to his followers' ritual, perhaps it was because his injuries were too severe, leaving him trapped in the abyss. As these thoughts turned, Ebner asked in a deep voice, how much longer can he hold out? At his current state, at most one more month, and his actions will grow more and more insane. Even now, his ability to think has begun to deteriorate. He even believes the angel doesn't respond because he isn't pious enough, so he wants to sacrifice more people to him. As Ciro said this, he took out a list and handed it to Ebner. Ebner glanced at it and found it to be a record of the prime minister's recent string of irrational orders. Pushing through a forced news control act, and when parliament refused, directly dissolving it, changing the electoral system of the MPs. This already undermined the spirit of the new republic's charter, hasn't it? Ordering Inspector Russell of the police department to arrest large numbers of protesting citizens, those with strong backgrounds went through legal proceedings and trials, while those with simpler connections were secretly sent to an outskirt stronghold to be sacrificed. This matter was picked up by a machinery hive mind team, who are investigating, but the Prime Minister had the police department obstruct them. Inspector Russell, is that the desire apostle who used Roselle's Les Miserables as a script in hopes of advancing into a devil. He even planted Bianca at my side as an undercover agent. The reason I didn't target him before was because once I had the intention, he might sense it and escape. I wanted to wait for a coincidental encounter before finishing him off. But his luck seems good. When I lived in Trier for 2 months, I never once ran into him. Now that I've become a demigod, the Shield of Glory, one of the 3 special spells I obtained when advancing to Mysticism Magister, has improved in effect. Strengthened with divinity, the Shield of Glory's power may not block the perception of angel-level demons, but ordinary devils won't be able to sense his malice ahead of time anymore. By the time he does sense it, I'll already be face-to-face with him. Ebner commented inwardly while reading, and soon discovered that the Delian family prime minister really had gone overboard. He had even dispatched a demigod from the family's evil god faction, the Iron Cross, to assassinate a Sauron family MP. But that act was ultimately stopped by the family's church faction demigod. Ebner tapped the list with his fingers for a while before finally giving instructions. 3 things. First, you must do everything you can to slow the prime minister's mental deterioration. He must not cause a major incident before May 1st. He had to wait until Owen returned, seized the family's voice of authority, and drove the Delian family into true desperation. Only then would it be easier to uncover the secrets they were hiding. Second, find a way to have the Eternal Blazing Sun Church send the Delian family's church faction demigod elsewhere, away from Trier. With that lucid demigod around, it was difficult for the family to truly reach desperation. Third, find out the Prime Minister and Russell's ritual sacrifice sites, and report them to the Church of Steam. Ciro carefully memorized his master's commands, saluted, then transformed into shadow and left. After Ciro's figure vanished, Ebner lifted his cup and savored the Highland coffee alone. About half an hour later, the door of the private room opened again, and the somewhat exhausted prophet Tellys walked in. Ebner looked at him strangely, because with his current ability to analyze, it wasn't hard to see that Tellys was not only mentally tired but also physically depleted. "Do you want me to find a pharmacist friend to buy you some health potions?" Ebner asked, his expression odd. "No need. I myself have some pharmacist abilities." Though Tellys had a thick skin, he still didn't want to discuss the topic of not being capable. Instead, he asked, "Why did you ask me out?" Ebner didn't pry further and only nodded. I remember you have a friend in the Church of Steam. Before he even finished, Telly's expression changed, and he said anxiously, in my current state it's inconvenient to meet her. I wasn't planning to have you meet her now anyway. But did you just expose something yourself? Ebner mocked inwardly, while outwardly saying, the matter I want your help with isn't so urgent. The two then conspired for a while before going their separate ways. In Backlund, at number 22 Hope Street in Sherwood Borough, inside the Trickhat Hotel. After some spy-like contact maneuvers, Furs finally met her teacher, Dorian Gray. She had originally gone to the station to pick him up, but outside she saw her teacher making their agreed-upon emergency signals, telling her to stay away and not approach. Slipping into the room, Furs asked with concern, "Teacher, what happened just now?" Dorian shut the door and gave a bitter smile. "I saw an acquaintance." He sighed and added, "An enemy." After that, Furs not only received from her teacher a wondrous item called Lemonor's Travel Notes, which could record beyond her abilities, but also learned the name of her teacher's former student, now an Aurora Order divine emissary who betrayed the Abraham family and incited slaughter, the traveler Lewis Wayne. Although Dorian solemnly warned her, when Furs heard the other was only a divine emissary, she let out a heavy breath of relief. So after all that, it's just a divine emissary. He might not even be able to beat Zio, let alone Ebner. Why was I so nervous just now? Maybe I could ask Ebner to kill that divine emissary, avenge my teacher. Posting a hunt mission at the Tarot Club is also an option. With such thoughts, when night fell, she pleaded with Ebner to add abilities to Lemonor's Travel Notes and also brought up the hunt commission, which was only natural. End of this chapter. Chapter 923, Furs. On Thursday evening, Ebner did not arrange the dinner for Lady Closvia, Miss Judy, Miss Plant, and Miss Greed, Xenia at his own villa, but instead hosted it at a hot spring estate in Fusak's Indoport. After all, if he invited different friends to his home every night, even without considering what Mrs. Skade, the housekeeper, might think, it would inevitably arouse outsiders' suspicion. As a newly appointed viscount, Ebner already attracted enough attention. The hot spring estate, with its elegant and secluded environment, was also something new and interesting for Miss Judy, who had lived in the South for years, making it an excellent choice of venue. As for the long distance, it wasn't an issue. They all relied on teleportation anyway, and holding it at Indoport actually saved Miss Greed the trouble of traveling back and forth. At the banquet, Ebner sincerely thanked Miss Sloth and Miss Greed, and gifted each of them a 30% share in the Fusak and Fenipot branches of Brain Films Company as a token of gratitude. During this time, he even tried to sell the Flame Spear and Fire Wheel combo set to Miss Plant, but the moment she heard fire, she refused to even try, shaking her head directly. She wouldn't take them, even for free. At this, Ebner could only regretfully put the two items away again, thinking to himself that when he found the right materials later, he would also forge things like the Heavenly Silk, Qiankuan Ring, and so on, then sell them as a complete set. When the banquet ended and the guests were all delighted, with the ladies running off to enjoy the hot springs benefits for their skin, Ebner, as the only man present, found it inconvenient to linger. He teleported back home to Backlund. And there, he saw Furs waiting in his bedroom. When she presented her assassination request, Ebner frowned slightly and thought to himself, hunting Lewis Wayne, that is, ex of the Aurora Order, isn't the problem, but if I recall correctly, in the original timeline, at this point the Angel of Fate Ouroboros was in Backlund searching for the Serpent of Mercury, Wolosepton. That's why X didn't hesitate to continue using the Aurora Order's letter code names to host gatherings, because the official forces would only assume he had a saint backing him. If I go after Lewis now, I risk clashing with the King of Angels. It's not the right timing. Come to think of it, well, leaving the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune in my care this time probably had the intention of diverting Ulysses' attention onto me, didn't it? Perhaps I should pay him a visit. Aside from the Ulysses matter, this Saturday I'll be exploring the ruins beneath the Fragrant Manor with Edwina, ruins possibly tied to the god of luck. He might know something about that. Hey, if I can shift the fate of a King of Angels, the remaining seer potion might digest instantly. As these thoughts spun, Ebner pulled Furs over, letting her sit on the bed, then smiled and said, "There's no rush with this. You probably can't confirm that Aurora emissary's whereabouts yet, right?" "No, but I will investigate." Furs thought for a moment and answered honestly. At the same time, she realized she had indeed been reckless. For such a mission, she should have provided full preliminary intelligence. It's all because Ebner has always seemed so reliable, I became too dependent on him. And seeing my teacher's grief, I got impatient and rushed straight here as soon as I returned. Furs reflected inwardly. But she didn't think there was anything wrong with appearing in a grown man's bedroom at night. After all, during their trip to Intis and while exploring Emperor Rosel's dream mausoleum, they had shared a room before. As for reputation, she already carried the Ebner's lover label, so she didn't care anymore. This matter, it'd be best to discuss with Zaya when she returns. After all, she's the true expert in investigating people and gathering information. That way you won't alert the target. Ebner offered his suggestion. Of course, this was only a pretext. If he learned something from Will and found a way to divert the angel of fate Ulysses' path, then he would immediately prophesy Louis Wayne's location and deal with him directly. Furs considered carefully and found Ebner's words reasonable, so she nodded. All right. After settling the Louis Wayne matter for now, Furs thought for a moment, then took out the wondrous item she had received from her teacher, Lemonor's travel notes. She briefly explained its function to Ebner before saying, "And I need your help adding some practical abilities to it." Ebner accepted the magic book and carefully analyzed its structure. Then he glanced at Furs and noticed she was wearing the pale yellow dress he had bought her in Trier. No, she was wearing the magician's formal attire. Its current appearance was just a transformation. So that's it. Ebner mused inwardly, then curved his lips into a smile and said, "Adding beyonder abilities won't be a problem. But along with the assassination request, what price are you prepared to pay for my help?" Furs froze, at a loss for how to answer. She had only just realized this serious question herself. On Friday morning, Ebner left his villa in very good spirits and went to a small, unremarkable restaurant nearby. He casually ordered a cup of coffee, some bread, and a piece of bacon. However, he didn't eat any of it. Instead, he pushed it across to the opposite seat, waiting for someone. About 5 minutes later, a woman in her 30s with black hair, blue eyes, and thick brows walked into the restaurant. She glanced around, spotted Ebner, and hurried over to sit opposite him. This was his teacher's friend, Detective Kaslana, who was also a beyonder on the arbiter pathway. The detective, who in her youth must have been quite a beauty, first congratulated Ebner, somewhat enviously, on becoming a viscount, and then took out a file folder, sliding it to his side. Because he hadn't been able to meet Miss Felina, the one hosting the exhibition, on Wednesday, Ebner had asked Detective Kaslana to investigate her. And Detective Kaslana was efficient. In just over a day, she already had results. While the detective enjoyed her breakfast, Ebner opened the file folder. End of this chapter. Chapter 924, Ouroboros's Mural. Felina Audis, 24 years old, born in Enmatport, a believer of the Lord of Storms. She had been married twice. Her first husband remained unknown and still required investigation. Her second husband was named Charlie Audis. He had originally been a professional manager, later serving as a shareholder of a small bank, handling its finances. Felina followed her second husband to Backlund in May 1349, where they rented a 3-story house on Rains Street in the South Bridge district. Because Charlie Audis's employer's business was involved in laundering money for gangs, Charlie, as the financial manager, unfortunately encountered a gang crossfire during a business negotiation in the East District. He was struck by a stray bullet and killed. Mrs. Felina's life did not become difficult after her husband's death. For reasons unknown, ever since their marriage she had continuously purchased life insurance for her husband, and thus she received a large payout. The insurance company once secretly hired detectives to investigate. They confirmed Charlie Audis's death was accidental, with no signs of human interference. It was worth noting that rumors said Charlie Audis had been nothing more than a handsome but idle swindler in Enmatport. Yet, after meeting Felina, he turned over a new leaf, studied desperately, obtained a manager's certificate, and then gained the appreciation of the small bank shareholder. Reading up to this point, Ebner thoughtfully pinched his chin and mused. Knowledge changes fate. If Felina is really the one among the 5 survivors primarily tainted by the knowledge more, then is this the side effect of the pollution? To transform from a swindler to a professional manager in such a short time, it wasn't so much studying as it was Felina directly stuffing knowledge into him. Just like Bianca could bring misfortune to others, and Abby could curse people with pain, Felina's special ability might actually be granting her knowledge to others, thus diverting or altering their fate. And judging from her act of buying insurance, the diverted or altered fate probably wouldn't lead to a good end. As these thoughts spun, Ebner continued reading, and soon a familiar name appeared before his eyes, Stuart. This mysticism magister of the Church of Storms seems to be pursuing Felina. Not only funding her museum and exhibitions but also letting his newspaper advertise for her for free. Felina's luck is very problematic. No matter where she goes, someone helps her. Even those attackers secretly hired by the insurance company ended up either inexplicably exposed to the police or died in sudden car accidents on the way. With such abnormal circumstances, how could Stuart not notice? Could it be that he's blinded by lust? Ebner felt puzzled. He had never met Stuart in person but had heard about him from many sources. His reputation was terrible, worse than Ebner's own. If Ebner's reputation was still more positive than negative, making people envious, then Stuart's was mostly negative. There were even rumors that he was promiscuous, having an affair with a senior deacon of the Steam Church. Even if all those rumors were true, Ebner did not believe a mysticism magister could really ignore the problems surrounding Felina. There must be some hidden reason. Sighing, Ebner turned his eyes to the last few lines of the report. They briefly stated that Felina was caught in traffic on Wednesday, missed arriving at the museum as planned, and in the evening spontaneously went traveling with Stuart. Again with the luck. Is she avoiding me, or avoiding the red gloves, or even Ouroboros, the angel of fate, who in the original story was investigating people with abnormal luck around this time? Is this luck her peculiarity, or is she actually a beyonder with abilities in this aspect? Lucky one. Winner. The Wheel of Fortune pathway is in the hands of the School of Life. Looks like I now have another reason to visit that little snake. Thinking this far, Ebner put away the report, looked at Detective Kaslana, who had finished her breakfast, and said with a smile, "I'm very satisfied with the information you gathered. Here's the promised payment." As he spoke, he handed over an envelope containing 10 10-pound notes. Investigating such a matter wouldn't normally cost so much, but since he had specified a deadline, Ebner had raised the price when posting the request. Detective Kaslana counted the notes and, very satisfied, put the envelope away. She had indeed gone all out for this job, using every connection she had to finish on time. With such generous payment, it was all worth it. After this, Ebner bade farewell to the already somewhat weary detective and left the restaurant alone. God War ruined Sea Region. As night descended, Klein had no choice but to follow Admiral of Stars' advice. He returned to his room and entered meditation to dream, lest he vanish completely into the darkness. In the gray, misty world, he woke up instantly and clearly knew he was dreaming. He looked around and soon spotted Admiral of Stars, Katlia, sitting alone on a huge boulder not far away, hugging her knees, leaning forward, staring at the mountain across from her. She was still wearing the classical black robe full of mystery, her expression carrying an indescribable confusion. Why is she in my dream? Klein took a few steps forward and leapt onto the boulder. Before he could ask, the scene before his eyes suddenly widened, shocking him with a feeling that shook both body and soul. In front of the boulder was a bottomless cliff, and across from it was a mountain covered with countless palaces, towers, and majestic walls. Those buildings were magnificent and resplendent, layered and encircling one another. Each was enormous, not meant for human habitation. Together they gave off a sense of epic grandeur, miracle, and myth. And in the sky between the cliff and the palaces floated a massive inverted mountain. On it stood many uniquely styled buildings, with a central tower piercing the heavens, as if it touched the sun at its peak. Floating city. Except for lacking iron tracks and support frames, this floating city was almost identical to the one built by Master Klaus. So this is the prototype of floating city. Did Master Klaus also see this city here back then, which inspired him to recreate it? According to Mr. Tower's information, this place should be the shared dream of all creatures in this sea. Then whose dream is this floating city? At that moment, Katlia, still hugging her knees, muttered like in a sleep talk, "Strange. When I came here with her, I didn't see this floating city. Only Klaus had seen it before." She said it might be because Klaus had some connection with the floating city's builder. She must have had her own guess, but she never told me. Her? That mystery queen. The builder of floating city is 9 out of 10 Leonard. Could it be because I joined this expedition that I now see it? Also, could Master Klaus be one of Leonard's descendants from some generation? That's why he received the inheritance here in this dream. With this thought, Klein considered suggesting they explore. No. Katlia refused without hesitation, though she didn't shake her head. I want to stay here, to wait. Seeing this, Klein guessed she was half dreaming, half awake. He didn't press further, instead leaping off the boulder and entering the gates of a black monastery alone. Though he very much wanted to explore the floating city, it was hovering high above. It looked near but was actually far away. And who knew what terrifying things might lurk in the air? Klein dared not fly recklessly. Soon, after passing Frank, Heath Doyle, Nina, and first mate Ottolov, he came upon a young man splitting a massive log. The man wore a white shirt with a black vest, his short blonde hair parted neatly, his green eyes focused and serious. He was not one of the pirates on the ship. And not far from him was a mural. The mural showed a sea of flames splitting apart, forming a road. On that road marched a long procession, with its members either bowing their heads or kneeling in extreme piety. At the end of the road, above faintly visible palaces, floated an inverted mountain. At the head of the procession stood a tall, thin man with silver long hair, gentle features, eyes closed, and layered wings sprouting from his back. His hand was raised, pointing directly at that floating mountain. Klein recognized him at once. That was the Angel of Fate, the Ouroboros, Tail Devourer, the very image Little Sun had once displayed. What does this mean? That Ulysses' procession encountered Leonard's floating city. Could the fall of floating city have been the work of this Angel of Fate? The King of Angels of the Fate pathway, is it all misfortune? As these thoughts raced, Klein asked the young man with the axe, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" "I'm the unlucky Anderson. Ever since I saw that mural, I've been shrouded in misfortune." The young man stopped his chopping and answered gloomily. Backlund. Ebner, who had come to visit the Serpent of Mercury Will, wandered several times around the home of Dr. Alan Kress without finding a suitable excuse to go in. In the end, with no other choice, he had to use one of his trump cards, sneaking in invisibly. But just as he had that thought, he suddenly felt the power of dreams rushing at him. Ebner's heart stirred. He didn't resist, allowing the scenery before his eyes to change. Soon, he saw a barren black plain, and at its center stood a pitch-black spire. Then, from the spire, a black baby carriage slid out. Inside lay a baby wrapped in silver silk, its face obscured. The baby spoke in a clear yet helpless voice. "You came to see me now because you're worried that stupid snake can't find us, right?" End of this chapter. Chapter 925, Relationship. You are the great serpent of the Wheel of Fortune pathway, sequence 1, while my pure white eye holds the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune behind it. Such a combination, according to the aggregation effect, indeed had a high chance of attracting the Ouroboros. But I didn't sense any danger, and besides, since you chose to meet me, that means the problem isn't too serious, Ebner said with a smile. Let's just say your luck is good. That fool happened to touch that dumb snake's mural, so its attention was briefly diverted. The infantile Will-Oseptin let out an before continuing, "What did you come to me for?" "Speak directly, our time is limited." "Ouroboros's mural. Klein should have already run into Anderson by now, right?" Ebner nodded thoughtfully, then carefully asked. "Do you have a way to observe Ouroboros's River of Fate?" Will-Oseptin sneered. "Forget it. The Great Serpent's River of Fate loops back into itself, outsiders can hardly interfere. With your current level, it's impossible. Even if you controlled the uniqueness, you couldn't, not to mention, you can barely make use of it now. If you want to better play the role of a prophet, the best option is to make use of the Wheel of Fortune uniqueness, manifesting different tributaries of fate and letting others choose for themselves. Hey, that idea came from you in the past. Manifest, in the past me. So one of my past lives really did have interactions with this little snake, no wonder it had given me hints before, saying it was helping a friend. With that thought, Ebner said aloud, that could also leave imprints of the uniqueness elsewhere, distracting Ouroboros, right? At this, the infant Will answered lightly. Isn't that exactly what you need? Hey, while I can't observe your fate directly, I can infer your intentions from the changes in the fate of those around you. Also, you guessed right. I've been playing hide-and-seek with that dumb snake for a long time. It's not good at such things. You can tell, it had no childhood. Every restart, it grew beside the true creator, lacking the experiences of different psychological stages. That's why it sometimes goes mad, though it doesn't care. So long as you occasionally use the Wheel of Fortune uniqueness to roleplay in other cities, even other countries, it will definitely confuse Ouroboros's judgment. It'll soon leave Backlund again and again. So Zio and Furs are both under your observation, and you inferred my plan to hunt Mr. X from their fate trajectories. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Ebner didn't pursue that topic further, but instead asked. Do you know a woman named Felina Audis? Inside the pram, Will-Oseptin showed a look of realization and asked back. You tried to examine her 2 days ago. You know. Was it you who made her suddenly so lucky? Ebner froze for 2 seconds and asked in return. He felt a bit annoyed. After all, the Snake of Mercury's attitude showed that it had long known of Felina's peculiarity and must have understood the experiment 11 years ago. If he had just asked directly, he wouldn't have needed such a roundabout path. Will-Oseptin chuckled. Actually, she should be called Felina King. She is Roy King's illegitimate daughter, and technically part of our school of life. Well, only nominally. Strictly speaking, like the other 4 similar girls, she's actually a child of the one on the moon. Her earthly mother, Roy King's lover, became inexplicably pregnant after seeing the blood moon, and within a month, gave birth to her, but her mother died as a result. Fortunately, for secrecy's sake, that one did not let the child be born carrying any power, otherwise, being a vessel for that one's offspring, a normal death would be a luxury. After the ritual 11 years ago, Felina developed some traits polluted by source quality. Under special conditions, she can instill knowledge into her spouse, altering fate. Originally, this trait was hard to control, the knowledge transferred couldn't be chosen, and the fate it led to was almost always a tragic end, but I made some adjustments for her, and with the aid of a sealed artifact, turned it partially controllable. As long as the recipient of the knowledge doesn't use it to overly interfere with others' fates, there won't be a problem. Roy King, I recall he was, fat pharmacist, Darkwill's teacher, so he should have been a demigod, and Felina is his daughter. And what does it even mean, not using knowledge to interfere with others' fates? Once an ordinary person is given knowledge, they'll definitely use it, and interfering with others' fate becomes inevitable. This is just converting an immediate death sentence into a suspended one, without reduction. Unless the one receiving knowledge attains enlightenment and becomes a hermit in practice. As Ebner silently mocked in his heart, Will continued. As for the luck surrounding Felina, yes, I did intervene, but that wasn't originally for you. You know Palaz Zorost's condition isn't right, he's parasitizing a Red Glove, that fool's colleague. And that fellow, while investigating Sherlock Moriarty, actually broke into my house at night and interrogated my father. I noticed his problem, gave him a brief bout of misfortune, and coincidentally let him discover Felina's peculiarity, so he'd go investigate her extreme luck and suffer a little. Of course, amplifying Felina's luck was also to confuse Ouroboros's perception, to draw its attention and let it clash with Palaz. But since you came to me directly, that move became unnecessary, and you even ruined it early. The luck I gave Felina probably all got used up in avoiding you. Ha, I knew it. No wonder she fled overnight. It was your doing after all. Ebner sighed, then thought for a moment before asking again. The ritual 11 years ago, what exactly was? Before he could finish, Septon suddenly opened his mouth and let out. Wah. He began crying like a real infant. So, saying it would break some taboo. Ebner froze slightly, then changed his question. Let me rephrase. The ritual 11 years ago, who were the participants behind the scenes? Will immediately stopped crying and smiled. The biggest schemer behind it was, of course, you. He paused, then added. But on the surface, the leader was the already deceased Roselle, and those acting under his orders, Amon and certain members of the secret order. In addition, the one on the moon, the mother tree of desire, the hidden sage, the true creator, and I all invested a certain degree of attention. As for whether there were others, I don't know. So the biggest hand behind it really was me. Or rather, me as the Calamity Seal. With so many beings focused on that ritual, its purpose couldn't have been just to seal the fallen mother's brand in 5 girls, could it? What was I planning? Ebner stayed silent for a long moment, feeling that the Calamity Seal truly deserved its title as a top-class schemer. Almost every butterfly effect in this world had its shadow. After a moment's thought, Ebner put on a smile and asked again, I want to explore the ruins beneath the fragrant manor in Byam. Do you have any advice? Yes. Remember to bring that Solomon gold coin. And if possible, also bring along the slate that Azek has. At this, Septon suddenly laughed gleefully and added. Also, before your exploration, you'd better visit the Harvest Church. What? I already planned to go to the Harvest Church, but why are you smiling so slyly? Sensing their time was nearly up, Ebner didn't dwell on the slate and coin, but quickly asked his final question. What exactly is your relationship with the past me? At this, Wolf fell silent for a full 30 seconds, before replying. Once, you were my teacher. And once, I was your teacher. After all that silence, just this. Nearly scared me. I thought you were going to say you'd met me when you restarted as a girl. After all, unlike Ouroboros who had no childhood, this little snake made each restart different to maintain stable psychology. Becoming a girl wasn't impossible. End of chapter. Chapter 926, Bernadette's Invitation. However, when Will had previously mentioned the School of Life, he had always used the word we. Could it be that the School of Life was founded by me and him together? Even the master-apprentice model might have been passed down from us. Just as Ebner was secretly pondering, he heard Will laugh and say, All right, that foolish snake is about to turn its attention back. Goodbye. The moment his words fell, Ebner felt the tower begin to tremble as the dream rapidly shattered. Soon, he woke up. Felina's matter doesn't need to be rushed for now. Since she's only traveling, she'll eventually return to Backlund. Just assign someone to keep an eye on her. As for uncovering the true purpose behind that ritual 11 years ago, I'm afraid I'll still have to wait until I've thoroughly exposed the secrets of all 5 survivors. The matter of performing the acting method with the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune also needs to be put on the agenda. After exploring that ruin with Edwina tomorrow, I'll give it a try. As for the method we'll mention to materialize the tributary of fate, I already have a rough idea. Hey, after all, it was originally something I thought of, so my train of thought should be the same. This isn't just for my acting, nor is it merely to share some of Ouroboros's burden for Will. More importantly, it's to divert that serpent's attention and help first kill Mr. X, Lewis Wayne. After all, I've already accepted payment, I can't just do nothing. Also, when heading to the ruin beneath the aromatic manor, should I bring the Solomon coin and the slate in Mr. Azek's possession? This makes it clear, the Solomon coin really does have some connection to the god of luck. As for Mr. Azek's slate, it should be the one he obtained in the dream ruin at Indoor Harbor. I remember it bore the symbol of the god of luck, serving as a key to the Silver City near the Giant King's court. Back then, I suspected that the place this key matched wasn't the elves' trial temple but the ruin beneath the aromatic manor. And the latter was obviously more likely. After all, such a passage had to be located somewhere private. The trial temple was a public facility and didn't seem suitable. Now, Will's hint has undoubtedly confirmed this. Conveniently, I'm hosting a banquet tonight for Mr. Azek, Silica, and Cullen. I'll ask them then. Thinking of this, Ebner once again glanced at Dr. Allen's house, then turned and left. In the sea region of the God War ruins, after that unlucky encounter with Anderson in a dream, and later rescuing him aboard the Future in reality, Klein and Katlia's group faced a series of misfortunes. First, they were attacked by inexplicable monsters. Then, the lingering divine power in the sea caused Frank Lee's ability to mutate, resulting in the Future producing milk. At the same time, they were ambushed by Vice Admiral Twilight. Fortunately, after creeping hunger was upgraded, Klein's strength increased significantly. Even though they were caught in an extremely passive situation, he still managed to repel Vice Admiral Twilight's ship, the Glory. Speaking of which, Vice Admiral Twilight, brat of Ivan, had pursued them to the God War ruins because Klein and Alger had jointly hunted down his niece, Fleet Commander Carol Ivan. His display of power and madness in this battle left many pirates astonished, and even Anderson gave him a thumbs up. With such feedback, Klein realized that the faceless potion had been fully digested. But before he could savor the moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and the sunlight vanished abruptly. Night had fallen once more. Without delay, Klein immediately returned to his room and lay down on the bed. When he awakened lucidly in the dream, a clean set of floor-to-ceiling windows, neatly arranged tables and chairs, and bookshelves filled with books appeared before his eyes. It was a library. Twilight's glow streamed in, casting everything in a soft golden hue. As Klein walked toward the bookshelf, his gaze swept across the opposite shelf and landed on a black-covered book. Roselle's Notes, Volume 3. The Emperor's Diary. A complete diary. Klein instinctively reached out for it, but just then, accompanied by a series of steady footsteps, tap, 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 a figure approached from the depths of the library. Klein's mind immediately tensed as he slipped creeping hunger onto his hand. The newcomer was a lady. She wore beige trousers suited for movement and a pair of tall black leather boots, yet over her upper body hung a light brown, knee-length skirt, its hem slanting down in a casual, unrestrained manner. That outfit instantly gave Klein a sense of déjà vu, as though he had returned to Earth. Quickly, drawing upon his past chats with Ebner, he made a judgment. Bernadette. This strikingly beautiful woman was Roselle's eldest daughter, the owner of the Dawn, and the Mystery Queen, Bernadette. Wait, I think I recognize those black boots. Wasn't she the demigod I encountered in the Kingdom Museum while in a spiritual state, when I took the Black Emperor card? Yes, back then, it was those black boots dangling from the steps, suspended in the air. Later, after I returned to my Sherlock Moriarty identity and was chased by the Devil Hound, crying for help, I encountered the road of intertwined green pea vines. Forced to follow the carriage, riding up into the sky, I saw those same boots again. So that's how it is. She was Bernadette all along. No wonder she pursued me so relentlessly for taking the Black Emperor card. Sharon even told me before completing her ritual that this woman was looking for me. Klein thought and recalled the related scenes. Tap, 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 Bernadette walked step by step until she reached Klein's side, pulled out a chair, and sat down. We meet again. The woman, who seemed to be Bernadette, spoke in a gentle voice devoid of emotion. Wait, why did she say, again? Has she recognized me? But right now, I'm Gehrman Sparrow. Thoughts raced through Klein's mind as he maintained an indifferent expression and replied. Bernadette. So what if she's a demigod? As long as she's not an angel, in this dream world I can still rely on the sea god's scepter and creeping hunger to fight back. Not to mention, in times of need, I can even use the error card to tap into the powers above the gray fog, or, as Lubo suggested, directly seek the goddess's help. Klein silently encouraged himself. The lady with long, elegant brows sat opposite him, slightly raised her chin, and gazed at Klein for 2 seconds before saying. It seems you know a bit about me. Gentleman thief, Mr. Black Emperor. So she's only peeled back this one layer. That's far less than what Mr. Tower knows. For some reason, Klein let out a quiet sigh of relief. Controlling his facial muscles, he calmly replied. The mysterious person spying on me aboard the Future, that was you. The beautiful yet untouchable woman answered frankly. Yes. Even Katlia doesn't know I secretly boarded the Future. For you to sense me, was it the clown's danger premonition? A normal clown could never have such intuition. This well-traveled pirate queen must know that. Is she trying to bait me? Thanks to his many chats with Ebner, which had honed his conversational reflexes, Klein quickly realized the trap. He neither confirmed nor denied, instead nodding slightly and then shaking his head before speaking in a flat tone. Miss Bernadette, if you have something to ask, just say it directly. There's no need for such tests. Of course, my lord's principle is equivalent exchange, one question for one question. All right. Bernadette gave a small nod and glanced toward the bookshelf. Did you discover that the bookmark was the Black Emperor card through his diary? Diary. She also knew that the so-called Roselle's notes were diaries. Klein froze for a moment, but before he could reply, Bernadette's deep blue eyes lingered on him for several seconds, and she said, "I want you to share with me the method of deciphering that language he invented. I can satisfy most of your demands." Klein chuckled softly. "Can you, for example, give me the corresponding high-sequence potion formulas?" The mystery queen, her aura restrained but her presence undiminished, gazed at him and said, "Your destiny lies at the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range." Klein wasn't particularly shocked. After all, Ebner, even before advancing to prophet, had acted far more like a true diviner. So he only mused aloud, "Clairvoyant. It seems your knowledge is greater than I expected." Bernadette replied, her gaze deepening. "This is my lord's gift. Likewise, you should understand that without his permission, your request cannot be answered." Klein acted extremely pious, then added, "The situation regarding the Black Emperor card is indeed recorded in the diary." That served as his answer to her earlier question. Then he quickly asked, "How did you figure out that Gehrman was the gentleman thief, Black Emperor?" He wanted to know exactly where his slip had been. That wasn't hard to deduce. "Through the Black Saint's dream, I confirmed you took Calvetua's sea serpent relic. You also, like before, appeared in spiritual form to seize an item before Yen Kortman, then disappeared on the spot." At this, Bernadette's lips curved ever so slightly as she continued, "You must also hold a Demonis card. Thus, Kortman believed that the one who stole the sea serpent's relic was Tracy, which is why you saved her, isn't it?" Klein's mind exploded as if struck by thunder. His thoughts turned into chaos, and he nearly lost his composure. After all, this was one of the very few matters he absolutely didn't want anyone else to know. "That figure was your father, not me. That figure was your father, not me." Klein muttered the phrase several times before regaining composure. Then he heard Bernadette say again, "If you cannot decide, then please convey my request to that existence. Also, he once left behind a ruin that requires different combinations of blasphemy cards to open. I wish to borrow all the blasphemy cards you hold. If you're interested as well, then once you reach Demigod, you can join me in exploring it." End of this chapter. Chapter 927, Just Acting. Since Cullen still needed to guard the island shrouded in the power of the Shadow World, making it impossible for those trapped inside to leave, Ebner didn't choose to host Mr. Azek, Silica, and Cullen at his villa. Instead, the banquet was arranged in a seaside town on the west coast of the southern continent. Mr. Azek struck a match, elegantly warming a cigar as he watched Silica cradle a bottle of Daniel's Pure Dew in her illusory silver wings, happily savoring the flavor of the liquid within. The corners of his lips curved into a smile, his mood clearly quite good. As for Cullen, as long as Silica was taken care of, what he ate wasn't of much concern to Mr. Azek. Seeing that the atmosphere had warmed enough, Ebner made his request to borrow the key. At his words, Mr. Azek fell into brief contemplation before raising his hand. Soon, a wraith materialized out of the void and reverently presented him with a slate etched with complex symbols. It was precisely the key Ebner had once seen in the Dust Castle during his nightmare in Indoor Harbor. Mr. Azek handed the slate directly to Ebner, then smiled and said, "Normally, lending this to you wouldn't be an issue, but it so happens I have something that needs investigating, yet I lack the time myself." As Ebner received the key, he immediately understood, replying solemnly, "What is it?" "As long as it's within my ability, I'll make sure it's investigated thoroughly." With the ability of prophecy, he had plenty of confidence in tasks involving investigation. Over 400 years ago, there was a sterling family in Constant. To escape their enemies, they moved their entire household to Indore. At the time, Silica was part of this family. Her death was likely connected to their enemies. "I want you to help me find out who killed Silica. My intuition tells me that person is still alive. For more details, you can go to Indore Harbor and look for Sultana of the Demon Hunter Squad. She's the only direct descendant of the Sterling family left. Through bloodline and pathway ties, I'll give her word to fully cooperate with your investigation." At this point, Mr. Azek gently patted Silica's little head. She lifted her gaze from the bottle in puzzlement, and only then did he continue. "Moreover, for reasons unknown, the culprit took part of Silica's soul. As a result, after she became a wraith, she lost nearly all her memories and could no longer advance through her beyonder characteristics. Once you confirm the identity of this person, don't act rashly. It's best to inform me right away, lest the separated part of Silica be harmed." Hearing this, Ebner glanced in surprise at Silica, who was blissfully eating. His expression then grew solemn as he once again promised, "I'll get to the bottom of this." His Viscountcy of Beltane wasn't too far from Constant, so while overseeing its construction, he could investigate at the same time. Of course, that would have to wait until he finished dealing with his current matters. "I've actually investigated this for centuries, but the clues I've uncovered are very limited. Still, I do have some materials that may help you." Cullen, who had been silent until now, finally spoke in a serious tone. Once I've sorted them, I'll pass them along through your messenger. My messenger? He just didn't dare say it in front of Mr. Azek, since that would mean making Silica the messenger. Strong survival instinct there, Cullen. Ebner grumbled inwardly, but outwardly he clinked glasses with him, letting their gratitude flow into the wine. At the same time, Klein, traveling alone in a small boat away from the future, activated a charm of the sea god's domain that made underwater creatures friendly toward its bearer. Storm. With the incantation, azure flames enveloped a thin piece of tin, making it vanish from reality. Seeing that the mermaids, who once fled at the sight of him, were now no longer timid but instead gazed curiously with their watery blue eyes while still boldly singing, Klein immediately pulled out the metal vial containing the marionettist potion and unscrewed the cap. Better hurry, in case of accidents. Gulp. The slightly bitter, decayed-tasting potion slid down his throat, rushing straight into his stomach. He didn't know how long had passed before he opened his eyes and drew in a breath, silently marveling. Finally. Sequence 5. Finally, I'm a marionettist. The sunlight overhead was dazzling, everything bathed in gold. Just as Klein finished familiarizing himself with his new abilities and was about to return to the future, he suddenly heard ethereal prayers whispering in his ears. The voice was familiar. Despite some distortion, Klein recognized it as Miss Temperance, who had been missing for some time. Sharon has also advanced. Klein's heart leapt in joy. Today really is a day for promotions. Even the mermaids, shyly parting their lips to reveal wolf-like teeth dripping with viscous fluid, look cute, somehow. All right, that's just an illusion. In truth, this was harder to stomach than an actual monster. Now's not the best time to go above the gray fog. Klein looked away, then quickly pulled out another sea god charm, whipping up strong winds to push the small boat back toward the future. After receiving congratulations from Anderson and Frank, and a brief inquiry from Katlia, Klein finally returned to his room under the Star Admiral's order to sail back. He entered the washroom and ascended above the gray fog. This time, he didn't sit at the fool's seat. Instead, he sat at the world's position before extending his spirituality to Miss Temperance's star. In the next moment, crimson light surged, and Sharon, wearing a Gothic court dress and a matching small soft hat, suddenly appeared on the high-backed chair marked with the temperance symbol. Good evening. The doll-like lady turned her head, looked toward Klein, and offered a slight nod with her greeting. If she hadn't spoken, she would have been the very picture of a perfect, exquisite doll. So it's evening now. In the God War-ruined sea, it's midday one moment and midnight the next. I've lost all sense of time. Klein mocked himself silently, then rose and bowed toward Sharon, whose light golden hair, pale face, and azure eyes gave her a chilling elegance. Good evening, Miss Sharon. And congratulations on attaining divinity and becoming a demigod. Sharon quietly returned his gaze. Her voice, airy and otherworldly, carried a faint inhuman quality as she said. Thank you. And congratulations on advancing to sequence 5. Miss Sharon actually strung together that many words. Before, she would have only said, thanks, then given me a look to let me figure out the rest myself. How odd. Now that she's sequence 4, her appearance is even more doll-like, but the feeling she gives off is less so than when she was sequence 5. While Klein accepted Sharon's congratulations, he couldn't help feeling surprised. As though reading his thoughts, Sharon's azure eyes flickered ever so slightly as she said. My teacher told me that after reaching the higher sequences, when acting, one must emphasize the self, and occasionally indulge one's own behavior. To remind oneself that it is only acting. Backlund, Southbridge District, Rose Street. Under the night sky, Ebner easily slipped through the locked gates of the Harvest Church and stepped into the prayer hall. Before he could even rouse Bishop Petravsky to ask whether it was possible to seek an audience with the Earth Mother, he felt his consciousness suddenly plunge into darkness. End of this chapter. Chapter 928, The Mythical Gate. Ebner felt his body and mind gradually settle into calmness, slipping into a half-dream, half-awake state. His consciousness grew hazy. Just like the night after he had returned from the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, he once again wandered in confusion through clusters of night-blooming herbs and slumber flowers in the darkness, until he stumbled into a body carrying the fragrance of Daniel's pure dew. He had no idea how long passed, nor what exactly he experienced in that haze. But when he finally regained clarity, he found himself back home, lying on his own bed, as if his visit to the Harvest Church had been nothing but a dream. Yet immediately, he sensed something. Lowering his head, he saw a star-shaped gem, black as ink, resting silently on his chest, no, more like it was inlaid into it, faintly connecting with the red streaks on his forehead left by the Goddess of Beauty's blessing. Seeing this, Ebner looked pensive. He opened the pure white eye and began an analysis. Although I can't fully understand its principle or function, I can roughly confirm that this thing is connected to the authorities of darkness and secrets. But as for how to use it, I can't parse that. Most likely because of secrets itself. So, did I just meet the goddess again in a dream? No, more accurately, she guided me into a special dream once again. Last time it was to give me a reward, what is it this time? And why did she send me straight back home? Judging by the time, it's already morning, and the meeting with Edwina isn't far off. Was it because Lilith was occupied, so her ally, the goddess, received me instead? And when Will suggested I come to the Harvest Church earlier, he had that rather strange smile. What was that about? Fingering the black gem embedded in his chest, Ebner's expression grew more doubtful. After a long moment, he sighed and thought to himself. Why do all beings tied to the authority of fate love being riddlers? Compared to Lilith, the goddess is even harder to fathom. Of course, Lilith's favor and affection for me is probably just surface level, perhaps she's using it to cultivate more humanity, or maybe there's some deeper scheme. After all, how could an ancient god who has survived since the second epoch truly be bound by mere emotions? But whether this affection is genuine or not, since I've benefited, sooner or later, I'll have to repay it. In the underground chamber of the Harvest Church. With silver hair and silver eyes, wearing the red formal gown Ebner had prepared for her last night, the goddess of beauty, Lilith, turned her head aside in slight displeasure as the darkness in the prayer hall slowly faded. At the same time, a voice, like a lullaby in the night, suddenly sounded. He has already obtained divinity, and now there is communication with there, even with him. Until he advances to angel, you cannot remain in close contact with him through that body you received from him. It would disrupt the balance. Whether for him or for you. You should remember the lesson from the Lamia experiment. Lilith listened quietly. After a moment of silence, she countered, then what about you? My pollution is far less than yours. After over 10 seconds, that soothing voice returned. And besides, I've said before, using emotion to forge bonds, letting him develop a self distinct from him across lifetime after lifetime, until he resolves to restrain him. To reach that goal, there are many methods. It doesn't necessarily require too much physical closeness. At times, maintaining mystery and distance works even better. You've never truly been human. Even with Lamia's experience, it's only a simulation. You rely on seduction, arousing his desires. That has some effect, but it won't foster deep feelings. In this respect, knowledge, or even his friends in this life, do a better job than you. Lilith pondered for a while, then asked again, what am I lacking? The true heart of a human. With these words, the darkness dispersed completely, and sunlight streamed through the stained glass into the church. In the forsaken land of the gods, lightning split the sky, illuminating the layered gray structures ahead. Carrying twin swords on his back, demon hunter Colin Iliad pointed ahead and said, that is Afternoon Town. His graying, unkempt hair shook in the wind sweeping over the wilderness. So fast. Derek, carrying the storm axe, thought in surprise. But he quickly found it reasonable. After all, the giant king's court was already near Silver City's territory, and Afternoon Town was a key junction connecting the two. By the light of the lightning, he saw the town at the mountain's base, naturally divided into upper, middle, and lower layers. Though called a town, it wasn't smaller than most ruined Silver City had discovered. On the other side of the town lay the collapsed remains of a strange mountain, shattered into several pieces across a wide area, filled with unrecognizable ruins. The only relatively intact structure was a half-collapsed high tower standing atop the largest piece of debris, connected to the stairs leading to the town's middle layer, a fine ready-made base. So that's the tower little Jack got the Book of Gears from. It is a good foothold. No wonder they rested there back then. But, even without the fallen floating city, this town looks nothing like what's described in the textbooks. Derek recalled what he had learned in history class. According to Silver City's records, Afternoon Town was the gate dividing reality from myth. Humans and giants coexisted there. It had both day and night, but its daylight was always fixed at afternoon. No fog, storm, or snow could obscure its bright sun. Yet now it was gloomy, gray, even when lightning struck, there was no true light, no vitality. Gripping his axe, his eyes glowing with twin miniature suns, Derek walked alongside the exploration team, following Chief Colin step by step into Afternoon Town. The place had already been cleared once during the first exploration. Rotting flesh and dried pus stains littered the streets. All was silent, eerily so. Be careful. As the mythical gate, this place harbors strange creatures hidden in the darkness. Scar-faced Colin Iliad didn't dare relax, drawing one of his swords. Its silver blade gleamed faintly. This is the mythical gate. A gate. I remember Mr. Tower once mentioned that any place with the meaning of a gate should never be overlooked, as it may hide deep secrets or dangers. And considering Mr. Tower's warning through Mr. Fool before we set out. The other eerie, dangerous town he spoke of, could it be the hidden danger lurking here? Just as the thought struck, Derek suddenly spotted an altar inside a residence. On it were 3 names. Ouroboros. Medici. Sasra. Ouroboros. Isn't that the angel of fate's name? And Mr. Fool mentioned Medici was also a king of angels. Sasser is another. Derek felt both excitement and dread. He quickly turned to call his companions. But at the doorway, there was only darkness. The places where Chaim and Joshua should have been were empty. I've crossed to the other side of the gate. I've entered another eerie, terrifying layer of the town. Biam, in the basement of the fragrant manor. As a ring of fire flared to life, Edwina appeared atop the teleportation altar, dressed simply in a white shirt and brown trousers. She smiled gently at Ebner, who had been waiting there, her pale blue eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Are you ready? Ebner asked with a smile. I'm ready, and the results of my prophecy weren't bad either, Edwina affirmed. Then let's depart immediately. With that, Ebner boldly shed his clothes, then activated a mystic art formed from his druid abilities, transforming into a giant bear. This secret art was inspired by the former Tears of Lilith. The ruins were deep underground, and if they wanted to avoid attracting official attention, tunneling through as giant bears was much more convenient. Seeing this, Edwina, who had previously discussed the bear transformation mystic art with him, bit her lip and undid the buttons of her collar as well. Moments later, as the ground softened into a swamp, two massive bears sank rapidly into it as though plunging into the sea. End of this chapter. Chapter 929, Rose Redemption. In the underground hall nearly 10 meters tall, a black wall brick, 3 meters square and damp with seeping water, suddenly fell away. The soil behind it began rippling like water. A dozen seconds later, two massive bears passed through the gap in the wall brick one after another, emerging into the space riddled with cracks and damage. Ebner swiftly reverted to human form, then lifted his right hand and grabbed at the air to his side. The shattered wall brick flew into his grasp, merging midair into a thin layer of armor that wrapped itself around his body. After becoming a demigod, and with the learning space and the heart of omniscience integrated into the incomplete godhood state of the White Tower, Ebner had gained the ability to predefine structures and create objects out of nothing. Of course, creations inside the White Tower could not last in reality unless they were anchored with real material. Ebner believed this was very likely an embodiment of the White Tower's authority of creation, and as his sequence advanced, even extraordinary items he created could briefly exist in reality, just like the charms and cards he once exchanged in the Dream Labyrinth Tower. Once the armor was in place, Ebner summoned pale, jet black, light blue, golden, and crimson fireballs around himself, lighting up half the hall. This 5-fireball mystic art hadn't had a name before, but after becoming a demigod and recalling fragments of his sealed memories, he realized its true name should be 5 Fires 9 Cycles, Great Sun Descends. Alright, even though I didn't yet remember that novel back then, when I developed this mystic art I must have subconsciously taken reference from it. After muttering to himself, Ebner turned to look at Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina. She had also returned to human form and donned a fairly common female pirate outfit. Mystic art, pirate's garb, just an emergency spell, Edwina explained simply when she noticed Ebner's gaze. Ebner thought for a moment, then unsealed a cloak from his cards and handed it to her. After all, unlike his armor, spells could fail if too much spirituality was consumed. Edwina accepted the cloak without ceremony, draping it over herself before joining Ebner in exploring the hall. Soon, they discovered that aside from the wall they had entered through, 2 of the other 3 walls bore murals. Directly across from them, nearly beyond the firelight, stood a pair of bronze doors. The doors reached the ceiling. The stone blocks and statues on the adjoining walls had crumbled, exposing the dark brown soil beneath. On the surface of the doors were countless intricate symbols and strange patterns, radiating a palpable sense of mystery and heaviness. Doors like these were all too familiar to Ebner. He had seen them behind the throne in the Hall of Honesty, and in the palace within Emperor Rosel's dream relic. The door sealing the entrance to the Sea of Chaos. Ebner frowned but wasn't certain. He didn't sense the terrifying aura of the Sea of Chaos. At that moment, Edwina suddenly said, "The door is open." Ebner studied it carefully and realized the door was indeed ajar, the symbols and patterns long since drained of power. So someone already went in long ago. Was it me, before? At that thought, Ebner relaxed a little. After all, if that were the case, even if danger existed here, he had likely already passed through it once. Still, instead of rushing straight through, the two of them first explored the hall and focused on the murals. The mural on the left wall was heavily damaged, but one could still make out the god of luck standing in a mountainside town, gazing into the distance at the grand architecture frozen in eternal dusk. That building complex should be the Giant King's court. Why would the god of luck be watching the Giant King's court? And what connection does the court have with this ruin? With faint confusion and half-baked guesses, Ebner and Edwina moved to the mural on the other wall. This one was relatively intact. It depicted a long, dark red table surrounded by ornate high-backed chairs, somewhat reminiscent of a tarot club scene. Yet the seats were all empty. Only one line of Elvish script remained in the blank space nearby. Rose Redemption. Rose Redemption. Edwina carefully translated the name into Loan. She thought for a while, then looked at Ebner, indicating she had never heard of it. Ebner hesitated but gave a simple explanation. Rose Redemption was an extremely secretive organization, born in the distant Third Epoch. It was rumored to be closely tied to the birth of the true creator. Of course, it was also closely tied to the birth of the three gods. But Ebner didn't say that part aloud. Edwina nodded thoughtfully, then pointed at the mural. Perhaps the god of luck was a member of Rose Redemption. I've had that guess too, but since the god of luck most likely held the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune, could he really coexist peacefully with Ouroboros? And from this mural showing empty chairs, I can almost sense a note of mockery. Perhaps I once ridiculed Rose Redemption, that so-called organization claiming to redeem themselves while maintaining the world's balance. In Afternoon Town, Derek stood by a window, gazing out at the endless gray buildings crowding upward in tiers. Lightning flickered rarely overhead. From many windows shone candlelight, faint and flickering but never extinguished. Faint voices could even be heard. This. Derek swallowed hard. It felt as though Afternoon Town had never fallen, as though its residents still lived in peace. In that instant, though the candlelight outside seemed warm, Derek felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, cold surging endlessly from his heart. I spoke the word, Rose Redemption, and that brought me into the eerie, bizarre Afternoon Town that Mr. Tower warned about. He drew a deep breath, suppressing his urge to explore. That might make returning impossible. Still, he wasn't overly nervous or panicked. He didn't believe this was a truly dire problem. As long as it isn't immediate danger, it's not that serious. After all, I have Mr. Fool's protection. With that thought, Derek lowered his head slightly, preparing to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. But just then, the altar in the room, the one dedicated to the three kings of angels, began to tremble, as though something was taking shape upon it. In the underground ruins of Byam, Ebner and Edwina finally passed through the bronze doors into a pitch-black room where even night vision failed. Another setup of monsters in the dark. Similar to the courage trial in the Temple of Trials. As he made the connection, Ebner was about to warn Edwina to use mechanical mind to stabilize her thoughts. But before he could speak, the darkness shrank away from him like a beast fleeing flood and fire, no longer daring to approach. This. Ebner lowered his head and glanced at the star-shaped black gem embedded in his chest, suddenly realizing why. End of this chapter. Chapter 930, The Embodiment of Fate. This black gemstone ornament might contain the goddess's power or authority. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine why these fears lurking in the darkness wouldn't dare approach. Did the goddess give me this thing specifically to deal with this place? That doesn't sound right. I'm already very familiar with this kind of environment. I could get through it on my own just fine. While turning these thoughts over in his mind, Ebner didn't linger. He quickly headed to the far side of the room, while Edwina, as a pirate admiral with even richer experience, followed without needing a reminder, taking it upon herself to watch their rear. But the darkness reacted to Ebner like ice and snow meeting a red-hot branding iron, retreating swiftly and leaving a clear passage for the two to walk through. Thus, they soon arrived at the next room. This new room was square, its floor carved with 19 vertical and 19 horizontal lines, creating 324 squares like a Go board. But there were no pieces here, and the test clearly wasn't about playing Go. With his gift of prophecy, Ebner observed briefly and then deduced one of Edwina's fate tributaries. Very quickly, he understood the function of the squares. This room's trial was luck. Every step onto a square triggered some extraordinary ability, ranging from sequence 9 up to sequence 3, as long as it was one the god of luck once possessed. It could be attack, defense, support, anything. Positive effects like courage and purification could be granted, or negative ones like corruption and curse. In short, everything depended on luck. Moreover, walking straight forward without turning would gradually lower one's luck, making negative effects more likely. Yet winding and zigzagging would trigger more effects overall, increasing the odds of misfortune too. Most importantly, the straight path slightly to the left of the center was dimmed. Someone had clearly once forced their way across by sheer strength. To be able to ignore sequence 3 level abilities, that was most likely an angel. But we can't follow their path, because any square stepped on before has a 100% chance of triggering misfortune. As Ebner spoke, he suddenly recalled Snake of Mercury Will's warning and hurriedly took out the Solomon coin. This coin had originally been obtained by the Skade couple from an island with murals of the Angel of Destiny, Ouroboros, before eventually ending up in Ebner's possession. It could bring great luck to its holder, but if not quickly sealed with the fresh blood of an arbitrator path beyond or after use, it would bring immense misfortune, often leading to death. The Skade couple's son had perished for that very reason. But Ebner had long harbored doubts about the item. As long as it was resealed in time, it seemed one could use it for luck endlessly. That already exceeded the scope of a lucky one, and even a winner couldn't achieve that. After all, even a winner had to accumulate luck. Later, Snake of Mercury Will's warning not to use the coin outside Backlund had given Ebner further suspicions. And then, on the day of the daylight blood moon, Zio had been lucky enough in Biome to be awakened by the burst water pipe, avoiding death from the side effects of a sealed artifact. So my guess is this coin borrows from the reservoir of luck accumulated by the god of luck, allowing it to be used endlessly. And that stockpile of luck must be divided into several parts, one of them with little will, another perhaps here in this ruin. That explains why I could use the Solomon coin in Backlund, and why Zio's narrow escape in Biome drew on the coin's luck. If that's the case, then using the coin here in this ruin should give me virtually infinite good fortune. Well, at least walking a few squares shouldn't run it dry. At this thought, Ebner activated the pure white eye. Using his deduction as a basis, he borrowed the power of the Wheel of Fortune to conduct a concrete prophecy. You step onto square 10 to 1, luck value 9 plus, effect gained, healing. You step onto square 10 to 2, luck value 9 plus, effect gained, courage. You step onto square 10 to 10, luck value 8, negative effect triggered, drowsiness. You step onto square 10 to 18, luck value 5, negative effect triggered, lightning strike. Simulation complete. It really can manifest so concretely. Could this be what Will meant when he said the me of before figured out a way to concretize the Wheel of Fortune's power by giving the Fated One a role-playing game system? Wait. I remember in that 5th floor scene of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, the people of the Life School called me Investigator. Could that have been another title I left behind, linked to the same system? Ebner's expression turned odd. Probing the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune behind the pure white eye, he found it readily accepted this system interface mode, as if it wasn't the first time he had created such a manifestation. Come to think of it, this thing has always tried to date FY the environment. And its earlier ability as the die of probability wasn't much different from running a campaign. Only, that dice mistress was a bit of a troll, and only the true creator's concert could make her behave properly. After a few moments of inner grumbling, Ebner stopped overthinking. He grabbed Edwina, who was preparing to use Lilith's modified silent winter oil lamp to summon a heroic spirit and brute force her way through, and together they stepped onto the first square. As the Wheel of Fortune simulation had predicted, they encountered only 3 attacks at roughly sequence 5 strength during the 18 steps needed to cross. Ebner, with his myriad methods, handled them with ease. Once past the board-like room, Ebner took out the vial of Zio's blood he had obtained that morning, smeared it onto the Solomon coin, and sealed it once more. With that done, he and Edwina stepped into the next room. This one greeted them first with blinding light. After their eyes adjusted, they saw it was vast and empty, nothing inside save 6 blazing lamps at the top, shining like miniature suns and banishing all darkness. But on the door to the next room, someone had scrawled 6 Chinese characters in some unknown pigment. Huang Tao was here. At the sight, Ebner's mouth twitched. You really do turn up everywhere. End of this chapter. Chapter 931, Paragon. I remembered that Klein had casually mentioned to me before that old Huang, in his later years, had been searching for the tombs and ruins left behind by the various versions of me throughout past lives. He even said he would place some important items inside them to strengthen the bond with me. But I always felt that was unnecessary. Even if I hadn't recalled the memory from the time of the Calamity Seal, just based on my impression from the original work, there's no way I would truly ignore him. Of course, only after I gained enough strength. What was he worried about? Was he afraid I'd support someone else to become the Black Emperor, causing his complete downfall? Or was it that after being polluted, during moments of intense madness, he did something harmful to me and wanted to make up for it? Like abducting the Queen of Calamity. But in my view, it was more likely that he had been schemed against by the Calamity Seal. Thinking of this, Ebner felt somewhat wistful and became more convinced that the self from the Calamity Seal incident had been problematic, because that was not something his own character would have done. This looks like Roselle's script. At this moment, Edwina suddenly spoke. Her light blue eyes shifted slightly as she continued, it was Emperor Roselle who came here. Most likely. Ebner nodded and was about to push open the door bearing the words, Huang Tao was here. But just then, his intuition was suddenly stirred. He quickly grabbed Edwina and flashed to the other side of the room. At the same time, a ray silently swept across the spot where he and Edwina had just been standing. That ray looked illusory, leaving no trace on its path, but Ebner clearly sensed the immense energy within it, no weaker than the pure white ray of an unshadowed. If they had still been in place, Ebner was confident he could take the hit, but Edwina could not. If she were struck by an attack of that level, even if she survived, she would be gravely injured. Even though that attack contained no divinity, merely pure energy release. After all, it had been a sneak attack, and even Ebner, as a prophet, only perceived it at the very moment it was about to strike. Edwina would never have had time to prepare her own defenses. Clearly, the attack had been disguised and concealed with great sophistication on the information level. After dodging the strike, Ebner activated the pure white eye, scanning rapidly over every corner of the room, and soon locked onto the 6 suns on the ceiling, the incandescent lamps. That earlier attack, similar to a pure white ray, had come from them. At this moment, those 6 light sources detached from the ceiling and floated into the air, revealing their true forms to Ebner and Edwina. They were 6 metallic lions, resembling Leon somewhat, though filled with mechanical texture, radiating a strong sci-fi aura. The next second, the 6 mechanical lions transformed and assembled themselves. 2 became arms, 2 became legs, 2 became torso and head. Looking at the suddenly appearing robot, over 2 meters tall, Ebner's mouth twitched as he thought. Old Huang once wrote in his diary that he'd make the phrase, "It's not that we didn't work hard, it's just that the cheaters have Gundams," come true in this world. So, is this him fulfilling that promise? But this thing looks more like Combattler V or Voltron than Gundam, not even the same franchise. While he mocked inwardly, Ebner kept his eyes fixed on the robot's movements, for he had already realized why this construct had been placed here. When Huang Tao had entered, he had violently dismantled the defenses of this room. So, as a replacement, he built this gatekeeper and stationed it here, so others wouldn't just get a free pass. If that's the case, then it should have a recognition system, right? There's no way it would attack its true master. Oh, crap. Just as Ebner thought this, the robot raised its right hand, and a cold blue ray shot toward him. Seeing this, Edwina's clear light blue eyes immediately tinged with twilight. At once, an invisible barrier rose before the 2 of them, blocking the ray. Its power exceeds that of an ordinary Sequence 5, but it contains no divine force. Edwina, with her rich exploration experience, instantly made her judgment. This should only be a warning, just like that previous pure white ray. When Edwina simulated the guardian barrier, Ebner withdrew the ability he had been about to unleash. At the same time, he formed his own conclusion about the icy ray. Both its appearance and intensity are very similar to the frost breath of the King of the North in the Grozel's travels. Did Roselle come here during the time after he obtained that book and built the Dream Labyrinth Tower behind the Miracle City? Then what exactly is the password or token for passing? As Edwina said, that last attack was just a warning. If we don't retreat, it may truly unleash an attack on the level of a demigod, or even higher. Does that mean we really have to fight this robot to pass? But what if we can't beat it? His mind raced, and before the mechanical being could launch another strike, Ebner quickly performed a prophecy. Because he lacked enough prior information and had no clear target, he received only a single word as a hint. That word was, lion. Lion. Repeating it silently, Ebner immediately had a guess. Seeing the robot's chest begin to glow, he quickly spoke in Chinese, Leon. But the light gathering at its chest did not fade, instead, it continued to intensify. Seeing this, Ebner's thoughts spun rapidly. Holding Edwina close, ready to flash away with her at any moment, he shouted another name in Chinese, 3 lights. This time, the robot finally stopped its action, then separated back into 6 mechanical lions, which flew to the ceiling and once again became the incandescent lamps. Watching this, Ebner finally exhaled in relief, though he did not drop his guard. His hand remained on Edwina's waist, ready for emergencies. Edwina felt somewhat uncomfortable at this. After all, her pirate queen attire was actually a magical illusion, not real clothing. Fortunately, she still wore the cloak Ebner had given her, so there was at least a layer of fabric between them, barely acceptable. What language was that just now? It seemed the same as the one you suspected might be used in the incantation to activate the blasphemy card. Was that Roselle's script? Edwina asked curiously, also to distract herself. That was Chinese. Ebner gave a brief explanation and said no more, leaving Edwina to her own guesses. Not Roselle's script, but the language of the Central Kingdom. What does that mean? Did some nation ever call itself the Central Kingdom? Definitely not in the 4th or 5th epoch. Perhaps in the glorious era of the 3rd epoch, an ancient nation once called itself Central. Could this be its language? While Edwina was making associations, Ebner had already pushed open the door inscribed with, Huang Tao was here, leading them into the final room. No, more precisely, this was a palace, a massive crystalline palace with an elven style, mixed with hints of Gothic design. The palace had 2 levels. The lower floor was a platform surrounded by decorations of gemstones and gold. Ascending the long staircase to the 2nd level, one could see a lavish high-backed chair, upon which sat a tall figure, so tall that even seated, it was over 2 meters. That figure had its head lowered, body leaning forward, right fist against its forehead, elbow on its thigh. If not for the lack of any aura, it looked as if he were still alive, lost in thought. The god of luck. Even separated by more than 10 meters of stairs, and unable to see his face clearly, Ebner recognized his identity through an indescribable sense of familiarity. But just as he was about to ascend to the 2nd level, he suddenly realized that a complex ritual had been arranged before the staircase. The ritual followed a binary method, with 2 altars. One bore a pair of interconnected, continuously turning gears, the other bore a card lying quietly. It was a blasphemy card. A card that had already been activated. Since the ritual did not prevent others from approaching, Ebner and Edwina could easily see the card, which depicted Roselle in his classic Child of Steam image. In the upper left corner of the image, brilliant starlight condensed into lines of text. Sequence 9, Savant. Extraordinary memory, learning, and practical ability. Rough understanding of mysticism, deeper mastery of science and mechanical theory. Can awaken memories, recall all knowledge once read, enhanced comprehension and learning ability. Potion formula. Main ingredients, 50g rattle copper or crystal, 1 pair of eyes from a Noski black goat. Auxiliary ingredients. Sequence 4, Alchemist. Can imbue one's creations with souls, granting them a measure of life. Potion formula. Main ingredients, 1 drop of divine blood from the god of steam and machinery, or 1 pair of fairy wings plus 1 philosopher's stone. Auxiliary ingredients. Ritual, extract all life force within a designated area. Sequence 0, Paragon. Potion formula, 3 portions of dark light beyonder characteristics plus the paragon's uniqueness. Ritual, draft a blueprint of one civilization and guide the intelligent species of the current world to develop and progress until they match the civilization envisioned in the blueprint. When the scene of the blueprint and the real civilization overlap perfectly, drink the potion. Note, the greater the gap between the drafted civilization and the original one, the smaller the discrepancy upon alignment, the better the ritual's effect. End of this chapter. Chapter 932, Roselle the Porter. The Paragon card. Old Huang actually left it here. Ebner stared for a while at the card surface, where lines of text appeared and vanished as though in an automatically played slideshow. After memorizing all the formulas, he shifted his gaze to the pair of rotating gears on another altar. That's actually an item condensed from the beyonder characteristic of Sequence 2's Knowledge Magister. So that's it. This ritual was essentially set up to control those 6 mechanical lions in the previous room. Just like how higher sequence beyonders of the Savant pathway could command their mechanical bodies. So that robot formed by 6 lions might well have a power cap at the angel level. Good thing I didn't fight it. Good thing its 2 earlier attacks were only warnings. At this thought, Ebner couldn't help feeling a bit of lingering fear. He wasn't worried for himself, after all, he bore the blessing of the goddess of beauty upon his forehead. Even an angel-level strike might not necessarily kill him. But Edwina would have stood no chance under such attacks. Good thing old Juan wasn't completely mad back then. Of course, before coming here I not only divined for myself, but also asked Little Snake Will. If it had truly been that dangerous, I probably wouldn't have brought Edwina along. Turning these thoughts over, Ebner didn't destroy the ritual. He simply took the blasphemy card and the Knowledge Magister characteristic. Before he fully analyzed the structure of the ritual, he dared not act rashly, lest he provoke those 6 mechanical lions again. What's more, his own body of the god of luck lay slumbering here. It wasn't something he could take away in a short while. Having angel-level guardians watching over it gave him peace of mind. At his side, Edwina had also memorized the contents on the blasphemy card. She felt delighted to once again witness such a treasure, but the pirate admiral soon calmed her emotions, showing no intention of seizing the card or the characteristic. After glancing around, she pointed to both sides of the staircase and said thoughtfully, "This place looks rather empty. Besides those crystals and gemstones, elven ruins usually contain many highly artistic pieces. For example, at both sides of this staircase, I think there ought to have been thick, tall columns. The columns should be carved with a series of symbols and emblems that project majesty, grandeur, and submission, as well as strange patterns with little meaning yet special effects. That would fit more with elven customs. Of course, this is only my personal experience and opinion, it may not be accurate." Ebner followed her finger and saw that the area around the stairs was indeed quite empty, as though something had originally been designed there. He knew himself well, if conditions didn't allow, he could accept it. But if they did, he was actually someone who enjoyed life. If this truly were his palace, he would surely have decorated it with care, making it luxurious and magnificent. So, where's the original decoration? Those mysterious effect columns Edwina mentioned. Could it be that old Juan carted them all off? But what would he even do with them? Wait. Don't tell me he used them to decorate his own 9 tombs. Right, even the gate of that tomb he built in the dream was stolen. At the time I even said that after becoming a demigod, I should go check out the abandoned ancient castle in the middle of Delaire Forest, southeast of Backlund, where the Sea of Chaos was sealed. I'll go when I find the time. Ever since becoming a demigod, I've been constantly busy, schedule packed tight. Back to the question, if it really was old Huang who stole all the building materials from my tomb to use in his, then what gave him the confidence to write in that dream that no one should think about stealing valuable things from his tomb? Should I say it's just like him, that shameless porter old Huang? Not only plagiarizing in science and art, but even hauling off construction materials. Truly shameless. After griping a few lines in his heart, Ebner didn't care too much. After all, what old Huang left behind here was far more valuable. He was not at a loss. He only prayed silently that old Huang hadn't gone too far and dismantled the so-called passage leading near the giant's court. Maybe that god of luck practiced frugality. Though he had plenty of complaints about old Huang, Ebner still defended his image before Edwina. I checked some records in Lenberg's great library before coming here. In one of Hermes' journals it was written that the god of luck loved luxury and demanded beauty in creatures, items, and even architecture. Edwina shook her head in thought. I suspect it was Emperor Roselle who, for some reason, destroyed the decorations here. Also, the earlier rooms were just as empty. Their decorations may well have been destroyed by him too. Reasonable, logical. Old Huang, I tried, but here we've got a reader who's good at deduction. While grumbling inwardly, Ebner nodded in agreement with Edwina's speculation. Then, half embracing her, he carefully led her up the stairs, finally arriving before the high-backed chair of the god of luck. Though a bit uneasy at being held, Edwina didn't resist. This ruin was riddled with danger, and Ebner was only doing it to protect her better. As he drew close to the seated god of luck in the pose of the thinker, Ebner, who had his pure white eye open, easily sensed that his own body's condition was nearly the same as Alvin Abraham in the Nation of the Evernight, dead, yet not completely, with faint traces of spirit lingering. And those traces of spirit blended harmoniously with his own current spirit, as though they were one. He even felt that if he used the secret art that once controlled Owen, consuming another miracle, he could directly make this god of luck into his own avatar, without needing spiritual synchronization. But Ebner resisted the temptation. That secret art he had been refining with many versions of himself was still incomplete, with significant flaws. Sacrificing the bone dragon and testing with Owen had been fine, but this was his true body, he had to be cautious. Moreover, Ebner had roughly guessed why the Evernight goddess had once required him to leave behind a miracle. Because this miracle was most likely reserved for Alvin. Once his secret art was perfected, fixing all its flaws, Alvin could truly revive and leap in sequence straight to Miracle Invoker. By then, miracles would no longer be rare. He could let more of himself become, not avatars, but truly himself. Once they revived, he would surely obtain their corresponding memories, cleverly skirting the contamination of the unknown land. Perhaps this was the scheme of the me throughout the ages. But why exactly had they chosen this path? End of chapter. Chapter 933, Afternoon Town. For this question, clearly no one could give an answer, so Ebner stopped thinking about it and instead pulled Edwina along to look around the high-backed chair. But the result was that, apart from a pitch-dark passageway behind the chair, there was nothing else at all. Roselle really looted this place clean. Ebner griped inwardly, then finally went with Edwina to the back of the chair. Behind the seat of the god of luck was a downward-leading, pitch-black passage. This arrangement was extremely similar to the one in the Hall of Honesty, inside the City of Miracles, live seed. Adding to that the familiar-looking bronze gate at the outermost entrance of the ruin. Ebner was nearly certain this palace had originally been used to seal the entrance of the Sea of Chaos. But strangely, he could not sense the aura of the Sea of Chaos here, it was as though it had been moved away by someone. Yet even the creator of Silver City at his peak couldn't have done that, right? Then was it the god of luck who had done it using the pure white eye? Could I, really be that powerful? Recalling how Daniel and the god of knowledge and wisdom once conducted experiments using the Sea of Chaos at the abandoned castle in Delaire Forest, and how Roselle more than a century ago had directly taken away the gate used to seal that entrance. Putting the two together, it wasn't hard to deduce that the Sea of Chaos entrance in Delaire Forest had most likely been moved to, and probably by Daniel, who also possessed the pure white eye, by me. As for where it was moved to. Wait. Could it have been moved into the depths of that unknown land? That illusory, all-knowing eye, and pure white angel, could they be stably present only because the Sea of Chaos within was providing them power? If this assumption was true, then no wonder the pure white eye was so repelled by the Origin Castle, and why above the grey fog it couldn't use abilities like analysis at all. But though the unknown land was extraordinary and its essence extremely high, could it really be high enough to contain the entrance to the Sea of Chaos? That would mean, it was at least on the same level as the Sea of Chaos itself. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Ebner felt a deeper sense of dread toward the depths of the unknown land. At this moment, Edwina clearly noticed how similar the passage before them was to the one in the Hall of Honesty. Her clear, spring-like eyes shifted slightly as she asked Ebner, "Shall we go down and take a look?" Ebner hesitated, performed another divination, then said solemnly, "It might be dangerous. Stay here, I'll go down and see." Edwina's thin lips parted, trembling slightly for a while, but in the end she said nothing. Though confident in her strength, she was still not a demigod. In terms of survivability, she couldn't compare to a real demigod. If she forced herself to follow, she would only drag Ebner down and put him in danger. "Don't worry, I'm only going to take a look. If there's danger, I'll come right back. Ebner noticed her worry and comforted her with a few words. Almost unconsciously, he touched the black gem embedded in his chest, which instantly bolstered his confidence. The goddess gave me this item before I came to this ruin. It must have a purpose, it should be able to keep me safe. Of course, I could choose not to explore, and simply turn back, but since Little Snake will suggested I bring that key, and neither the goddess nor Lilith gave me any warning. That means this exploration is actually beneficial for me. After weighing the matter for a moment, Ebner finally made up his mind and descended the steps of the passage into the deepest darkness. And there, he saw a wall. A wall carved with many short, ancient symbols, but with a gap in the center, leaving it incomplete. The size of that gap perfectly matched the key in Ebner's hand, the stone slab engraved with the symbol of the god of luck. This structure looked familiar too. It was just like the wall behind the statue of the Mother Goddess of the Sky in the church of the foggy town in the nation of the Evernight. That little town should have been built by the Mother Goddess together with Antigonus. Could it be that the god of luck was also acquainted with them? Did they reference my idea when building the church? Though that wall passage could also have been something the goddess casually created. After all, inscribing her symbol worked there too, and it was the only way out. And even this wall before him might not be unrelated to the goddess. Judging from the murals earlier, the god of luck had also participated in the Rose of Redemption formed by the creator, meaning he likely knew both the goddess and Lilith long ago. With this in mind, Ebner didn't hesitate further. He directly inserted the stone slab key into the wall's hollow. They fit together seamlessly, without the slightest excess. Immediately, the wall lit up, gradually turning transparent, revealing beyond it a sequence of black, illusory gates arranged in vertical succession. Their style bore quite a resemblance to the Torii gates of his previous life's island nation. Before Ebner could even use the pure white eye to observe, he was suddenly pulled into the wall, and then uncontrollably thrust through gate after gate, plummeting rapidly toward some unknown destination. During this process, he felt the blessing of the goddess of beauty on his forehead, the black gem on his chest, and some power from deep within the unknown land behind his eyes all intertwining with each other, resonating with the passageway of gates beneath his feet. He didn't know how long it took, but eventually the endless darkness before him receded, and he found himself standing upon an altar that had just stopped shaking. Not far away, a tall youth holding an axe was watching the altar warily. Yet he showed no surprise at Ebner's sudden appearance, as though he hadn't seen him at all. No, it was certain he couldn't see him. Ebner circled around the youth a few times, and seeing no reaction, confirmed his judgment. What's going on here? Ebner turned his gaze back toward the now dormant altar. With the pure white eye running at full capacity, he quickly figured out the general situation. This youth's appearance I haven't seen before, but his build, the details of his clothes, all are identical to the sun, and with that axe, it's almost certain he is the sun. So this must be the afternoon town he was exploring with Silver City's chief. The forsaken land of the gods. Northwest wonder this place is filled with the dark power of a deity. And it's precisely this power that has been used by the black gem bestowed by the goddess on my chest, forming a layer of concealment. With this screen in place, not to mention that son Derek, even Amon or the true creator wouldn't easily find me. This is very likely an evolved version of Evan's hidden barrier. So safety is indeed assured. Now then, the new question is, how on earth do I get back? Ebner glanced at the altar, which seemed to have lost all its power, and fell into thought. Meanwhile, Derek waited a while after the phenomenon disappeared. Feeling there was no immediate danger, he lowered his head again and prayed devoutly. Fool who doesn't belong to this era. Mysterious ruler above the gray fog. King of yellow and black who wields good luck. In the sea region of the God War ruins, Klein, who had been admiring the scenery by the window, was once again forced to enter the washroom. He set up the interfering items, retraced 4 steps, and ascended above the gray fog. Seating himself in the high-back chair at the head of the long bronze table, he extended his right hand. Spirituality spread out, touching the crimson star representing the little sun. All of a sudden, the praying voice became abnormally clear, and the corresponding scene unfolded before Klein's eyes. He first saw the still slightly blurry little sun, then realized that the environment he was in was not quite right. Around the sun flowed indescribable darkness, within which countless eyes of different shapes were silently staring at him. These eyes were dense and vague, deep and repressed, like uninvited onlookers, and the little sun was utterly unaware. Afternoon town, is this dangerous? Klein knew very well what the sun was about to do these days. After a moment's thought, he intuitively judged the darkness to be highly bizarre, not quite real. So he gave up on responding with the "See God" scepter, and instead opted to pull the other into the gray fog. But just then, he suddenly noticed that among those countless eyes, one was extraordinarily bright, completely different from the others, and faintly had some connection to himself. After a quick check, Klein's mouth fell open in shock, and he muttered, "That's Lubo." When did he end up in the forsaken land of the gods? End of chapter. Chapter 934, Ebner in the Floating City. Although it was strange why the tower would appear in the forsaken land of the gods, considering his special condition, Klein didn't rashly pull him above the grey fog to ask. Even though the fool persona had most likely already been seen through, it was still only a possibility. He didn't want to do anything that might arouse even more suspicion. Besides, doing that might not help Mr. Tower at all, it might even place him in greater danger. And if he wanted to know what he had been doing, he could simply ask in the small gathering after next Monday's tarot meeting. The most urgent matter right now was rescuing the sun from that dangerous place. Thinking this, Klein extended his spirituality, but felt the crimson star seemed as though it was stuck in a swamp, making his attempt to pull extremely strenuous. What terrifying existence has he gotten involved with this time? Klein's thoughts turned as he rippled the grey fog and this mysterious space, sending the power downward. After his promotion to Sequence 5, without relying on a sealed card or corresponding rituals, he could already leverage the power above the grey fog to a small degree. Silently and effortlessly, Klein completed the pull. Derek the Sun's figure immediately appeared on his high-backed chair. Meanwhile, in the real afternoon town, the demon hunter cautiously entered the cellar of a house, with Hayne and Joshua following close behind. In the dim candlelight, the figure of Derek Berg rapidly sketched itself into existence as if drawn on paper. Inside the strange afternoon town house, Ebner sensed a familiar aura of grey fog. Right after, he saw Derek the Sun gradually erased from before his eyes. Seeing this familiar scene, a flash of realization struck him. He pondered. If the original plot hasn't changed, that should have been Mr. Fool helping Derek return to the real afternoon town. So, what I'm in now is the strange afternoon town, or rather, the afternoon town within nightmare and secrecy. This environment is like the foggy town in the nation of the Evernight, or that Kaba's town I once stumbled into during Professor Michelle's dream in East Chester County. They should all be within the domain of darkness and nightmare. No wonder the gem on my chest can gather such strong concealment and darkness power. According to the original story, Afternoon Town's darkness was where the kings plotted, it was the goddess's home ground. Though the Rose of Redemption's assassination scheme must have been tacitly allowed by the creator, at least on the surface it had to be hidden, or his awakened god consciousness would definitely have stopped it. Combining that with what I observed during teleportation, plus the clues on the altar, I can deduce reasonably. The transmission channel built by the god of luck, from Byam to Afternoon Town outside the Giant's Court, should have relied on the connection between two Sea of Chaos entrances. So even under the true creator's blockade, it could still function. Yes, inside the nightmare of Afternoon Town, there must have also been a Sea of Chaos entrance, but it too was moved away by someone. If the Sea of Chaos's black viscous mass was still here, this passage would be hard to use, unless one had a blasphemy slate to control it. But now, with the Sea of Chaos moved, only residual pollution connects the entrances, and this remnant power let the god of luck construct the teleportation gate. Furthermore, judging by the murals in the ruins, this passageway was likely built as far back as the Twin Era, or even earlier. That's why the god of luck often, as depicted, teleported from the elf-ruled seas to this giant's mythic gate, gazing upon the Giant's Court. As for why he, or rather, I, gazed at the giant palaces, I have no idea. Hey, given the Queen of Calamity's attitude toward me, could it be that I really acted like a scoundrel back then, not only having unclear ties with the Elf Queen, but also secretly meeting the Giant Queen? If the Giant Queen Amabella had already been quietly replaced by Lilith, then it makes sense, after all, I had deep ties with her across several lifetimes, that fate beginning here would be natural. But if not, then the knives above my head are only increasing. Forget it, better not dwell on these headaches, let's continue deducing. By the third epoch, when the Dark Angel organized the Rose of Redemption here, this secret channel most likely became the route for the goddess and Lilith to come and go from Afternoon Town. After all, neither the goddess nor Lilith were the creator's direct line, so being cautious was natural. And since this town's nightmare remained in a concealed state, no one discovered how they arrived or departed. Even the awakened god consciousness of the creator couldn't discover it, let alone others. That's why this teleportation channel survived to the present. In fact, it might have been because the god of luck got caught up in the war of betrayal and suffered irreparable injuries that he had to use the channel to escape back to his palace, eventually perishing on his throne. But the problem with this deduction is, why would the me, who was a transmigrator, have meddled in the Rose of Redemption's affairs without precautions against the coming god war? That behavior is completely like someone who didn't know the plot. And there's another strange point, the mural I first saw in the trial temple of the god of luck and the Queen of Calamities working together to expel excess characteristics. I was also depicted there as knowing nothing about beyonder pathways. With this multi-threaded thinking, culminating in a summary deduction, Ebner not only reconstructed many scenes, but also formed some ideas on how to return, such as finding where the abandoned Sea of Chaos entrance lay in Nightmare Afternoon Town. Of course, before that, he had to explore the town, to discover whether anything here could benefit him. Thinking so, Ebner didn't linger. With the protection of the goddess's dark power, he quickly left the cellar, exited the house, and stepped into the streets of Afternoon Town. The first thing that met his eyes were candle flames flickering in many windows, dim and swaying yet long unextinguished, as though this long-dead town still held life. But Ebner knew it was only an illusion. Through the pure white eye, he clearly saw all kinds of monsters lurking in the darkness, ready to strike at any prey that strayed in. Yet thanks to the goddess's protection, Ebner, who stood in a deeper layer of darkness and nightmare, wasn't worried. Like with Derek earlier, they couldn't see him at all. The gem's protection is just like the church in Kaba's nightmare town. As long as no sound is made, the monsters in this layer of darkness simply don't perceive those inside the church. Unless I fall deeper into nightmare together with them, they won't see me. After observing thoughtfully, Ebner was about to head for the upper district of Afternoon Town. But as soon as he looked up, he saw something unbelievable. The fallen floating city, within this dream, was still whole, still hovering in midair. And within it, points of fire glimmered, faint signs of activity. It was flying so low that its upper platform nearly connected to the staircase leading upward from Afternoon Town. Didn't it crash? I remember even the Book of Gears was picked up from the ruins by that boy Jack. Narrowing his eyes at this incredible sight, Ebner quickly strode toward the staircase to the upper town, unsealing the Book of Gears from his card as he went. The instant the Book of Gears left its spiritual seal, all the lights in the floating city of this nightmare suddenly blazed to life, as if welcoming the return of a most honored guest. Elsewhere, Klein didn't linger above the gray fog, quickly returning to the washroom and packing away his ritual items. Hopefully the little son won't run into more trouble, and Mr. Tower won't either. Otherwise, me going in and out of the washroom this often won't look good. Those who know the truth understand it's for secrecy, but those who don't might think Gehrman Sparrow has prostate problems. This ruins my persona. Nina's look just now was already strange. She even said I could go see Frank, claiming his medicines were usually unreliable but sometimes worked. If she hadn't done many bad things, I'd have turned her in for the bounty already. Calm down, think of something else. Though I fully digested the faceless potion, Rosego the puppet master advanced one sequence at a time, so his residual characteristic must contain a faceless portion. Using that characteristic as the main ingredient means I've essentially consumed an extra faceless, a magician, a clown, a seer, maybe even more. Sigh, I'll just have to keep following the rules I summarized earlier, to digest the excess components. Klein conjured clear water, washed his face, then stepped out of the washroom. Just as he wondered if it was dinner time and reached for his gold-cased pocket watch to check, his vision suddenly went dark, he could barely see his hand in front of him. Night already, the intervals are so irregular. If I were fighting a monster and suddenly darkness fell, what would I do? Monsters are living beings too, they should need to sleep. Otherwise, they'd likely vanish into the night. Both sides fighting, then suddenly lying down to nap, and continuing after waking. That's basically an unspeakable story below the neck, isn't it? What am I thinking? At least this isn't the Hall of Honesty. Relaxed after his successful promotion, Klein muttered 2 complaints, then quickly went to bed. With meditation, he soon fell asleep and entered a dream. Within the dream, he had just become lucid when he suddenly saw the floating city above the giant's court burst into dazzling light, as though the sun had descended into it. End of chapter. Chapter 935, Morning Star Shines. My name is Lazar, I live in Cloudtop District 4, Building 13, Unit 2. Today is the 73,901st day since the fall of the morning star. The name, Lazar, was personally given to me when I was still an infant by His Majesty the Great Mechanical Emperor Evans. It was said that this name once belonged to the Emperor's closest friend, and within it was his hope for me, that I too would become a great alchemist. Unfortunately, I disappointed him. The reason I was granted such an honor was because my parents sacrificed themselves during a scouting mission to cover the retreat of their companions. Always the same beginning. If one day someone comes across this diary of mine, please don't mind my rambling. For someone who has lived more than 250 years, with a soul already verging on decay, if I don't write these things down constantly, it's far too easy to forget who I am. Inside a house filled with mechanical devices, the man named Lazar twisted his somewhat rusted wrist and set aside the pen plugged into the socket of his palm. The main part of his torso was entirely made of brass. His limbs and head were pieced together with various metals. Even the damaged areas of the brass torso had been patched with rough iron, barely keeping the internal sealed system from exposure to the air. From afar, he looked like nothing more than a ragged robot covered in patches. But this ragged robot was in truth entirely governed by a human soul. All those metal parts were the result of mechanical modification. At that moment, accompanied by creaking sounds, Lazar struggled to his feet. His right leg stepped forward, pulling along his left leg, which had 4 wheels attached at the bottom, and slowly made his way to the cabinet on the other side of the room. Decades earlier, about 30 years ago, the modifications below his left calf had been destroyed during an exploration of Afternoon Town. Both the sensory system and the drive system had collapsed completely and could not be repaired. Thus he had no choice but to attach wheels, moving only with the assistance of his still functional right leg. At first Lazar found it hard to adapt, but after so many years, he had already become used to the wheels. He could even go up and down stairs with ease. Still, it meant he could never again join the exploration squads. That was also the reason why, although he lived in the most expensive Cloudtop district, his financial situation was poor. Because resources were tight, his pension was just enough to cover the yearly property insurance and maintenance fees for his home. Fortunately, he had long since completed his full-body mechanical transformation. As long as he didn't engage in energy-draining projects, his energy needs were not too great. Moreover, Morningstar City provided every Cloudtop district resident with a minimum supply of energy every month. This month, I've managed to save up to 14 energy units. That's more than enough to fire up a reactor once and repair a batch of equipment for the exploration squad. I can also earn some energy points from that, and use them for a session of emotional therapy. The last time I went through therapy was 10 years ago. Though writing my diary has helped keep my state of mind fairly stable, the emotions accumulated over the years are already considerable. I may still be far from the critical threshold, and if I approach it, I can undergo free compulsory therapy, but the process is unbearable, and the mental damage caused is irreversible. Muttering to himself in a rambling tone, Lazar had reached the cabinet. He took out a small bottle of machine oil, poured a little into the slots of his hand, then rotated the bearings inside a few times until he was sure they were running smoothly. Only then did he put the oil back, return to his desk, and once more slot the charcoal pen into his connector, continuing to write. The price of a stack of paper has gone up by 2 energy points recently. Not surprising. Just last week, a newborn emerged from the reproduction hall. That meant the crop structure in the plantation had to be adjusted, shifting to more edible produce to provide organic food for the newborn. And the gray dwarf grass used for papermaking, already unimportant, was naturally stripped of its right to grow. Ever since the mechanical emperor fell into slumber, and the rebellion of the 4 pontiffs caused Morningstar City to crash into this strange town, only one of the floating city's 4 major systems remained operational, the night barrier. That was the emperor's final blessing, protecting the 10,000 survivors inside the city from the monsters lurking in the darkness of this bizarre afternoon town. Unfortunately, because of resource shortages, every few years Morningstar City must send people to explore the town, searching for minerals and any other usable materials. And whenever that happens, the night barrier has to be temporarily shut down. Sigh, each expedition is always the most dangerous time for Morningstar City. I digress. I don't know if I've written this in earlier entries, but aside from the night barrier, the other 3 systems, storm engine, solar furnace, and cocoon of purification, are all on the brink of collapse. The storm engine is in the worst state. Once the power source for the city's flight and partial energy supply, now it can only run at its lowest output to keep the city's balance stable, preventing it from toppling. The cocoon of purification already had problems even before the fall. Back then, when faith in the true creator began spreading within the city, many with only mild mental pollution went in for treatment, but came out worse. Some turned into monsters, others became cultists of evil gods. After the city fell into this nightmare-like town, the system deteriorated even further. Now it can only be used to clean away residual contamination in food. But that is reserved for newborns. For someone like me, who has completed full-body transformation, it isn't necessary. Finally, the solar furnace, the main energy source of Morningstar City, provides less than a 10,000th of its original output since the fall. The 3 surviving alchemy grandmasters had no choice but to manufacture numerous auxiliary power sources to keep our modifications functional, and to maintain the operation of vital facilities such as the reproduction hall and the greenhouse. Even so, the greenhouse cannot expand. Every time a newborn arrives, they have to cut into the area used for tool crops, and replant food crops. Hey, 2 centuries ago, under the emperor's protection, every newborn in the reproduction hall was greeted with a celebration. It was seen as a miracle and hope in this dark world. But now, that can never happen again. With limited resources, the total number of residents, or rather, the total energy distribution, is fixed. A newborn's arrival means that an old fellow like me must perish completely. Sigh, if only the mechanical emperor were still here. The rulers of the upper levels keep telling us commoners that the emperor prophesied he would return in several centuries. That when he returns, the morning star will shine, and calamity will be driven away. That when he returns, he will lead Morning Star out of this dark domain, into a world of light. But I know, those are probably lies. When cybernetic transformation technology was first maturing, the Emperor was already too old. And during his modification, an accident occurred, a power furnace short-circuited, causing a massive explosion. The Emperor died because of that. His students and followers all believed it was an assassination by the cultists of the true creator. Thus the long hostile factions erupted into all-out war. Although the 4 pontiffs and the cultists were eventually exterminated, the war brought the downfall of Morning Star. The floating city not only fell into this bizarre town and became trapped here, but also lost the mechanical cannon in the fighting. That loss deprived Morning Star City of the formula for saints. From then on, no new alchemists were ever born. Sigh, I really am old. I just flipped through earlier entries and realized much of what I've written now repeats them. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Great Emperor, will you truly return? Here Lazar wanted to sigh, but then remembered that his head's implants lacked that function. He had no choice but to expend half a unit of energy, compressing air to simulate the effect. After doing so, Lazar, who believed that life required rituals, even after centuries, stood up once more. He put on an utterly useless coat made from Carl's grass, donned a top hat refined from bloodthorn, and left his home. He strolled to the statue of the mechanical emperor in front of the central tower and prayed silently. It was something he repeated every single day. But at that moment, the world before Lazar suddenly grew bright. Startled, he rotated one of his cameras a full 360 degrees, only to see that the entire Morning Star City had lit up, bathing this dark world in a glow as bright as day. This scene, both familiar and strange, left Lazar feeling disoriented in time, as though he had returned to 2 centuries ago, when the mechanical emperor still lived and Morning Star City still thrived. This is Morning Star shining, calamity driven away. Great Emperor, have you truly returned? End of chapter. Chapter 936, The Three Counselors. In Morning Star City, within an office on the 7th floor of the central tower. The alchemist, Anik Splinter, lifted a cup of hot water steeped with some unknown plant root. As he savored the unique bitterness laced with sweetness, he sketched something on a sheet of paper. As one of the current members of the Floating City Supreme Council, Anik had not undergone full mechanical transformation. He had preserved his nose, mouth, esophagus, digestive organs, and excretory system, which allowed him to still enjoy the pleasures of food. Of course, his food also had to be purchased with energy points. But Anik had not kept these organs purely for indulgence. The real reason was that he was the one entrusted with one of Morning Star City's Grade 1 sealed artifacts, Goran's stomach. Goran had once been one of the 4 pontiffs of the Church of the True Creator, and the only one to reach demigodhood. He was ultimately slain by the joint efforts of the Supreme Counselors of Morning Star City. Even though it had been many against one, 2 alchemists still fell in that battle before Goran was destroyed completely. Only after further processing by the Grandmasters was the sealed artifact made, one with relatively minor negative effects, but troublesome conditions for sealing. Leaving aside other harsh requirements, the artifact demanded a genuine flesh and blood stomach to serve as its seal, and required regular feedings of blood and meat. This was far from convenient for Morning Star City, where most people had long undergone complete mechanical modification. Thus, the youngest counselor at the time, Anik, who had the least need to worry about aging or lifespan, retained his digestive and excretory systems for this purpose. As a student of the mechanical emperor, it was his duty to make such a sacrifice. Fortunately, although the sealing conditions were troublesome, the artifact's power also slowed the aging of his unmodified flesh. Even after more than 2 centuries, his biological organs still functioned well enough. Moreover, together with another Supreme Counselor, the nearly unmodified Lady Eleanor, Anik had made outstanding contributions to Morning Star City's luxury food industry. It could be said that the 2 of them alone supported an industrial chain that kept nearly 500 residents fed. In order to stimulate domestic demand, to keep the economy alive despite scarce resources, and to prevent the citizens from sinking into apathy or turning to evil gods for solace, the Supreme Counselors had racked their brains. Thankfully, while still alive, the mechanical emperor had taught Anik some rudimentary economics and sociology. Lady Eleanor, for her part, had lived more than 2 centuries without full mechanical modification because, during that same battle against Goran, she had overused another Grade 1 sealed artifact, the Hive of Honey. In the end, she had been forced to merge with it. The Hive of Honey was forged from the characteristic of a Sequence 4 ancient alchemist on the planter pathway. Its original function was unimportant now. After merging with Lady Eleanor, however, it allowed for increased crop yields, selective breeding of special species, production of an energy like honey, and, when combat was required, the expenditure of honey to create clones with 10 to 50% of her strength, all under her control. So long as honey was stockpiled, theoretically the number of clones she could produce was limitless. The price of such power was that Lady Eleanor had become half-plant, rooted near the reproduction hall and greenhouse, unable to move freely, and forced to endure the pain of birthing at intervals. Yes. For since the entry into the strange afternoon town, even those unmodified could no longer conceive naturally. For over 200 years, every newborn of the reproduction hall had in fact been carried by Lady Eleanor. Back to the present. Just as the alchemist Anik Splinter was about to draw his pen across a certain point on the paper, his inspiration stirred. Through his detection modules, he sensed that the solar furnace, one of Morning Star City's 4 systems, had suddenly begun operating at full capacity. Within mere seconds, 3 energy tanks had been filled, and still the output showed no sign of slowing. Though Anik had once known the solar furnace intimately, after 2 centuries of neglect he found himself at a loss. As the reserve tanks neared overflow, he gritted his teeth and used his emergency authority to activate all of Morningstar City's high-consumption projects. That included every light in every district. In an instant, Morningstar City shone as bright as day. Half a minute later, two figures burst into the 7th-floor office. One was clad head to toe in black metal, 4 thrusters jutting from his back, with 6 insect-like arms at his sides. The polished surface of his frame gleamed like a multi-purpose mech from a science fiction world. The other figure appeared to be a little girl of 3 or 4, with transparent bee-like wings on her back. She was clearly one of Lady Eleanor's clones. "What happened?" the man in black armor asked in a stiff electronic voice. "I don't know." The solar furnace suddenly restarted, energy surged far beyond limits. "I had no choice but to use emergency authority to activate all high-consumption projects." Red light flickered back and forth in Anik's narrow eyes, betraying his unease. How could the solar furnace suddenly start running? The black-armored man quickly remote-controlled part of his systems into the furnace chamber. After a brief inspection, he found nothing. His electronic voice carried a hint of confusion. "There's no problem at all, the energy just suddenly appeared from nowhere." At that moment, Lady Eleanor's clone, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "When he returns, the morning star will shine, and calamity will be driven away." At her words, the red light in Anik's eyes flared brighter. He swiftly manipulated the console before him, and the scene at the connection point between Morningstar City and the mid-level staircase of Afternoon Town was projected onto the wall. The 3 counselors stared without blinking. After a full minute passed with no change, the black-armored man vented gas from his thrusters, his electronic voice sounding again. "That prophecy may have come from the Emperor's own lips, but it should have been no more than a comfort." He broke off mid-sentence. For in the projection, a young man holding the gear book had just stepped lightly across the stairs of Afternoon Town, entering Morningstar City with a single stride. Completely ignoring the night barrier, the floating city's greatest defense. End of chapter. Chapter 937, Messenger of God. The Nightmare Afternoon Town. When Ebner saw all the lights of the floating city flare to life, he was startled, nearly stowing away the gear book at once. He worried that the sudden change in the floating city might draw the dangerous beings of Afternoon Town, and then implicate him. But soon, Ebner sharply noticed that nothing in the town stirred. It was as if those monsters hidden in the darkness hadn't sensed the dazzling light of the floating city at all. The ritual protecting the floating city. I already judged from the gearbook's projections that it was an enlarged version of the secret technique Evan's hidden barrier. This barrier must borrow the dense, dark, divine power the goddess left behind in the town, sinking the floating city into a deeper nightmare than this afternoon town itself. That's why the monsters can't perceive it. My nightmare is deeper than yours. So, compared to you, I am hidden. Unless you descend into a deeper nightmare too, you can't affect me. If I compare this with the misty town of the Nation of Night and the church in that Kabba's town in East Chester, the principle is probably the same. And the reason I can see it, perceive its changes, is because the black gem the goddess gave me at my chest generates a barrier on the same principle as the floating cities. Which means I share the same nightmare layer as it. So then, the outer barrier of the floating city is meaningless to me, since we're on the same level, with the same hidden depth. A brief moment of thought cleared the puzzle for Ebner, and his expression eased. Meanwhile, he reached the junction where the middle stairways of Afternoon Town met the floating city's platform. Having come this far, Ebner didn't hesitate. He stepped across the visible barrier. As expected, it didn't hinder him at all. Yet, as he passed through, he felt something mark him, and his intuition warned he was being monitored. He wasn't concerned. If the floating city lacked even this much vigilance, it would have been destroyed long ago regardless of barriers. Still, he decided to cloak himself with a combination of psychological invisibility and hiding in shadows. As an outsider, he stood out too much. If the residents misunderstood, trouble would follow. He came in peace, but that didn't mean he'd just sit and be beaten. Besides, before meeting the rulers face to face, he wanted to observe and collect information. Because of the sudden activation of all high-energy projects, the citizens of Morningstar City shifted, from stunned silence, to panic, to fear, to excitement, even frenzy. The panicked and fearful remembered the fall of Morningstar, fearing another catastrophe or an enemy invasion. The excited and fervent remembered their revered mechanical emperor, and his prophecy, when he returns, the morning star will shine, and calamity will be driven away. Countless people streamed from the mid and lower levels within the mountain, climbing through passages to the surface, gathering beneath the central tower at the statue of the mechanical emperor to pray. Ebner followed the crowd, wide-eyed. 99% of them had undergone full mechanical transformation. Only a few, younger, people born in recent decades had merely partial augmentations. Because materials were scarce, much of the metal came from scavenged parts of Afternoon Town, so the designs of their prostheses were wildly varied, patchwork and mismatched, like some underground street in a cyberpunk world. But this tradition of complete modification, even replacing the brain with simulated mechanical substrates, actually gave Ebner convenience. For after becoming a demigod, his information extraction, the ascended form of breath extraction, normally only read shallow local records. Now, though, these mechanical brains themselves were storage banks. Ready-made databases he could extract at will. Their nature was no different from residual information in the environment. All were within the scope of the seer's power. 202 years ago, the fall of Morning Star. That year. According to the Gearbook's data, the floating city existed 203 years before falling. The numbers so close together, does that signify something? The 5 alchemists fought the 4 pontiffs. That Gorin was a powerful Trinity Cathedral, calling himself a pontiff is one thing, but the other 3. Barely sequence 5, yet daring to claim the title. Was the true creator so cheapened? That's outright blasphemy. Well, they must have heard the true creator's murmurs and converted. Maybe each heard something different, built their own doctrines. That explains why such a small floating city had 4 separate true creator churches, probably even denouncing one another as heretics. The mechanical emperor, Lucian Evans. In a past life I really milked the arcane for all it was worth. Good thing I didn't call the floating city Oringian. Unfortunate though, at the end of that life, nearing my natural limit, I encountered an energy core explosion during augmentation. For over 2 centuries since, no such accident in countless mechanical surgeries. No wonder people still suspect it was the true creator cult's assassination, though my friends and students clarified in the investigation reopened a century later. And the prophecy. The morning star will shine, calamity will be driven away. That must have been me foretelling my own return, right? As for the shining morning star. Did my arrival trigger some preset mechanism? Not quite. The changes began after I unsealed the Gearbook. So then, what exactly is this floating city? What state are these people in? Little Sun clearly told me that the true Morning Star City had crashed in reality outside Afternoon Town. Reading, muttering, analyzing, Ebner's gaze finally fixed on the statue of the mechanical emperor before the tower. Klein had once toured Master Klaus's imitation of the floating city, describing its key facilities in detail. But he never mentioned such a statue. That proved it was built only after the floating city sank into the nightmare town. The being that left dream guidance for Klaus in the Divine War ruins had not known of it. That alone wasn't enough to catch Ebner's interest. What truly intrigued him was the sense of familiarity it gave, akin to what he had felt before the Wanderer Alvin Abraham, the God of Luck, or the sealed artifact 1-025. Studying the over 3-meter statue clad in red armor gleaming with metallic light, helmet fully enclosing the head, Ebner thought. This isn't really a statue. It's a full-body prosthetic suit, built with care and elegant design. And that yellow gem atop the helmet. If I'm not mistaken, it's a mystical item made by fusing Beyonder characteristics with other materials. The mechanical emperor's legacy. This statue, no, this armor itself is a powerful mystical weapon. No wonder those watching me didn't mind me approaching it. To them, this would be the safest place. But, is it really so safe? A grin tugged at Ebner's lips. He used a necromantic technique from the Book of the Dead, the same spell for controlling bone dragons, to make the 3-meter armor kneel, extend its hand, and lift him up. Thanks to his brief experience of controlling Alvin Abraham's body, Ebner was already skilled. And since this was his own legacy, aligned in spirit, no synchronization was needed. It wasn't as smooth as an imperfect clone, but simple motions worked. At the same time, Ebner shed his concealment, raising high the Gearbook. The gathered citizens of Morning Star City, shocked at first, soon followed one unknown leader in bowing. Voices rose in waves, repeating the prophecy. The morning star will shine, calamity will be driven away. Emperor, is it you returned? With their varied vocalizers, electronic tones, vibrations, mechanical noises, the chorus was a chaotic din. At that moment, the 3 supreme counselors in the 7th floor office could no longer sit still. In an instant, each descended from above, arriving before the statue. They had planned to wait and see what this intruder intended, to probe his strength. But now, seeing him in the posture of a preacher, they could not delay. With a hum, the black-armored man activated a jammer, disrupting the other citizen speakers and receivers, letting only his electronic voice be heard. Who are you, sir? What do you intend? I am a messenger of God. Ebner regarded the 3 clearly extraordinary rulers, smiling as he replied. End of chapter. Chapter 938, Morning Star Speech. I am a servant of God. Ebner smiled as he replied, then carefully studied the 3 senior members of Morning Star City who had surrounded him in a triangular formation. This black mecha man full of sci-fi flavor should be the strongest among the 3. That much could be seen from the way the other 2 subtly treated him as the leader. Also, that jeweled necklace on his neck, which completely clashed with the armor, must be a powerful sealed artifact. Its exact level, however, was impossible to judge. The man on his left looked very familiar, a classic RoboCop Murphy appearance. Could it be that his modification plan was something I designed? And his nose and mouth were still intact, not modified. Are they required for some special function? Finally, the little girl on the right with bee-like wings looked at first glance like she had undergone a biological modification, and seemed to be the weakest of the three, but her aura felt off, somewhat similar to the blood fairy Lilith once casually created for Tiles. All in all, they were strange and grotesque, but considering how long these people had persisted in this resource-starved nightmare, the fact that they could remain rational was already impressive. While his thoughts turned, Ebner noticed the three demigods secretly communicating via encrypted shortwave signals, still within the scope of his information extraction. Yet, though he had captured the signals, he did not attempt to decode them. Even if it would not have been difficult for him with the pure white eye and his multitasking calculations, it was still too troublesome. Rather than bother, he might as well simulate the manipulator's virtual persona ability and directly invade their minds. Returning to the matter at hand, after a brief exchange among themselves, the black mechaman spoke again with his mechanical voice. I do not know which god you serve as apostle. And from where you came. Though the electronic tone had almost no inflection, Ebner could still hear the cautious edge. That makes sense. First, this city was not like Silver City or Moon City in the original novel, which had rarely seen outsiders. These people had spent 200 years migrating from the far side of the Forsaken Land, along the way encountering many surviving city-states, as well as towns destroyed by evil gods. Naturally, they would be wary of someone like me who seemed intent on proselytizing. Second, the fall of Morningstar City was inseparable from the followers of the true creator. They would surely not want to repeat such a catastrophe. Even if trapped here with no hope, that was still better than total annihilation. Turning these thoughts in his mind, Ebner did not reveal the divine names of his current patrons. After a moment of deliberation, inspiration flashed, and he answered in a tone of certainty. My lord is the great, pure white eye, master of destiny, emperor of knowledge and machinery. His avatar once descended into the land of curses, the one you know as your mechanical emperor, Lucian Evans. This divine name was something Ebner had just improvised. The three parts of the title pointed respectively to the illusory, all-knowing eye, and pure white angel of the unknown land, as well as to the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune in which he had invested himself. The final phrase was a fusion of Ebner himself and Evans, deliberately the most ambiguous. But since Ebner and Evans were one and the same, and he would eventually regain the memories of his life as Evans, in the end it still pointed back to him. Although he was only sequence 4 and his rank could not truly support a divine name, with the pure white eye there, the problem was negligible. The reason he spun such a tale was because these three demigods were not ignorant, native demigods. They surely knew the mechanical emperor had already perished. After all, that energy core explosion had been cataclysmic. Poor Mr. Evans had not died peacefully like Ebner's other identities, leaving behind a body intact as if feigning death, without traits dissipating. If he had only claimed to be the mechanical emperor, they would surely have dismissed him as a fraud. But by declaring the emperor to have been an avatar of the great, pure white eye, master of destiny, emperor of knowledge and machinery, at worst they would be half convinced, not entirely dismissive. While his mind raced with schemes, Ebner noticed the three before him had not responded, seemingly stunned by his words. He quickly added, as for me, naturally I come from the world of light that the god once promised you. On the other side, the black mechaman was about to voice disbelief, but suddenly remembered something. He jerked his head up to glance at the yellow gem imbued with extraordinary traits on the statue of the mechanical emperor, and swallowed the words he was about to say. Meanwhile, Eleanor's little girl avatar had already begun muttering in a trance, the world of light promised by God. When he returns, he will surely lead Morning Star out of the realm of darkness, into the world of light. So this was not prophecy, but the promise of God. Only Anik Splint, who resembled RoboCop Murphy, had his narrow eyes flashing with red light as he asked, Honored Apostle, how can you prove this? He paused, then continued, Forgive my rudeness, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Anik Splint, a current formal member of Morningstar City Supreme Council. Then he pointed to the black mechaman and the bee-winged girl. These two are Olmos and Eleanor, also formal members of the Supreme Council. May I know how to address you? Anik Splint. That name must have been made up by Evans. What kind of stitched-together nonsense is that? Suppressing his inner complaints, Ebner, using his true appearance, did not hide and smiled as he replied, My name is Ebner. As he spoke, he felt a little surprised. Judging by the three's attitude, they seemed to accept his story far too easily. Isn't this too gullible? And here I thought they were cautious. Why do I suddenly feel like a teacher disappointed at unpromising students, hating iron for not becoming steel? No, that's an illusion. Ebner mocked himself silently, then shook off the distracting thoughts and made the statue of the mechanical emperor raise its other arm, bending it toward its head. He had originally intended for the statue to perform some simple action as evidence to gain their trust, but in the urgency of the moment, unable to think of a pose, he could only make it perform a military salute from his past life. Who would have thought, as soon as the mechanical emperor's salute was completed, all around, every resident of Morning Star City, including the 3 counselors, immediately stood straight with solemn expressions, raised their arms, and returned the same salute. Even though their receivers and vocal systems were still disabled, and they had no idea what the 4 of them had been talking about. What's going on? Stunned by this completely unexpected scene, Ebner froze. Ebner, no, honored apostle. I believe what you said, that you are indeed the envoy of the mechanical emperor. The black mechaman Olmos, who had been skeptical, now trembled with excitement, even his electronic voice quivering. Actually, from the moment you spoke in Morning Star speech, we already had little doubt. After all, we encountered many city-states along the way, but none used Morning Star speech. It was the language created by the emperor to block supernatural powers. It is not giant tongue, not elven, not draconic, but a true language belonging to us humans. Your pronunciation is so standard, beyond even most of the residents here, clearly not something learned in haste. Morning Star speech. What's that supposed to be? I was obviously speaking Lone. Wait, they're speaking Lone too. End of chapter. Chapter 939, Mechanical Codex. Right, they were speaking Lone, how strange. Ebner muttered in boredom in his heart, not believing a single word that the seemingly honest black mechaman had just said. In fact, ever since he first entered Morning Star City, he had noticed the language issue among its residents. Generally speaking, the residents living in the lower and middle levels of the mountain mostly spoke ancient Fusak or Hermes. The so-called mechanical emperor had clearly popularized those 2 languages. But the more mature and complex Lone was only spoken by those who lived on the cloud-top platform near the central tower, the very same Morning Star speech that the black mechaman had just mentioned. Furthermore, this language had long since become a symbol of identity. To settle in the cloud-top district, aside from needing a certain level of military merit, sufficient energy points, and a property of the required size, Morning Star speech was also a crucial qualification. One had to pass the language exam at level 4 in order to qualify as a cloud-top resident and enjoy a series of added privileges. This rule had been rolled out gradually during the 1st century after Morning Star's fall. Initially, it was meant to stimulate demand and liven up the city's atmosphere, but eventually it became a synonym for noble status. Now, for those in the middle and lower levels, learning Morning Star speech required paying a huge price. Take Lazar, for example. The reason he could still live in the cloud-top district despite his poor financial state was because he had lived long enough. In addition to mastering certain mechanical skills, he also knew Morning Star speech. Whenever he was short of energy points, he would privately run small tutoring lessons. Not everyone who underwent mechanical modification could survive 200 years. Just look at how Lazar, even while living in Cloudtop, couldn't afford to replace his broken left leg. In the lower strata, where resources were even scarcer, the implanted materials were of even worse quality. Once vital parts broke down, death was inevitable. Among the 10,000 residents of Morning Star City, only 30% had lived through its glory days before the fall. Strangely, however, even newborns who grew up later still had a deep faith in the mechanical emperor. Perhaps this was due to education, or perhaps there was some deeper reason. The mechanical emperor's previous life was Danet. Even if he didn't promote Southern Continent Dutton, he should have picked Fenipot or Lundberg as the so-called noble speech, right? Why Lone? Of course, between Danet and the mechanical emperor, Evans, there may have been several short lives that left no traces. Could it be that there were more lone people here? So I was particularly impressed with this language. As his thoughts wandered, Ebner turned his gaze again toward the statue of the mechanical emperor. As said before, Ebner did not believe Olmos's explanation about Morning Star speech. If they truly trusted him just because of that, they wouldn't have been so cautious at first. What had really swayed their attitude was most likely the salute, and that yellow gem on top of the statues had fused with extraordinary traits. Yet none of this information had been recorded in the data he had extracted earlier from the residents' database. They had known nothing about the salute, yet when the statue performed that gesture, they had instinctively returned it. That was far from normal. Quietly observing, Ebner faintly formed a hypothesis in his heart, though he dared not confirm it. As for that yellow stone fused with traits, it was also bizarre. The mental residue on it did not come from the extraordinary trait but from the stone itself, as if the stone were the true corpse of the mechanical emperor. I wonder, if Alwyn or the god of fortune were cremated, would something like this remain as well? What exactly is that? A relic. After muttering inwardly, Ebner controlled the statue to return himself to the ground. He did not pick up Olmos's topic about Morning Star speech, instead saying, I was sent here to Morning Star City, not only to deliver my lord's decree, but also to examine you. As he spoke, he deliberately swept his gaze over the people who had just finished saluting. I am gratified that you have not forgotten the glory of the Lord. Although Ebner did not know exactly what the salute meant, from the counselor's change in attitude, he could guess that it might be some kind of signal. Besides, his words only claimed they had not forgotten the glory of the mechanical emperor. He had not directly linked the two. Even if there was a discrepancy, he could always explain it away. Upon hearing this, Anik, in his Robocop form, immediately said, Morning Star City will always believe in the mechanical emperor. All heretics were purged in the War of the Fall. After making this declaration, he turned the topic and asked, What decree has the emperor entrusted you to deliver? Ebner smiled faintly and glanced toward the tower, but did not answer. As for what that meant, he left it for them to interpret. After all, he had no decree. He had only come here to investigate what arrangements his past life had left behind. If not for the central tower's defense system being so advanced that he could not sneak in, why would he need to put on such a show in public? At this, the three counselors once again used their built-in encrypted shortwave to communicate. Olmos, what do you think? Can the apostle's words be trusted? Anik Splint asked first. Though Olmos's black mecha made him look the most imposing, giving the impression of a combatant, in truth he was the wisest man in all Morning Star City. You've already called him apostle, so why ask my opinion? Olmos's shortwave was far more expressive than his external mechanical voice, even carrying a hint of a bitter smile. Besides, he was able to influence the statue of the mechanical emperor and issue a psychic broadcast. You know well that after the emperor's fall, no, his return to the divine throne, the psychic broadcast has only sounded once, during the fall of Morning Star, and afterward, we inexplicably entered this nightmare afternoon town. Eleanor's little girl avatar followed. Yes, perhaps only we three still remember the scene of the fall of Morning Star, and the psychic broadcast that resounded as the city collapsed. According to the apostle, that was most likely the emperor, who had already returned to his throne, perceiving our crisis and saving us and his followers. You both know, although we destroyed 4 churches of the true Creator, many among the populace still worship that evil god. Yet they did not enter this strange little town, this intact dream of Morning Star. They most likely perished with the crashed city more than 2 centuries ago. So, my view is, the psychic broadcast cannot deceive. Since the emperor clearly commanded us to heed this apostle, we have no reason to doubt. Anik pondered for a few seconds, then asked again via shortwave, could the psychic broadcast have been triggered by the statue performing the ceremony of supreme glory? Though few know of this rite, perhaps someone from the emperor's reign still remembered. He had not finished when Eleanor cut him off. Never mind that no one in the city would ever betray the emperor by giving such crucial information to outsiders, even if the apostle somehow learned of it through special means. How could he possibly know that the ceremony of supreme glory required the statue to issue a psychic broadcast? That cannot just be coincidence. This was a secret even the 3 of us did not know. Besides, who but the apostle could have activated the emperor's armor statue? And we all know that yellow gem still contains the emperor's indelible spirit. We have long suspected that he had not truly perished. And now, the apostle's arrival confirms it. Her words clearly convinced Anik, who gave a barely perceptible nod. After all, in the past 200 years, the statue had only activated once, when a monster infiltrated during the shutdown of the night barrier. That activation had been the floating city's automated defense, not under their control. In fact, Anik had never truly doubted Ebner's identity. He was only being cautious, listing all possible explanations. In that case, let us vote. Shall we trust him and bring him into the central tower? It seems clear that the apostle's objective lies inside. I vote in favor, Anik said calmly. I also agree. You must have noticed, the apostle holds the mechanical codex in his hands. Mr. Ebner's mission is likely related to it. And Morning Star City truly needs the codex's return, Olmos added, casting his vote in favor. What they craved from the codex was not the potion formulas imagined by residents like Lazar. As demigods, they remembered those formulas themselves, and had no need of the book for that. The reason Morning Star had not produced a new alchemist in 2 centuries was not for lack of formulas, but because the necessary ritual condition, extracting the life force of an area, could not be met. After all, there was no life force in this nightmare afternoon town. I naturally agree. Perhaps the apostle's mission is to bring us to the world of light, Eleanor said without the slightest hesitation. The world of light. Both men lost themselves for a second in rare longing, before Olmos and Eleanor led Ebner to register his identity and enter the tower. Anik remained behind to reassure the gathered populace and repair their speech and auditory systems. Meanwhile, accompanied by the 2 alchemists, Ebner entered the tower. At the very center of the first floor, he saw a tall altar. Its top seemed to be missing a piece, forming a recess whose shape perfectly matched the gear book in his hands. At this sight, Ebner recalled how Klein had once described the replica floating city beneath Nas. He too had emphasized such an altar. The importance of the destiny waymark. Ebner's heart stirred with speculation. After exchanging a few words with the 2 alchemists, he leapt into the air and placed the gear book into the matching recess atop the altar. May 12th, today was Ebner's birthday. Happy birthday, Ebner. End of chapter. Chapter 940, The Key to Everything. As the mechanical codex was placed into the recess of the altar, the entire floating city trembled, as though cheering to welcome its return. At the top of the tower, the solar furnace once again operated at full capacity. In an instant, it filled all the backup energy chambers, forcing Olmos to command his mechanical assistants to urgently start dozens of high-energy experimental projects, barely managing to maintain balance and prevent an overload. Meanwhile, Eleanor increased the intensity of the sun lamps in the botanical garden by several levels. Using the power of the sealed artifact she had fused with, she shortened the growth cycles of various plants while continuously producing and storing energy-rich nectar, though this placed a great burden on her. At the same time, the gear book opened on its own, skipping past the pages of potion formulas from sequence 9 to sequence 3, turning instead to the last 3 pages Ebner had once thought were blank. Immediately, vast amounts of information unfolded before his eyes, easily absorbed through his information extraction ability. So that's how it is. The first of the last 3 pages of the gear book actually sealed the power of the all-knowing eye. It was the creation ability of the all-knowing eye that, when Morningstar City fell to the ground and shattered, recreated an identical floating city within the nightmare of Afternoon Town, allowing its residents a faint hope of survival in such a harsh environment. Since the floating city was created by it, and the faithful of the Mechanical Emperor were placed into the nightmare by it, the Mechanical Codex itself did not enter Afternoon Town, but remained in the ruins of the floating city in reality. This kind of creation is just like the exchange in the Dream Maze Tower, and like the incomplete mythic form of my broken white tower creating items, it cannot persist long in reality, only it is of a higher level. That's right, when I first opened the gear book in the underground Harvest Church, it showed the entire process of the floating city's construction and fall. Back then, I thought it was merely a record or tribute to a civilization seeking hope in darkness, but now I see it was the essential information needed for the creation of the floating city. In essence, it was no different from when I created the false diary page at Professor Mitchell's house in East Chester, fabricating existence information. Only more advanced, more real. For those living in this nightmare, they likely cannot perceive any difference. Perhaps only those 3 alchemists, with their divinity, might have noticed faint traces when they first fell into the nightmare. Next, the second blank page held the power of the pure white angel. It should have been used to supply energy to the created floating city, but for some reason it failed to activate during the fall of Morning Star, leaving the city in energy shortage for over 2 centuries. But perhaps I had already anticipated this when I left behind the gear book. Otherwise, why would I have issued the prophecy, when he returns, the morning star shall shine, and calamity shall depart? With the pure white supplying energy, of course the functions of Morning Star City can operate properly, how could it not shine brightly? As for calamity, it must refer to those monsters in Afternoon Town. Why would they depart? Could it be because I carry the goddess's gaze? In front of the night itself, how could the creatures of night dare to stir? And on the final blank page of the gear book, there is an authority, or rather a pardon. This pardon allows the faithful of the Mechanical Emperor in Morning Star City to avoid returning to the underworld after death. In other words, every newborn of Morning Star City is actually a reincarnation of someone who died before. Though they retain no memory, their faith in the Mechanical Emperor remains, because it is the prerequisite for rebirth. That is why the population of the city has remained constant at 10,000 all these years. Aside from the limit of energy, the number of souls is fixed. In a way, this city is like the Mechanical Emperor's divine kingdom. This pardon clearly bears the mark of the death console. Could it be that the Mechanical Emperor, Evans, had the gear book probe into the unknown land, contacting the soul of Vicente Miranda, the Lord of the Dead, and reaped benefits from it? Not impossible. After all, as a monster of secrets, the Mechanical Emperor was no less adept at manipulating information than a reader. Moreover, the powers of the all-knowing eye and the pure white angel on the first 2 blank pages were most likely plucked from the unknown land as well. So, even in Evans's lifetime, the illusory, pure white angel, and all-knowing eye, connecting to the unknown land already existed. Was this one of the experimental results of myself and the dragon back in Danet's life? Finally, in Evans's life, or even earlier, it must have been decided that I would walk the reader pathway. After all, the information left in the gear book could only be accessed through the reader's information extraction ability. No other pathway could have obtained it so easily. Even Klein's dream divinations could not provide such complete intelligence. As his thoughts turned, Ebner came to another crucial question: why had the Mechanical Emperor, Evans, his former self, left all this information here? And what benefit could he gain from it now? Could it be that this city was prepared as my divine kingdom and anchor? But clearly, it can only exist within the nightmare. Once outside, at best only some soul remnants would remain. Without the floating city, the death console's pardon would also fail. It is just like items exchanged in the Dream Maze Tower, usable in the dream, but once brought to reality, without physical support they vanish in moments. The same goes for the things I create in the broken white tower. Those with real materials, like the armor I wear now, persist. But those without, like demigod charms, disappear within seconds once taken out. At this thought, Ebner froze, then widened his eyes in realization. He had suddenly remembered something. In reality, the floating city was not without physical support. That replica floating city in Nas, built by the alchemist Claus. His eyes shone brighter, and with growing excitement he thought. I understand. The one who guided Claus to build the floating city was, as I suspected, myself. It was the Calamity Seal. Who would have thought that scheming version of me could also do something good? I shouldn't jump to conclusions. Perhaps there was another calculation behind it. In fact, some of his behavioral patterns resembled old Huang in his later years, full of contradictions. Back to the point, that replica in Nas was most likely prepared so this nightmare floating city could be brought back into the world. As long as the two are overlapped at a certain place, the illusory can become real, and this creation would no longer be just a dream image. Most of the difficulties have already been solved by the mechanical emperor through the illusory all-knowing eye. The only remaining issue is how to establish a link between the replica and the nightmare floating city, to overlap them. This requires a place where dream, reality, the spirit world, and the astral plane intertwine without great barriers. Wait. At that moment, inspiration flashed in his mind, and he blurted out a name. The Sea of Divine Battle Ruins. Yes, aside from the forsaken land of the gods, only in the Divine Battle Ruins were the barriers of three worlds blurred, allowing dream and reality to intersect. More importantly, the replica floating city in reality could actually be brought there. Klein once said that it was in the Sea of Divine Battle Ruins that Master Claus first glimpsed a floating city in someone's dream, which inspired him to build a replica. So, if I move the floating city in reality to the Divine Battle Ruins, and then swap this Morning Star City with the floating city in the ruins dream, it should meet the condition for reality creation. After all information about the floating city is recorded in the mechanical codex. What is missing is merely a physical anchor. And to accomplish this transfer and swap, what is needed is a miracle. Not the resurrection miracle bought from Zeradal, but another kind. So, to obtain this miracle, either I must wait for Klein to advance to sequence 2. Or I must use Zeradal's miracle together with secret arts to resurrect Alwyn, allowing me, to ascend as miracle invoker. Is that why the goddess gave me the black gem at my chest, let me explore the ruins of the god of fortune, and guided me here? Miracle is the key to everything. Of course, I could choose to ignore all this, abandon the so-called divine kingdom, believers, and anchor. But the people here cannot hold on much longer. Even with the return of the mechanical codex, they cannot last. Now that I have so many preconditions, I can faintly see parts of their river of fate. As the Silver City squad delves deeper, they will inevitably discover them. And with Elder Lovia present, equivalent to the true creator casting his gaze again. By then, even the concealment of the night will no longer suffice. They very likely cannot wait until Klein arrives. That is the calamity in their tributary of fate. When he returns, the morning star shall shine, and calamity shall depart. Will I, for their sake, follow the path my past self designed, painstakingly researching secret arts, resurrecting Alwyn as my avatar, and saving them? Ebner asked himself. But soon, he gave his answer. I will. Because it is within my power. Closing his eyes briefly, Ebner sighed with emotion. The one who understands me best is still myself. End of chapter. Chapter 941, Frank's Peculiarity. It seems brighter than before. At the God War ruined sea, Klein stared at the floating city in the sky that looked like a second sun. Countless guesses flashed across his mind, and he quickly connected the exploration of Afternoon Town by the Little Sun, the mysterious appearance of Mr. Tower in the forsaken land of the gods, and what he was seeing now. The night here is dangerous. If a living being doesn't fall asleep, they will vanish and disappear completely. The forsaken land of the gods, including the darkness of Silver City, is equally dangerous. Without light to dispel the darkness, humans could vanish completely in less than 5 seconds. The palaces here seem to be projections of the giant king's court, and Afternoon Town is the gateway between reality and myth, the node linking the Silver City area with the giant king's court. Adding to that the floating city ruins outside Afternoon Town, and the changes to this dream's floating city. With so many similar coincidences, perhaps the changes to this floating city are really connected to Mr. Tower's actions. Klein shook his head and shifted his attention back to the starting point of his dream this time, a stairwell with floor-to-ceiling windows. Twilight's glow and the sunlight brilliance of the floating city shone together through panes of stained glass, making the spiraling black staircase, carved with reliefs, appear extraordinarily magnificent. Klein instinctively turned to the side and, sure enough, saw that Mystery Queen standing at the staircase leading upward. This chestnut-haired lady was no longer wearing the skirt with the front slit. Instead, she had on a white blouse decorated with lace and ribbons, paired with a simple deep blue coat. Her lower half was still beige trousers and black boots, though Klein believed she probably had a whole wardrobe, or even a room, full of trousers and boots of similar style. Of course, if Ebner were here, he would definitely complain about why I always paid so much attention to a lady's feet and boots. And maybe Bernadette even had a factory under her name dedicated to producing shoes for her. After mocking himself with that thought, Klein retracted his gaze and asked first, "What else do you want to say?" The mystery queen stroked the banister with her right hand, slowly descending as she said, "You should remind Katlia to be more careful of Frank Lee. His origins may not be normal." Klein frowned slightly at her words, but quickly restrained himself. Though he had only known Frank for a few days, he hadn't noticed any problems aside from the man's peculiar thought process. "I don't understand what you mean. His origins may be quite special." Bernadette emphasized again, then continued, "When Katlia and Jane obtained the death card, they didn't dare use a messenger to deliver that blasphemy card to me, lest they attract powerful undead in the spirit world. So they sent him to find me. That shouldn't have been an issue. After all, in reality, the card was spiritually sealed, so the danger wasn't great. But not only did he attract several terrifying monsters, it was only after he handed me the card that those monsters attacked me. Do you understand what this means? Those monsters feared him, so while the card was in his hands, they didn't dare make a move." Klein quickly grasped the implication of the mystery queen's words. Bernadette nodded. Under normal circumstances, he might not pose much danger. But in this sea area, where remnants of the Earth Mother's power linger, it's very likely to trigger some kind of detonation hidden inside him. Moreover, the whispers here originate from the true creator. The sealed artifact Katlia gave to Heath Doyle won't be of much use. All of this is a source of danger. I understand the reasoning, but why are you telling me this? What does it have to do with me? Klein felt puzzled. Considering Gehrman's personality, he asked directly, "Why must I be the one to tell her? Aren't you too?" Bernadette paused midway, then seemed to realize something. She shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I just think you're more suitable." But inwardly, she was muttering about how unreliable Jane's words had been. Not what? Not fellow members of the Tarot Club. So this hermit really wasn't being honest and dared to reveal matters concerning the fool to outsiders. I'll need to knock some sense into her. Even Mr. Tower only revealed the fool's honorable name to Justice and the magician after getting my permission. As for Frank's peculiarity, is it related to the Earth Mother? I wonder if Mr. Tower knows. After all, his relationship with the Earth Mother isn't ordinary either. Thinking of this, Klein, recalling the principle of equivalent information exchange from last time, probed. Do you know the incantation to activate the Black Emperor card? The mystery queen was silent for a few seconds, then shook her head. Bernadette, Klein said. The entire corridor fell into a silence so deep it seemed even breathing vanished. The mystery queen, Bernadette, parted her lips slightly before pressing them back together. Klein seized the moment to ask, what exactly is peculiar about Frank? Or rather, who does it come from? Upon hearing this, Bernadette's blue eyes briefly lost focus before regaining their depth. After a moment of thought, she answered. I don't know what it is. I can only tell, it's the mark of a certain great existence. Afternoon Town. After Derek reappeared in reality, Demon Hunter Colin only asked him a few simple questions before accepting his explanation. After all, Colin was well aware that this child was under the protection of a great being. But soon, they saw candles flickering one after another inside the houses along the street. The dead city suddenly came alive, and Derek and the others felt as if they had fallen into a nightmare. Their nerves tensed instantly. Colin observed for a few moments before saying gravely. We're still in the real Afternoon Town. But the strange Afternoon Town Derek mentioned has invaded this place. We must regroup with the other scattered teams immediately. Inside the central tower of Morning Star City. Before the altar, Ebner, having largely pieced together the causes and effects, opened his eyes. He reached out his hand and picked up the mechanical Bible resting in the groove. Yet oddly, another identical gear book still lay inside the groove. This was a counterfeit he had just created using his mimicry ability. But thanks to borrowing the power of the pure white eye, this replica could persist inside the nightmare floating city for a long time, even replicating much of the mechanical Bible's functionality, such as supplying energy to Morning Star City. As for the real mechanical Bible, Ebner intended to take it back and place it upon the floating city in Nas. This was, in fact, one of the keys to the eventual overlap of the two cities and their entry into reality. After finishing, Ebner slowly descended to the ground. He looked at the anxiously waiting Olmos and Eleanor, as well as Anik who had rushed over after calming the citizens, and said with a smile. My task is complete. Morning Star City will not lack energy for a long time to come. Then his expression turned serious. With the pure white eye sweeping over the three of them, he said solemnly, Now, I will deliver an oracle. The three alchemists first expressed their gratitude to Ebner. But upon hearing that he was about to deliver an oracle, each of them felt a moment of daze. For when this divine messenger's gaze fell upon them, they truly felt the same oppressive aura as when the great emperor himself had once stood before them. Of them, Anik was the most moved. Having once been a student of the mechanical emperor, he knew his teacher's aura better than anyone. At this moment, if not for his eyes having long been mechanically altered, tears would surely have flowed. Eleanor and Olmos, too, had once studied under the mechanical emperor in their youth. Though their feelings were not as profound as Anik's, they no longer had any doubts in their hearts. What they didn't know was that after receiving the information stored in the mechanical Bible, Ebner had resonated with the imprint spot belonging to the mechanical emperor in the unknown land. Only thus could he temporarily simulate Ivan's aura. Of course, as his prophet digestion progressed further, he would soon be able to truly touch Ivan's imprint spot and reclaim that fragment of memory. After all, the emperor's death was only just over 200 years ago, so his location in the unknown land was not too distant. This is a true divine messenger. The three of them released the same signal simultaneously. Then they all saluted in unison, waiting expectantly for Ebner's decree. In Morning Star City, there was no kneeling ritual. The highest etiquette was this salute, identical to a military salute. It was the supreme etiquette, reserved only for paying respects to the emperor. Seeing this, Ebner coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and began improvising the oracle. The great pure white eye, Lord of Fate, Emperor of Knowledge and Machinery, is about to return. When he returns, the faithful of Morning Star City shall recite his name. Since he had decided to shoulder the responsibility of altering Morning Star City's fate, he couldn't do good deeds without leaving his name. Benefits like gathering believers and anchors had to be claimed. Praise the great pure white eye, Lord of Fate, Emperor of Knowledge and Machinery. We shall obey your decree, the three alchemists responded respectfully with bowed heads. The great pure white eye, Lord of Fate, Emperor of Knowledge and Machinery, is about to return. When he returns, he will lead Morning Star City out of darkness and into a world of light. And the darkness before the dawn is the most terrifying. Be cautious in hiding yourselves and stay away from calamity. These words Ebner nearly copied verbatim from the mechanical emperor's prophecy, but added a final warning. After all, once he returned, he would need to perfect the ritual technique developed across his lifetimes, revive Alvin as his avatar, and prepare the necessary miracle. That would take at least half a year. Meanwhile, Silver City's people would continue exploring here. If they were discovered and drew the true creator's gaze, the consequences would be disastrous. Praise the great pure white eye, Lord of Fate, Emperor of Knowledge and Machinery. We shall obey your decree, the three of them responded again in unison. Only the girl like Eleanor, seeing that the divine messenger had no further oracle, curiously asked, Divine messenger, what is the world of light like? Good question. Ebner's spirit lifted. He retrieved a projector from a card and smiled as he replied. Here are records of the world of light. You should understand them, since the people there speak vernacular. As he set up a screen to play it, he casually asked, how many high-grade sealed artifacts does Morning Star City have? End of chapter. Chapter 942, Pleasing. Facing this question, the three alchemists did not conceal anything, and even wanted to use the opportunity to please the divine envoy before them, hoping to gain more favor from the emperor. Very soon, from their descriptions, Ebner learned that Morning Star City currently possessed 6 Sequence 1 sealed artifacts, and that was without counting the emperor's armored statue and the floating city itself. With the capabilities displayed by the city's 4 core systems, it was undoubtedly at the level of a Sequence 0 sealed artifact. Under the promotion of the Mechanical Emperor, Morning Star City had adopted the same numbering system for sealed artifacts as the churches. Among them, the strongest and most dangerous was Galen's stomach, sealed within Anik Splint's body. It was a mixture of multiple pathways characteristics and could only be used in very limited ways. Eleanor, who had fused with the sealed artifact, Hive of Honey, needed no further introduction, while the last council member, the black mecha-clad Ormus, had sealed within his modified body another Sequence 1 sealed artifact. That artifact was called Song of Midnight, created from the Night Watcher pathways characteristic. It took the form of a string of black pearl necklaces. Through its singing, it could bring misfortune upon others, soothe souls, and was especially effective against spirits, serving as a rare supplement to the mostly physical means of the alchemists. More importantly, after the Mechanical Emperor had fallen, this necklace became the only item capable of affecting the Night Barrier, briefly deactivating it to allow exploration teams to enter and exit. Besides the 3 Sequence 1 sealed artifacts sealed within our bodies, Eleanor continued, among the other 3, one is the Golden Eagle, created from the Bearer of No Darkness characteristic. Before your arrival, it was our city's primary energy source. The second is the Horadric Cube, created from the Alchemist pathway. It was designed and personally named by the Emperor. It is currently the primary tool for producing low-level implants, mechas, and weapons within Morning Star City. Because the characteristic came from Lady Evelina, who perished in the battle between the Fallen Sun and the Three-Headed Cathedral, we often call it the Evelina Cube. Unfortunately, another alchemist, Ramiro, also fell in that battle, and his characteristic was lost outside Nightmare Town before we could retrieve it. The last sealed artifact is the Wild Hunt Medallion, created from the Demon Hunter pathway. It can summon a semi-giant that displays an incomplete mythical form to fight for you for 30 seconds. If it is not recalled within that time, it will completely lose control and indiscriminately attack all nearby beings. Only the blood of the user's kin can reseal it. This characteristic came from Galen, a follower of the true creator, one of the demigods he herded. It is suspected that he secretly captured a saint from a nearby city. Unfortunately, at that time, the emperor's old injuries resurfaced, and faith within the city began to waver. After reaching the vicinity of Afternoon Town, he did not organize manpower to investigate the surrounding cities, so we don't know the exact origin. After Eleanor's introduction of the remaining 3 sealed artifacts, she let out a sigh, then looked at Ebner with some anticipation, hoping he would take an interest in one of them. After hearing all of this, Ebner pondered. The 3 sealed artifacts embedded into their bodies are powerful, but their side effects are too troublesome and not portable. Abandoned. The Golden Eagle. I already know all of its functions, and I even have the Phantom White Angel of the Unknown Land, which is stronger. Useless to me. Abandoned. The Horadric Cube, so my plagiarizing skills are no worse than Roselle's. But this item is critical production material for Morning Star City. Taking it away would be excessive, and besides, I can already craft mystical items. Once I recover the Mechanical Emperor's memories, implants, and the like won't be a problem. Abandoned. The Wild Hunt, the combat ability is secondary. The key is that it can display the incomplete mythical form of the Demon Hunter. The advancement ritual for Seer requires deep understanding of at least 3 incomplete mythical forms. Only after fully analyzing their models can one consume the potion. And the more incomplete forms one masters, covering broader domains, the higher the success rate of the advancement. Thanks to my prior accumulation, I've already mastered 9 different incomplete mythical forms. Among the ones I still lack, Demon Hunter is included. As for Kin's blood, that's not difficult. Ever since news of my ennoblement spread, countless relatives I never knew I had have appeared. Though I've already hinted most of them away, buying a bit of blood from them wouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, Ebner adjusted the machine and started playing the trailer of the Becklin documentary series while saying bluntly, I want to borrow the Wild Hunt for a while. He had no need for politeness, after all, this was also his rightful compensation. Bearing the fate of tens of thousands was no small matter. Eleanor, with her wings, actually looked relieved at his request and said with a smile, no problem. You can borrow it for as long as you like. She then instructed another projection of hers to retrieve from the underground seal chamber a medal that resembled the Republic Medal of Honor, except that the national emblem was replaced by the emblem of Morning Star. Good grief, the highest ceremony is a military salute, and now the medal looks like this. Mechanical Emperor Ivans, you really were scheming. Ebner mocked inwardly, though the smile tugging at his lips betrayed his good mood. At this time, the 1.5-minute trailer had already ended, and the 3 who had never seen the real world before were obsessively replaying every detail. Seeing this, Ebner brought out a few more edited films and said with a smile, here are more complete records and introductions. You can watch them slowly. Then he shifted his tone, bowed slightly, and continued, but I must take my leave. Next time we meet, perhaps it will be in the world of light. Divine Envoy, you're leaving. Did we fail to host you properly? Eleanor asked in surprise, with a faint trace of reluctance. Ormus and Anik also spoke up together, hoping the envoy would stay a little longer. Ebner only shook his head and smiled. My mission is finished. I cannot remain longer. This is God's will. I must quickly find the entrance to the dried-up Chaos Sea here and return. After all, Edwina is still waiting back in Byam. Hearing this, the 3 alchemists dared not stop him further and could only see him off from the central tower. After stepping outside, Ebner deliberately studied the statue of the Mechanical Emperor. He planned that once he found the imitation floating city at Naz, he would sculpt a counterfeit statue out of ordinary metal and place it there. In the future, he could, well, in his previous world's words, make the fake real. On the future, Klein was crouched in the washroom, ready at any time to support the sun in the tower, when he suddenly heard light footsteps approaching. Knock, 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 someone rapped on his door. Who is it? Klein had to dispel the spiritual wall and step out of the washroom. Me. Admiral of the Stars Katlia's voice came from outside. Klein walked closer, a little puzzled, and opened the door. He didn't ask what she wanted. His cold gaze conveyed everything. Katlia adjusted the heavy glasses on her nose and asked gloomily, did you meet her? Klein gave a simple without hiding it. She's on the ship. Katlia pressed her lips together and asked softly. Yes. Klein looked at the Admiral of the Stars and casually said, you have very deep feelings for her. Katlia bit her lip, gave a self-mocking smile, and said, yes. I was not yet 3 when I began following her. Hey, that's what they say, I don't really remember it. She taught me knowledge, held my hand as we ventured, watched me grow little by little. To me, she was not only a captain but also a teacher, and a mother. As she spoke, Katlia fell silent. Seeing her fall quiet, Klein suddenly felt a little awkward. He had to change the subject. She asked me to tell you to be more careful about Frank and Heath. He then relayed what the Queen of Mysteries had said. After listening quietly, Katlia had already hidden her earlier lapse and returned to her usual calm and wise self. She nodded and said, I understand. Then, as if remembering something, she added uncertainly, actually, although Frank appears to be an orphan, some priests of the Earth Mother's Church know his origins. I once privately inquired about his parents. But it seems that's a taboo within the church. The few who knew anything refused to speak. Frank's peculiarity may have come from his parents. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps Mr. Tower can uncover more detailed information. I'll ask him during the next small tarot gathering. After all, Frank is a decent fellow. If possible, it would be best to help him rid himself of this so-called brand. I wonder if pulling him into the grey fog would work. But he doesn't seem like the type to worship the fool. After that, the two stared at each other in silence for a while. Finally, it was Katlia who hesitated, then took the initiative to ask, you just advanced to puppet master, didn't you? I happen to have a ready-made puppet. Do you want it? As she spoke, she took out a scroll, unsealed it, and released the body of Admiral of Hell, Ludwell, which Jane had turned in as a communal item of the future. Her actions carried a hidden intent. Because she had revealed information about the fool, she wanted to please the envoy of the fool a little, to lessen any punishment. But she couldn't say this outright, so she set a relatively low price instead. £10,000, and he will be your puppet. End of chapter. Chapter 943, Meeting. To be fair, the price of 10,000 gold pounds for the marionette, Admiral of Hell, was actually dirt cheap, it was practically giving it away. After all, just Ludwell's bounty and loan alone had already reached 55,000 pounds. Klein could buy it for 10,000, and flipping it would net him at least 40,000 gold pounds. Yet he still hesitated. It wasn't because he couldn't afford it, but because he was pondering the purpose behind Katlia's generosity. Very quickly, from her emotional colors and subtle movements, he discerned her underlying worry. She feared punishment from Mr. Fool, so she wanted to use me, his blessed, as a channel to ease her sentence. Or perhaps, this was just a test. This sort of trend can't be allowed to spread, otherwise where would Mr. Fool's dignity lie? This was a matter of principle, not about me lacking money. With that thought, Klein looked into Katlia's eyes, filled with mystery, and said with implied meaning, I need to think about it. After all, some decisions must be made cautiously, or one may regret it. Hearing this, Katlia's lips trembled. After quite some time, she finally put away, Admiral of Hell, and said in a complicated tone, you're right. Just as she was about to leave in disappointment, Klein called her back and added, I hope we can complete this transaction after the Monday gathering. So, was he saying he could survive until next Monday? He was confident of that, he just didn't want to take advantage. Katlia's eyes lit up. She immediately grasped Klein's meaning and solemnly replied, all right. After sending off Katlia, whose steps had clearly become lighter, Klein was just about to return to the washroom when his gaze froze. A familiar figure was standing before the window without him noticing. With a well-proportioned figure and slightly eccentric attire, it was none other than the Mystery Queen, Bernadette. Lady, did your father not teach you proper manners? You shouldn't enter another man's room casually, especially when he's a stranger. As a noble lady with good upbringing, you should wait at the door and politely ask for permission to enter. Just like Katlia did earlier. Your Majesty, didn't you ever read books on etiquette? Klein grumbled silently and quickly reviewed his conversation with Katlia to see if he had said anything inappropriate. Doesn't seem like it, probably. Your Excellency the Mystery Queen, believe me, I definitely did not bully her just now. Before he could speak, Bernadette, still facing away from him, spoke first. This is an anonymous account at Suet Bank. It contains 15,000 fells. Additionally, if you encounter trouble in the future, I can help you once. As she finished, she casually tossed a banknote. The deposit slip landed precisely on the table before Klein. So, this is about negotiating terms. While Mr. Fool has his principles, he never actually intended to kill Katlia, merely to give her a warning. Klein thought about it. Taking the money would seem tacky, but refusing it might offend her. So he decided to speak frankly, my lord never intended to make things difficult for her. Her near future indeed holds no calamity. Bernadette nodded. But you should still accept the deposit slip. In the future, I may ask Katlia to inquire about certain matters, and my promise remains unchanged. All right. She had said as much. If he still refused, Bernadette might end up bargaining directly with Mr. Fool. After weighing the pros and cons, Klein finally decided to reluctantly accept it. Afternoon Town, within the nightmare. After leaving Morning Star City, Ebner stood at the stairway between the upper and lower levels. He thought for a moment, then activated the pure white eye and sent a wisdom eye into the unknown land behind it, establishing contact with the Wheel of Fortune quietly lying atop the illusory sun. Since he couldn't be certain of the exact location of the dried-up Sea of Chaos entrance, Ebner decided to try his luck by using the Wheel of Fortune for a concrete operation. Now that he was a demigod, Ebner could already make preliminary use of the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune. As long as he didn't go overboard, the backlash was still controllable. Previously, in the ruins of the God of Luck, he had used this principle of uniqueness to play with a simulator. Now, he was ready to test another direction. Soon, lines of text appeared projected before his eyes. In Afternoon Town, there are many places where the entrance to the Sea of Chaos might be hidden. You decide to go to 1. The basement of the house you first entered. 2. The church where Derek and the chief obtained crucial information in the original story. 3. Return to Morning Star City. 4. Ascend the stairs to the upper level of Afternoon Town and enter the royal court. Because Ebner's system of concretized destiny wasn't yet complete, for now he could only see the options, not choose them, let alone force a switch into a destiny branch. But the options themselves revealed much information. The uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune won't offer meaningless choices. Like its predecessor, the Dice of Probability, the 4 options represent 4 different results, both good and bad. The entrance to the Sea of Chaos must be at one of these locations. Pondering this, Ebner analyzed each option. The first, the basement where I first appeared. It seems likely, but I already checked carefully back then, there were no traces of the Sea of Chaos. And because of the sun's influence, many monsters may have gathered there. This option isn't the worst, but it's definitely not good. The second, the abandoned church from the original story, should still have the fallen priest's spirit lingering there. It seems dangerous, but also the most probable. That priest most likely worshipped the Dark Angel, and the Dark Angel carried the pollution of the Sea of Chaos. The dried-up entrance is highly likely to be there. The third, returning to Morning Star, should be safe for now, but it means I can't get back to Byam. It's the neutral option. The fourth, entering the Giant's royal court within a nightmare. That's madness. If I run into a great old one's dream, I'm done for. Though it's true that the Giant's court contains an entrance to the Sea of Chaos, but that's a place even the true creator doesn't dare approach, leaving it for Klein to open the door. So overall, the abandoned church is most likely where the displaced entrance lies, and it's the lingering aura of the Sea of Chaos that kept that priest's spirit from dissipating all these years. With that conclusion, Ebner didn't hesitate. He roughly judged the direction and headed toward the church. In the real Afternoon Town, Derek, Colin, and the others arrived at a church, half collapsed. The church had once had a tall spire, its architecture of classical stone columns and brick arches, heavy and dim. Through doors wide enough for giants, Derek and the others followed the chief into the prayer hall. The statues had been destroyed, but candles on the altar had been mysteriously lit. Before the altar, a figure in a simple white robe prostrated there, whispering inaudible prayers. Meanwhile, the Silver City exploration team originally stationed here had vanished. Chaim, Joshua, and Derek fell into silence. In this situation, the absence of the exploration team almost certainly meant things hadn't ended well. Colin withdrew his gaze and said impassively, "Go to that clergyman first. Listen to what he's praying." Derek and the others nodded in silence and advanced toward the collapsed statue step by step. After about 10 steps, from the side, they clearly saw the white-robed figure, a middle-aged man with sharp features and tears streaming down his face. His face pressed almost to the tiles, he muttered, "Almighty Lord, I confess." Sussy Teal was tempted, and the kings often gathered in the Palace of Dusk to conspire. The people of this town also changed at some point. They built secret altars, held strange rituals, and engaged in acts you forbade. I discovered all this, but it was already too late. Depravity, blood, darkness, rot, slaughter, filth, and shadow have flooded this land. A great catastrophe will begin here. Was this where the land was abandoned by the Creator? Who tempted the dark angel Sussy Teal? He should have said it, but I didn't hear. Derek thought, when suddenly the chief, Colin, straightened up. Rays of dawn spread instantly in all directions. Seeing this, Derek's heart tightened. Together with Chaim and Joshua, he formed a protective formation and looked in the same direction as the chief. There, a man in tight black clothes slowly appeared. It was Leroy, one of the missing exploration team members. "Chief!" Leroy cried out excitedly upon seeing him. Yet he didn't dare rush forward. Instead, he glanced instinctively over his shoulder. From the darkness, another man emerged, dressed utterly unlike the people of Silver City. But Derek and the chief had seen such attire before. They knew that in the bright world outside this land, there was a large city called Backlund, and this style of clothing was common there. Derek first found the sudden newcomer strangely familiar. After thinking, he realized why. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock. "Mr. Tower? How are you here?" End of chapter. Chapter 944, Platform. A quarter of an hour earlier, inside the nightmare of Afternoon Town. When Ebner arrived at the church where Derek and the others were in reality, what he saw was a completely different scene. A magnificent and radiant church, its tower whole and classical, with 3 priests kneeling in penance, the sight before him was utterly unlike reality. Relying on the protection of the concealment barrier on his body, Ebner openly searched the place with the pure white eye, right before the 3 priests. Soon, he discovered that the church was overflowing with the aura of corruption and filth. Its level was extremely high, and the source came from the tower beside the church. But even after circling the tower a few times, Ebner found no way to enter. Its surroundings were enveloped in dense powers of corruption and shadow, impossible to approach. Even his concealment barrier rippled the moment it came into contact with that force. "I can't force my way in," Ebner immediately judged. Then he strengthened his ability of analysis through the illusory, omniscient eye in the unknown land, observing the tower comprehensively and meticulously. Moments later, he gained some clarity and mused to himself. So that's how it is. Though this tower shares the same nightmare layer as the bizarre Afternoon Town, it left no passage in or out here, or rather, the Dark Angel sealed it entirely himself. He probably doesn't know about the God of Luck building the teleportation channel. He sealed it likely to prevent the lingering aura from corrupting his followers. And the real entrance to this tower is probably in reality. I must first exit the nightmare, enter the real tower, then return into the nightmare through the hidden passage. That's the only way to truly reach the abandoned entrance to the Sea of Chaos. Yes. That entrance must also have been arranged in such a way that when I was transported here before, I was immediately dropped into some other spot of Afternoon Town's nightmare, concealing the means of arrival. It's easy to imagine, when the Rose of Redemption plotted, the goddess most likely appeared in Afternoon Town's nightmare suddenly each time, and when leaving, she would exit the nightmare first, making others believe the passage wasn't in the nightmare. And once she returned to reality, she would slip back into concealment and teleport away. And the entrance in the nightmare was sealed by the Dark Angel himself. This is a classic blind spot right under the lamp. Was this the God of Luck's handiwork? No. Since this hidden channel connects the Giant King's court and the Elven domain, the goddess absolutely participated in its construction from the start. Only her concealment authority could fool the Giant King and the Dark Angel. Of course, I suspect the Giant Queen also played her part, whoever she might have been back then. As his thoughts raced, Ebner prepared to use Mr. Fool's power to pull Derek the Sun out of the nightmare, exploiting the balance between nightmare and reality being disrupted, in order to enter the real Afternoon Town. Had the balance not been broken earlier, leaving would not have been so easy. Just then, Ebner suddenly saw men in tight black clothes being dragged from reality into the nightmare church by 3 others dressed the same. Among the draggers, one looked almost identical to the victim, the only difference was the gloomy expression and shadowed skin. Seeing this, Ebner immediately judged, the one being dragged was a member of the Silver City exploration team, while the other 3 were his and his teammates' shadows. As the man was about to be placed upon the altar for some kind of transformation ritual, Ebner had no choice but to temporarily dispel the concealment barrier and reveal himself. Since he encountered this, and it wasn't too dangerous, he couldn't just stand by. Of course, considering that Silver City had a believer of the true creator, he didn't reveal his true form. Instead, he donned the vest of the professor, transforming his appearance into that of a lone-style formal suit layered over marble-like armor. The moment he appeared, the surrounding space turned golden, expanding outward layer by layer. The shadow identical to the captive's face opened its mouth in a soundless scream as golden light enveloped it. Soon it ignited on its own, becoming a twisted shadow that dissolved inch by inch in light and flame. As for the other 2, their expressions twisted the same, their bodies dimming rapidly. Within just 2 seconds, the 2 vanished like shadows under sunlight. Crack, crack, crack. Bones and lumps of flesh fell from their bodies, striking the floor. Points of light slowly emerged from these remains, their beyonder characteristics. Unlike the one dragged away, his teammates had already been fully devoured by their shadows. Meanwhile, the 3 priests prostrate before the idol showed no reaction. They kept repeating the same words of confession over and over, like mere phantoms lingering from the environment. Ebner ignored them. He went to the rescued man, who was still stunned, and asked with a smile in Jotun tongue, "You all right? How should I address you?" Hearing this, the man came to his senses. He glanced at Ebner warily but, given that the stranger had just saved him and this place was clearly bizarre, he cautiously answered. "I'm not hurt. Thank you for saving me." His gratitude was sincere, but he still didn't give his name. Ebner didn't mind. After picking up the beyonder characteristics of the other two, he put away his smile and sighed. These are your companions' remains, bring them back to their families. Oh, and you may call me Mr. Tower, or Professor. With Ebner's current wealth, he had no need to covet two mid-sequence characteristics. Returning them was his way of showing goodwill. The man's face darkened, but he accepted them nonetheless, bowed to Ebner, and repeated, this time more sincerely, thank you, Professor. You're welcome. Actually, I'm a friend of Derek Berg's. Ebner chuckled, then shifted the subject, clapping his hands. All right, I'll take you out of this nightmare layer now. Without waiting for him to ask further, Ebner pinpointed the crack between nightmare and reality left from the broken balance, grasped the man with the hand of lion, and pulled him through. Finding weak points and loopholes was the specialty of the reader pathway. The hand of lion was the secret art Ebner had once taught to Susie and Audrey, though only Susie had managed to master it. The moment Ebner brought the men into reality, he ran into the chief and the others. Then he heard Derek's surprised voice from across the way. Mr. Tower? How are you here? Ebner didn't rush to answer. He only signaled Derek with his eyes to remain calm. After the man named Leroy finished his inspection and reported to Chief Colin what had happened, Ebner smiled, removed the illusory hat, placed a hand on his chest, and greeted the Silver City party with a bow. First meeting, pleased to see you all here. As he spoke, he turned toward the chief, his eyes carrying a strange admiration. Especially you, Sir Colin Iliad. Derek mentions your name often, it resounds in my ears like thunder. I'm pleased to meet you too. Mr. Tower. Colin hadn't lowered his guard, but he acknowledged Ebner's goodwill and added, also, thank you very much for saving my teammate. It was nothing, a pity I couldn't save the other two. Ebner feigned regret. After both sides exchanged tentative pleasantries and mutual thanks for recovering the gearbook and projector, Colin finally asked the question he most wanted answered. Mr. Tower, your arrival in Afternoon Town, was it by the will of Mr. Fool? Under the guidance of the Great Existence, I came to the Forsaken Land on a mission. Ebner didn't answer directly. He gave a vague reply, then quickly changed the subject. Meeting you was a coincidence. Please don't tell others you've seen me. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring Silver City's people into the real world, but at least for now, he couldn't expose the channel connecting Byam and Afternoon Town. Had the concealment barrier not been unusable in the Forsaken Land's reality, or rather, had its use not dragged him straight back into the nightmare, Ebner wouldn't have wanted to encounter Silver City's people at all. Since meeting was unavoidable, he decided to help Derek gain some support, so that he'd be valued more. After all, in Colin and the others' eyes, Ebner's presence meant Mr. Fool had the ability to send outsiders in. And if they could come in, then they could go out. On the other side, Colin readily agreed to Ebner's request for secrecy and solemnly warned the other three. Ebner appeared satisfied, nodding lightly. Then he left a parting remark, Derek is well regarded in our gathering. Whether by the world, the hanged men, or myself, he is valued highly. With that, he excused himself and departed, appearing to head for the edge of town. In truth, he doubled back halfway, using psychological invisibility to observe Colin and Derek's group from afar. He dared not get too close, after all, demon hunters were adept at dealing with stealthy beings of weak presence. If the chief spotted him, the image he had just crafted would be ruined, and it might even damage Mr. Fool's reputation. Thus, he witnessed Colin interrogating the priests in the church about the names of the other kings, only for the men to self-immolate just before uttering the eternal blazing sun's true name. He witnessed Colin and Derek battling countless monsters, emerging victorious. He witnessed Colin realizing the dangers hidden in the giant king's court, understanding that impatience wouldn't do, that preparation of half a year, even 2 years, with repeated explorations, was necessary. He witnessed Colin ultimately deciding to establish a camp at the ruins of the crashed floating city. Only after everything had settled did Ebner carefully return to the collapsed church, stepping into the nearly destroyed tower beside it. End of chapter. Chapter 945, Departure. Thanks to the chief, Colin, and his party clearing the way earlier, there were no monsters left in the church tower. Ebner easily glided down along the staircase, whose wooden planks had been fully corroded, all the way into the deepest part of the basement. The moment he arrived, the black gemstone left by the Evernight goddess in his chest condensed dense darkness once again, instantly dragging him into a deeper layer of the nightmare. Ebner felt the ground vanish beneath his feet, leaving him falling endlessly. He didn't know how long it lasted. When he finally landed, he stood before a pair of bronze gates. The gates were covered with countless symbols and strange patterns, much like those at the God of Luck's ruins, though with subtle differences. Now, however, the doors stood wide open. Beyond them, there was no trace of the Sea of Chaos, but rows of illusory black torii-like gates instead. Actually, I've always felt these bronze gates that sealed the Sea of Chaos resemble the one inside the gatekeeper of the Death Pathway. Also, those who die before these bronze gates that seal the Sea of Chaos are easily turned into wraiths, then, under some unknown force, gathered into ancient wraiths. And ancient wraiths are the main source of materials for the door pathway. Death, the door, and the ability to seal the entrance to the Sea of Chaos. Was this the handiwork of the Phoenix ancestor Greg race? And the God of Luck's authority doesn't align with death or the door. Back when I built this passage, aside from the Evernight goddess, could the Phoenix ancestor have helped too? Looks like the God of Luck really had a wide circle of friends. Whether in pride or helplessness, Ebner sighed before stepping through the bronze gates. But he soon realized he hadn't entered the passage of Black Torii gates. Unlike when he had the key earlier, this time, even though the passage was open, returning required crossing into the dimension of those Torii gates by himself. In other words, only pure spirit world or astral creatures could enter. After observing with the pure white eye for a while, Ebner understood. Asterisk of course, reaching the angel level would also work. Good thing I didn't suggest bringing little son out for a stroll. Otherwise, I'd really have embarrassed myself. He did have a mystical item, the Azure Shadow, that could turn him into a special wraith. But it wasn't pure enough. It worked for short-distance traversals, but crossing such an enormous passage would likely fail. Still, such conditions didn't trouble Ebner himself. Starlight suddenly gleamed in his pure white eyes. In the next moment, his entire body transformed into shimmering worms of radiant light. Worms of Star. This was the signature ability of the Cognizer, Mimicry, which Ebner had mastered early thanks to the pure white eye. It allowed him to temporarily take on incomplete mythical forms of other pathways he had fully analyzed. Though his inspiration warned him not to rely too often on this power of the pure white eye, using it in emergencies a few times wasn't a problem. With his transformation complete, the worms of Star blinked into the passage and, within seconds, traversed countless Black Torii-like gates to arrive before a wall on the other side. Ebner quickly dispelled the transformation, lest Edwina see his incomplete mythical form and fall into madness. He also conjured a new outfit. His stone armor had been completely destroyed during the transformation. Though his journey seemed full of twists, in reality only 3 hours had passed. Thus, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was still waiting for him. Seeing him return safely, she let out a breath of relief and stepped forward. Ebner gestured for her to wait, then turned back to remove the stone tablet that acted as the key, closing off the hidden passage to prevent any monsters from crossing through. Edwina, an experienced adventurer, immediately understood his intent and asked with bright eyes, "Was the other side dangerous?" Ebner, still savoring the unique perspective of the worms of Star, nodded. "Extremely dangerous. Without the protection of a deity, I might not have returned." He wasn't exaggerating. Without the Evernight goddess's concealment, he could have been discovered by the true creator, and then survival would have been uncertain. Of course, this was also to dissuade Edwina from attempting exploration herself. "So dangerous, you weren't hurt, were you?" Edwina frowned. Her light blue eyes turned black as she began carefully examining his body. "Wait." Ebner hurried to stop her, but it was too late. Edwina's gaze froze blankly for a few seconds before she quickly ended the spell. "Right now, the only real fabric between us is that cloak." Turning on true vision at this moment, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Ebner grumbled inwardly and hastily changed the subject, telling her only parts of what he'd seen in Afternoon Town. Of course, he left out the floating city and Silver City, mentioning only the environment and monsters. Gates separating reality and myth, the Giant King's court. Edwina repeated, her eyes shining with longing, as if she wished to see it for herself. But her weakness wouldn't allow it. Even Ebner hadn't been sure of returning alive. If she went, death might be the best outcome. With this thought, Edwina touched the brass mirror in her hand, determined to advance to demigod soon. After intercepting the Aurora Order's divine emissary and indirectly saving Ebner, Zio, and Miss Gwen, she had been rewarded with this brass mirror capable of prophecy. Once she solved the Pale Admiral crisis and completed the deity's mission, the artifact would fully belong to her. She knew clearly that this brass mirror was actually the potion ingredient granted by her deity for her advancement, she just hadn't found a way to shatter it and return it to its raw characteristic. Her potion, Mysticism Magister, had only been fully digested not long ago, so she hadn't been in a rush. But now, a sudden urgency struck her. Ebner was moving faster and faster. She had to keep up, or she would be left waiting behind, just as she had this time. Lost in thought, Edwina continued chatting with Ebner about Afternoon Town's details. Soon, they climbed the stairs back to the God of Luck's throne. Facing the tall and robust yet handsome ancient god, both Ebner and Edwina fell silent, unwilling to disturb his slumber. Edwina's silence came from reverence, but Ebner's heart brimmed with sarcasm. Finally, imitating Rainet Tinker's habit, he stuck a label onto this oldest version of himself, perverted bandit. After cursing himself, Ebner led Vice Admiral Iceberg down to the palace platform. He picked up some of the gold and jewels Roselle had left behind and gave Edwina her share before leaving the God of Luck's ruins. "This harvest is already enough. The rest isn't for me to take right now." Before leaving the Grand Hall, he glanced back at Roselle's Paragon card, and the knowledge magister characteristic. He knew the latter was likely prepared for the resurrected mechanical emperor's advancement. Though the mechanical emperor's body had been obliterated, Ebner suspected the yellow gem-like relic, similar to a relic pearl, was the key to Lu Bo's undying persistence across generations. As long as that remained, combined with his beyonder characteristics, resurrection into one of Ebner's avatars was possible. So, even Daniel may not truly be dead. His sealed artifact, 1-025, which I sacrificed, is likely inside the chained god's original body, and Sua is probably taking over that vessel, seizing the Sequence 1 abomination characteristic. While Ebner's thoughts spiraled, Edwina also looked back at the god of luck, the knowledge magister characteristic, and the blasphemy cards, softly asking, "Aren't you going to take them? That could be dangerous, best to wait until we're stronger. By then, Roselle's Vajraguardian rituals will still be here to protect this place." Ebner answered casually. But it wasn't just an excuse. His intuition told him that taking the god of luck's characteristic without reviving him as his avatar would twist his and Edwina's fate severely, for the worse. Though called the god of luck, he would not hesitate to grant misfortune to others. Ebner's observations even suggested that within the god of luck, misfortune had far outweighed fortune. Whether this was his nature or a change from some accident was unclear. He also remembered the crystal ball of misfortune he had gotten from the original owner of the Amiris Leaf Bar, the strongman Oziel, and handed over to Klein. That object was deeply tied to the god of luck. Its holder even dreamed of this ruin's location. Ebner suspected it had been deliberately released to siphon off the god of luck's misfortune. But on this expedition, it hadn't come into play at all. He had thought it would be a key item for one of the levels. Must be Roselle's fault. He bulldozed through the stage meant for the misfortune crystal with brute force, then left behind 6 iron lions as guards. Lions ward off evil, suppress misfortune. Maybe there's some mystical reappearance involved. Alright, I can't spin this any further. Grumbling inwardly, Ebner pulled the increasingly puzzled Edwina out of the ruins gates. End of chapter. Chapter 946, How did Bernadette socially die? Byam, in the underground workshop of Fragrant Manor. As the ground softened like a swamp, 2 bare heads emerged one after another from beneath. Soon after, Ebner released his transformation, put back on the clothes he had left there earlier, and turned toward Edwina, who by then had already straightened her blouse and trousers. Taking the cloak she handed back, Ebner glanced at the clock and saw it was already evening, so he casually invited Edwina to dinner. Edwina, wanting to discuss more about the god of luck in Afternoon Town, gladly accepted. Thus, the servants of Fragrant Manor immediately busied themselves. Before becoming a demigod, if Ebner came back for a meal, he still had to be discreet to avoid revealing his teleportation. But now it no longer mattered. Whether by demigod power or hereditary noble status, he had far fewer concerns. Of course, the next morning, after sending Edwina back to the Golden Dream, Ebner still gave the servants suggestions, erasing their memory of his return. As for any discrepancies in the accounts, he paid to cover them up. Unless someone deliberately investigated, nothing would be discovered. Afterward, having spent the whole night discussing knowledge and mysticism, Ebner was mentally drained. He napped briefly in his bedroom, and by the time he awoke it was already Sunday noon. Leaving Fragrant Manor, he bought a few local fruits on the streets of Byam as lunch, then used his self-developed mystical art, Spirit Walk, to travel across islands until he reached the Fasak Empire's easternmost colony, the capital of the Gargas archipelago, Nasport. But as soon as he stepped out from a hidden corner, he saw what seemed to be a local gangster pull out several cans, open them, and toss them into the street. Not good. Having witnessed the power of wolf fish cans during his first voyage with Zio, Ebner instantly layered a water bubble over his face and simulated underwater breathing, just barely avoiding the indescribable stench. What followed was the great seer of the Forsaken Land, Ebner Bryan, actually jogging away in panic, rather bedraggled. After 2 turns and reaching a busier street, the noise of Fasak speech filled his ears. Only then did he dispel the water bubble and take in a breath of fresh air. He admired the foreign customs for a while before paying 4 Fasak silver to hire a carriage bound for the Rodal bar. Fasak silver was the standard currency of the empire, below it the kopek, above it the gold horn, all neatly arranged in a decimal system, making exchange quite simple. At the Rodal, a bar where Gargas adventurers gathered, Ebner didn't enter. Instead, he stood at the bounty board outside, reading. Compared to months ago, the leading figures had not changed much. Only 2 updates caught his attention. One was Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy. Her bounty had risen this month due to revenge taken on members of the Celestial Sect. Though the Celestial Sect's main body had been wiped out by the Storm Church and Lone's military, among its members had been wealthy elites, officials, and nobles. Their punishments were usually lenient, indulgence in depravity, yes, but not outright worship of an evil god, so the Church no longer pursued it. Since Owen was trapped on a southern island, the White Saintess broke free, and Tracy returned to the seas. she quickly seized back the Black Death from her mother and purged the traitors among her crew. Bitter and enraged, Tracy vented her fury on remnants of the Celestial sect, those who had once pursued her, or sought to use her body. Ebner turned a blind eye. Though he had planted safeguards when treating Tracy, ensuring if she killed innocents, she would suffer a fate worse than death, he permitted her vengeance against the sect, whose members were full of sin even without worshipping the Mother Tree of Desire. Of course, Tracy herself knew nothing of this. The other bounty that drew his eye was Miss Gwen's. Having escaped Vice Admiral Dusk in the Intis Navy, her bounty had risen to 13,000 Faceac gold. Converted, that was 8,700 lone pounds, nearly that of a weaker pirate admiral. Even Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos once carried only a 10,000-pound bounty. With the Dawn Paladin characteristic I gave her, Gwen should soon progress further. Controlling that shipgirl suit helps immensely in digesting Weapon Master. Hey, she once admired Edwina, dreaming of becoming an explorer like Vice Admiral Iceberg. Who'd expect her to reach that dream so quickly? With the Black Throne, she might even rise as a new pirate admiral. Just then, from a carriage that had just stopped nearby, a carefully dressed young woman alighted. Her beautiful dark golden hair framed delicate features still bearing a hint of youth, her figure graceful in a fitted purple gown dotted with starlight, mysterious yet sensual, noble yet enchanting. If not for a mysterious aura cloaking her, compelling others to subconsciously ignore her, such beauty and attire would have drawn every eye in the bar. This was none other than Ebner's friend in this life, descendant of Death Archon Vicente, Jane Grant Miranda. Before leaving Blue Mountain Island, Ebner had summoned Jane's messenger with a copper whistle, setting the Rodel bar as their meeting point, then had even raced that tall skeletal messenger for fun. Looks like my spirit walk is faster. Or maybe not. Jane clearly took her time dressing up. Amused, Ebner smiled as he approached, drawing puzzled stares from others at his apparent conversation with thin air. Ebner, you're here. It's been so long. Jane's eyes sparkled. Seeing people staring at him talking to no one, she tugged him toward her carriage, saying, not the place to talk. Let's go inside. All right. Ebner followed her onto the alchemy carriage, capable of crossing the spirit world into the underground zone where Claus's floating city lay. Unlike last time with Klein, where they had sat opposite, Jane now sat directly beside him and brewed him a cup of Fermo coffee with the carriage's heater. Ever since learning Jane was his descendant from Vicente's life, Ebner's feelings were complicated. Outwardly he remained close, but inside, a faint distance lingered. So, after brief pleasantries, he got to the point. You want to see the floating city? Jane guessed. Ebner, while that's fine, I still need to ask, what's your goal? She did not believe he had come all this way merely for sightseeing. Both Dawn of Elements and the Queen Mystic treated her well, she hoped no conflict would arise. Do I look like some bandit who robs at first sight? Ebner grumbled inwardly. Taking a sip of coffee, he smiled leisurely and replied. I want to buy it. Ah. Jane's mouth opened wide, momentarily speechless. God War ruined sea, aboard the Future. After facing the King of Immortality, Agalito, who then abruptly fled, Klein returned to his room only to once again find Bernadette standing by the window with her back to him. The Queen Mystic first relayed intelligence on devils, revealing that the so-called Fountain of Youth was but a trap and a ritual component. Then she turned, her eyes visible through the fine black veil, meeting Gairman Sparrow's gaze. According to equivalent exchange, it's my turn to provide information. Klein weighed his words. According to limited diaries and my own findings, Emperor Roselle, in his later years, faced grave difficulties that drove him toward madness. His corruption most likely came from the evil god, the primordial moon. On this point, he was open. The diaries he had did not reveal exactly what Roselle had attempted, what hardships he endured, or what insane acts he committed. But Ebner had uncovered plenty. The craziest, Roselle actually wanted to be Ebner's son. As Klein mocked inwardly, he also hoped Bernadette would pass Roselle's late diaries to Admiral of Stars Catlia, who could then bring them to the Fool for deciphering. The Queen Mystic was silent for a few seconds, then asked, where have you found his traces? Lady, do you know the City of Miracles, Liveseed? Klein feigned deliberation. I know. Can you tell me where it is? Bernadette's voice softened. That requires consent. Klein shook his head, though he knew Ebner would surely agree. Who wouldn't want to see what the Queen Mystic thought inside the Hall of Honesty? I understand. Bernadette seemed to take it differently. With a slight nod, as sunlight streamed in, she suddenly dissolved like a cluster of soap bubbles, shattering, scattering, vanishing. The rainbow reflections of the bubbles painted the room with fairy tale brilliance. End of chapter. Chapter 947, Summary and the Tarot Gathering. Nas, in the underground floating city. Since there was nothing that needed crafting and he hadn't brought any wolf fish cans as a gift, Ebner didn't meet with Master Claus. Instead, with Jane's company, he simply toured the city that looked nearly identical to Morningstar City. As I expected, what's the same is only the outward structure. The 4 grand systems were built as well, but they're just shells. Even if you move them into the forsaken land of the gods, they wouldn't channel divine power. In short, this is nothing but an oversized figurine. Still, as the real-world anchor of that floating city created by the omniscient eye in the nightmare, it's sufficient. The real question is, how much will Master Claus demand before he'll part with the city? After all, this represents more than a century of his labor. Jane, after hesitating, braced herself and asked Master Claus. To her surprise, the master wasn't angry but instead gave a very clear condition. As long as someone can make this city fly for the long term, and let me continue my research here, I'll give the floating city to them. Fly, huh? Ebner touched his chin. That's not impossible. Once I advance to sequence 3, become a cognizer, I'll be able to leverage the power of nature itself. It'll still be difficult to make the floating city rise, but it won't be impossible anymore. After some thought, Ebner set the matter aside. It wasn't urgent yet. Then he simply relaxed and played the tourist, exploring the parts of the floating city he hadn't had time to see in Afternoon Town, with Jane by his side. Joyful times always passed quickly. On Monday morning, under Jane's reluctant gaze, Ebner waved farewell and directly teleported back to Fragrant Manor in Byam. Seated in his bedroom, he glanced at the clock on the wall. With some time before the tarot gathering began, Ebner finally enjoyed a rare moment of leisure and began organizing his near-term goals and tasks. The dates and banquets of the previous week had forced him to set aside many matters, but now he could finally return to them. First, about myself. Thanks to Princess Vera's advance payment, I already hold the 2 main ingredients for the Cognizer potion, the Eye of Asmodeus and the complete brain of a mist monster. Only some auxiliary materials remain. I can ask at the tarot gathering later. As for the Cognizer ritual, which requires fully analyzing at least 3 incomplete mythical creature forms, thanks to my previous incarnations, that part is done. In fact, I've already analyzed 9, covering all 9 primal essences. However, after my advancement I set myself a goal: before I ingest the Sequence 3 potion, I must analyze as many of the 22 pathways incomplete mythical creatures as possible. Excluding information left by my 8 incarnations who reached demigodhood, plus the incomplete Sun pathway mythical creature data given by the illusory pure white angel in the unknown land, and excluding my own seer pathway. That still leaves 12, Hanged Man, Visionary, Tyrant, Error, Fool, Darkness, Twilight Giant, Primordial Witch, Mother, Abyss, Black Emperor, Hermit. For the Hangman pathway, I can ask Cyrodiilion, whose fate was seized by the previous pope. He's the Black Knight now. Though I don't know why he acknowledges me as his master, he shouldn't object to my studying him. The Visionary is easy. I already studied dragons extensively. Once Owen is freed from his island, I can fill in the missing parts. If I'm in a hurry, I could even ask Lady Sloth and Lady Greed for help, though that may demand a price. The Tyrant is tricky. I have no target yet. Maybe when I find Kohinum, she can help. For Error, demigods are very rare. I can't exactly go capture an Amon, can I? Besides him, the only option is Leonard's grandfather, but Palez is an ancient fossil, and hardly easy to handle. Then again, Lion Leon once stole a demigod-level worm of time from Emma. Maybe there's a Marauder pathway demigod near her. At least that's a lead. I'll keep watch during banquets and gatherings. For the full pathways Worm of Spirit, no, not catworms, Zeradal should have them. His historical projection resides in the unknown land. Even if I can't get a full set of data, I can patch it together. Perhaps by using Tells, who's undercover in the Secret Order, to find a way. For the Darkness pathway, I have no clues at all. I'll have to pray to the Evernight Goddess and see. Perhaps at the next moon, Massachusetts. The Twilight Giant pathway used to be a problem, but now I've retrieved the Hunter's Badge from Morningstar City. It can summon a hunter transformed into an incomplete mythical form. That solves it. Once I confirm which relatives of mine are truly blood-related, I can proceed with the attempt. For the Demoness. White Saintess would have been ideal, but with the proof of betrayal destroyed, I can't command her anymore. That one must wait. The Mother pathway, there's no good candidate. I'll have to pray to Lilith again. Sigh. I can't help but criticize Giuseppe Castilla, one of my past selves. He lived with Lamia for so long and never thought to research her mythical form. For the Abyss pathway, demons in the magic mirror can display their incomplete mythical forms. No need to look elsewhere. For the Black Emperor, apart from Roselle, I only know Fanny, but she's far from demigod. That one must wait too. Lastly, the Hermit pathway. I have several options: Yalarin, Bernadette, and soon even Catlia, once she advances. I can offer each of them something they need. But I'll prioritize Yalarin, since Vera once said he faced difficulties and needed my help, and asked to meet me outside a major city. After the tarot gathering, I'll try summoning his messenger. So, apart from Black Emperor and Demoness, where I have no leads, and Mother, Darkness, Error, Tyrant, which are uncertain, the rest all have some direction. My actions before Sequence 3 will target these incomplete mythical forms. Finishing this summary, Ebner sipped his coffee and continued thinking. Beyond that, I need to keep improving the resurrection, or rather, avatar, ritual my incarnations have refined. I should first resurrect Alwyn Abraham as an avatar. Only once he advances to Miracle Invoker will I have a steady flow of miracles to fuel the revival of my other selves. The floating city also needs miracles. I should also take time to investigate the abandoned castle in the center of the Drail Forest. It connects to the 2-5 dragon and my experiments, and might help perfect the ritual. And my Viscounty's construction must begin soon, since it ties into Zio's ritual. Thanks to his seer's multi-threaded thinking, Ebner simultaneously sorted through his commissions and tasks. Of Lilith's 2 commissions, investigating the Delian family's secrets is almost finished. Within a month, we can strike a heavy blow, forcing their ancestor to reveal the truth. The other is still scattered, such as tracking Cautionum's dual personalities, or probing that experiment from 11 years ago. The latter overlaps with Vera's commission to find the Night Emperor's soul stone, since it may involve the lid of the god's casket. But that can wait. I'll resume once Miss Farina returns to Backlund from her vacation in Dicey with Stuart. Too many things are pressing, I don't have the mind for them now. There's also Mr. Azek's request to find the murderer of Silica. Since that requires a trip to Jianhai County, I can combine it with my territory development. As for searching for the Blood Emperor's treasure in Ander, or the Black Emperor and Death God's research bases, those must all be postponed until I become a cognizer. Cup after cup of coffee went down as Ebner gradually untangled his priorities, settling on a preliminary plan for his demigod future. Just then, the tarot gathering was about to begin. Ebner quickly adjusted his thoughts, splitting off an Eye of Wisdom as an avatar to send into the grey fog. Above the grey fog, for the first time Klein manifested the world entirely on his own. Using the powers of a marionettist, he refined its expressions, making its reactions more lifelike, while adjusting its spiritual fluctuations to feel natural instead of deathly still. On top of that, like a player running 2 accounts, he could now directly access the world's vision, hearing, and other senses. This way, Sharon won't keep saying I'm imitating her at the tarot gatherings. Muttering, Klein glanced at his golden-cased pocket watch. After giving the sun a prior reminder, he spread his spirituality into the crimson stars around him. Soon, in the embrace of the deep red glow, the shadowy figures on either side of the ancient bronze table stretched and solidified into gentlemen and ladies. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Justice Audrey's cheerful, bright voice rang out first, as usual. End of chapter. Chapter 948, Notes and Diary. After the members followed Miss Justice's lead in greeting Mr. Fool and exchanging simple courtesies among themselves, but before Audrey could congratulate Miss Temperance on her advancement, Klein followed his original plan and struck at Catlia. Although he had accepted payment from the Queen Mystic, a reprimand was still due, he could treat that payment as Bernadette's discipline fee. Ebner watched with a smile. He saw Klein, just as in the original tale, publicly call out Bernadette in front of Miss Hermit and the other Tarot Club members, exposing her identity as Roselle's eldest daughter and the Captain of the Dawn. And when Catlia furtively glanced toward the Fool, Klein directly grafted the muttering pollution of the true creator, causing the young lady, who always liked to peek, to scream and groan in agony. Her cries echoed above the grey fog, and the hangman Alger, the moon Emlyn, the magician Furs, the judgment Zio, and the rest exchanged looks, as if viscerally sensing the pain she was enduring. At the same time, the blurry projection grew clearer, allowing them to see the grotesque distortions racking the hermit's body. The sickening, ghastly sight frightened Justice Audrey into instantly withdrawing her gaze, sitting upright, staring straight ahead, not daring to move. The others reacted less dramatically but with the same discomfort. Only Ebner and Miss Sharon remained calm, the former knowing Klein was bluffing, the latter having seen far more revolting things within the Rose School. Just then, Alger spoke up with timely solemnity, the divine must not be peered upon. His words not only filled the members with awe toward the usually approachable Mr. Fool, but also gave Klein a swell of satisfaction. The performance had been worth it. Instinctively, he glanced at the tower, but saw not a trace of fear in his spiritual color. Not even pretending. Or is this the confidence of someone who's the paramour of several goddesses? Klein sneered inwardly. This display of authority wasn't perfect, but it had served its purpose. He swept his gaze around and said, level and calm. That will do. At this, the hermit Catlia, her spirit only just recovering, relaxed all at once. Exhaustion and relief surged together, leaving her yearning for nothing more than a soft chair to collapse into. She also cast a grateful glance at the world Gehrman Sparrow, believing it was his intercession that had tempered Mr. Fool's punishment, leaving her to suffer pain but no permanent harm. Yet that pain rivaled the torment of having knowledge forced upon her by the hidden sage. She had no doubt, Mr. Fool truly was a god, a real god, unknowable and unseeable. Her gesture was subtle, but it didn't escape the sharp eyes of justice, judgment, and temperance, let alone Ebner, who missed nothing. The hermit's expression shows she already knew her actions would bring punishment from Mr. Fool. She even sought out Mr. World, his follower, in hopes of forgiveness. From the outcome, it does seem Mr. Fool chose only to give a warning. Was that thanks to Mr. World? Audrey pieced together the clues seriously. Judgment Zaya was all too familiar with such matters, pulling strings through connections. She only hadn't realized Mr. World's sway with Mr. Fool was so great. Of course, it was also possible that even the hermit's private appeal to Mr. World had been foreseen by Mr. Fool, who simply, well, as Roselle once phrased it, pushed the boat along with the current. Temperance Sharon was the most direct. She turned to look at the World, who immediately returned a glance that said, "We'll talk in private later." Ebner, looking from one to another, felt delight in his grasp of the whole picture. In the silence, Katlia finally steadied herself and said with earnestness, "I will remember your mercy." The Fool Klein nodded faintly, offering no further words. At that, Justice Audrey let out a small sigh of relief. To brighten the atmosphere of the Tarot Club and dispel the lingering heaviness, she turned to Sharon with a smile. "Miss Temperance, welcome back to the Tarot Club. May I call you, Your Excellency, now?" Like a delicate doll, Sharon inclined her head and answered in her ethereal voice. "The old title will do." "Ah." Miss Temperance is speaking more than before. Did becoming a demigod change her? Except for Klein, everyone shared this thought, confirming to themselves that Sharon had become a saint. After all, her words implied she deserved to be addressed as Excellency, but graciously declined. Since she was speaking a little more, even without the World's translation, all could understand her. "Congratulations, Miss Temperance, for becoming the second demigod in our Tarot Club," said Justice, the Magician, Judgment, and others in unison. Faced with their congratulations, Sharon found herself at a loss. Instinctively, she looked to the World. Seeing this, the World cleared his throat and said deliberately, "Miss Temperance wishes me to tell you that if you need help in Backlund, you may ask her." No sooner had he spoken than Sharon nodded and affirmed. "Yes. Miss Temperance and Mr. World are so in sync. And, am I imagining things, or is Mr. World livelier than before? Not so much like a dead man. Ugh, Audrey, how could you think of him that way? That's unladylike." Audrey scolded herself inwardly. While she was busy with her self-reproach, the congratulations to Temperance wound down. The Magician first swept her gaze around, and seeing no one else speak, she turned respectfully to the head of the table. "Mr. Fool, I have here 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary." She had received them the previous week from her teacher Dorian, along with a certain book, Lemino's Travel Notes. Ebner wasn't surprised. He had already seen them at first place and knew they held some useful information. Klein drew the diary pages the Magician had manifested into his hand, but he didn't read them immediately. Instead, he asked, "What do you require?" "Mr. Fool, I would like a demigod-level ability," Furs replied. But realizing her words were vague, she quickly added, "I have a magical item. It has 38 pages. Each page lets the user record a supernatural ability they've seen and reproduce it later, though weaker than the original. Each page can be rewritten, but each recording can only be used once. Among them, 3 pages may record demigod abilities, but the success rate is very low, less than 1 in 10. She summarized the traits and drawbacks of Lemino's Travel Notes, while fretting over its low success rate with demigod abilities. That night, she and Ebner had experimented for hours and managed to record only 2 demigod abilities. One, Domain Without Darkness, had worked well enough. But the other, Mind Extraction from the Spectator Pathway, was already weakened by Ebner's simulation. Once further diminished by the notes, it was barely stronger than a Sequence 5's Intimidation. Even so, Justice Audrey and the others listened with growing brightness in their eyes. No longer novices in mysticism, they could all tell the notes were at least a half artifact. Envy stirred in their hearts. "So she wants me to record a demigod ability for her. That's not a problem. But if the recorded power isn't impressive, it'll dent my image." Klein hesitated briefly, then made the World rasp in his hoarse voice. "Miss Magician, I can help you record 1 demigod offensive ability, or 1 demigod ability that briefly steals a chosen concept. Shall we make an exchange? You give me the diary pages as contribution." The Magician first turned her head to glance at the World, then pondered a moment before nodding. "Very well. I want the theft ability." So long as she could fill the demigod slots, she didn't care who provided the power. And from the look of it, the World was short on contribution points. It was better to do him a favor. With her agreement, Klein relaxed. Controlling the World to express thanks, he picked up the first of the 2 diary pages and began reading carefully. May 19th, Bernadette's 18th birthday banquet was utterly ruined. I don't know whether to be pleased or sorrowful. Sorrowful, because this was my daughter's long-awaited event. She had even designed dresses for the whole family, though in the end, neither she nor I adopted them. But pleased, because the so-called romantic schemes of those bratty boys were ruined as well. A series of accidents exposed their hypocrisy, cowardice, and lack of backbone. My Bernadette surely won't ever give them a second glance. Hey, serves them right. They always flattered Bernadette, but never with such passion. But ever since I moved into White Maple Palace in January, it's all changed. Those brats must have ulterior motives. My Bernadette must keep her eyes open. Oh, I told the Calamity Seal about this, but he only stayed silent, and at last said, "Next time, don't bring me to such a banquet." What did he mean? That my banquet was boring. If that's the case, I'll have to take him to see a real spectacle next time. Let that fourth epic bumpkin who loves to boast witness the splendor of modern nobility. End of chapter. Chapter 949, Ancient. If that's the case, next time I must bring him to witness a truly grand scene, and let that fourth epic bumpkin who loves to show off see the luxury of modern nobility. Seeing the last line of this page, Klein pondered for a moment, then reproduced a page of diary he had received from Sharon a few months ago. Immediately, a few lines of text that greatly satisfied him appeared before his eyes. June 6th. What happened today was simply a disaster. I swear by these words. If I ever bring the Calamity Seal to another ball, I'll eat the shit excreted by Sanguine's 3 lights. Under the shroud of grey fog, Klein's lips curved slightly, and he sighed inwardly. The Emperor really was someone who never turned back until he hit a dead end. Karen warned you not to go deep into the sea of mist, yet you insisted, only to stumble into a bizarre island and then fall into the abyss. Lubo warned you not to land on the moon, but you went anyway. As a result, you were likely polluted by the primordial moon, maybe even fathered a child up there, who was cast down 100 years later and indirectly harmed 5 ladies. As for the Calamity Seal, his words were most likely a veiled warning to you about his own problem, but you refused to listen, and now you've made a mess of things, haven't you? Still, the Lubo version of the Calamity Seal had issues of his own, always playing the riddleman. Couldn't he just say things clearly? Wait, was it possible he did it on purpose, leading Roselle straight into the trap? Very possible. Judging from what I've observed, the Lubo here in the Tarot Club is also quite the trickster. After roasting both of his transmigrated compatriots, Klein shifted to another thought. So Bernadette's birthday is May 19th. And Roselle became Chancellor and entered White Maple Palace in 1173. According to this diary, Bernadette turned 18 that year. That meant she was born on May 19, 1155. By now, she was nearly 195 years old, yet still looked so young. Wait, why am I calculating this? Klein shook his head, cast aside the distracting thoughts, and picked up the second page of the diary. March 6th. That unspeakable organization convened another gathering of its members. This sentence seems to have been repeated countless times in my diary. Fine, let me phrase it differently. The great son of Steam, Chancellor of Intis, and the collective dream lover of Trier's noble ladies, Roselle Gustave, graced the secret gathering of that unspeakable organization. Back to the topic. Today, while discussing the characteristics of various pathways with a suspected Church of Knowledge member codenamed Doctor, I discovered several pitfall potion sequences. They all shared one common trait, their sequence names carried the modifier Ancient. They were Ancient Alchemist, Ancient Scholar, and Ancient Evil. Ancient Alchemist was sequence 4 of the Planter pathway. Why was it a pitfall? Because its advancement ritual required personally creating a Stone of Life. At first, I had no idea what a Stone of Life meant, but after the doctor's explanation, I learned that one of its conditions was extracting 300 years of one's own future lifespan. Though demigods of the Planter pathway lived relatively long, they were no match for the Sanguine. If you lost 300 years in one stroke and couldn't advance to sequence 3 in time to make up for it, you'd fall behind even ordinary demigods without longevity advantages. Calculating this way, Madame Helen's husband might not live much longer. I might still have a chance. By the way, the Stone of Life made from one's own lifespan had a certain effect of reviving the dead, but only if the person hadn't died too long ago and suffered no irreversible fatal injury. This sequence was truly the epitome of self-sacrifice. A total pitfall. Stone of Life. Klein recalled that when Ebner went to Tingen to resurrect the captain, he had used a Stone of Life personally crafted by the Earth Mother. It seemed that the higher the sequence, the stronger the Stone of Life's power. After all, when the captain was resurrected, not only had his heart been gone, but most of his characteristics had already dispersed, and he had been dead nearly a week. Tapping his fingers thoughtfully, Klein couldn't help but add, "Emperor, really? You were still eyeing Madame Helen. Cullen was your friend." As he criticized the Emperor's lecherous antics, Klein read on. Ancient Scholar was sequence 3 of the Seer pathway. I already knew this, and thanks to Zeridel, I was very familiar with its abilities. Hey, as long as you worked with an Ancient Scholar, you'd find yourself being unknowingly exploited for free countless times. But I only learned today how much of a pitfall its advancement ritual was. To completely detach from reality for at least 300 years, and only after becoming part of history, no longer belonging to the current era, could you consume the potion. Could there be a worse ritual? Which bizarro sorcerer could live for 300 years, let alone detach from reality? No more 500 trash posts from LinkTac, no doing girls, no Honor of Kings or PUBG to play, life would already be unbearable. And without balls, without the enchanting, pure, mature, or youthful Madame Julia, Countess Valignen, Madame Bennett, or Miss Isaka, how would life go on? You wouldn't last even a single day, let alone 300 years. I have no idea how Zeradal completed it back then, no wonder he turned out so twisted. So sequence 3 of the seer pathway was called Ancient Scholar. Klein muttered inwardly, then froze. His eyes fixed on the Emperor's description of the ritual, particularly the phrase, no longer belonging to the current era. It instantly made him think of one of his own honorifics. The fool that does not belong to this era. This mysterious space above the grey fog clearly had close ties to the spectator pathway. Was the so-called Sapphira Castle truly a derivative of a uniqueness? Klein felt both delighted and grave, uncertain what sort of price such a gift entailed. Then another thought struck him. How would he complete this ritual himself? I can't wait 300 years. I need to find a way home as soon as possible. It seems that after becoming a bizarro sorcerer, I'll have to consider jumping to a neighboring pathway. And switching pathways might also help me escape that vague and inexplicable arrangement. After mulling it over, Klein set the matter aside for now. He wasn't even a demigod yet, thinking that far ahead was pointless. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his gaze back to the diary. Ancient Evil was the name of sequence 2 of the prisoner pathway, always controlled by the Rose school of thought. Its ritual was extremely twisted. One had to transform oneself into a cursed item to be used by others for at least 300 years. And that was only one of its requirements. The doctor himself didn't know the rest. 300 years again, so 300 years was the baseline for anything bearing the ancient modifier. But for me, even 100 years ago already counted as ancient. And regardless of other requirements, turning yourself into an object for others to use, what if you were used for something unspeakable? Were you supposed to remain motionless and let them do as they pleased? Absolutely unacceptable. No wonder it was called Ancient Evil. Truly evil, indeed. That's so like you, old Huang. How did your mind jump there first thing? And a silent servant turned into a cursed item would certainly be a grade 1 sealed artifact. Any faction would handle it with extreme care. How could it be like what you imagined? Klein nearly held his forehead. He guessed this diary entry must have been written not long after Roselle became Chancellor, when he was riding high, and had found a fellow transmigrator in the Calamity Seal, so he was a bit carried away. But what about Sharon in the future? How would she roleplay this? Did she really have to turn into a sealed artifact for 300 years? Was there a clever workaround? While Klein sank into thought, Ebner, bored at the lower end of the table, began reviewing first pages of diary as well. When his eyes fell on the ritual of the Ancient Evil, his indifferent expression froze, and he grew serious. When I saw that yellow stone in the floating city with the mental imprint of the mechanical emperor, Evans, I guessed that Danet Tinneker, myself from that lifetime, might not have died completely, and still had some scheme. Now it seems he was used as sealed artifact 1-025 by the Church of Storms for centuries. Could that have been his advancement ritual to Ancient Evil? And now 1-025 has already been sacrificed by me to the chained god, becoming part of his original body. This really looks like digging a pit for myself. Moreover, since it entered the chained god body, once he descends into it, could that also complete the ritual for a god spawn? Or maybe just a role-playing step, since I don't yet know what the ritual for god spawn is. Lost in his own thoughts, the fool Klein didn't notice Ebner's shifting mood. He lowered his head again, reading the last part of the diary page. Also, don't ask me why a member of the Church of Knowledge would join an organization hostile to them, or why that organization would accept him. The answer is, it's a tradition of the Church of Knowledge. So, according to you, the Church of Knowledge's tradition is mass-producing traitors. No wonder later you called the God of Knowledge and Wisdom the 2-5 Dragon. In fact, in this respect, the tarot club he founded wasn't much better. With a bit of self-mockery, Klein made the diary vanish from his hand, leaned back in his chair, and looked toward Justice, the Hanged Man, and the others. You may trade freely. End of chapter. Chapter 950, Trade. After a short pause, Magician first glanced around. Seeing that the others still seemed hesitant, she was the first to speak. Everyone, you've already heard the introduction to Lemino's travel notes just now and understand its abilities. Though it only corresponds to sequence 6, normally worth about £5,000, with its special properties, it's worth at least £10,000. Before her voice fell, Justice Audrey interjected with interest. Are you planning to sell this notebook? After hearing the functions of Lemnos travel notes, Audrey had been deeply tempted by this item, similar in some ways to Creeping Hunger and Fallen Morning Star, able to use different extraordinary abilities from various pathways. And she believed that no matter how much she paid for this item, her father, Earl Hall, would reimburse her. It was just that each time it required her own blood. The thought made Justice Audrey shrink her hand back in faint fear. The others, especially Hermit Catlia, were also moved and ready to bid. At that moment, Magician Furs realized the misunderstanding and hurriedly explained. No, I'm not selling it, I'm renting it. When you need it, you can temporarily lease it for a period of time, with Mr. Fool as witness. This idea had actually come from Ebner. On the night when Furs was recording abilities, she also discussed with him how to make money quickly. Of course, Furs didn't know yet that Ebner was the tower. Her probing had been indirect, and Ebner hadn't exposed himself, simply giving advice as a friend. Rent it. That's possible. At that moment, aside from Tower, Ebner and Judgment Zio, even World Klein froze slightly. Now that World had become a true puppet, there was no delay in reaction. They certainly knew what rental transactions were, but had never thought of applying them to mystical items, let alone seeing it in the Tarot Club. For us, this means spending little money to use a powerful extraordinary item whenever needed. For Miss Magician, it means accumulating quite a bit of money over time, while also effortlessly recording different practical abilities from various pathways. This is exactly what Emperor Roselle once described as a win-win. Hanged Man Alger quickly grasped the essence of the rental arrangement. Miss Magician does have a business mind. No, more likely she received a certain someone's advice. Thinking this, World glanced in the direction of Tower, then rasped out a question before Alger could. How does one rent it? Even if he himself didn't need it, he could ask on Sharon's behalf. Though she was already a demigod, her methods were too limited, and she lacked powerful items. Each rental costs £300 as a base. Every additional day is £50. When returning it, the travel notes must contain 2 more extraordinary abilities than when borrowed. If borrowed with only 1 blank page or no blank pages left, then it must be replenished until the whole notebook is full, Furs explained. She didn't set the price too high, planning for steady income. 2 extra pages didn't mean 2 of the same kind. Users could freely employ the extraordinary abilities recorded in Lemnos travel notes, but at the end they simply needed to add more, without restriction on type. £50 per day, that's £1,500 for a month. If possible, I could just keep renting it forever. Justice Audrey did a quick calculation. But she wouldn't dare do something so greedy and offensive. As for the others, since they didn't currently need to fight, Hanged Man, Moon, Temperance, and Hermit didn't need it for now. Tower and Judgment had no need to rent at all. So only son Derek, after some hesitation, spoke up. I'll rent it for 3 days, starting today, but I don't have gold pounds. Can I pay with extraordinary materials? He had exploration tasks for 3 days and badly needed an item that could handle various situations. Magician first thought for a moment, then, with Mr. Fool's help, manifested the Silver City materials list, carefully marked a few easy-to-sell items, and passed it to son. Son Derek glanced at it once and breathed in relief. Those items were available near Afternoon Town, no need to borrow for now. No problem. I can gather them within a day, he said. After this rental agreement was settled, Magician first looked around again and continued. Does anyone have a complete Assman's brain, or any news of it? This was one of the main ingredients for the recorder potion formula. As for the other main material, the cursed item of an ancient wraith, it had already been obtained in Roselle's dream mausoleum and was currently kept by Ebner. Furs could take it anytime. In fact, she had also planned to issue a commission to assassinate Louis Wayne, hoping Tower, World, or Temperance would accept it. But she remembered she had already paid Ebner, who had agreed, so going to others would be a loss. She decided not to mention it. Assman was a monster spoken of only in ancient legends, resembling an unprotected human brain large enough to fill a room. It could create terrifying illusions and cause attackers to die by their own methods. Upon hearing of it, World Klein immediately recalled what he had studied during his time as a night watcher. Ebner, however, found it strange. In the original, this material had been given freely to Furs by Dorian. Why now did she have to gather it herself? But then he felt relieved. After all, with an ancestor like Alwyn Abraham appearing, it was only natural that things had shifted. At this point, son Derek cautiously said. There seems to be one such Assman monster near our Silver City, but it would take about 1 week, no, 2 weeks to hunt it down. Magician Furs had no objections to 1 or 2 weeks of delay. She had just advanced to astrologer and wasn't sure how long it would take to digest, but clearly not within a week or 2. So she asked directly. What do you need? Just as Sun was about to answer, Moon Emlyn cut in with a chuckle. What else could he want? Naturally, the potion formula for sequence 6 of the Sun pathway, Adjudicator. Sun shot a glare at this annoying vampire who always targeted him. But he had to admit the bloodsucker was right. He nodded. Miss Magician, that is what I need. Magician first thought for a few seconds. She believed her teacher might have the formula, but wasn't sure. So she replied cautiously. I'll try my best to obtain it. If necessary, she'd just ask Ebner, who seemed to know everything. At that moment, Klein suddenly felt ashamed. When he first obtained Creeping Hunger, he had intended to release the soul of the Priest of Light inside, to obtain the formulas for sequence 6 and 5 of the Sun pathway, and sell them to Little Sunday. Yet after so long, he had never accomplished it. He was about to say he could get the formula, but Hermit Catlia spoke before him. I have the formula for Adjudicator. I suggest a three-way trade. Hearing this, Klein swallowed back his words. After all, he had just taken the Queen's money and disciplined her daughter. It would be immoral to snatch this deal from her as well. Besides, he would later get a gatekeeper puppet from Catlia at a discount. Either way, he profited. Three-way trade. Furs was stunned at first, then quickly understood and asked with interest. Miss Hermit, what do you need? I need a drop of mythical creature blood, any kind. But this doesn't equal the disciplinary paladin formula. She paused deliberately, then shifted to the real condition. What I want in return is the sequence 6 judge formula of the Arbiter pathway. Because the unlucky Anderson had once used an item formed from a judge characteristic as payment when leaving the future, and among Admiral of Star's fleet was a vice-captain Arbiter who had long accumulated enough contributions, Catlia intended to cultivate her own judge formula. Zio should have it. Furs first glanced at the judgment beside her. Seeing Zio silent, she confidently said, I can get the judge formula within a few days. Seeing that Magician, Hermit, and Sun had all quickly obtained what they wanted, Justice Audrey couldn't hold back anymore. She raised her hand slightly. I hope to obtain a young mind dragon's complete pituitary, or 60 milliliters of black hunt giant lizard spinal fluid, or 1 fruit of the hypnotic winchim tree. These were the main ingredients for the hypnotist potion. After reporting the special circumstances of Kaba's town to the psychology alchemists, she had accumulated enough contributions to exchange for the sequence 6 spectator pathway formula. No sooner had Audrey finished than Hermit Catlia responded. Since the 5th epoch, mind dragons are almost extinct. Very hard to find. I can obtain black hunt giant lizard spinal fluid, but it will take 2 to 3 weeks, costing between 1,500 and 2,000 pounds, as the matter isn't mine to decide. I'll also inquire about the winchim fruit, but I can't guarantee results. So fast. Miss Hermit really seems more active, kinder, more invested in the tarot club after her punishment. For a moment, Justice Audrey was speechless. After a few seconds, she bowed slightly. No problem. See. Children must be disciplined or they won't behave. The Queen simply didn't punish her enough. Look how effective it was, worth every bit of the 15,000 fays she paid. As Klein was mocking inwardly, he suddenly noticed Hermit Catlia glance toward him. Before he could hide his guilty thoughts, she asked vaguely. That item, do you still want it? Same price, 10,000 gold pounds. Yes. World Klein exhaled in relief, then asked, do you accept bank notes? Which bank? Catlia asked. Into Susset Bank, rasped World Klein, adding, there's exactly 15,000 fays inside. Susset Bank. Catlia murmured, seeming to realize something. She nodded, no problem. Considering that he had essentially freeloaded a puppet from her, Klein felt guilty. After a pause, he manipulated World to say again. I'll keep an eye out for the mythical creature blood you need. He planned to ask Lu Bo in the small gathering later what exactly that meant. Good. Catlia didn't place much hope in it. The reason she had deliberately revealed her need was solely to show Mr. Fool her willingness to integrate into the tarot club. She believed this attitude would dispel the aftermath of her earlier punishment better than trembling in fear. Ebner had also intended to speak up about the mythical creature blood, but after careful thought, chose not to. Although it wouldn't be difficult for me now to draw some blood from the god of luck, my own situation is far too unusual. Who knows what problems that blood might carry? Lady Yalerin, who advanced with Rhine's blood, seems to be trapped in some predicament lately, though it might not have come from me. In any case, until I understand the details, I shouldn't act rashly. Besides, I should leave some opportunities for World and Mr. Fool to flaunt themselves. End of chapter. Chapter 951, The Choice of Fate. Moreover, the umbilical cord blood of Little Snake should be of higher quality than that of the god of luck, making it even more beneficial for Catlia. As Ebner's thoughts wandered, Hanged Man Alger once again asked about the Obnus sea monster required for the Ocean Songster advancement ritual. Unfortunately, he still didn't receive a satisfactory answer, only the ever-active Hermit Catlia said she would make inquiries on his behalf. After this, Moon Emlyn, who in the original events should have commissioned a search for primordial moon believers at this point, remained silent. Ebner wasn't surprised. After all, the Goddess of Beauty had already seized the primordial moon's Goddess of Beauty characteristic during the first phase of the Silver Moon project. Most of the remaining believers below the demigod level had already been brainwashed by Lilith's authority, their worldviews forcibly twisted. Thus, the trial originally prepared for young vampires, born from the schism of the school of life, naturally no longer existed. As for the demigod level, primordial moon believers who weren't fully influenced by Lilith, they were naturally hunted down by vampire counts and above. Helen and Karen had been busy with such matters recently. Although they were clergy of the Earth Mother Church, they were also members of the vampire race. Seeing that the others had completed their transactions, Ebner finally voiced his request. I need 10 grams of astral light dust. This was one of the supplementary materials for the insight potion, and the only auxiliary ingredient Ebner lacked. He could manage the others on his own. After speaking, he focused his attention on Hermit Catlia. Catlia, as a Sequence 5 Constellations master of the Mystery Prior Pathway, could obtain small amounts of astral light dust from the astral plane each day. Signature abilities such as Bridge of Starlight, Starlight Leap, and Starlight Cage all required astral light dust to cast. Astral light dust is difficult to gather. It'll take me at least 2 weeks to save up 10 grams, and during that time, I wouldn't be able to use them in battle. Catlia first emphasized the difficulty, then asked, what will you give in exchange? Gold and jewelry worth 2,000 pounds. How about that? Ebner readily offered the batch of trinkets he'd taken from the God of Luck's ruins, the very ones Roselle had dismissed. Deal. Catlia nodded briskly. Exchanging 2 weeks' effort for 2,000 pounds of precious metals and jewels was fair. Besides, while she hadn't lied about astral light dust, she always kept a private stockpile of such casting materials. Giving away 10 grams wouldn't truly affect her. With this transaction done, no one else spoke. Mr. Full Klein chuckled and announced. Let us enter the free exchange session. At once, Justice Audrey, Hanged Man Alger, Judgment Zio, and Hermit Catlia all turned their eyes toward son Derek. They remembered that son had previously mentioned being assigned an exploration task near the Giant King's court. At the center of attention, son Derek didn't shrink back. He recounted all his experiences in Afternoon Town, accompanied by Mr. Fool's conjured projections. The gate between myth and reality, the gray, dead landscape, the ruins of the fallen flying city, the altar with the names Ouroboros, Medici, and Sazriel, the eerie horror of Nightmare Afternoon Town, mentions of Rose of Redemption and Dark Angel, Mr. Fool's salvation, and the reliability of the chief, all of it was vividly presented before the Tarot Club members. He stopped abruptly only when describing the half-collapsed church. His mouth opened slightly, but he glanced at Tower beside him, then up at the fool at the head of the table, unsure if he should continue. Justice and the others noticed this pause and felt puzzled, assuming the rest had to do with Tower's help. But on this matter, Ebner and Klein had already established an unspoken understanding. Both simultaneously cast Derek encouraging looks. Seeing this, son Derek continued. He described how Tower suddenly descended to save his companions in Silver City, then the priest's strange words inside the church, the sudden blank in memory, and the self-destruction when they were about to say the fourth Angel King's name, burning to ash in transparent flames. Another Angel King's name. And Afternoon Town really does sound gloomy and terrifying. The priest's confessions had such a prophetic doomsayer feeling. Audrey listened with fascination, extremely curious about the blank space and the unspeakable names. At the same time, she was astonished that Tower could enter the forsaken land of the gods, though not surprised. After all, Derek had said Tower claimed to be on a mission there. And since Mr. Fool allowed son to join the gathering, it seemed reasonable that he could send Tarot members there as well. I really want to know what mission Tower was helping Mr. Fool with. But judging by his expression, he doesn't want to say. Audrey almost wanted to offer money for the secret. But she quickly remembered that Tower, Ebner, had once spent 3 million gold pounds to buy a hereditary viscountcy. He probably wouldn't care for her pocket money anymore. Has Mr. Fool's recovery progressed further? Can he already send Tarot members into the Forsaken Land? The same thought occurred to both Hangman and Hermit. But since even the favored Justice hadn't asked, they too suppressed their curiosity, only watching Sun and Tower, hoping for more clues. But Derek, too, stared intently at Ebner. He hadn't had time in Afternoon Town, but now he desperately wanted to know how Tower entered and left his cursed homeland. Ebner understood his thoughts. After a pause, he shook his head. That passage isn't suitable for you. Aside from me and 1 or 2 special demigods, only angel-level beings can use it to reach the Forsaken Land. And I've already closed it after returning. I see. Derek looked disappointed, but accepted it. Still, he lifted his head to ask the fool with some worry. Mr. Fool, is the key to leaving the Forsaken Land truly in the Giant King's court? Klein's smile froze. He suspected so as well, but had no confirmation. So, keeping with his habit of indirect answers, Klein simply mentioned that Bernadette already knew how to enter the Forsaken Land, leaving the details for others to speculate. As Klein expected, the topic quickly shifted to Katlia's sharing of her exploration in the Sea of Divine Battle Relics, which relieved him greatly. But just as Klein, through World, concluded with Bernadette's judgment that the Fountain of Youth was a scam, Derek suddenly recalled the priest's unfinished words in the church. He turned once more toward the head of the table and asked piously. Mr. Fool, who tempted the dark angel, Sazriel? And who was the fourth name? Why can't it be spoken? Klein's smile stiffened again. Fortunately, Magician never performed unprepared. As his thoughts raced, Klein noticed the colors of Ebner's emotions were full of amusement. Without hesitation, he switched to contingency plan number 2. With an easy smile, he turned his head toward Tower. This question, Tower understands best. After all, the Rose of Redemption might even contain his old flame. As his words fell, Ebner, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly felt several gazes converge on him. Prepared for this, Ebner curved his lips into a smile and countered. I do know what the blank space and the unspeakable names are. But do you truly wish to hear them? Or rather, are you ready for the inevitable fate deviation that will follow upon knowing this secret? His words made everyone tense, none daring to answer lightly. Only Little Son, his face resolute, nodded firmly and declared. I want to know. Ebner swept his gaze around, quickly noting most were hesitant. Aside from Son, only Magician Furs was firm in her choice. Her thoughts were obvious even without mind reading. This sort of thing is too troublesome, better not to know. After waiting a few seconds and seeing no other response, Ebner smiled at Derek. Let's speak privately. He then requested Mr. Fool to shield the other's senses. Moments later, when the private conversation ended, the others saw Derek's face full of shock. Yet he still sincerely thanked Tower. Thank you very much for your explanation, Mr. Tower. And the incantation you taught me, I'll remember it and recite it when in utter despair. What the others didn't know was that Mr. Fool was actually even more shocked than Sunday. Klein recalled what the Red Angel had once revealed. Some beings you could never imagine were once members of the Rose of Redemption. I truly never imagined, even they were included. If not for Lu Bo being the god of luck, this secret might have been lost forever in history. Thankfully, only Sun had heard it. Otherwise, they might truly have been in danger upon returning to reality. After all, the subconscious oceans of intelligent beings were interconnected. Those names themselves carried power, resonating even in the subconscious sea. Who knew what might be drawn by them? Thinking of this, Klein glanced at Justice and Hermit, who looked tempted yet hesitant. He had the Fool tap the bronze table and said, there is only one chance. Missing it is also a choice of fate. A choice of fate. Katlia pondered the phrase with deep thought. What a glib tongue, but it aligns with my own acting philosophy of letting others choose the direction of fate's deviations. Truly a beacon of destiny. Ebner silently mocked. So, though I don't know the exact names, judging from Tower's attitude, I can guess roughly who they are. After all, only true gods have names with such power. Alger exhaled. He had already pieced together some speculation from Derek's earlier account, just lacking confirmation. To think it would be like this. I'm still not decisive enough. Audrey reflected in disappointment. She almost pouted but quickly realized she was no longer a little girl. She had to take responsibility for her choices. Suppressing her frustration, she looked across at Tower and requested a private talk. As Mr. Fool tapped the table, Audrey carefully said, the Psychology Alchemist team will arrive at Kaba's town tomorrow morning to conduct an exploration. Tomorrow morning. Ebner nodded and replied with a smile, you've worked hard. If that truly is where the Queen of Calamity is hiding, I'll keep my promise and take you to the true City of Miracles. If we find Kohainam, I'll take you to the Hall of Honesty and let you socially die on the spot. Sitting at the head of the table, Klein silently translated Ebner's words. End of chapter. Chapter 952, The Truth of the Fallen Floating City. After Ebner and Miss Justice's private conversation ended, the members once again began, as usual, to teach Little Son ancient Hermes, while also learning bits of knowledge in the field of mysticism from each other. Time passed quickly. When the tacit exchange among the members came to a stop, the Fool Klein swept his gaze across the group and said, that will be all for today. Following your will. Justice Audrey immediately rose, lifted her skirt slightly, and curtsied. The other members followed almost simultaneously. Watching one blurry figure after another disappear before his eyes, even Mr. Fool was respectfully seen off. Only one figure remained here besides himself. Klein turned toward that person and directly asked. You know the sequence 4 potion formula of the spectator pathway? I do. Ebner first nodded, then spoke in a tone tinged with regret. But you asked too late. I can't tell you now. Hearing this, Klein frowned. He had some guesses but still asked in a low voice, why? Ebner thought for a moment. Instead of answering directly, he carefully said. You should still remember the reward given by the goddess after the events of the first level of the Dream Maze Tower, right? Klein deliberately asked with a serious face, which goddess? That time, there were quite a few goddesses tied to you, the Earth Mother, the vampire ancient god, the Evernight goddess. Ebner was left speechless and almost rolled his eyes, certain that Klein was nitpicking on purpose. If not specified, I usually refer to the Evernight goddess as the goddess. He answered expressionlessly. The goddess. I remember she bestowed an oracle to Miss Daly, asking Mr. Fool's blessed me to find a way into the Cheney gate of St. Samuel Cathedral. For this, I even went out of my way to help Dunn prepare an identity as a wealthy man, to make things easier in the future. Klein pondered aloud. Does this have something to do with the Trickmaster's potion formula? Though he said it as a question, Klein was already certain the two were connected, since when he asked to Rhodes about it, that was the answer too. This should be the goddess testing you, and the greatest reward is precisely the potion formula of the spectator pathway beyond demigod, which is why I can't interfere. Ebner spread his hands, indicating his helplessness. You henpecked men, couldn't you whisper to your pillow-side goddess for me just once? Klein muttered under his breath, then said aloud. So that means Dwayne Dantes, no, Captain Dunn, should be returning that identity to me soon. Ebner nodded. Unless there's an accident, he'll soon receive another oracle, sending him to a new mission. This wasn't pure speculation. Just last week, when Ebner was shadowing Felina, he had coincidentally spotted Dunn accompanying his wife on a museum visit. Observing his fate, Ebner had seen signs that Dunn would be leaving Backlund soon. As for the destination, with limited information, Ebner only caught the hint, north. So be it then. Klein sighed. He knew that even though Ebner had lived through many lifetimes and seemed formidable, he too couldn't go against the will of a true god, and neither could he himself. The only small comfort is that the goddess should also be a fellow Earth transmigrator. Even if she isn't as close to me as she is to Lu Bo, she shouldn't make things too hard for me, right? The more Klein thought, the less confident he felt. He almost wished Lu Bo would man up for once and just hand him the formula directly. But that was only wishful thinking. Helplessly, he sighed again and asked. Do you know the exact definition of a complete mythical creature? For a demigod, one major feature of losing control is losing their sanity, never being able to restrain their mythical creature form again. However, the mythical creature forms of saints aren't complete. They still retain clear traces of their original race. Strictly speaking, only when one reaches sequence 2 can one be considered a true mythical creature. Of course, there are some pathways whose saints can temporarily transform into incomplete mythical creature forms to fight, for example, the spectator, the demon, and the reader pathways. Ebner patiently explained. He had read quite a few Roselle diary pages from Klein related to Lu Bo, so he owed him a favor. Naturally, whatever he could answer, he answered earnestly. Sequence 2. An angel, huh? Klein exclaimed, then cast a glance at the paper crane sitting on his cluttered desk. A new idea emerged in his mind. Still cautious, he asked, Hermit wants a drop of mythical creature's blood to complete some ritual. Yes. Hermit is currently a Sequence 5 Constellations Master of the Mystery Prior pathway. To advance to demigod, her ritual requires fully analyzing a drop of mythical creature's blood and gaining from it vast, complex knowledge. Ebner gave a very textbook-like answer. Wow, that sounded straight out of some wiki entry. If this weren't another world, I'd swear you just copy-pasted from Baidu. Klein muttered in his mind, nodding slightly. Then he dropped the subject and instead brought up the changes in the floating city within the God War ruined sea. He knew that the floating city had deep ties with one of Lu Bo's past lives, so this was his way of returning the favor. Hearing this, Ebner indeed straightened in his seat, leaning forward slightly, and repeated. You mean that not long after Mr. Fool helped Little Sun escape, the floating city in the dreamscape of the God War ruins erupted with a light like the sun? Klein nodded firmly. Exactly. It seems the connection between the Morning Star City in Nightmare Afternoon Town and the floating city in the dreamscape of the God War ruins is even deeper than I imagined. This must be the handiwork of the Calamity Seal. But that's good. That means swapping their positions, the real and the dream, the inside and the outside, should be easier than expected, since they're already mystically linked, *. After pondering a bit, Ebner asked Klein for more details about the floating city. Klein recalled for a while, then materialized a mural. It depicted a sea of flame, splitting apart to reveal a path. On that path was a long procession, its members either bowing their heads or kneeling devoutly. At the end of the road, above the faint silhouette of palace complexes, floated an inverted mountain peak. At the forefront of the procession stood a tall, thin man with long silver hair, delicate features, closed eyes, and layers of wings unfurling behind him. He raised his hand, pointing toward the floating mountain. This was unmistakably Ouroboros, leaving behind the mural of striking down the floating city. So that's how it was. The machinery emperor's fall wasn't an accident, but the secret hand of Ouroboros. That's what dragged the modified Evans into misfortune, to the point that even his supposedly safe energy core could explode out of nowhere. And the subsequent battle between the imperialist demigods and the true creator demigods, even the fall of Morning Star, was likely due to this as well. But why would Ouroboros strike at me? From what I know of myself, since I allowed the construction of churches to the true creator atop the floating city, I must have had some tacit understanding with that degenerate true god. That tacit understanding isn't hard to guess. It was most likely the true creator wanting to use my special trait, the authority beyond the pure white eye, the rank of the unknown land, to open the door within the giant king's court. And the reason I parked Morning Star City above Afternoon Town was probably twofold. First, as the machinery emperor, I was already old and weak, needing mechanical modifications. Second, I was waiting for the true creator's followers to retrieve the key lost in the outside world. But why would that tacit understanding be sabotaged by Ouroboros, the angel of fate? The true creator wanted to open that door alone, and as his other half, Adam certainly couldn't allow that. So if I make a bold hypothesis, it must be that Ouroboros had just brought back followers from the outside, and didn't yet know of the tacit pact between the machinery emperor and his lord. Adam then used that ignorance to arrange matters. I'd already thought it odd that a small Morning Star city could have 4 churches of the true creator, each calling itself Pope. Clearly, each had their own doctrine. Likely, they had heard different things, and without a proper angelic envoy to guide them, they each strayed into extremity. And I apparently paid no attention to their divisions, maybe even welcomed them. But in the eyes of a devout believer like Ouroboros, that's blatant blasphemy. If this hypothesis holds, then Morning Star City's fall was inevitable. After all, whether Adam, the 3 gods, the goddess, Lilith, the god of combat, or even the god of steam and machinery, they'd all want to prevent the true creator from obtaining the blasphemy slate. I probably foresaw this too, but still wanted to take my chances, so I made 2 preparations. In the darkness, civilization's miracle is ruined by corruption. I used to think this corruption meant the corruption of human hearts, or the true creator himself. But now I see, it has a third layer. To the true creator, the one who truly fell was Adam. At last, Ebner untangled the causes behind Morning Star's fall and also gained new considerations on how to eventually bring Morning Star City into reality. With this in mind, he turned to Klein and asked with a smile. Anything else you want to ask? Klein thought for a bit, then casually asked. Do you know who Frank Lee's parents are, the ones on Hermit's ship? Ebner froze for a few seconds, then calmly countered. Why do you care about that? He's my friend, and there's something special about him. Klein didn't overthink and simply relayed what Bernadette had said. After hearing this, Ebner pinched his chin and pondered carefully. Then he frowned slightly and answered. Frank, he should be Lamia's adopted son. Chapter 953, Operator Little Klein. Lamia's adopted son. I recall you once mentioned that Lamia is an avatar of the Earth Mother, and that in one of your past lives as Giuseppe Castilla, you had been involved with her. Doesn't that mean Frank is your son? Klein looked astonished, then suddenly enlightened. No wonder Frank is so unusual. As the child of the Earth Mother and you, it'd be stranger if he weren't special. But then he remembered Frank's solid frame and dense body hair. No matter how he looked at it, Frank didn't resemble the pampered, pretty boy type at all. Since Klein hadn't used his clown abilities to control his expression, nor hidden behind the gray fog, Ebner easily discerned his thoughts. His face darkened as he emphasized. He's Lamia's and my adopted son. Lamia has certain problems with her body, making her unable to bear children, so she adopted him after his parents abandoned him. But isn't that odd? The Earth Mother is a true deity who holds authority over fertility. How could one of her avatars possibly be unable to give birth? Klein asked suspiciously, pointing out the inconsistency. I've doubted that too. But Giuseppe never thought deeply about it, since he didn't realize she was Lilith's avatar. Ebner sighed inwardly, once again criticizing his own past self's negligence. In any case, I really don't know Frank's true circumstances. But the fact that the Earth Mother chose him as her adopted son clearly isn't mere coincidence. Ebner spoke with careful deliberation. Aren't you going to ask about it? After all, Frank is your son in name, isn't he? Klein teased with a grin. Not long after Lamia adopted Frank, I ran off to the Ghost Empire to get myself killed. I had no bond with the child at all. Besides, if Lilith wanted me to know, she would have mentioned it the last time we met. Ebner muttered silently. Still, he decided he would ask about it at the Harvest Church. And if possible, perhaps even visit the future to meet the child from his memories. The Mushroom Lord as my adopted son, that's actually kind of amusing. Though honestly, across all my lives, I've probably had more than a few cheap sons like this, say, the god of combat, for example. While Ebner mocked himself, Klein saw that he was already intent on investigating and chose not to pry further. After all, this was Ebner's family matter, not something an outsider should meddle in. After that, the two exchanged some experiences and intelligence until Magician's request to sacrifice Lemano's travel notes arrived. Only then did Klein end the meeting, nodding slightly. That will be all for today. All right. Ebner first nodded, then seemed to recall something and added. Right, I have one more favor to ask you. What is it? Klein asked evenly. Requests from Mr. Tower were never trivial. The matters involved often had great weight. Ebner manifested a slip of paper and handed it over with a smile. Nothing troublesome. I recall you have a golden leaf that can summon Yalarin's messenger, correct? My request is simple, just write a letter to her with the summoning method of my demon wolf messenger recorded on this paper. She had commissioned you to find me before. This way, you're also helping to complete her task, you might even gain some benefit. But since I'm asking you for help, I can't offer nothing in return. His eyes gleamed mischievously as he continued. How about this, I'll give you a free prophecy. Done. The prophecy is, if you follow Anderson, you'll be able to purchase a powerful mystical weapon. Hearing that the request was nothing more than writing a letter, Klein secretly felt relieved. He didn't even bother to question the prophecy and answered with feigned nonchalance. No problem. But when Tower's figure faded from the ancient hall, dissolving into a cluster of crimson stars, Klein immediately conjured parchment and a fountain pen, writing a divination statement. Writing a letter to Lady Yalarin is dangerous. Then he removed the pendulum hidden in his cuff, calmed himself, and silently recited the statement 7 times before beginning the divination. When he opened his eyes, the yellow crystal pendant was swinging counterclockwise. That means no. No danger. Klein finally relaxed. He returned to the fool's seat and began dealing with the backlog of work from the mini-gathering. First, he accepted Magician Furs and son Derek's offerings, storing Lemano's travel notes and several boxes of mystical materials above the gray fog. Then he picked up the small, copper-green notebook with a hard cover, leafed through a few pages, and pondered. Though he had promised Magician he'd help her record an ability related to theft, this book was first being lent to Little Son for use in the land forsaken by God. So he might as well add abilities more useful for Derek first, and after the 3-day rental period, fulfill Fur's request. With that thought, Klein flipped to a yellowed page, then summoned the sea god's scepter from the junk pile into his hand. He infused a portion of spirituality into Lemano's notebook, causing it to glow faintly, while the blue-green gems atop the bone staff burst into bright light one by one. Crackling. Silver-white lightning appeared out of thin air, thick and ferocious, interweaving into a storm. Meanwhile, on the yellowed page, complex symbols and marks were quickly etched, overlapping, fusing, and gradually forming. Soon, the page was dyed in silver-white. Lightning Storm, a demigod ability of the Sailor Pathway, had been recorded. So lucky. It actually worked on the first try. Klein couldn't believe it. He had never trusted his luck. The sudden success made him wary. But this is above the gray fog. Even if something strange is at play, it's unlikely to interfere here. Could it be that since advancing to sequence 5, my honorable name, the Yellow-Black King who masters fortune, is actually working? With that thought, Klein began recording other mid- and low-sequence abilities. Moments later, after 12 consecutive failures, Klein sighed silently. As expected, this is my real level. The earlier success must have been an accident. Without dwelling, Klein bestowed the notebook and the materials to Derek and Furs. Then he turned to handle Ebner and Catlia's sacrifices. Earlier in the tarot meeting, Mr. Tower had exchanged £2,000 worth of gold and jewels with Hermit for 10 grams of astral dust. And he had also purchased the Admiral of Hell for 15,000 fells from her using a bank note. After all this, Klein examined the scroll containing Ludwell's marionette and marveled at Catlia's generosity. With the scroll, carrying the marionette was so much easier. Truly, children only grow after being disciplined. It was just a pity the scroll had limited uses. For now, it could only store and release the Admiral of Hell 4 more times. After wasting one use to test the goods, Klein was satisfied, then put it away, planning to disguise Ludwell in the real world to avoid recognition. After finishing all the work, Klein finally remembered Ebner's parting prophecy. His expression grew odd as he thought. Anderson is so unlucky, yet following him could actually lead me to a good deal, to buy a powerful weapon. Though my Phoenix revolver is strong, its functions overlap somewhat with the Admiral of Hell. It's not well suited for the marionette to use. Maybe I should trust Lou Beau's prophecy. Pensive, Klein performed another divination. The result also showed no danger. That settled his mind. He then clasped his hands in a prayer-like posture, pretending to pray to Mr. Fool. A few moments later, he mimicked the fool's tone and responded to himself. 10 seconds later, Sharon's figure appeared once more above the grey fog. Thus began Klein's second round of the mini-gathering. On the future, Hermit Katlia glanced at the offerings on the altar. She ignored the gold and jewels, but picked up the banknote stamped with the seal of Suet Bank. Her violet eyes shimmered mysteriously. Half a minute later, she removed her heavy glasses, then put them back on. So, this is the parting gift I once refused. You're compensating me. But I don't need such compensation. Murmuring, half to herself, half to someone unseen, Katlia eventually calmed down. She went to her desk and began writing a letter to the Queen Mystic, reporting Mr. Fool's decision. In Backlund's North Borough, inside a modest villa. Dunsmith sat on the sofa, newspaper in hand. From time to time, he looked toward his wife, Madame Daly, whose belly had just begun to show, as she instructed the maids. He quietly savored this rare peace and happiness. In such a warm atmosphere, Dun unknowingly dozed off. Yes, the former nightmare, now a soul assurer, had fallen asleep again. Realizing this quickly, Madame Daly's expression grew serious. She decisively dismissed the maid, sending her far away, then without hesitation activated a dream charm, diving into Dun's subconscious. She soon saw a figure standing before Dun, conversing with him. It was a woman dressed in a simple linen robe, patched in places, a bark-like rope around her waist. Her long black hair flowed freely, her bare feet covered in dust and scars. Her features were plain, her dark eyes no different from an ordinary person's. Yet simply looking at her filled the heart with peace. Even shock or wariness could not disturb it. The woman noticed Daly's arrival, beckoned her closer, and said gently. I'm sorry to have worried you. I have brought you the goddess task. But it seems your husband doesn't wish for you to take part, which delayed things a little. Chapter 954, Infiltration. Daly instinctively felt she should remain wary of the woman who appeared in her husband's dream, yet in truth she found herself immersed in a strangely serene state of calm. After pondering briefly over the woman's words, she asked calmly. May I ask, who are you? Before the robed woman could answer, Dun, fearing his wife might be discourteous, hurried to introduce her. This is Her Highness Ariana, Abbess of the Night Monastery. Ariana. Abbess of the Night Monastery. Daly's gaze sharpened. As a Nighthawk, how could she be unfamiliar with that name? That was the head of the 13 archbishops, the possible future pope. Either title alone meant she was an absolute heavyweight in both the church and the beyonder world. If her identity were genuine, then her appearing personally to seek Dun out signified that the goddess' mission was by no means simple. Of course, the possibility of it being fake was slim. After all, one could immediately verify by leaving the dream and praying to the goddess, no point in fabricating a lie so easily exposed. Moreover, impersonating Her Highness Ariana would likely invite the goddess' wrath directly. Daly gave her husband a complicated look, then solemnly curtsied. Good afternoon, Your Highness Ariana. Within the churches, if a half-god of angel rank walked the earth, etiquette demanded addressing them with the suffix Your Highness. Likewise, popes, pontiffs, and patriarchs, the representatives of divine will, were addressed as Your Holiness. Heads of a church could also be called the See or the Holy Seat. And often, the Holy Seat referred directly to the papal court itself. Ariana drew a clockwise cross on her chest 4 times, devoutly responding. May the goddess bless you. She then added gently. I am an ascetic. You may simply call me Madam. Daly gave no comment, but she didn't dwell on forms of address. After a pause, she asked directly. May I know what mission the goddess has bestowed? At this, Dun coughed, ready to help explain, but was met with a sharp glare from Daly, forcing him into silence. He understood why. Earlier, Her Highness Ariana had mentioned that he himself did not want Daly involved. Of course his wife was angry, believing he wanted to abandon her. Ariana regarded the couple calmly for a few seconds before answering with frankness. The task given to you is not complicated. The goddess intends for you to replace a pair of bishops of the God of Combat Church stationed in Upper City. This couple has served 5 years in Upper, the largest Fusation city bordering Intis. They are now being recalled to the capital, St. Milan. Your mission is to temporarily infiltrate in their stead, lying in wait for further orders. Dun's time posing as a merchant was, in truth, a test of his capability. Judging by the results, he has passed. Disguising as bishops of the God of Combat Church. Infiltrating St. Milan. Isn't that a little too much? At least at St. Milan, not the Dusk Grand Temple. Otherwise it'd be no different than stripping naked and lying before the Fusation half-giants, just hoping they'll be gentle. As Daly joked bitterly in her heart, Dun once again spoke up. Madam Ariana, I still hold to my opinion, I request to undertake this mission alone. After all, my wife is pregnant. Wait. Before he could finish, Daly interrupted. She drew a deep breath, looked toward Ariana, and asked solemnly. May I ask, what kind of people are the bishops we are to impersonate? And another question, while day-to-day affairs might be simple, what about the god of combat's regular masses? At such times, wouldn't two non-believers stand out like a sore thumb? The detailed dossiers of the couple will be given to you once you accept the mission. I know your concerns. Rest assured, the chosen targets were carefully selected. Their interpersonal ties are simple, and mostly in Fusac's southwest, so they won't affect your activity in St. Millen. As for how to handle inspections, Ariana looked at Daly, then continued, the goddess oracle is, you may seek the aid of the fool. He will resolve this matter for you. The fool. So this mission wasn't only issued by the goddess, it also held the attention of Mr. Fool. Had the goddess and the fool truly formed an alliance to oppose the god of combat? Shocked, Daly and Dunn simultaneously thought of this. Daly was the first to recover. She turned to her husband and said softly. You heard it too. It's only temporary infiltration. The danger isn't great. And if you don't let me accompany you, what then? You'll form a household with another woman to pose as this bishop couple. Her tone grew dangerously sharp at the end. Realizing that even the fool's will was behind this, Dunn gave a bitter smile, abandoning his insistence. He knew there was no longer any chance for his wife to be spared. Ever since she sought him out, Daly had already come under the gaze of that great existence. To resist further would risk unthinkable consequences. Steeling himself, Dunn displayed the professionalism befitting a Nighthawk captain, carefully asking Ariana key questions, to which she patiently answered in turn. Finally, with some confidence in his heart, Dunn pondered briefly, then asked his last question. Once Daly and I leave, what should be done with this current identity of Dwayne Dantes? Ariana clearly anticipated the question. She answered calmly. In a few days, you will travel to Byam for a major business deal. Daly, still early in pregnancy, will accompany you. Once there, a favored one of the fool will rendezvous with you, assuming your identity. She then looked at Daly and instructed. You must report this matter to the fool afterward. Toscat Island, the easternmost colony of the Lone Kingdom. Klein had just used spirit threads to control and kill one of the island's most detestable gang leaders. Not only had he fed the man's flesh to creeping hunger, but he also made off with 758 pounds in cash. But as soon as he stepped out, he luckily ran into Agalito's second mate, the demon slaughterer Curtius, bounty, 9,500 pounds. Sensing Klein's murderous intent, the demon reacted at once. But before he could escape, Klein manipulated Ludwell, the Admiral of Hell, to block his path. What followed was a fierce battle, though entirely under Klein's rhythm. In the end, the mad adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow successfully hunted the deputy of the Death Announcer, dragging the demon's corpse to claim the bounty. News spread quickly across the island, and would, in time, become headline news on the seas. For now, Klein was less concerned with fame. Back above the grey fog, he used Curtius' soul to replace the trapped Priest of Light within creeping hunger, allowing the latter to find release. But at that moment, he noticed Madame Daly's crimson star trembling violently, swelling and contracting. Moments later, seated at the fool's seat, Klein withdrew his spirituality from that star. He tapped the bronze table's edge, sighing. It has really come. Lu Bo truly does understand the goddess better, even without all his memories restored. After a few murmurs, Klein calculated the dates, then tapped Daly's star, telling her that the handover would be set for May 2nd. 9 p.m., at number 28 Kinster Street, Backlund. Ebner had just returned from Byam via teleportation. Fresh from a bath, he prepared to sleep early. After all, the past week had been overpacked with tasks, leaving him exhausted. But just as he pulled up the covers, his spirituality stirred. His eight-legged demon wolf messenger bounded over, tail wagging, holding a letter in its jaws. Ebner tossed it a bottle of Daniel's distillate, then took the letter and tore it open. Lady Yalloran has asked to meet tomorrow night. Tisk, why do all the ladies inviting me lately choose night time? Did I trigger some kind of mystical, passive effect? He grumbled as he read, then turned his attention to the specified meeting place. In the deepest layer of the dream of Cabas Town, East Chester County. End of chapter. Chapter 955, Self-Questioning and Answering. Cabas, that's the little town shrouded in nightmare all year round. As the only suspicious place left in East Chester County, it's very likely that the Queen of Calamity, Kohainam, is hiding there. And Miss Justice just mentioned in the most recent tarot gathering that members of the Psychological Alchemists would be heading to that town tomorrow to investigate. Is this just a coincidence? Or was it arranged by Lady Yalloran or someone else? Ebner followed Klein's habit and tapped the bedside table with his fingers. After a brief moment of thought, he activated the pure white eye, borrowed the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune, and then used his own insight to manipulate information and knowledge, beginning a concrete application of fate. You decide to go to Kabas tomorrow night to meet. Afterwards, you will encounter 1. Because you ignored the psychological alchemist exploration team, they managed to crack part of the effect of the ritual, mystical reappearance, the vanished nation of Evernight, allowing the hidden sage to sense Yalarin's true body. 2. You used the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune to properly deal with the psychological alchemist team, but because you relied on the uniqueness too often, you drew the attention of the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. Yalarin, in order to save you, had no choice but to expose her true body, which was then discovered by the hidden sage. 3. You struck directly and wiped out the entire psychological alchemist team, but when you entered the dream at night, you still discovered that other outsiders had broken in and cracked the ritual, mystical reappearance, the vanished nation of Evernight. 4. You found that unless you used uniqueness, with any normal means you could not make the psychological alchemists give up their exploration. You realized at once that a high-sequence spectator was pulling the strings from behind. So, you wrote to Yalarin, asking her to change the time and place of the meeting, but received no reply. At midnight, mystical reappearance, the vanished nation of Evernight, was broken, and the hidden sage discovered Yalarin's true body. Looking at the 4 fate choices that appeared before him, even though the current version could not yet force a selection of fate, Ebner still gleaned much information just from the content of the options. Kabas town's abnormality originated from the mystical reappearance. The vanished nation of Evernight. This was using the authority of the sage to reproduce the goddess of concealment's Hornas's misty mountain town at Kabas. No wonder when I first entered the first layer of Kabas's nightmare, I felt the two were so alike. And then, Yalarin's true body. So, whether it was the Yalarin who appeared before Klein, or the one who helped me block the Rose School of Thought's angel, they were all just avatars, or something similar. Her true body has been hiding in the deepest nightmare concealed at Kabas town all along, which is why the hidden sage hasn't been able to find her. And this time, the spectator behind the psychological alchemist has a very clear goal, to use my meeting with Yalarin, and at the moment when that pillar of the Moses ascetic order temporarily removes part of the concealment effect, to let the hidden sage notice her true body. In that case, there are several problems I must solve. First, how did the person behind the psychological alchemist know that I would be meeting Yalarin soon? Second, why is the hidden sage so desperate to find Yalarin's true body? Third, what goal does the mastermind of this scheme have? Fourth, why does the dream town suspected of hiding Kohainam end up pointing at Yalarin? Or rather, what is the connection between Yalarin and Kohainam? Fifth, what stance do the gods who are watching me take on this matter? Picking up the notebook on his bedside, Ebner casually crafted a pencil out of some available materials in the room. Then he wrote these 5 questions one by one on a blank page. As he thought, he scribbled with the pencil. The first question isn't hard to guess. Aside from Klein, only Vera, who last Tuesday night reminded me to meet Yalarin, and the god of spiritual creatures Tolzna, who was present, knew about it. Combining that with the high likelihood that the person behind this is a high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway, the answer is almost obvious. The one most suspicious as the mastermind is either Vera's other ally, the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt who occupies the body of pride, or the ever-mysterious Hermes. I just don't know whether Vera was involved herself, or if she was merely arranged or used. At this point, Ebner hesitated for a while before striking out Vera's name. He couldn't think of any benefit she would gain by betraying Yalarin. Moreover, since Yalarin chose to ally with her, she clearly trusted Vera's character. Of course, the real reason Ebner crossed her out was that he truly despised this kind of betrayal. With the importance Vera placed on him, even if she had to act, she would never put herself in such a conspicuous position. Thinking of this, Ebner sighed, deciding he would ask Vera about it directly later. The answer to the second question isn't hard either. For an existence like the hidden sage, who is nearly a true god, there aren't many things worthy of his attention anymore. So, either Yalarin's true body holds the last piece of the Knowledge Emperor's Beyonder characteristic, or she is in fact connected to the Spherote, Knowledge More. Both possibilities are valid. If it's the former, then that last piece of the Knowledge Emperor is very likely Roselle's. Reasoning it out, back then Roselle separated Kohainam from the Book of Calamity, and imprisoned her in the Nation of Evernight, recreated at Kabas by Yalarin using mystical reappearance. Roselle thus made some kind of deal with Yalarin, and after his fall, entrusted this final piece of the Knowledge Emperor to her care. In that case, the fourth question, Yalarin's relationship with Kohainam, also has its answer. And if it's the latter, then the special soul in the god's casket, branded with the mark of the Knowledge More, is very likely Yalarin. The hidden sage locked onto her during that experiment 11 years ago, which is why she has been forced to hide her true body, only sending out avatars. As for the third question, the mastermind, Ankwelt or Hermes, what is their goal? The biggest possibility is that they are still scheming for the sealed artifact, 0-08. This is just one step in their plan. They intend to ally with the hidden sage, using his power to resist Adam. After all, unlike the 3 gods, the hidden sage, as an evil god, doesn't care who ends up leading the unified white creator in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 956, Inquiry. Lastly, the gods' attitude toward this matter. Hey, even Adam, who might be directly involved, may not bother to pay much attention. How could the other gods be so idle? To put it a bit narcissistically, even if they do pay attention, isn't it only me they're watching? After all, from those options, it's clear that no matter what happens, I come out unharmed in the end. Even in the most dangerous branch of fate where Ouroboros appears, Yaldarin exposes herself to shield me from disaster. But precisely because of that one fate option, I can't just leave her be. Ebner sighed softly, put down the pencil he had constructed, and began to consider how he should respond to this situation. Thanks to his understanding of all sides, and having perceived most of the truth, he quickly noticed the key to breaking the dilemma. In fact, Yaldarin's concealment was already flawless, so much so that the hidden sage hadn't been able to locate her true body for years. Her only flaw will be revealed tomorrow at midnight, before she meets me. That psychological alchemist team seized this exact timing, cracking part of Yaldarin's arrangements, which allowed the hidden sage to succeed. From those options, it's obvious that notifying Yaldarin to cancel the meeting is already too late. She must have sealed the deepest nightmare of Kaba's town completely after sending that letter, waiting until the appointed time arrives. And that psychological alchemist squad is actually just being controlled by the mastermind behind the scenes. Taking action against them is meaningless. So the real key lies with that mastermind, either the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt or Hermes. At this thought, Ebner gradually formed a plan. He decided to first go speak with Princess Vera. If she truly had not been involved, he would ask her to hold off those two angels for a while, giving Yaldarin time to respond. If Vera was aware of, or even involved in, the matter, then he would have to think of a way to seek the goddess's help. For some reason, when it came to Yaldarin, Ebner felt the goddess was more neutral than Lilith. Of course, if even the goddess refused to intervene, he still had backup plans, including, though not limited to, temporarily using the body of the god of luck to forcibly bless Yaldarin with luck. After calculating for a while longer, Ebner dressed himself, then stepped through the window and vanished into the night. Because of Vera's invitation after last Tuesday's banquet to come visit her sometime, Ebner already knew where the princess was staying. Since Vera's relationship with George III was not harmonious, she did not live in the noble-filled Empress's Borough, but instead resided alone in a luxurious villa at No. 5 William Street in the West Borough. Of course, alone was relative, there were still butlers and maids, no fewer than 30 attendants in all, serving only her. And this was considered the lowest level of arrangement, often judged frugal by outsiders. At that moment, Vera had just finished bathing. Dressed in a simple silk nightgown, she leaned against her bed's headboard, reading a novel. Suddenly, she turned her head slightly toward the window. The corners of her mouth curled up. Setting the book aside, she smiled and said, "Since you're here, come in." Even though it's already April, Backlund's nights are still a bit chilly. Shortly after her words fell, a neatly dressed figure appeared in her bedroom. The newcomer looked to be about 20, with brown wavy hair, blue eyes, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Handsome and upright, he was none other than Ebner, who had rushed over through the night. He removed his top hat and pressed it to his chest in a polite gesture. "Good evening, Lady Vera." Vera gazed at him with a playful smile and teased, "Climbing through an unmarried lady's window at midnight is hardly gentlemanly. Isn't climbing windows at midnight actually the deeper essence of being a gentleman?" Ebner muttered inwardly, though outwardly his mind turned swiftly. Smiling, he replied, "Wasn't it you who invited me to come sit with you?" He even put on an innocent expression. Seeing this, Vera raised her bold brows. Half reclining against the bed, she lifted the quilt and patted the spot beside her. "Then come and sit. If it had been the old Ebner, he would probably have shrunk back. But after becoming a demigod and regaining Giuseppe's memories, he had gained no small amount of experience. Without hesitation, he walked to the bed and sat down. If I were to summon someone in right now, tomorrow's headlines would be about Viscount Beldain sneaking into a princess's chamber at night." Vera said with half-truth, half-jest. "Are you sure? You should know I can change my appearance at any time." Ebner did not back down. But because the matter was urgent, he didn't waste time bantering. His expression grew serious as he said solemnly, "I came here because I have an important matter to ask you about. I hope you can answer truthfully." "What is it?" Vera's smile vanished, and she instinctively sat up straight. However, her nightgown was loose. Reclining earlier, it hadn't mattered, but now that she sat upright, a wide expanse of fair skin below her neck was revealed, nearly distracting Ebner. Fortunately, his self-control was strong. Refocusing, he recounted one by one the dangers Yaldarin might face, and in the end asked, "I hope you can tell me truthfully. Did you have any part in this?" At that moment, faint mist spread across the room. Vera suddenly embraced Ebner, only letting go after a long while. Biting her lip, she said with emotion, "Ebner, I'm touched." Since you're willing to ask me directly, it shows you actually trust me. Her sincere eyes locked with his as she declared solemnly. So of course I won't let you down. I promise you that until tonight, I had no knowledge of this matter at all. You can call upon any god to notarize my words. That won't be necessary. Ebner waved his hand. Behind his pure white eye hovered a phantom sun. When Vera had made her promise just now, he had already performed a notarization and confirmed that she wasn't lying. Though the mist had interfered, and the result wasn't absolutely certain, Ebner still chose to believe her. What's more, he would surely verify it again later through the Wheel of Fortune's manifestation. Seeing Ebner accept her answer so readily, Vera narrowed her eyes, leaned against him, and said with a sigh. To think that arrogant ancient dragon even counted me in his scheme. I had always thought his plots were outdated. Ebner did not push her away, since he still had to ask for her help later. Sacrificing a little charm was acceptable. How are you so sure this is the dragon of imagination's work, and not Hermes's? Ebner asked after a few seconds of thought. Vera shook her head seriously. You haven't fully recovered your memories yet, so you may not understand Hermes. He actually fears you a great deal. More than Adam, even. He would never take the initiative to target Yalaran. Fear means he's suffered before. Did Hermes learn the meaning of the name Lubo and get contaminated? Ebner wondered. Just then, Vera continued. You don't need to worry too much. From what I know of Yalaran, she wouldn't act without preparation. Even if she's caught off guard and the hidden safe discovers her true body, she surely left behind countermeasures. At a certain cost, she still has a good chance of escaping. Moreover, since this breach happened because of me, I will take responsibility. She lifted her chin and looked at Ebner again with a smile. You came to me because you want me to stall that ancient dragon, don't you? Tuesday morning, Stone City, capital of Eastchester County. After a sleepless night, Ebner yawned as he stepped into a cafe and sat across from Zio Dericha, who was already waiting there. End of this chapter. Chapter 957, Active Acting. Ever since steam and machinery had become the symbol of the age, more and more cafes had lowered their standards, turning into cheap restaurants of sorts, offering busy workers tea, coffee, bread, toast, and dishes like lamb stew with green peas. Thus, respectable gentlemen and ladies no longer came to cafes to discuss matters, nor treated such behavior as a symbol of status. Instead, all kinds of clubs began to spring up, replacing the cafe's original function as a social venue. But Ebner and Zio didn't care about matters of status. After all, they had first met in a cafe, and discussing things in a similar environment always carried a certain inexplicable atmosphere and sense of ritual. What's more, the cafe where Ebner had arranged to meet was of decent quality, with an elegant and quiet environment. Lifting his cup and taking a small sip, the caffeine stimulated him, clearing his fatigue somewhat. He ate his breakfast while chatting idly with Zio. After each of them shared some of their recent circumstances, Zio shifted the subject to the follow-up of the incident at Stone's steam train station last week. Because of someone's spear of Unshadowed, the Church of Storms is taking the demigod clash very seriously. I've been summoned several times to cooperate with their investigation. Fortunately, I'm a member of MI9 and truly had no foreknowledge. Zio paused, glanced at Ebner, and continued, they still haven't identified the Sun Pathway demigod who saved the station, but there are already leads about the attackers. It should be Tony Dawn of the Iron Cross Society. So it really was Tony Dawn. Ebner nodded. From Vera he had already learned that the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, had arranged for Insangwil to steal the seal crafted by Roselle that imprisoned the Sauron family angel's evil spirit. He had guessed as much. After a moment of thought, Ebner sipped the fragrant hot liquid and reminded Zio, be careful when you're chasing the thief who stole the seal. If you notice coincidences or accidents happening too often around you, contact me immediately. He didn't mention Insangwil by name, lest Zio link it to 0-08 and draw unwanted attention. Coincidences and accidents. Ever since I met you and joined the Tarot Club, those two words never leave my side. Zio grumbled inwardly, but still nodded seriously. After finishing their coffee and preparing to go their separate ways, Zio suddenly remembered something and stopped Ebner. She said deliberately. By the way, Professor Michelle's collection, a helmet from the White Rose War once belonging to a Sauron family member, was also stolen last week. Because it happened right after the demigod battle at the steam station, the church took it seriously and determined that a high-sequence beyonder was behind it. A helmet from the White Rose War belonging to the Sauron family. That item didn't seem extraordinary, right? At least, I didn't notice anything at the time. But a mundane item wouldn't be worth a high-sequence beyonder's theft. Though I didn't examine it with the pure white eye, I'm still a genuine demigod of the reader pathway. Anything that could escape me certainly wouldn't be simple. Right, Insangwil stole a seal harboring a Sauron family angel's evil spirit. Could it be that spirit who directed Inst to steal it? That helmet was once used by that angel. What arrangements has Ankwelt made for Ince? After parting with Zio, Ebner kept pondering these questions. Until yesterday, he hadn't cared much about the schemes of the Dragon of Imagination, since they had nothing to do with him. But Yalorn's matter had made him realize that the old dragon had already reached into his surroundings, even daring to use him. Naturally, Ebner wanted to figure out what Ankwelt was plotting. After all, unlike the god of knowledge, Lilith, or the goddess, though they too schemed and made use of him, they generally considered his feelings and wouldn't truly endanger his friends. But this ancient god was different. His schemes carried far fewer scruples and had already endangered Yalorn's safety, crossing Ebner's bottom line. Though he hadn't yet recalled his memories of Yalorn, simply because she had helped him intercept the Rose School of Thought's angel, Ebner already regarded her as a friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to meet her alone. Fortunately, as long as he could grasp the purpose of the Dragon King, it wouldn't be too hard to deduce his schemes in reverse. With his thoughts flashing, Ebner set the matter aside for now. He walked into another, slightly more modest cafe, intending to spend the time before nightfall studying information on the Black Emperor pathways in complete mythical form, while also seeking a target to act as. The knowledge of the Black Emperor pathways, in complete mythical form, had come from Princess Vera. Ebner hadn't expected her myth to be so marvelous. It actually allowed her to shift back and forth between demigod states of Justiciar and Black Emperor, a true demonstration of what it meant to be the indeterminate mist. After an entire night of research, he had only just begun to construct a related model within his broken white tower, which explained why his spirit was so weary. Simon Larry was a middle-aged man whose receding hairline bore the typical Ruinian features. He worked as a technician in a steam machinery factory in Stone, with a decent income, a beautiful wife, and a healthy son. Though his life was simple and monotonous, he had always been content, believing himself a happy man. But today, all of that ended. Moments ago, he had received a shocking revelation. The wife he had married 3 years ago had always been the mistress of the factory's manager, and his son was actually their child. His wife had only married him to use him as cover. Because the manager's wife was the daughter of the factory's owner, and had suspected her husband's affair, the situation back then was tense, and they had chosen him as a shield. Now, with the owner dead from illness, the manager no longer needed to pretend. He had openly revealed the truth, offering Simon 100 gold pounds to divorce his wife and leave the city. Simon didn't know how he had left the manager's office. After confirming the truth, he had stumbled to his usual cafe, ordered a coffee, and sat staring blankly at the cup. His eyes unfocused, he didn't notice a brown-haired youth slip into the seat beside him. Unknowingly, Simon began recalling his life, his false happiness, the manager's polite yet domineering face. He sometimes smiled, sometimes clenched his teeth in hatred, sometimes relaxed his brow, sometimes tightened his fists. He didn't know how much time passed. When he finally noticed his coffee had gone cold, lines of text inexplicably appeared before his eyes. The text formed a multiple-choice question. You discover your marriage has been trampled, your happiness destroyed, everything was a lie. You decide to 1. Go to the Drunken Hunter bar at 13 Les Street to buy a revolver, give the manager and your wife their due retribution, and then, in regret, shoot yourself. 2. Tell the manager's wife as revenge, but the manager, skilled as he is, has already seized all of her family's property rights. She cannot restrain him. Instead, your retaliation is exposed. In the end, the manager uses the £100 meant for you to hire a gunman to kill you. 3. Pretend to accept the manager's terms, use the £100 to secretly hire a gang for revenge, but they turn on you and kill you. 4. Take the £100, leave this sorrowful city, enroll in the full-time program at Constant Industrial University in Jianhai County, and begin a new life. Staring blankly at the 4 options, Simon thought he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes, but the words remained. When he instinctively chose the 4th option in his heart, the text slowly faded. He sat in a daze for a few more minutes. Then he drew a triangular holy symbol on his chest and muttered. I really thought about dying together with them just now, and about deliberate revenge. But is that really the outcome I want? Why should I destroy myself for a woman who never loved me? I'm only 35, with a long life ahead. Was this a revelation from the gods, a warning for me? Praise the god of steam and machinery. As Simon resolved to accept the compensation, divorce, and start a new life, not far away, Ebner quietly erased one last line from the options Simon had not seen. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, don't mock the poor middle-aged men. So the Wheel of Fortune's uniqueness is this chunny? No, it probably followed the god of luck in the past. It must have been influenced by him. But my own chunny phase ended back in my 2nd year of high school. Ebner's lips twitched. Yet he noticed that the man's feedback, after the fate deviation, was far less ideal than expected. In Ebner's earlier observation, the man was very prone to extremes and likely would have followed the 1st or 3rd branches of fate. Ebner stroked his chin in thought, then suddenly realized, the options he gave had been too detailed, listing even the outcomes that bordered on changing fate rather than deviating it, which explained the poor effect. Looks like in future roleplay, I'll have to keep things simple. End of this chapter. Chapter 958, Behind the Scenes. That day, countless people in Stone City made choices about their own fates with the sudden appearance of options, stepping onto different branches of the River of Destiny. Some young women chose their parents over their lovers and turned back home at the very last moment instead of eloping. Some veteran judges chose money over conscience, only for all evidence of their bribery to appear on the lawyer's desk the very next moment. Some long-suffering, honest men, pushed to ruin, chose to fight back and perish together with their enemies. Some young students, when faced with options, picked a gift their beloved supposedly hated the most, yet that very choice made the girl see him in a new light. These examples, each flowing into a different branch of fate because of choices, made Ebner faintly realize, the river of destiny in the mysterious world, or rather, the root of the world of absolute rationality, was not the determinism some scientists of his previous life had firmly believed in, nor was there a Laplace's demon. Instead, as the honorific name of the Key of Light described, it was endless chaos. But the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune on the Key of Light's pathway was attempting to digitize the world, to construct determinism, to become Laplace's demon. That was quite interesting. As he pondered, Ebner noticed the young man he had just granted a fate choice to walking into a church with a redeemed expression, and his lips twitched. That young man's circumstances were somewhat similar to Ebner's own. Born into a wealthy family, he had once lived without worry. But after a sudden mishap, the family business went bankrupt, his parents committed suicide, and his stable life collapsed. Unlike Ebner, he had neither good looks nor generous classmates to help him. He soon fell onto the streets. Earlier, after going hungry for more than a day, his mind had turned dark. He had planned to rob a woman dragging a heavy suitcase. Just as hunger began to overwhelm his conscience, the fate choice system appeared before his eyes. The moment of clarity it gave him allowed him to resist the urge, and instead he helped the woman carry her suitcase to the inn. Not only did he receive 2 souls as a reward, but she also gifted him a pair of fine gloves. Then text appeared again, showing him the consequences of choosing robbery. Being eaten by the suitcase and turned into its reserve of flesh and blood. What does that even mean? The young man hadn't understood, but he knew it wasn't good. Like Simon before him, he thought it was a divine revelation. He decided to confess his sin at church. If it were only fate choices, the priests likely wouldn't take it seriously, but if he also spoke of being eaten by the suitcase, then official teams would inevitably investigate. Looks like I'll have to stop for now. The sun is almost setting. It's about time to head for Kaba's town. Turning back, Ebner glanced at the inn where the suitcase woman was staying, thinking. If I'm not wrong, that woman should be with the psychological alchemists, a backup for tonight's Kaba's expedition. If something happens to the main team, she would accidentally enter Kaba's through the dream and disrupt Yalarin's ritual. Hey, if that's the case, it's good that the officials are onto her. At least she won't get a good night's sleep, and without that, she can't enter the dream. Too bad I don't know how many pawns the Dragon of Imagination has planted. Now, it all depends on whether Vera can stall the former Dragon King. Stone City, Clough Inn, a corner room on the 2nd floor. Ifland Osislika put down the heavy suitcase and rubbed her shoulder before carefully peeling off a thin mask in front of the mirror, revealing her doll-like face. I don't even know why the organization sent me with such a terrifying sealed artifact to Eastchester County. I'm just a little telepathist. Why was I assigned a task at this level? I feel like it could eat me at any moment. The girl sighed, performed a ritual to seal the suitcase completely, and then prepared to wash up in the inset bathroom to rid herself of fatigue. But just as she was about to undress, she heard a knock on the door. Who's there? Ifland asked cautiously. Ma'am, we're the inn staff here to check the gas pipes, came a voice. Ifland gave an "oh," replaced her mask, and moved to open the door. Yet her spectator instinct suddenly picked up something odd. There's tension in his tone, and even a trace of excitement. That's not how a gas repairman should sound. Something's wrong. Her thoughts spun. Ifland pulled out the sealed suitcase again, fished a chunk of flesh from her bag, and tossed it to the box. The moment it touched, the flesh disappeared, and in her mind flashed the scene she would see upon opening the door, 3 men in police special operations uniforms pressing guns to her vitals. An official Beyonder team. How did they find me so fast? Her face turned pale. Without hesitation, she fed the rest of the flesh in her bag to the suitcase. The next moment, her body began fading inch by inch, her outline erased like pencil lines rubbed away. At the same time, the door was kicked open. 3 mandated punishers stormed in, covering each other, but all they found was a suitcase sitting quietly on the floor. Yet they treated it like a deadly enemy. In their spiritual perception, it was no suitcase, but a monster ravenous for flesh. At least a grade 2 sealed artifact, and already close to losing control. It's beyond us. The leader swallowed hard. Corey, evacuate the inn, say there's a bomb. Jenkins, get back to the church for reinforcements. Yes. Knowing the urgency, the other two moved immediately. They didn't notice a woman trailing behind Jenkins in invisibility, hiding her presence under his footsteps as she slipped out of the inn. When invisibility wore off, Ifland hailed a carriage toward the nearby market. She had to buy enough flesh before the suitcase went mad. Ever since binding to the suitcase, no matter where she abandoned it, it would eventually teleport back to her. And if she didn't have enough flesh ready, it would devour her. I hope the mandated punishers can truly seal it. Its hunger grows each day. I can hardly keep up, she whispered a prayer, though she had little hope. In the depths of the collective subconscious, a gray rock-scaled dragon soared. Mist of many colors spread around it, thin at first, but quickly thickening. Tamara, come out, the dragon's buzzing voice rumbled, in Draconic. At its call, a woman in a blue dress armor stepped from the mist, with full lips and deep gray eyes. She sneered, pride, or should I say, Your Majesty the Dragon King. This road is blocked. Tamara, are you breaking the covenant? The huge gray-white dragon demanded. No. You were the one to break it first. You used me to scheme against Yalaran. Vera, no, Letitia Tamara, drew her long sword. She's your ally, not mine, the dragon replied again. Tamara laughed, mocking, and what's your purpose in arguing here? To invade my mind. Or are you waiting for him to descend power? Heh, I never imagined you could even cooperate with your enemy. What else do you know? The dragon's breath grew heavier. Coldly, it said, too bad you know too late. You can't stop it. Tamara sneered again. You really know nothing. That one is trapped in the forsaken land of the gods. Even transmitting power across space is difficult. And with the god of knowledge and wisdom watching, how could he possibly succeed? Hera Bergen. Hermes clearly distracted him. How could he still be paying attention here? The dragon's buzzing voice was filled with disbelief. That's why I said you know nothing. Tamara smiled coldly, sneering in her heart, his uniqueness is obvious. Gods watching him is the norm. Perhaps this old dragon was being used. After all, it wasn't the first time his schemes had served as cover for others. Somewhere unknown, a brass eye briefly clashed with a black curtain, then separated. At the same time, the terrifying aura brewing over the suitcase in stone abruptly ceased and slowly subsided, letting the mandated punisher watching it breathe in relief. The pressure just now had nearly made him wet himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 959, Elizabeth and Dast. Bathed in the glow of dusk, Kaba's town seemed peaceful and serene. The setting sun painted the town's unique blue rooftops a warm shade of orange, it was breathtaking. At that moment, an archaeological team of 12 was gathered in the town's only tavern, sitting around a large table and discussing matters. Mr. Wallace, are you certain this town is worth investigating? We've been walking here for a whole day, and aside from a few seemingly ancient ballads, we've found nothing. This is just an ordinary town, its history only spans a few hundred years. A middle-aged man with thinning hair but a spirited look downed a cup of coarse ale and complained to the young man sitting at the head of the table. That youth was no older than 21 or 22, his blonde hair slicked neatly back, his face handsome, his suit from an expensive brand, and his accessories carefully chosen. One glance was enough to tell his identity was far from ordinary. His name was Jishink Wallace, a graduate of Stone University's History Department, and the sponsor as well as initiator of this archaeological expedition. The complaining middle-aged man was Associate Professor Mosul Siatri, also from the History Department. Don't be impatient, Mr. Mosul, you've studied the ballads here. Perhaps the secret of this town only reveals itself at night, Mr. Wallace replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor elegant enough to draw the lingering glances of the two young ladies at the table. The two ladies were both quite young. One was Smine, a grassroots priestess of the Church of the Ebernite, about 18 or 19 years old. Since archaeological teams often encountered strange phenomena, having a clergy person in the group was standard practice. The other was younger still. Baby fat had not yet completely left her face, though her features were fine and beautiful, her brown hair long and naturally curly. Her name was Elizabeth, a native of Tingen. She was the daughter of an import-export merchant and a titled lady. In hopes of broadening her daughter's social circle and introducing her to more promising young men, Elizabeth's mother had not let her apply to a local university in Tingen. Instead, through her own father, a baron, she obtained a letter of recommendation for Stone University. Elizabeth herself, fascinated by the supernatural due to past experiences, had carefully chosen the history department. Her mother had no objections. After all, her intent was not for her daughter to truly learn much. Thus, at the start of the year, Elizabeth moved in with her grandfather in Stone and became a student under Professor Mosul. This time, she had followed her teacher out for fieldwork. At that time, history and archaeology were still inseparable, both housed in the same faculty. As Elizabeth listened to Mr. Wallace conversing confidently with her teacher, she found it strange. His tone, accent, even gestures hadn't changed at all, yet somehow he felt warmer than before. She glanced at the others but noticed no significant differences. Was it just an illusion? Elizabeth thought with a faint sense of unease. The gentleman beside her seemed to sense her mood. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he asked kindly, "Miss Elizabeth, are you feeling unwell?" This man was Dast Goodrian, a doctor by profession, and like her, from Tingen. She had no idea why he had joined this archaeological team. He seemed distant from both Wallace's group and the Academy faction. Yes, in Elizabeth's eyes, the 12 could be divided into 3 camps. The academics, led by Professor Mosel, which included herself and 2 senior students, 4 in total. The patrons, led by Mr. Wallace, with Smine and his 4 attendants, making 6. And lastly, the latecomers, Dast Goodrian and Stephen Humphreys, acquainted with Wallace but not closely so. Being from Tingen herself, Elizabeth had already spoken with Dast before. Now, hearing his concern, she smiled faintly and shook her head. "It's nothing. Perhaps I've just never stayed overnight outside home before. I only feel a little uneasy." Dast hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice. "When the sun sets completely, something may change. Be careful. If you find yourself in danger, you can come to me." "Sir, don't you realize how suspicious that sounds?" Elizabeth muttered inwardly, though she knew he meant no ill. Her anxiety, however, only deepened. She subconsciously touched the amulet hanging at her chest, crafted by Melissa's brother when he was still alive, and given to her by Melissa before leaving Tingen. Having witnessed some of that man's miraculous feats, Elizabeth cherished the amulet dearly, wearing it always. As a telepathist, Dast naturally noticed her motion. He opened his spiritual vision briefly, then said softly with a small smile, "There's a trace of spiritual power left in that amulet, but its effect is weak now. It can only ward off minor wraiths." Elizabeth had intended to dismiss his words, but seeing his confident tone, unease stirred in her heart. Almost instinctively, she blurted out, "It was crafted by Klein. I believe he will shelter me from the goddess's divine kingdom." Only after speaking did she realize her slip. She quickly pressed her lips together. Dast, however, froze briefly before murmuring in an almost wistful voice, "Klein. You mean Klein Moretti?" Elizabeth's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't answer, but her pale blue gaze betrayed her thoughts clearly enough. "You knew Klein?" "Of course I knew him. If not for his sacrifice." "Forget it, let's not talk about this." Dast looked her over again, then lowered his voice even further. "Since you're his friend, I must warn you again. This town's nights are extremely dangerous. Keep close watch on the villagers, follow their lead and hide until dawn." It sounds like Mr. Dast knows the real cause of Klein's death. Elizabeth thought of her friend Melissa, still searching desperately for clues. She gave Dast a thoughtful look, silently noting his warning. Neither of them realized that when they mentioned Klein, the sponsor at the head of the table, Mr. Wallace, briefly cast his gaze their way before looking back. At the same time, a young man of 21 or 22 with neatly combed blonde hair suddenly found himself in a classroom-like space. While he was still confused, words appeared on the blackboard, "Welcome to Alvin Abraham's Riddle Labyrinth. Here is the first question." End of this chapter. Chapter 960, Misfortune. Inside Kabah's town's only tavern, the expedition's patron, Wallace, gave a brief summary of the day's findings before declaring free time. He stressed, however, that everyone must return before the sky turned completely dark. With that, he entered the tavern's sole private room, purchased for 1 gold pound from the innkeeper's son by sheer force of wealth. Once the room was sealed with spirituality, the young man brushed a hand over his face, revealing his true features. Ebner's face. After teleporting to Kabah's town, Ebner had quickly noticed that Wallace carried the taint of a high-level existence, making him a potential vessel for the being's descent. So, with little hesitation, Ebner had invited Mr. Wallace into his, Alvin Abraham's Riddle Labyrinth, leaving him trapped there. By now, Ebner was sure the labyrinth was crafted from an extraterrestrial beyonder characteristic, its level equal to that of angels. Even the dragon of imagination himself would find it difficult to escape a pathway he was unfamiliar with, let alone a mere container. Still, the dragon of imagination placed Elizabeth and Dast into this expedition deliberately, probably to use them as hostages against Klein. Quite the scheme. But he doesn't understand humanity, or Klein. The fool isn't someone who caves under threats. He may cower at times, but if you dare use his friends, you'd best be prepared for his retaliation. Ankwelt is being far too clever for his own good. With a sigh, Ebner summoned his magic mirror, letting it spy on the rest of the team with its devilish powers. This team's makeup is complicated. Outwardly, the highest sequence was Wallace, a hypnotist. But one of his own attendants is actually a Sequence 5 mentor of disorder, probably a family bodyguard. Wallace likely doesn't even know it. And Professor Mosel is no ordinary man either, but a true archaeologist, with strong artifacts surely in hand. The rest. Only Dast Gudrian and Stephen Humphreys merit suspicion, likely the dragon's hidden pawns. The mirror's feedback confirmed most hearts could be read, even Elizabeth's hidden flicker of unusual feeling. Only Stephen Humphreys's mind was veiled in fog, resisting prying. That, cannot be spied upon, was itself revealing. So even within this team, there are layers. Wallace is the obvious piece, a decoy. Stephen Humphreys must be the true fallback. What should I do? Drag Stephen into the labyrinth as well. My intuition says that won't work. Worse, it might give him room to act freely, sabotaging Yalloran's concealment and drawing the hidden sage's attention. Ebner shut the pure white eye and used his own ability to perform a prophecy. He already knew from earlier fate simulations that using the Wheel of Fortune's uniqueness here risked attracting Ouroboros, the angel of fate. Misfortune. The revelation made Ebner's eyes shine. Yes. My enemy is the dragon's pawn, strong and unpredictable. I may not be able to stop him. But if I can't stop him, I can make him fail. With enough bad luck, even near certain mechanical surgery can fail. How much more fragile is his attempt to break Yalloran's concealment? Brightened by this thought, Ebner opened the pure white eye and invoked a mimicry ability originally belonging to the seer pathway, transforming into the incomplete mythic form of the monster pathway, a giant serpent. In that serpentine form, he clearly sensed the presence of the god of luck, something absent when he had mimicked the worm of star. Ebner guessed it was because Alvin was hidden within the goddess's nation of Ebernite, veiled away. That was why nothing had been felt before. But now, with that presence clear, he could also draw on something beyond luck, misfortune. Silently, the misfortune mage's power settled upon Stephen Humphreys, who was busy chatting up Dast. The 30-something gentleman in a grey tailcoat, fastidious about his appearance, first felt unease. Then, as some children ran by, muddy water splashed from a puddle, staining his clothes. Losing control of his temper, Stephen raged at the children. Watching, Dast frowned. This display of poor manners disgusted him. He even noted the man's perfume smelled wrong, not masculine, but the female, confusion. Whatever thought of befriending Stephen faded. After 2 short exchanges, he excused himself and went to Elizabeth. Stephen, meanwhile, was frustrated. He had found an ideal target, and had hoped to slowly draw him in. Yes, Stephen's orientation was unconventional, he preferred the weaker role. Through the magic mirror, Ebner nodded in satisfaction. With such misfortune, whatever Stephen attempted tonight was doomed to fail. As time trickled on, the sun sank. From Ebner's window, he watched rooftops shift from orange-red, to pale red, to blue, until, after a fleeting burst of brightness, they dimmed into shadow. Night had fallen. Ebner was about to summon the team in the tavern hall when the black gemstone at his chest, the goddess's gift, glimmered faintly. It whispered to him he could draw freely on the nightmare covering the town, stepping into the deepest layers of concealment. Sudden realization struck. So that day, the goddess's gift wasn't only for the afternoon town trip. She foresaw I would meet Yalloran, and gave me the most convenient means. No wonder I had that premonition that asking the goddess's help here was most likely to succeed. No wonder my prophecy showed misfortune. It wasn't just about the misfortune mage's powers, it also pointed to the Empress of Misfortune herself. And Yalloran's ritual, mystery reenactment, the vanished nation of Evernite, already borrowed her concealment. Plus, the true reason the nation vanished is surely at the level of gods and kings of angels. Yet Yalloran knows it. I thought it was because my past self told her, but perhaps not. Yalloran may have a tacit understanding with the goddess. Vera said she must have left herself a backup plan. Maybe that backup is far greater than I imagined. End of this chapter. Chapter 961, Monster. Thinking carefully, the options simulated by the Wheel of Fortune earlier only said Yalloran would be discovered by the hidden sage, but none of them mentioned what would happen afterward. Could it be that because this involves the goddess, the Wheel of Fortune cannot see it? Turning the thought over, Ebner didn't immediately use the black gemstone at his chest. This team still had unstable factors, those had to be dealt with before meeting Yalloran. Besides, for Klein's sake, Elizabeth and Dast also deserved some protection. As he stepped out of the room, the eldest of Wallace's attendants hurried up, whispering, "Young master, the night in this town is strange. Reality and dream seem to blur together. It would be best to leave quickly." This man was Wallace's bodyguard, a Sequence 5 mentor of disorder. Ebner smiled and waved a hand. "Don't worry too much. We came here precisely for the night of this town." Perhaps because his tone carried too much confidence, the bodyguard was infected by his composure, thinking his young master had already prepared, and so held his tongue. When they walked into the tavern's main hall, everyone had returned from their free time and was gathered around the only long table. At that moment, one of Professor Mosel's students was vividly recounting a supernatural incident from a past excavation, hoping to impress the two ladies. But Elizabeth, unsettled after Dast's warning, showed little interest. Instead, Smine, the priestess of the Church of Evernight, gasped in rhythm, helping to build the atmosphere. That monster had 3 eyes, blank as a dead fish. And around its skull writhed black, jointed tendrils, twisting everywhere. Just as the student described the eerie vision with rising cadence, he spotted Ebner entering and stopped immediately. Before the expedition, the original Wallace had intimidated them with dragon's might, so aside from Professor Mosel, his 3 students, including Elizabeth, all harbored subconscious fear of the patron. That was why, after Ebner replaced Wallace, Elizabeth felt he seemed far kinder. Mr. Wallace. Night has fallen. Where is it in this town that merits exploration? Professor Mosel asked, turning his head. The man's scholarship was excellent, but his social tact was poor. He always spoke directly, often offending without realizing. Ebner, however, didn't mind. He casually pointed behind the storytelling student, smiling, a place worth exploring. Isn't it right there? Everyone instinctively followed his gesture, and their eyes widened. One by one, they stood and backed away. Only the student remained clueless. Just as he opened his mouth to ask, "What is it?" a chill swept over him. A sticky, icy tentacle brushed across his cheek. He stiffly turned his head, and saw the very monster he had described clinging to his back. Its 3 fish-dead eyes stared into his, while the tendrils on its skull reached forward, as if to pull him into an embrace. As he wet himself in terror, Professor Mosel's face turned grim. He pulled out a golden pipe, tapped it on the table, and golden flames leapt forth, burning the monster away within seconds. The sight was so shocking that no one had yet relaxed before more monsters, all bizarre and all different, began coalescing from the darkness behind every person, everyone except Ebner, and stepped forward. Among them, Elizabeth's foe was the most unusual, a towering knight over 1.9 meters tall clad in black armor. Each step rang with the clash of metal. 2 red flames, like eyes, glowed behind the visor as he dragged a great sword scraping the floor, never breaking his gaze from Elizabeth. Though his form seemed normal, his aura was the strongest of them all. Elizabeth's baby-fat cheeks went pale. She wanted to run, but her legs wouldn't move. Dast, who had promised her protection, was fending off a ferocious giant bear and couldn't help her. As despair gripped her in this all-too-familiar nightmare scene, Ebner suddenly strode forward, stepped in front of her, and stomped hard. The nightmare-born knight shattered instantly. Then he glanced toward Dast, and his lips twitched subtly. Because the giant bear in Dast's nightmare looked uncannily like the one Ebner had once turned into using Lilith's tears. I remember I suggested him to forget seeing me then. And now the bear shows up here. Does his subconscious think I'm the scariest thing? It was just one slap to knock you out, was that so traumatic? How petty. After grumbling inwardly, Ebner gestured to Wallace's bodyguard, who unleashed disorder to restrain all the monsters. Professor Mosel then released the flame of the sun from his pipe, purging them completely. Elizabeth, staring at the gentleman who shielded her, was momentarily dazed. Last time too, a man had shattered her nightmare the same way. And that man was Klein Moretti, Melissa's brother. Looking closer, though their appearances differed, Wallace's later demeanor and bearing did resemble Klein's somewhat. Ah, Elizabeth, what are you thinking? Klein has already passed. And right now, danger is at hand. You can't be distracted. Elizabeth patted her flushed face, forcing herself to calm down. Of course, Klein and I were both modern people. Our living environments, our education, our core values, they naturally share similarities. That explains the resemblance. Having read Elizabeth's thoughts, Ebner muttered softly, when suddenly another of Mosel's students broke down in panic. What is this? Why do such ghastly things exist? I don't want to investigate anymore. I want to go home. I want to leave now. He bolted for the door. But instantly, many monsters materialized at his side, seizing him all at once. Seeing this, Mosel's earlier calm shattered. He quickly blessed his student with courage through his pipe and shouted, "Stay calm. These monsters come from your inner fears. Think of your parents. Think of your God. They will give you safety." Clearly experienced, Professor Mosel knew never to say, "Don't think nonsense," but instead to say, "Think of something else." In such moments, with fear clouding ordinary minds, only clear direction could help. Watching the student struggle futilely against the monster's grip, Ebner thought. So soon, he's fallen into a deeper layer of nightmare. The first monsters, though frightening, only pressed on the spirit, illusions of touch, pressure, and cold. But now, they can physically touch us. So, we're accelerating into deeper nightmare layers. Has Yalarin relaxed her concealment? Then she must be about to act. With that, Ebner focused more intently on Stephen Humphreys, almost eager to fetch a stool and watch how miserably the dragon's pawn would fail. Knowing the goddess was watching, Ebner was certain the old dragon's schemes would end worse than expected. After all, misfortune too belonged to the goddess, especially the calamity of the night. End of this chapter. Chapter 962, The Demon Wolf and the Dragon. Stephen Humphreys, a man with neatly trimmed mustache and charming dark brown eyes, refined to the point of delicacy. On the surface, he was a furniture merchant. In truth, he was a convener of psychology seminars, a core member of the hidden organization Psychological Alchemy Society, and a direct subordinate of the High Counselor, Pride. But after the real Pride was fully controlled by the Ankwelt, the dragon of imagination, and implanted with a virtual personality, Stephen too was deeply hypnotized. He worshipped this new Pride as though he were a deity, willing to give his life for his lord. Of course, he himself had no idea anything had changed, he simply felt it natural. This time, ordered to Kaba Town, his task was to wait for a certain mysticism book he carried to undergo its prepared change. At that moment, he was to chant in ancient Hermes the honorific name of a great being, triggering the secret ritual hidden within the pages. And when Professor Mosel's student collapsed in panic, creating a surge of monsters, Stephen immediately sensed the corresponding change in his book. Without hesitation, he followed his lord's instructions, ready to utter that name belonging to the hidden sage. But then, an accident occurred. So excited was he that before even finishing the first word, he bit his tongue, clean through the front half. Blood spurted. Yet pain could not shake his resolve. He seized a chilled mug of ale and poured it into his mouth, hoping the cold and the alcohol would numb his tongue long enough to finish reciting. Another accident. Because the mug had been chilled too hard, the glass shattered explosively against his lips. Countless shards drove into his mouth, throat, and even stomach. The agony overwhelmed him and he screamed. And thus began a string of scenes that could only be called farcical. Stephen flung away the glass in pain, only for a sharp shard to land perfectly through the seam of his shoe, stabbing into his foot. He howled again, staggered, reached to steady himself on the table, straight onto a fork placed carelessly point up, which pierced his palm. More agony, more stumbling, he tripped over a chair leg, toppled backward, and struck the back of his skull against a protruding nail on the floorboard. This time, at last, clarity returned. At the critical instant, he activated dragon scales, forming a protective layer over his skull, lessening the blow and saving himself from instant death. Still, dizziness clouded him and he couldn't get up. Everyone else stared dumbfounded, too stunned even to notice the monsters menacing Mosel's student. But those monsters, growing ever more real and mobile, refused to fade. One of them, a dream beast with a serpent's head and a feline body, seeing Mosel's light of fire about to fall, suddenly spewed a torrent of corrosive venom at the student. Knowing he couldn't intervene in time, Mosel produced a second mystical item, a small camera. He raised it swiftly, clicked the shutter, flash. The student, though drenched in acid, was unharmed. But the camera's film corroded instantly into green sludge. This camera created a paper substitute at the key moment, taking all the damage in the student's place. The boy survived. But Stephen was not so fortunate. The splash of venom that bypassed the student flew straight into his open mouth, blocking the second word of the honorific. This is too tragic. Elizabeth, who had been watching Stephen from the start, covered her mouth in disbelief at anyone being so unlucky. Dast's lips twitched. He silently resolved never to get close to this man again. Proximity to the unlucky only bred more bad luck, something he had learned all too well back in Tingen. After rescuing his student, Mosel gave him more courage, then turned his grim gaze on Stephen. Clearly, the man's state wasn't normal, this looked like a triggered curse. So thinking, Mosel was about to use his mystical pipe to purify him. But suddenly, two men nearest Stephen, Wallace's mentor of disorder bodyguard and one of his loyal attendants, went berserk. They drew their revolvers, pressed them to each other's heads, and emptied 6 rounds apiece. Both fell dead in pools of blood. At the same time, scales began crawling across Stephen's body. The suddenness of it stunned even Mosel, halting his action. He's about to lose control. But how could a mid-sequence losing control wield such power? Mosel examined, his face darkening. An ordinary mid-sequence wouldn't, of course. But Stephen was no ordinary case. As the Ankwelt's hidden pawn, he had begun channeling the old dragon's strength embedded within him, power enough to fulfill his mission. In truth, Stephen's madness had spread across the tavern. But except for Wallace's bodyguard and attendant, all others had been shielded secretly by Ebner. And Ebner had chosen not to protect those two, because the mirror's spying had revealed their countless crimes in Stonetown, committed under the Wallace family's shadow. Letting them die without trial was already merciful. As for Wallace's other attendants, they were less guilty, so Ebner spared them. His mutation is strange, perhaps he touched some taboo during his free time. That taboo being me. Ebner said solemnly, nonsense dripping from his lips. Yet Professor Mosel nodded earnestly, agreeing with his deduction. Glancing at Stephen, who was turning into a dragon-like beast, he asked, Mr. Wallace, surely you have further preparations. Yes, but they are not for public eyes. Ebner looked around. So, you'd best retreat to the Evernight Church. It's the safest place in town for now. Mosul hesitated little, quickly gathering his students and Dast, rushing out. Ebner ordered the 2 surviving attendants to follow. Grateful for their reprieve, they hurried after the group. Only Elizabeth looked back once, guilt heavy in her eyes at her own uselessness. Once everyone had left, Ebner stooped to pick up the Mentor of Disorders trait, then turned to examine Stephen's dragon-like transformation. The essence is high, no less than a complete mythical creature. Far stronger than the incomplete mythic form I can mimic. That was why he hadn't attacked before, it would have been useless. A sliver of authority dwelled in the men already. And authority could only be matched by authority. But this is the realm of nightmares, the goddess's domain. And I have the black gemstone she gifted me. So, it seems your luck has run out. Confirming the others were safe in the church, Ebner began channeling the gemstone while opening the pure white eye. He planned to simulate the mythic form of the feathered serpent, hoping to unleash the flame of death, aligned with the goddess's power, perhaps even blessed by her. But just as he was about to, the black gemstone transformed into a veiled female figure, scented of night-blooming herbs, dream flowers, and Daniel's pure dew. She wore a dress woven from black light. At first her motions were stiff, then graceful, until she embraced Ebner from the front, and in moments dissolved into his body. Next instant, torrents of knowledge about the demon wolf filled his mind, slotting into the shelves of the broken white tower. And his body, beyond his control, shifted according to that knowledge, mimicking into an 8-legged demon wolf of destruction. At the same time, the dragon-shaped aberration that Stephen had become opened a pair of blood-red slit eyes. The demon wolf and the dragon, primordial mythical beasts once again stood face to face. As though the second epic had returned. End of this chapter. Chapter 963, Yalaran. As the dragon's eyes opened, its pale golden vertical pupils no longer held even the slightest trace of humanity, only endless madness and cold indifference. Ebner knew that Mr. Stephen Humphreys, the vessel, no longer existed. Now it should be called, it was already the personality simulated by the dragon of imagination Ankwelt. And it's a semi-mad state of personality. It should be the side of him when he was an ancient god, the madness side. That means, although he lacks reason, his power is even stronger. Anyway, what he needs is only to destroy Yalaran's spell as much as possible. He doesn't need delicate operations. While Ebner studied and felt the structure of the magic wolf's body, he split his attention to observe his opponent. For now, he was in a hosted state, strangely leisurely. As the 2 enormous mythological creatures finished their transformations, they destroyed all the nearby town buildings around the tavern. Then one flew into the air, while the other raised its head in a long howl. On the surface, neither had moved to attack yet, still locked in their confrontation. But the fact that they didn't move didn't mean they hadn't clashed. In Ebner's sight, the magic wolf and the dragon, 2 mythological beings who both held certain authority in the dream domain, had already begun fierce contention the moment their gazes met. Battle hypnosis, mind-stripping, psychic storm, dream labyrinth, in the deeper layers of the psychic clash, the mad dragon kept hammering at the magic wolf's island of mind, trying to shatter its defenses and invade within. Yet the magic wolf's mental island was as black as ink, peaceful and tranquil. None of the dragon's assaults had any effect. Instead, from that pure darkness came the sound of sung poetry, effortlessly dissolving the dragon's attacks, while the deep darkness surged back like a tide to drown the other's mind island. Though both sides were substitutes being put online, the goddess's black gem was far stronger than the dragon of imagination's backup power hidden in Stephen Humphreys' body. And the nightmare environment clearly favored the goddess's power. So the dragon, who excelled in the psychic field, found its mind gradually being infected by darkness. Then, from deep within, what he most feared slowly walked out of that darkness. It was a man, dressed in the long black robe of a clergyman, with a silver cross hanging on his chest. This man's hair wasn't long, mostly black, but the roots showed a pale golden tint. His eyes were pure gold, his skin pale, his features sharply defined, and his eye sockets deep, resembling the current North Continent races. This is, the ancient sun god. Sure enough, what the dragon of imagination Ankwelt feared most was him. The combination of slumber and terror, symbolizing the dangers hidden in the dark, symbolizing the deepest fears and the nightmares of living beings. This ability of making fear take form must be the hallmark of the Sleepless Pathway Sequence 3, the Horror Bishop. Ebner reflected for a moment, then sent a wise eye to study this ability. Soon, he discovered that this embodiment of fear ability was somewhat similar to the Scholar of Yore from the Seer Pathway at Sequence 3, who could pluck historical projections, even borrowing a portion of that authority. This ability was very likely created by the second epic ancient god, the king of magic wolves Fleegria. At that time he held both the darkness and the fool pathways, so it makes sense he developed such a power. Just like the Phoenix ancestor Greg Race, who combined the death and door pathways to develop abilities like the Gate of Hell and Spirit World Traversal. Perhaps, once the Fool and the Door truly each had a sequence 0, they could choose not to open their authority to the darkness and death pathways beyonders. But for now, the Fool's uniqueness is in the goddess's hands, while Mr. Door is still sealed outside. Just as Ebner thought this, he saw the embodied, ancient sun god step forward twice, grasp the seemingly ordinary cross, his eyes gradually clearing from confusion, and the corner of his lips curving upward. He then spoke in a deep voice. "Let there be light." Immediately afterward, with a scream sounding, a torrent of information erupted from the dragon's mind and was completely dissolved in the holy brilliance. That torrent of information was knowledge fairies, also called information creatures. The hidden sage had actually been secretly lurking inside Stephen Humphreys's spirit as well. If it weren't exposed by the dragon of imagination's embodied fear, even I wouldn't have discovered it. As Ebner felt a moment of relief, the piercing brilliance cut through the darkness, making the hidden reveal the true face of the nightmare's deepest layer of town. Since the hidden environment created by Yalaran had been reconstructed from the vanished nation of Evernight, the overall layout resembled the misty town Ebner had once visited. Ancient-style spired churches, blue-roofed houses scattered around them, simple wooden huts, shabby taverns, bakeries with hanging signs, gray-white mills powered by water wheels. Everything was very similar to the misty town, yet also bore Kaba's town's unique features. I thought before that Kaba's town's layout felt familiar. Hey, its foundation was likely modeled on the misty town. Only after centuries of change did it look different, so I didn't notice at first. Instead, it's this deepest nightmare that preserved the town's earliest form. By now, the magic wolf and dragon had vanished, as though they hadn't followed Ebner into this deepest nightmare, still fighting in the layer above. But I'm sure my body also came down here. Only the black gem the goddess gave me has disappeared. While Ebner pondered and hesitated, unsure where exactly Yalaran was hiding or what other dangers lurked in this deepest nightmare, a young lady with silver hair and blood-red eyes, her face exquisitely beautiful, appeared beside him without his noticing. She stood still and smiled, saying, "Welcome to your arrival, Ebner." Hearing the sudden voice, Ebner, though alert inside, turned his head calmly and slightly nodded. "I've come as promised. Are you Lady Yalaran?" As he spoke, he carefully studied the famous lady's appearance, but soon, his brows furrowed. It wasn't that Yalaran wasn't beautiful. On the contrary, her looks, like Lilith's beauty goddess vessel, carried the concept of beauty. At first sight, one felt she was utterly perfect, the exact type they favored most. But one detail troubled Ebner greatly. That was, how could Lady Yalaran's brows and eyes resemble those of the Queen of Calamity, Kohinum? No, if not for the concept of beauty overlaying her, and her different hair and eye colors, they would be nearly identical. Asterisk, is Yalaran Kohinum's sister? Daughter? Or, is she Kohinum herself? The part inside the golden goblet, asterisk. Speculations flashed through Ebner's mind, but on the surface he listened calmly to the lady's reply. "I am still only an avatar. My true body is not in good condition, and can only remain hidden inside the church." After finishing, Lady Yalaran's avatar led Ebner toward the church. "To avoid the hidden sage?" Ebner asked casually as he followed. "That is only part of the reason, the more important one is the loss of balance." Lady Yalaran's avatar gave a simple answer. "The loss of balance?" Ebner thought, faintly guessing something. The two continued chatting as they walked across the town, until they reached the grand church. Different from the misty town of the nation of Evernight, this church had no crows perched on it, and beside it was a large man-made lake. Ebner glanced curiously at the lake, then froze. The reflection in the water wasn't the grand cathedral right beside him. It was a magnificent palace in the style of elves. Ebner recognized this palace. It was the Elven Temple of Trials. In the Dream Labyrinth Tower's 5th floor, he had once entered its interior in a dream, cleared 3 challenges, and finally obtained a clue about the prophet characteristic. He never expected Yalaran to have drawn it into her nightmare. Thoughts flashed quickly through his mind, but when he saw Yalaran's avatar already entering the church, he set it aside for now and hurried after. As soon as he stepped into the prayer hall, a lady identical to the avatar appeared before his eyes. She carried herself with elegance, clothed in splendor. At that moment she sat in a high-backed chair. Seeing Ebner arrive, she did not rise but merely smiled slightly and gestured with her hand. Immediately, the avatar who had guided Ebner dispersed into the wind, turning into a strand of hair that returned to Yalaran's true body's hand. Seeing Ebner's slight daze, the silver-haired red-eyed lady smiled and explained. "This is mystical reappearance, the Monkey King's hair." Chapter 964, The Truth of Transmigration. The Monkey King's hair? 8 or 9 chances out of 10, that's also my fault. But since Sun Wukong's story could be mystically reappeared, that means he must have really existed. 72 transformations, skilled at calling for help, plus this hair that can turn into clones. Could that monkey have been an ancient scholar? Being pressed under the 5 elements mountain for 500 years, was that to complete the ritual of detaching from reality and becoming history? While Ebner was letting his imagination run wild, Lady Yalorin once again stretched out her fair palm and turned it upward. Then, a redwood, 8 immortals table appeared between the two of them. After inviting Ebner to sit, Yalorin produced a teapot and 2 teacups from who knows where. She personally stood, poured out a cup of green tea, and placed it before him. Am I imagining things, or does this scene feel familiar? As if I've experienced it before. Ebner felt slightly dazed, but he didn't touch the tea. After all, this place was essentially a nightmare, nothing but phantoms. Drinking tea here would be drinking emptiness. This was once your favorite tea, one you personally cultivated back when you were in Rhine. Why don't you drink? Only when Yalorin's clear, melodious voice reached him did Ebner snap back. This time, he didn't hesitate. He raised the cup and took a sip. A bitterness followed by lingering sweetness, indeed not bad. But the taste was ultimately not authentic, lacking something. Ebner sighed inwardly, put the cup down, and instead steered to the real topic, probing. I heard from Gehrman that you wanted to see me. In fact, Vera had also mentioned it. It was she who told him Yalorin's condition might not be good, which prompted Ebner to set up this meeting. But he naturally left Vera's involvement unspoken. There's no need for such formality between us. Unfortunately, you've yet to fully recover your memories. Well, even though for you now, opening the path toward the unknown is far easier than before, there's no way you can delve into it deeply while still at sequence 4. Yalorin sighed a few lines, then fell silent, as though lost in memory. Hearing this, Ebner's heart stirred, and he carefully asked. Was it very difficult for me to open the pure white passage before? Yalorin woke from her recollection and patiently replied. Of course it was difficult. I remember when you were still Oliver, even borrowing the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune, you could only barely pry the passage open for a short time. It wasn't until you opened the God casket that things improved. Oliver. Ebner subconsciously asked. That name must have been borrowed from Arcane Throne's great arcanist. Did I really like that novel that much? Well, before reading Lord of the Mysteries, my favorite book probably was Arcane. Oliver Constantine, also known as the God of Luck, to be exact, that was the name you later gave yourself after taking human form. By the way, besides the formal title, God of Luck, you once even styled yourself as the Goddess's Poem. At this, Yalorin couldn't help glancing at Ebner. If not for having endured the true beauty goddess's trials at Lilith's place, that glance alone might have stolen his very soul. No good, I need to distract myself. Goddess's Poem. Back then, I really knew how to play, using the name of the Hand of Annihilation while topping it with Mr. Brooks' title. And judging by Yalorin's attitude, that so-called poem of mine was probably not very proper either. And another thing, these secrets of the 3rd epoch, even the 2nd epoch, how does Yalorin, who only became a demigod in the 4th epoch, know them? Did some past version of me tell her? Or is my earlier suspicion correct? That she is actually the Queen of Calamity, Kohainam. As thoughts spun, Ebner steadied himself and asked along Yalorin's words. The God casket, what connection does it have with the space beyond that passage? I don't know for sure, but I don't believe there's a direct connection. Yalorin answered, then her blood-red pupils locked with Ebner's eyes, the corner of her lips curling. And you needn't try to probe me further. All the information about you, I can tell you. Well, how about this, I do need your help. And as the price, I'll tell you everything I know about you. How does that sound? For this proposal, Ebner pondered briefly, then cautiously asked. And what is it you wish me to do? No rush. Once I've told you about yourself, you'll naturally understand. Then you can choose whether to help me. Yalorin smoothed her silver hair and smiled, suggesting. After speaking, she refilled Ebner's cup with tea. Her demeanor brimmed with confidence, as though certain Ebner would not refuse once he heard. Very well. Since the proposal left him in the position of initiative, Ebner had no objections and readily agreed. Please, go ahead. Yalorin didn't answer immediately. She reached out toward the depths of the church. Soon, a delicate crystal box with elven craftsmanship floated over. Aside from her race, Yalorin's aesthetic feels a little Eastern. Is that also one of my influences? Ebner griped inwardly. Then he watched her open the box and take out a gem of red and black, inside which lingered the will and spirit of an unfamiliar soul. This gem, it feels similar to that yellow gem left on the statue by the mechanical emperor. But the imprint isn't mine. Ebner frowned. He faintly sensed this object's essence might be similar to what each of his incarnations left behind after death. Do you know what this is? Lifting the red and black gem, Yalorin didn't wait for him to answer but continued herself. This is actually Saniathrim. Saniathrim. The Elven King. The special soul inside the God casket. Vera said the Night Emperor, as another special soul, would leave behind a soul stone after death, and entrusted me to find it. Saniathrim wished, upon his death, that the god casket be returned to the western continent, into the embrace of its corresponding spherote, so that he could resurrect. And when I was the god of luck, I once opened the god casket, stripped away the imprint of the tenebrous world, and reincarnated that special soul into the abyss. That became Yaldabaoth, later picked up by Roselle. Putting this together, maybe each time I fall, that half-dead, half-alive special state of mine was the result of researching the special souls within the god casket. A flash of insight streaked across Ebner's mind, linking together clues he'd never connected before. Yalarin immediately noticed and smiled. Perhaps you've already guessed it. Yes, before you were the god of luck, you may have had other lives. But when you died then, you truly died, leaving no body polluted by the unknown, no memory imprint lingering in the unknown, so even you yourself know nothing of your earlier existences. Of course, even after the god of luck, to have your body, no, more precisely, your corpse, retain that special state, you still needed to reach demigod first. And all of this, you only managed after studying Saniathrim's soul stone in the god casket. Furthermore, you used the stripped special soul of the tenebrous world, that later became Yaldabaoth, as well as, me, to conduct so-called reincarnation experiments. You gave what should have been a completely chaotic transmigration some regularity. That is, you could revive inside the bodies of those who became beyonders using characteristics polluted by you. Of course, this still relied greatly on luck, it was never guaranteed. The time you transmigrated into the Calamity Seal was the most successful case of such directed operation. First, the Sauron family sequence 9 through sequence 1 beyonder characteristics all came from you, carrying the aura of the unknown. Second, you had also given Saniathrim's soul stone to him. Though before his fall he may have sent something and returned it to you, the connection was already forged. Also, that soul stone had been inside the unknown for a long time. Even though the imprint of the City of Calamity on it wasn't stripped away by you, and still held dominion of that spherote's power, it nevertheless established a bond with you. And finally, the Calamity Seal, imbued with both the imprint of the City of Calamity and your pollution, naturally became the perfect vessel for your transmigration. Here, Yalarin lifted her cup and took a sip of tea, giving Ebner time to digest. Meanwhile, Ebner's mind was racing, quickly tying all the threads together and discerning the essence of these so-called soul stones. Retaining spirit and imprint. Remnants after death. The god casket was crafted by God as a backhand against the celestial worthy. So, these soul stones are actually reduced versions of the blasphemy slates. I see. In hindsight, my method of transmigration isn't essentially different from God's method of reviving within beyonders' bodies. The only difference is that I'm more gentle, only reviving after the corresponding beyonder dies. Wait, not necessarily gentle. Anyone who becomes a beyonder with my characteristics, or who carries their contamination, their luck probably won't be very good. Ebner thought of how, as the god of luck, his body contained far more than just luck, but also overwhelming misfortune. Chapter 965, A Dogblood Story. So here comes the question. In the depths of the unknown, the existence that makes me transmigrate again and again this way, the one who can pollute others with just his name, Lu Bo, what exactly is he? That has to be a power belonging only to the old ones, right? And what's more, since I am one who revives and targets precisely because of his pollution, how is it that as my sequence rises, I gradually diverge from him, to the point that once I reach demigodhood, I can actually be polluted by him again? Also, as I expected, the Calamity Seal incarnation was deliberately arranged. When I saw the spells recorded in the latter half of Banquet of Blood, I had already suspected as much. Now it's confirmed. I just didn't expect that the ancestor of the Sauron family was actually trained by me myself. No wonder, back in Backlund, when I conversed with the fused angelic evil spirit of Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici, the one leading the conversation asked about Rhine, and upon hearing of his fall, asked about the relics he left behind. At that time it must have been Sauron's soul speaking, and he wanted to retrieve Saniathrim's soul stone. Makes sense. That stone bore the imprint of the spherote, the City of Calamity. Maybe it would benefit him, even help him shake off Einhorn and Medici. But still, I keep feeling that the me in the Rhine era probably hadn't deliberately plotted this investment into Sauron. Most likely, it was the more cunning me from the fifth epoch, taking advantage of an unintentional act, turning it into part of a greater scheme. As his thoughts turned rapidly, Ebner lifted his head toward Yalarin, signaling he had finished digesting the last part and was ready for her to continue. Yalarin gracefully set down her teacup, organized her words, and said, "Back to Oliver, that is, you during your God of Luck era. As for your experiments concerning the Tenebrous World and Yaldabaoth, I don't know the full details. Only that you placed the imprint of the Tenebrous World onto a sea monster. Likely the very one that later provided you with the prophet characteristic. But for the part involving me, I can tell you in detail." Here, Yalarin's tone shifted, and she smiled, asking, By the way, have you guessed who I really am? Hearing this, Ebner studied her face again, then said uncertainly. You are, the Queen of Calamity, Kohainum. You actually guessed. Have you recovered Alvin's memories? For once, Yalarin looked genuinely surprised. But then she shook her head and dismissed it. Unlikely. At your current level, just newly sequence 4, you could at most recall about 100 years back, so. Here, she suddenly turned to gaze toward the left side of the church, as if she could see through its walls to the reflection in the lake outside, the Elven Trial Temple. I see. That temple retained traces of you, or rather, of the Unknown's power. She must have used that to briefly escape this nightmare of mine. So then, you must have encountered her somewhere in the collective subconscious sea, and from our similar faces deduced my identity. Yalarin spoke with a dawning expression of realization. And you and her? Ebner asked, feigning curiosity, playing along. She and I are both Kohainum, just different personalities of her. Yalarin chuckled softly here, then shook her head. I had thought our greatest divide was over you, but I never imagined that she, too, regards you as the most important person. That when danger comes, you're the first one she thinks of. Of course, of course. When she altered the activation incantation of your trial temple to be Kohainum, I should have realized. How laughable. If that's the case, then why were she and I once irreconcilable enemies? Surely it can't have been just over whether or not to carry out Saniathrim's final task. What on earth is this? Madam, could you maybe explain it in a way I can actually understand? The way you're putting it, you're making me sound like some scummy homewrecker stirring up drama between two goddesses. Ebner grumbled inwardly, though outwardly he waited for her laughter to subside before asking seriously. What exactly happened? Yalarin sobered and answered. The Queen of Calamity, you met before, and I, are both Kohainum, two opposing personalities of hers. Kohainum originally had no such mental affliction. But when fleeing the Elven court with you, she was struck by the power of the dark angel, Sassurer, planting the seed of future fracture. Later, during the days of hiding with you from pursuit, working together to expel excess characteristics, her mental division worsened, until you opened the god casket, which caused the issue to fully erupt. You've seen the murals inside the trial temple, you know that after you opened the god casket, she broke with you. But in truth, it wasn't she breaking with you, it was me and her breaking with each other. Because of irreconcilable contradictions, she and I could never merge, only fight endlessly. The final result was loss of control and a fall. But before we fell, each of us seized the body briefly to leave behind contingencies. She hid within the Book of Calamity, continuing to guard the god casket. I, meanwhile, entered the golden goblet I loved most, leaving you clues to find me. And indeed, you soon did. You found me and helped stabilize my half of the soul. Then you told me that you had experimented with soul stones imprinted with spherote, and discovered there was a chance to use those imprints to pry open the authority of the unknown, thereby enabling my resurrection. But at the time you only had Saniathrim's soul stone. If you stripped off its City of Calamity imprint, the Elven King would truly never resurrect again. You had once been his attendant god, and could not bear to cut him off completely, and besides, if you did so, she might also be provoked. So you waited until the special soul with the imprint of the knowledge more left the god casket. Only then did you strip that imprint, merge it into my soul, and with the unknown's help, I entered a long resurrection state, finally succeeding in reviving in the fourth epoch, within the body of a girl. By then, you were already a vampire duke. After finding me, you gave me the name I bear now. Later, because of the imprint of the knowledge more, I walked the path of the seer, but it also left hidden dangers. Since I advanced to demigod using Rhine's blood as a foundation, I retained some ability to commune with the unknown. I suppressed problems like my incomplete spirit, the conflict between my soul's essence and my pathway, and the contamination of the spheroid imprint. But not long ago, my authority to access the unknown suddenly vanished. Many problems erupted all at once. At the same time, the hermit tried to seize the opportunity to locate my true body, in order to steal my knowledge more imprint, along with the knowledge emperor characteristic Roselle had placed with me. So I was forced to hide inside this nightmare cloaked in secrecy, sending only a projection to seek you out, to help me resolve the current crisis. At this, Yalarin's blood-red eyes fixed on Ebner, full of expectation. Ebner, however, had only one comment on her story. What AF ***ing melodrama, ***. There's no way he could believe two ancient gods' attendants would actually play out this kind of soap opera. Either someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes, or the melodrama was just a facade, beneath it lay deeper causes. Compared to divine romance, I'd much rather believe that God of Luck once used Yalarin as a lab rat, to test out his transmigration reincarnation system, and that Yalarin, as a split personality of the Queen of Calamity, leveraged the God of Luck to revive herself and become an independent existence. I remember, when I encountered Kohainum in the collective subconscious sea, she warned me not to trust her other self completely. End of chapter. Chapter 966, Yalarin's Request. But then again, the other personality of Kohainem might not be trustworthy either. After pondering for a moment, Ebner had already understood Yalarin's true purpose for summoning him. Carefully, he asked. You want me to help you regain access to the unknown, don't you? Yalarin smiled and nodded. With her smile blossoming, the dimly lit church hall seemed, for an instant, to grow brighter. And how do I do that? Don't tell me I need to give you some of my blood. Ebner pressed again. To be honest, if that really was the method, he felt some resistance in his heart. After all, in the Beyonder world, giving one's blood to someone not intimately trusted always carried great risks. Yalarin shook her head with a laugh, then lightly parted her lips. Your blood could indeed work, but only once you reach angelhood. At my current state, I can't wait that long for you to become an angel. Without waiting for Ebner's next question, she plucked a single silver strand of hair from her head. With mystery reenactment, she fashioned it into a clone, exactly like herself. Ebner gazed at this duplicate. Compared with the one that had led him here earlier, this one was even closer to Yalarin's true body, both in aura and in strength. This clone has angel-level abilities. True, among angels her strength would rank at the bottom, but right now I can only maintain at most 2 such clones. The one who intercepted the Rose School's angel for you earlier, that was actually her. Oh, and I must ask you to thank Torsna on my behalf. If not for his curse at the last moment, this clone might have fallen, and my precious hair would have ended up in that Rose School angel's hands. After a brief introduction of her clone, Yalarin finally returned to the point. In fact, what I need you to do is quite simple, just take this clone into the unknown space behind your eye. Once inside, I can rely on the connection between myself and the clone to restore my access to the unknown. And this will benefit you as well. Once she's in the unknown, you can study her mythic form at any time, discuss occult knowledge with her, or even, in moments of danger, summon her briefly into reality to fight by your side. It's as if you'll always have a weakest-ranked angel with you. Here, Yalarin winked playfully, adding in a teasing tone. Of course, you could also bring her into reality for other things. She won't resist. So you want me to send your clone into the unknown? That I can do. After advancing to demigod, I can already sustain the channel and allow intangible things to pass in and out. And really, there's no danger to me. On the contrary, a pocket angel would be incredibly useful. Isn't this even better than Leonard's grandpa on call? But, madam, what's with that part about using her for other things? Do I look like that kind of degenerate? After inwardly giving a self-righteous rebuttal to Yalarin's tease, Ebner thought of the corrupted Zeradal historical projection in the unknown and raised the concern aloud. You're aware of the pollution in there, right? Sending your clone in, will that cause a problem? At this, Yalarin's smile broadened, almost radiant. Thank you for the concern. But in truth, simply by seeking the unknown, one is already polluted by him. In that sense, I've long been unable to leave the unknown. But unlike Zeradal, I am permitted by the current master of the unknown, you. Besides, angels naturally have some resistance to his pollution. As long as the unknown is still you, not the slumbering him, then I have nothing to fear. With the bond between us, you won't seek to control me, nor would you ever let him dictate my fate. Yalarin's smile grew gentler, though she didn't voice these final thoughts aloud. My permission. Klein once mentioned that a Rhodes told him only those permitted by Lubo could know him. Could this be an aspect of the unknown's authority? Nodding thoughtfully, Ebner no longer objected. He directly opened the pure white eye and gazed at the clone that so closely resembled Yalarin. At once, the clone's body began to turn translucent, breaking down into streams of dense knowledge. In the blink of an eye, she had become a pure information life form and dove straight into Ebner's eye. Ebner split off a wisdom eye to monitor her. Soon, he saw Yalarin's clone reform into human shape within, advancing step by step until she stopped before a black blot deep within the illusory sun. It was the imprint of the vampire duke, Rhine Caronidia. Simultaneously, Yalarin's true body exuded the aura of the unknown. The traces of decay and frailty on her vanished, leaving her looking more radiant, and more temptingly alluring, than before. Different from Lilith's embodiment of purer beauty, Yalarin's presence blended the concept with a bewitching charm that sent Ebner's heartbeat racing. This is dangerous. He had to activate the absolute rationality state, the advanced ability of mechanical mind at demigod, just to keep himself steady. Noticing his struggle, Yalarin reined in her charm slightly and smiled in explanation. You should know, Kohainem was also considered an old god. Old gods knew nothing of sequence potions, they crudely fused characteristics of similar authorities. She was called the Queen of Calamity not only because she held the catastrophe from the tyrant pathway, but also because she had absorbed characteristics of the demoness of calamity. And demoness, by nature, must indulge in ultimate pleasures and pursue passionate love. Even though she later expelled that characteristic with your help, those qualities remained, eventually becoming part of my personality. In short, I am more candid and fervent, while she is more volatile and restrained. I suspect that Kohainam's spirit was split so easily by the Dark Angel's power because she carried two conflicting sequence 2 characteristics from unrelated paths to begin with. So, your foundation is essentially Demoness, while her other personality is Tyrant. No wonder your charm is so overwhelming. It's the fusion of the moon's beauty and the Demoness temptation. No wonder I almost couldn't resist. But speaking of Kohainam's other personality, I recall Lilith gave me a long-term mission to confirm and recover the thing she took out of the Book of Calamity. I've always suspected she meant the God Casket, or rather, one of the special souls sealed within. But I need to confirm it. With this in mind, Ebner calmed his stirred body and smoothly shifted the subject. Is Kohainam's other personality inside the temple beneath the lake beside the church? At this, Yalarin's noble yet beguiling face darkened with vexation, and she snapped. Speaking of that, I was tricked by Roselle. End of chapter. Chapter 967, Kohainam and Yalarin. Tricked by Roselle. Somehow it sounds more like there was a deal between you two. After all, his Knowledge Emperor characteristic is still in your hands. Muttering this in his heart, Ebner listened as Yalarin continued. Roselle must have received guidance from the Calamity Seal. He came to me with the God Casket, hoping I would help him open it. The God Casket was entrusted by the Elf King to Kohainam to be carried to the Western continent. Apart from her and me, only you, back when you were the God of Fortune, knew how to open it. Roselle's offer had 3 conditions. First, he promised me the Knowledge Emperor's Beyonder characteristic. He swore that once he became the Black Emperor, he would give it to me. And that, he did not fail to deliver. Even though he was besieged and fell not long after his ascension, he still, grandly, fulfilled his promise. Still, I suspect he did so deliberately, to draw the Hidden Sage's attention toward me, easing the pressure on his daughter. Second, he prepared the advancement ritual required for me to ascend to Knowledge Emperor. But I suspect that was a trap. My suspicion had no concrete basis, not even a divination could confirm it, yet my intuition told me so. That is why, even now, I have not reached sequence 1. Third, he said he had foreseen the clue to the Book of Calamity, that is, the precise time when your trial temple would appear. At that time, I had a premonition that my future might fall into peril, perhaps requiring me to fuse with my other half to survive. So I accepted his terms. But who would have thought Roselle played word games? When Letitia entered your trial temple on my orders, she did indeed find the clue to the Book of Calamity. Yet Roselle had already severed her connection with the book in advance. It wasn't that Roselle was helping me find her, it was that he was helping her hide from me. I have to admit that Black Emperor's methods were formidable indeed. He even hid her within your trial temple and helped her gain partial authority over it. So much so that when I used Mystery Reenactment, Vanished Nation of Evernight to draw the trial temple into this nightmare town, I still failed to discover her. Until just now, your reaction upon recognizing me gave me a premonition. Only then did I locate her. But with your help now, I don't even need to find her for fusion anymore. At this, Yalarin wore a clear expression of disdain, as if the idea of fusion was deeply repulsive to her. She paused, glanced at some ornament in the church, and then continued her complaints. Roselle opening the God Casket and releasing all the soul stones would have been enough, but he even used the casket's lid to prepare a century-long ritual. That ritual was finally completed 11 years ago. I don't know what purpose he intended, but after Roselle's death, the Hidden Sage maintained it. And through that, he confirmed that the imprint of the knowledge more was on me. For the past 10 years, he has been hunting me. Which forced me to hide in this secret little town, sending only clones outside. That does sound like Roselle in his later years, always riddled with contradictions. I remember he even tried to use Kohainam's whereabouts as leverage against my master. If that was the case, of course he wouldn't let you find her so easily. Besides, Roselle's ultimate aim was for me to save him, he wouldn't set up something that truly made me his enemy. And behind many of his methods was the shadow of the Calamity Seal. Yalarin's peculiarity was clearly revealed by the Calamity Seal. The location of the Book of Calamity too. Otherwise, how could Roselle so easily find the other half of Yalarin when she herself had searched for centuries without success? So what exactly was the Calamity Seal's purpose in all this? To release the God Casket? To retrieve one of the special souls within? To ensure the completion of that ritual 11 years ago? Or was there some deeper scheme? Still, if it was me, the me of that life who bore the Calamity Seal, while I valued outcomes above all, I would always leave a way out. I don't know if that was habit, or just a trace of lingering humanity. In any case, Vera's intelligence was right, the casket's lid could indeed locate soul stones marked with spheroid imprints. That also explains why, beyond the royal faction of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and Yaldabaoth, both clearly tipped off by Roselle, other hidden powers like the Hidden Sage, the Mother Tree of Desire, and even Will-Oseptin all involved themselves in that ritual 11 years ago. They were trying to trace the locations of the spheroid imprints. That's why the hidden sage went after Yalaran. That's why the mother tree of desire pushed the Dorian family into contact with that sea monster. Even Little Snake must have drawn some revelation from it. But why would the true creator care about the ritual? Why nurture a survivor into the Aurora Order's saint of secret supremacy? Was it for Ouroboros? And as for me, the mastermind Little Snake mentioned, what was I trying to gain from all this? And how does this tie into Lilith's long-term mission? TSK, it seems I'll need to gather all 5 of the survivors, uncover the secrets on them, and recreate that ritual. Still, perhaps I should meet Kohainam's other personality first. She might know more. Ebner thought it over. After echoing Yalaran's criticisms of Roselle a few times, he shifted the topic and probed. Would it be possible for me to go to the temple and meet the other Queen of Calamity? After all, this hidden town was Yalaran's creation. If he wanted to meet the other Kohainam, he had to get the host's approval. At his words, Yalaran cast him a glance and then, feigning reluctance, said, "There's no need to go to the temple. If she knows you're here with me, how could she not come?" As she spoke, Yalaran turned toward a fountain ornament in the church. "Don't hide anymore, come out." Even before her voice had fallen, a layer of watery mist rose over the fountain. Then, from it stepped the figure of a woman in an elaborate, antiquated gown. Her hair was lustrous black, her features exquisite, her ears slightly pointed, her eyes deep and fathomless, her lines soft and refined. Except for her hair color, eye color, and the shape of her ears, she was identical to Yalaran. Though shorter, and lacking the beauty concept and alluring aura, her presence carried greater nobility and majesty than Yalaran. Kohainam was here all along. "Madam, that look of disdain you wore earlier, was it just for show, to spite this other Queen of Calamity?" I knew it seemed a bit forced. As Ebner grumbled inwardly, Kohainam was already looking at Yalaran, saying evenly, "Your behavior grows more frivolous by the day." There was no trace of the confusion or helplessness she'd shown in the sea of collective subconscious. She was composed and dignified. "Unlike you, I don't bother with pretenses. I prefer to, well, as Rhine would say, express my feelings openly." Yalaran smirked disdainfully and continued. "I wasn't certain before, but now I know, you were determined to take Saniathrim's soul stone back to the western continent for your own designs. Of course you knew he was already polluted by the unknown. Even if he revived, it would be only fortune that revived, not him. And yet, this way you could still call yourself Queen of the Elves, without it being considered betrayal. TSK, such clever scheming." At this, the Queen of Calamity Kohainam merely gave a cold umph. She showed not the slightest anger, calm to a degree that seemed unlike a beyonder of the sailor pathway. Maintaining her stance, she ignored Yalaran's barbs and turned instead to Ebner. She gave him a small nod and said, "Ask what you wish, and I will answer as best I can. But in return, you must promise me one thing." As expected of the same person. Though their tone and manner differ, their way of dealing is exactly the same. Hearing this, Ebner couldn't help but complain inwardly. End of chapter. Chapter 968, Secrets. "I wonder, what is it that you want me to do?" Ebner thought for a moment before repeating the same question he had asked not long ago. First, out of prudence and responsibility, it was best to clarify the other party's request before agreeing. Second, he couldn't treat them differently, could he? Just as he was mocking himself inwardly, Kohainam spoke calmly. "You should be able to see it yourself, unlike a certain woman who has already reincarnated into a human form, I am still in the state of an evil spirit, and an incomplete one at that." As she saw Ebner give a slight nod, she glanced at Yalaran before continuing, "My request is simple, help me free myself from the bondage of your trial temple, then find me either a beyonder of the gatekeeper or undying pathway, or a mystical item of the same, so I may have a vessel to inhabit." Well, that's quite proper. A normal request. Accepting it shouldn't be a problem. Ebner thought briefly and was about to agree, but still asked one more question. "How exactly am I to help you free yourself from the trial temple?" The noble lady, her black hair tied into a high bun, answered with an unchanged expression. "I originally existed relying on the Book of Calamity. With the blood of Fortune's descendants, I could break free. But after Roselle's relocation, the blood of descendants alone is no longer enough. The remaining elves must also be gathered to hold the Song of Calamity ritual for me. Of course, if Fortune could revive and directly reclaim authority over the trial temple, that would work as well. But for me, that carries certain risks." "Descendants? We still have descendants. Just what on earth did the former me get up to?" Ebner's scalp tingled, but he still asked calmly. "As for these descendants, could Lady Yalaran's descendants suffice? After all, you two were originally one. In theory, Yalaran's descendants should also be yours. And as it happens, I know one, Tren, the youth aboard Lady Gwen's ship." "Of course not. I already used a soul stone stripped of its spheroid imprint, combined with the power of the unknown, to revive once. My soul is still linked to her, but my body is human now. I no longer have anything to do with the title Queen of Elves. Yaloran interjected. It was clear she no longer recognized that identity. On the other side, Kohinum, with her shining black hair and soft features, seemed to drift into a pleasant memory. After a few seconds, she came back to herself. Without refuting Yaloran, she instead said with a complex tone. I remember my descendants. They established the Constantine family. Though half-elven, they should have lived decently among humans, yes. The Constantine who saw the second blasphemy slate. Ebner frowned. The name Constantine was indeed one of the most exalted surnames of the Fourth Epoch, on par with Solomon, Zeradal, Tudor, Tronsoist, Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, Castilla, Zoroast, and Stiano. But after the Black Emperor Solomon's first fall, Constantine vanished without a trace, with no further records. Only Admiral of the Deep Sea Hell bore the surname Constantine. Whether he adopted it after becoming a sea monster's dependent, or whether his mother had already been a Constantine, no one knew. Surely that sea monster didn't just take the god of fortune Oliver Constantine's seer characteristic and then presume itself to be his child, thus calling itself Constantine and influencing Hell too. Ebner muttered a few words. Still, he didn't find the task of locating Kohinum's descendants too difficult, since they would also be the god of fortune's descendants. And he himself was that god of fortune, with full knowledge of where that body lay. With so many mediums, whether by his own prophecy or Klein's divination, he would surely obtain plenty of revelations. As for finding a gatekeeper pathway beyond or mystical item, that was trickier. After all, most of the middle and high sequences of the death pathway were in the hands of the Church of the God of Death. Perhaps I could ask Patrick Bryan. Come to think of it, that immortal fool really is a distant relative of mine. After I became a Viscount, he even sent me a visiting card under the guise of a garment factory owner. Yes, it's worth meeting him. First, I might wring a gatekeeper or two from him. Second, the Great One sealed artifact, Madhunt, metal I retrieved from Morningstar City requires fresh blood from a blood relative anyway. As these thoughts spun, Ebner agreed to Kohinum's request. In exchange, he asked about the God of Fortune and the God Casket. On Lubo during the Fortune era, Kohinum's tone differed, but the content was much the same as Yaloran's, only with more detail. This was natural, back then, they had not yet split into two. Roselle only managed to find the Book of Calamity because of your arrangement. That's why I didn't resist when he cut off my connection to it. I suspect you foresaw that she might become a threat to me in the future, so you had your friend transfer me into your temple. And during that time, the God Casket I had taken out from the Book of Calamity was also seized by Roselle. Kohinum summarized her encounter with Roselle. At this, Ebner pondered for a moment, then asked again. Besides the God Casket, did you bring anything else out? For the first time, Kohinum's always cold expression wavered. After a long while, she nodded. Yes, there was also Omabella's soul stone, stripped of the brood nest imprint. Omabella. The giant queen. She was the special soul of the brood nest imprint. So Lilith's true target must have been Omabella's soul stone, the fragment of her remaining spirit and will. Since the imprint was stripped, Omabella lost all connection to the spherote. Revival by source quality was almost impossible. Then why is Lilith searching for her? To prevent news of Omabella's death from spreading. With that thought, Ebner asked again. Where is Omabella's soul now? I don't know. Kohinum shook her head. Roselle took it away too. Before Ebner could press, she added after a pause. I suspect Roselle intended to use her as a medium for some ritual. A ritual? 11 years ago. Ebner thought, then asked carefully. When exactly was Omabella's soul stone stripped of its spheroid imprint? Did Lilith obtain it in the end? And why would she stop short of annihilation? I don't quite know. I've lost the memory of how I acquired it. I can only guess it happened not long after my split from the woman beside me. Kohinum frowned in thought, then added. Right, I do remember seeing, in Omabella's lingering spirit, the scene of her final moment. She was slain by her own child, Badhile. Badhile, the god of combat. He killed his own mother. The root of Silver City's patricide curse. Ebner was dumbstruck by the revelation. But after a moment's thought, he frowned. But wait. If the god of combat knew the Earth Mother wasn't Omabella, then why would Lilith still deliberately hide it, even sending me to look for Omabella's soul? And why would the god of combat slay Omabella, his own mother? Thinking thus, he asked aloud. What was Badhile's reason for doing this? Kohinum glanced at Ebner, then after a few seconds' hesitation answered. Omabella, like me, was also an ancient god. Beyond being the Sequence 2, desolate matriarch, of the Mother Pathway, she advanced further after Lilith's death to become Naturewalker. And she also housed a Hand of God characteristic. After all, Desolation's authority is close to Dusk's decline and death. In the time before potion sequences were known, ancient gods like us tended to gather authorities together. Most likely, Badhile slew his mother for that sequence 1 characteristic. Of course, bringing the land of plenty into decline and ruin may itself have been part of accommodating a uniqueness. End of chapter. Chapter 969, Speculation and Midnight Fright. To cause the land of fertility to decay and collapse, could that have been the ritual for accommodating the uniqueness of the Twilight Giant pathway? And a ritual to accommodate a uniqueness is essentially a simplified version of a godhood ritual. That means, for the god of combat to ascend, he at the very least plunged a continent into twilight, forcing the living beings upon it into overall decline and collapse. The current state of the forsaken land of the gods. He must have played a tremendous role. Was this the true reason he joined the Rose of Redemption? We are redeeming ourselves, and at the same time preserving the balance of this world. Division and estrangement are, without question, the most fundamental order. This is also his belief. It cannot be denied that we all harbor our own dark thoughts and desires, but that is perfectly natural. Death and blood are inevitable. Under the name of the Rose of Redemption, we march forward. Ebner recalled the descriptions of the Rose of Redemption from the original work, and now he had a much deeper understanding. Not only the angel kings like the Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom bore dark intentions of their own, most of the other attendees were surely waiting for such an opportunity as well. That included the goddess and Lilith, the ancient sun god, himself, and even me. The countless schemes buried for millennia in the original text, this was where they began. After mulling this over, Ebner's thoughts turned back to the matter of the god of combat slaying his mother, Omabella. This completely defied Ebner's former understanding of Lord of Mysteries. Combining what the original said with Lilith's attitude toward Omabella, there are roughly 2 possibilities. First, the god of combat, Badhile, killing his mother, the goddess of harvest, Omabella, was an agreement between mother and son. Badhile used it to obtain his mother's portion of the hand of God and conveniently complete the ritual to accommodate the uniqueness. As for Omabella, she very likely used the opportunity of being killed to cast off the hand of God characteristic that had fused into her, and then by leveraging the process of dying and reviving, play the role of the nature walker, thus digesting the sequence 1 characteristic she had obtained from Lilith. And then, from sequence 9 up to sequence 4, the mother pathway manifests aspects of life. But the sequence 4, ancient alchemist, ritual requires extracting 300 years of one's own lifespan to refine a stone of life, a material for resurrection of others. That is a very clear turning point between life and death. Then comes sequence 3, pallbearer, and sequence 2, desolate matriarch. Just from the names you can see the association with death, decay, and withering, manifestations of death. So, sequence 1, nature walker, is most likely a synthesis of the prior sequences. After all, life and death, decay and flourishing, are all parts of nature, all parts of the cycle. And the beginning of each new cycle is the mother. In short, a bold assumption, the nature walker may have cycle abilities similar to the Black Emperor, capable of reviving after death. The god of combat knew this, and that's why he never doubted the later identity of the Earth Mother. In his difficult moments, he even invited the mother to stand with him against the goddess. But what he hadn't expected was that Lilith had likely tampered with the nature walker characteristic he had deliberately left behind, so Omabella may have been replaced midway through her resurrection. She fell completely, with deep resentment, perhaps even towards her son. The lingering spirit in the desolate matriarch characteristic evolved into Silver City's parricide curse. If this hypothesis stands, then logically it all makes sense, but still, something doesn't quite fit. After the first layer of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Lilith openly proclaimed her revival, even ostentatiously displaying closeness with the goddess. She invested in me just like the Earth Mother. She didn't seem to care that others might question the Earth Mother's true identity. That runs counter to the purpose of tasking me with the long-term mission of finding Omabella's soul stone, unless she has deeper considerations. And the second possibility is that the god of combat, Badhile, and the harvest goddess Omabella had no such tacit understanding. Ancient gods were scarcely human, with little affection for kin. Killing one's family for the sake of rituals or characteristics is not unimaginable. Giants, elves, vampires, those humanoid races may be better off, but magic wolves, undying birds, aberrants, demons, dragons, their kinships were surely messier still. So for one reason or another, the god of combat killed his mother, seizing the characteristic. For reasons unknown, he then tacitly allowed Lilith to assume the title of the harvest goddess, becoming the later Earth Mother. This is why the Earth Mother in the 4th and 5th epochs was largely neutral, only leaning slightly to Badhile's side, and why Badhile never doubted her, he already knew. This is why, after sparking the war that swept the northern continent, he did not initially invite the Earth Mother, only doing so when he began to lose ground. Of course, it could all have been part of his plan, only for that plan to be absorbed into the goddess's greater scheme. A reasonable reconstruction would be, the god of combat deliberately allowed rumors that the Earth Mother was not Omabella to spread, making the goddess believe she had an opening and pushing her to secretly ally with Lilith. That way, the goddess would not endlessly hide, fearing to fight two foes at once. Instead, she would lure both Lilith and the god of combat into her divine kingdom, then suddenly team with Lilith to strike him down. That was his chance. But he did not foresee Lilith truly siding with the goddess, nor her true betrayal. That's why, in the Dark Kingdom, he bitterly cried out Lilith's name. This interpretation also explains why Lilith was unconcerned about the secret of the Earth Mother being herself, and even now having me search for Omabella's soul stone, all of it just a smokescreen, a reasonable way to leak the secret to the goddess. Of course, the goddess must have already known. This was all a play staged for the god of combat, a trap. But the one problem with this theory, why would the god of combat trust Lilith? After all, Lilith's aim in the War of Gods was the uniqueness of the moon in the goddess's hands. Whichever side she joined, she had a chance at it. In such circumstances, betrayal is expected. Just look at the lamp god during the battle between the Fool and Amon in the Source Castle, how he hopped from side to side with every promise. Lilith, of course, is far more decisive than that foolish lamp god, but the god of combat surely wouldn't trust her blindly, unless they had a powerful constraint. The Brass Book of Trunsoist. Did they use 0-02 to establish rules like, we shall not attack each other? But Lilith probably found a way to bypass the restrictions of that rule book. If so, then it becomes reasonable, but that's still based on the original novel's logic, and now, with me in the picture, the factor cannot be ignored. Perhaps Lilith and the goddess's schemes have long since diverged from the original. Turning these thoughts over, Ebner sighed. Perhaps the so-called original could be discarded entirely, his butterfly wings had stirred far too much. Do you have any other requests? At this moment, Hai Jinnam saw Ebner lift his head and softly asked. Ebner thought for a moment, then, sincerely, said. May I ask you to display the mythic form of the Sailor Pathway, so that I can study it? East Chester County, inside the Hall family manor. Audrey suddenly jolted awake from sleep. Opening her eyes, she was startled to find Susie arched in a defensive posture, facing off against a shadowy figure in the room. End of chapter. Chapter 970, Blood-Colored Crystal. Seeing a stranger break into her room, Audrey felt a trace of fear, but still forced herself to remain calm as she grabbed the charm sealed with spirituality from her bedside, ready to loudly question the intruder and summon her family's bodyguards. Yet before the words could leave her mouth, her spirituality gave a warning: if she made a loud sound, it would cause irreversible and terrifying consequences. Instinctively, she glanced at Susie and found that her golden retriever, while maintaining a vigilant stance, was also suppressing the growl in her throat. At that moment, the figure hidden under a black robe lowered her voice and said, Miss Audrey, it's me, also, please don't make too much noise. A woman. And that voice sounded familiar. Audrey had just thought this when the figure stepped out of the shadows, pulling back her hood so that a cascade of waist-length black hair fell loose. Islant Asislika. Audrey immediately recognized the visitor. It was none other than Miss Islant, the psychological alchemist, who, though posing as a psychiatrist, was in fact only at the level of a telepathist. And I'm already preparing for my promotion to hypnotist. Letting out a small sigh of relief, Audrey's gaze was suddenly drawn to the suitcase at Islant's feet. Because from that box, she read a few stray thoughts, and realized it was very fond of her appearance, as if it wanted to strip off her wrapping, wash her clean, and slowly consume her. Although the compliment about my looks makes me happy, but what does slowly consume mean? Ugh. And I don't need a suitcase's compliments. The suppression from something higher on the food chain made Audrey tense again. She dared not look at the suitcase further and lowered her voice. Miss Islant, can you explain why you've appeared in my room at this hour? Good evening, Miss Audrey. The baby-faced Islant curtsied first, then said with some embarrassment, I'm very sorry to disturb you so late, but I've actually come to ask for help. Help? Audrey furrowed her brow, summoning Susie back to her side. She then saw her big dog signal with a glance, indicating that the intruder meant no harm and that she could listen to her first. She just gave me a look. Audrey's expression grew complicated, but she gave a soft before continuing. Miss Islant, can you explain more specifically? Islant didn't hide anything. She recounted how she had been coerced by a suitcase into traveling to East Chester County to await a certain task, how she had the misfortune to encounter an arbiter conducting a search, and how she had no choice but to unseal the suitcase and use its power to escape. But this time, after being unsealed, the suitcase had clearly gone wrong. Its appetite was growing, and it had become picky about the quality of flesh and blood. Driven to desperation, Islant dared not confess to the church. With no other choice, she suddenly remembered that Miss Audrey Hall was currently in East Chester, and that her family was surely protected by powerful beyonders. So she had slipped inside to seek help, only hoping to have the box sealed again. A hunger for flesh, capable of using abilities from multiple pathways, and bearing the trait of being alive. That's at least a shepherd-level sealed artifact. Father's hired bodyguards will hardly be able to handle it. One misstep, and not only Susie and I, but even father and mother could be in danger. As a member of the Tarot Club, Audrey had been exposed to far more advanced knowledge than Islant, who was only a mid to lower tier member of the psychological alchemists. From the description alone, Audrey had already made a preliminary judgment about the box. At the same time, though she understood Islant's thinking, she was still angry that the woman had brought such danger to her home. Calm down, Audrey, anger won't solve the problem. Even if I want to punish Islant, I have to resolve the crisis first. From what I know, Father's bodyguards are only mid-sequence, and many are placed here by the Church of the Night. Even if they could handle this box, they'd definitely take Islant away afterward. And that would inevitably expose my membership in the psychological alchemists. Because of Father's status, the Church likely wouldn't arrest me, but it would draw far more scrutiny, and I'd lose my freedom. More importantly, if the bodyguards make a mistake and the box runs wild, my entire family could die. So, the safest way is still to pray to Mr. Fool, and ask him for protection. As Audrey pondered, sweat beaded on Islant's forehead. She spoke anxiously. Miss Audrey, it has at most 5 minutes before it starts going mad. Please, think of something quickly. Hearing this, Audrey came back to her senses and made a decision. She instructed Susie to watch Islant, while she herself pretended to leave in search of help. In reality, once she left the bedroom, she did not alarm the night maids. Instead, she used the open door charm Ebner had once given her to slip into a separate room. There, Audrey sat down, leaned forward, clasped her hands together in prayer, and pressed them against her forehead. In Hermes she whispered, "O fool who does not belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, you are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Above the grey fog, seated in the fool's chair, Klein, after divining the potion Formula 4, Priest of Light, picked up the slender blood crystal extracted from the body of Gilchis the Slaughterer. This was not the opponent's, beyond her characteristic. After all, Gilchis' soul and characteristic had already been swallowed into the creeping hunger. Klein thought for several seconds before carefully writing a divination statement. Its origin. Holding the item and the paper, Klein once again silently recited the words and entered the dream. In the grey foggy world, he saw the great sailing ship, Death Announcer, with its bow and stern both sharply raised. He saw Gilchis' bottomless loyalty and reverence for that ship, so deep that he had no sense of self before it. Moments later, Klein opened his eyes. Sitting up straight, he looked at the slender blood crystal and silently murmured to himself. Death Announcer is alive. A sealed artifact with the trait of life. This crystal is the source of its control over its crew, with intense corruption. Whether human or object, anything without sufficient rank would be corroded, becoming an actual part of it. Lifting the crystal, inhaling its faint sulfur scent, Klein faintly felt the corrosive power hidden deep within. It said the abyss is the most corrupting place of all. Even angels would lose control and fall there, and those who guard the abyss would eventually be assimilated. The traits of the Death Announcer match this perfectly. And perhaps it's not just an illusion, I feel Lubo's way of transmigrating might actually be somewhat similar to this. Right, Ebner once told me that in his life as the god of fortune, he seemed to have separated an imprint of the shadow world connected to the abyss, and even conducted experiments with it. Though he never revealed to me what the shadow world, or rather the spherote, truly is, I suspect Lubo's research into the tenebrous world affected the abyss somehow. Perhaps the Death Announcer's method was a byproduct of his experiments. Klein let his thoughts wander further, then considered another question. So the true king of the immortality is actually the Death Announcer? Agalito is merely its agent, or perhaps just a manager with partial authority. As Bernadette guessed, Agalit might not even be a demigod. He fell silent for a few seconds, then attempted another divination, this time to seek insight into the purpose of the slender blood crystal. He wasn't worried about attracting calamity, in fact, he was prepared for it. Even if it linked him to the abyss, to the cosmos' dark side, or to Lubo in his era as the god of fortune, at worst it would be like the backlash from the true creator or the eternal blazing sun, and Klein was confident he could withstand it. Soon, in the foggy grey world, he saw an ancient altar drenched in blood. Upon it were inscribed filthy words and symbols, as if they were shouting. The scene shifted. A tall, handsome man over 3 meters in height placed the condensed blood crystal and the soul onto the altar. He performed a ritual that turned the soul into an egg. It really works. The man muttered just as the foggy world shattered. Klein slowly opened his eyes and sat upright. An egg. Roselle's diary recorded that Yaldabaoth hatched from an egg. So this blood crystal has the ability of resurrection. And who was that tall man? The god of fortune. Was that one of his experiments? Also, the blood crystal I just saw was far more complete than the one in my hand. So the death announcer must have been a byproduct, a half-finished result of that man's experiments. What I have here is only a defective version. Humph, why am I thinking so much? I have no intention of using something demonic anyway. Better to hand this over to the tower to research, and just wait for the results. Thinking this, Klein casually tossed the slender, damaged blood crystal together with the gleaming crystal, the beyonder characteristic left behind by the priest of light, into the junk pile. Just as he prepared to return to reality, he saw the crimson star symbolizing misjustice expanding and contracting. End of chapter. Chapter 971, Ebner's Suggestion. East Chester County, the town of Kaba. Not long after Professor Masaka and Elizabeth's group hid inside the church under Ebner's reminder, they felt two abnormally terrifying auras descend at once. The ordinary members of the archaeological team were not too badly affected, but Professor Masaka, a Sequence 8 archaeologist, and Elizabeth, a special case with naturally sharp intuition who had also been tainted by the aura of a death god's descendant, did not feel so fortunate. Elizabeth felt as though all the blood in her body had stopped flowing. Her limbs were icy cold, her mind completely blank, utterly stripped of the ability to think. She had no idea how much time had passed. When her senses finally returned, she discovered that she had awakened at the round table of the small-town tavern. Could everything just now have been a dream? No sooner had Elizabeth formed that thought than she saw the heads of Mr. Wallace's bodyguard and retainer suddenly explode, spraying blood all over two of her upperclassmen. It was the exact same gruesome death they had suffered earlier when they blew each other's brains out with guns. That wasn't a dream. That wasn't a dream. Elizabeth whispered to herself several times, then quickly thought of Mr. Wallace, who had chosen to stay behind in the temple. She anxiously looked around, but found no trace of the organizer. By then, Professor Masaka had also recovered. He went to the window, glanced at the quiet streets of the small town outside, and judged that they had already returned to reality. Without delay, he gathered his frightened students and Wallace's two surviving attendants to head for the outskirts of town. As for Dast, after exchanging a look with Masaka, he tacitly walked at the rear of the group to guard against accidents. In this way, the group made it beyond the town's borders without incident, finally breathing a collective sigh of relief. But then Elizabeth suddenly pointed at a shadow lying in the grass and cried in surprise. "Mr. Wallace." Her shout drew Wallace's attendants forward in a rush, and sure enough, they found the unconscious Jishink Wallace. However, after Professor Masaka's simple treatment, the young gentleman awoke with no memory of the previous events. His recollections stopped at sunset. The others didn't find this particularly strange, but Elizabeth observed Wallace carefully, then asked the nearby Dast with a thoughtful expression. "Mr. Gudrian, may I consult you on a question?" Dast was taken aback, then responded gallantly. "Please, ask your question." Can beyonders change their appearance?" Elizabeth asked hesitantly. After thinking for a few seconds, Dast nodded. "To my knowledge, there is a sequence called the Faceless that can achieve this. But I'm sorry, I don't know which pathway it belongs to, or which exact sequence." Faceless. Elizabeth repeated the word several times, then curtsied and said, "There's no need to apologize. Knowing this much about mysticism is already enough for me." "I'm honored to answer your question, my lady," Dast replied with a smile. While the two exchanged courtesies, neither realized that a figure stood right beside them, listening to their entire conversation. Naturally, it was Ebner, who had hidden himself with psychological invisibility. After studying the mythical creature form of Hygienen and preliminarily establishing a model, he had bid farewell to the two angels and departed the deepest nightmare of Kaba town. Yalarin and Hygienen glanced at the dense darkness outside the nightmare town but made no attempt to stop him. Speaking of which, I had wanted to thank the goddess for her earlier substitute strike, but even after returning to reality I had no chance. All I found was that the black gem on my chest had reappeared, and in my hand I was inexplicably holding a heavily polluted hypnotist characteristic. No, more precisely, it was a grey tailcoat formed from the mixture of that characteristic. The goddess, the ancient sun god, and the dragon of imagination. How could this tailcoat deserve pollution from those three great beings? The overlapping negative effects alone would be enough to kill a demigod. After muttering a few complaints, Ebner stored the tailcoat into the Irvin's Riddle Labyrinth, and incidentally released the real Jishink Wallace trapped inside. It was worth noting that because Wallace wasn't some utterly depraved villain, Ebner had not taken his life. But since Wallace had answered incorrectly in several consecutive rounds inside the labyrinth, he had pawned himself away. Strictly speaking, under the authority of the money pathway, Mr. Wallace had already become Ebner's slave. He simply didn't know it yet. And because the Riddle Labyrinth belonged to the money pathway from another planet, linked to the outer deity, primal hunger, the Orthodox churches weren't familiar with it. Even if they examined it, there was a high chance they wouldn't discover the master-servant relationship between Ebner and Wallace. This was even more sophisticated than Sloth's control over greed. Back to the main point, after releasing Wallace from the labyrinth and tossing him into the grass outside town, Ebner had lingered nearby, which was why he happened to overhear Elizabeth and Dast's conversation, making him glance at the young woman twice more. This little girl, who secretly has some affection for Klein, does indeed have sharp intuition. Well, it makes sense. Anyone touched by the beacon of destiny, who hasn't died yet, is certainly not ordinary. And her fate really is peculiar. She's participated in multiple supernatural incidents, yet each time she's missed the chance to become a Beyonder. Should I nudge her fate, and let her truly step onto the Beyonder path? After some thought, Ebner decided it was best to let the young woman choose for herself. So he drew upon the power of the Wheel of Fortune's uniqueness, manifesting several lines of text before Elizabeth's eyes. Having done this, he gave one last glance at the young lady lost in thought, then turned to leave without waiting for her choice. But at that very moment, boundless grey fog spread before him, and the image of Miss Justice's prayer appeared. Islant and that box actually went to Miss Justice's home. Fate really is strange. Just from nudging the course of one young woman's river of destiny, I've caused Audrey, who isn't even that close of a friend, to fall into crisis. If I truly tried to change destiny on a large scale, the backlash from fate itself would be no small thing. But in my life before becoming a seer, and even earlier, I changed others' fates countless times. Why did I never pay the price? There are two possibilities. Either someone else bore those backlashes in my stead, or I've already paid the price somewhere I don't yet know about. As these thoughts flashed by, Ebner didn't dwell further. Time was urgent. He immediately used the secret technique, spirit-body travel, shuttling toward the Hall family's castle. In the small room, Audrey had just finished her prayer and was preparing to stand up when the space beside her swirled with vivid overlapping colors, like a painted canvas. From within, a handsome young man with brown curls and gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. "Mr. Tower. It's actually you, here in person," Audrey exclaimed joyfully. After all, he was one of the Tarot Club's two demigods, surely more than capable of resolving the crisis caused by a sealed artifact. "Yes, I accepted the mission given by Mr. Fool," Ebner explained briefly, then turned his gaze toward Audrey's bedroom, where a thick aura of corruption emanated. With that, he altered his appearance, then grabbed Audrey's hand and instantly flashed back into her bedroom. Islant was startled at their sudden appearance, but not overly surprised. After all, the box at her feet had the same ability to appear and vanish unpredictably. "What's the exact situation?" Ebner asked. Though he had already parsed the box and mostly guessed the truth, he feigned ignorance. With the 5 minutes almost up, Islant no longer cared for etiquette. She summarized the situation as concisely as possible, then looked hopefully at the reinforcement Miss Audrey had brought, eagerly asking, "How will you seal it? Do you need my help?" Ebner only shook his head. Looking at the box, which was brimming with a greedy aura, he chuckled softly. The reason it's disobedient and increasingly picky is, at its core, because it's been fed too much. My suggestion is, starve it for a few meals. End of chapter. Chapter 972, the box's taste has changed. Starve it a few meals. Islant was dumbfounded, hardly daring to believe her ears. After all, the dangers of sealed artifacts were well known. Even the official church squads treated them with utmost caution. How could this gentleman invited by Miss Audrey give such a careless answer? Is he joking? But this isn't funny at all. She couldn't help but glance at Audrey, hoping the young lady would chide the men into being serious. After all, sealing this box was a matter of life and death. Such an attitude was simply irresponsible. But to her shock, Audrey completely ignored Islant's look and instead asked with eager curiosity, "How do we make it obediently go hungry?" She had witnessed too many miracles from Mr. Tower at the Tarot Club, so she never thought he was joking. "Go hungry, voluntarily. Miss Audrey, please wake up. This is a dangerous sealed artifact." At that moment, Islant deeply doubted whether coming to the Hall family for help had been the right choice. Just then, whether because mealtime had arrived, or because it had been enraged by Ebner and Audrey's conversation, the surface of the box cracked open with a jagged seam. 2 rows of phantom, pale white teeth sprouted from within, and in the next instant, it leapt toward Audrey. Among those present, Audrey was the most beautiful, so she became the box's first choice. Islant quickly rolled aside, pulling out a large bag of beef to throw at the box in hopes it would once again be satisfied. If Audrey died here, the Earl of Hall would never forgive her. Her fate would be worse than being eaten by the box. At the same time, the golden retriever Susie leapt in front of Audrey, blocking the box's trajectory. Audrey, though startled, felt no real fear and made no move to dodge. She trusted that Mr. Tower would surely protect her. Sure enough, Ebner extended his right palm toward the box and declared, "Exile." The box was instantly struck by a mighty invisible force, blown across the room, crashing through the wall, only to be stopped by the unfathomable, pitch-black darkness behind it. Without pause, Ebner raised his palm again and solemnly intoned in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." The air around the box immediately thickened, forming 6 transparent walls that sealed it within. Only then did Islant, still clutching her beef, finally react. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. That's it. The terrifying sealed artifact that cornered me so utterly is subdued this easily. This gentleman Miss Audrey invited, is he a saint? A saint of the arbiter pathway. As Islant's feelings tangled, excitement and longing flashed in Audrey's eyes. In her view, Mr. Tower's presence had suddenly swelled with grandeur, exuding a majesty that seemed able to dictate life and death itself. And his effortless gesture, pointing a finger and speaking just 2 words to subdue a sealed artifact, fit perfectly with her past fantasies of the extraordinary. At least one of them. As Emperor Roselle would say, very cool. But the box itself was not so admiring. While trapped, it was overwhelmed by a sudden, inexplicable terror, nearly bowing down, crawling, desperate to obey every command and word of the men before it. Yet by relying on the lingering aura of a great being, it quickly broke free of that instinct, and in humiliated rage, released dozens of black flames. However, the flames were swiftly extinguished upon striking the sticky air walls. They could not breach the imprisonment. Ebner nodded in satisfaction, thinking, aside from the sun pathway and adjacent ones like Visionary, my simulated powers from the Arbiter pathway have now reached normal demigod level. This must be thanks to inheriting the complete memories of Giuseppe Castia. I understand the law mage's abilities most deeply. My other pathways wouldn't reach this effect without transforming into their incomplete mythical forms. But this box really is a grade 1 sealed artifact. Even if the shepherding witch who raised it was mid-sequence, its black flames still reached a level comparable to a demigod. Without secretly layering an extra guardian shield atop my imprisonment, bribing it, and notarizing its powers to weaken them, it might have broken free. With Islant present, Ebner only revealed the Arbiter pathway abilities, keeping his other methods hidden. Neither Audrey nor Islant noticed anything amiss. After all, from the moment Ebner brought Audrey back to her bedroom, the 3 people, 1 dog, and 1 box had already been silently pulled into a hidden space. It was the hidden space of the mystic. And secrecy was its default state. This was an ability Ebner mastered through the door card. He could carve out a hidden subspace in a place, accessible only through specific doors. Otherwise, the spatial barriers blocked all passage. That abyssal darkness the box had smashed into earlier was the boundary of this hidden space. The box soon realized this as well. Failing to break the imprisonment, it tried teleportation to escape. But it failed miserably. This was Ebner's hidden space. Unless he left an opening or dissolved it himself, no other door would work. Frustrated and starving, the box went mad, unleashing one ability after another. But Ebner countered them all until, finally, it quieted down in impotent fury. So this is what you mean by starving it? Audrey and Islant had the same thought flash through their minds. Islant recovered, put down her beef, and was about to step forward to thank Ebner. But he waved her off, signaling it wasn't over. He then drew a card and released from it a pitch-black book. The Book of the Dead, left behind by his previous incarnation, the Lord of the Undead, Vicente Miranda. For living sealed artifacts like this, the Death, Moon, and Visionary pathways all had relatively friendly methods of communication. Now, Ebner planned to combine them. He invoked secret techniques with the Blessing of the Goddess of Beauty to charm, then used the aura of Calderon City from the Book of the Dead to intimidate with the higher authority of the Death pathway. At last, through this blend of carrot and stick, the box realized it could neither fight nor flee, and reluctantly accepted Ebner's friendly suggestions, loosening its mental defenses. Ebner immediately wove a virtual personality into it, altering its subconscious. After about 10 minutes, Ebner released all restraints, picked up the box, and set it on the table. Sealed already? Audrey asked curiously, staring at the suitcase that now gave off no terrifying aura. It's done. After some friendly negotiation, it has changed its tastes and feeding habits, Ebner said with a smile, patting the box's surface. Now it only loves canned wolffish, about 10 pounds a week. End of chapter. Chapter 973, Islant had no idea what she was facing. Wolffish canned food. What's that? Audrey and Islant both revealed puzzled expressions, only one dared to ask, while the other hesitated to speak. As ladies of Backlund's upper class, neither of them had ever been to sea, so it was natural they had no understanding of wolffish canned food. Wolffish canned food is a dish from the eastern coast of Fasak, the Gargas archipelago, and similar places. It's made from salted wolffish, and it's rather popular among sailors. Well, because its flavor is quite pungent, and the suitcase's appetite is also heavy, I deliberately chose it as the suitcase's meal replacement. Ebner explained with a straight face for a few sentences before adding, because I've changed its taste, it can no longer graze on others. It can only use the abilities it currently has. The suitcase's appetite being heavy. It was actually fine before. Only this afternoon did it suddenly relapse, and its appetite grew heavier and heavier. Island retorted in her heart but didn't say it aloud. Meanwhile, Audrey puffed out her cheeks a little in secret. After all, she had long since realized that what the suitcase always wanted to eat was her. But how am I considered heavy taste? No, wait, I'm a human. Eating people probably is pretty heavy. But something still feels off. Just as Audrey's thoughts drifted further away, Ebner handed the suitcase to her, then turned toward Island with a half-smile and said, "Now then, let's talk about your problem, Miss Island. You drew danger onto the Hall family and brought it before Miss Audrey. You can't possibly think there would be no price to pay. Here it comes." Island thought silently, then lifted her skirt and gave a curtsy, speaking with sincerity, "I won't defend myself. My actions did indeed bring great danger to Miss Audrey. I am willing to accept punishment." She had already anticipated this, but at that time the situation had been urgent, and she had no chance to weigh the consequences. And in any case, being punished by Miss Audrey was far preferable to being locked in a church basement by an official team or turned into an experimental subject. A clever response. She must be relying on Audrey's good temper, certain that the punishment won't be too heavy. Ebner chuckled inwardly, glanced at Audrey who had just returned to herself, and smiled as he said, "Miss Audrey, what do you think?" At present, he was playing the role of the Hall family's bodyguard, so naturally he had to defer to his own lady. "This suitcase was sealed by you. It's better for you to decide," Audrey said after pondering for a few seconds, pushing the decision back to Ebner. Seeing this, Island wasn't surprised. Her eyes, however, were filled with unease as she looked at Ebner. After all, the man before her was a genuine demigod. No matter how noble Miss Audrey's status was, she couldn't possibly order a demigod to follow her will. Yielding the authority to him was the smart choice. Glancing at the two beautiful ladies watching him, Ebner thought for a moment, then raised 3 fingers at Island and said, "3 things. As long as you agree to 3 things, I will no longer pursue the matter of you endangering Miss Audrey." 3 things. Island's heart tightened. Her intuition told her it wouldn't be simple. But now, there was no room for bargaining. After taking a deep breath, she asked, "What exactly are the 3 things you speak of?" "First, from today onward, the ownership of this suitcase belongs to Miss Audrey," Ebner said with a smile, then gave Audrey a discreet signal to temporarily accept it. After all, the suitcase was Ebner's spoil of war and should have been his by right. As a psychologist, Audrey easily read Ebner's meaning. She nodded and thought to herself, Ebner's signals are even easier to understand than Susie's. This time, Island didn't hesitate at all. "That's not a problem," she said. After all, she hadn't wanted the suitcase for quite some time. "Second, you must work for Miss Audrey for 3 years, becoming her slave, no, her personal assistant. During this time, you cannot disobey any of her requests. Of course, requests that would seriously harm your physical or mental health are excluded. I will draft a notarized contract afterward, and you must sign it." Personal assistant. What a nice-sounding term. But what you wanted to say just now was definitely slave or servant. Island grumbled inwardly, then began to seriously consider this demand. If it were for someone else, I'd rather die than be a servant. But Miss Audrey is kind-hearted. She surely wouldn't mistreat me. It's actually acceptable. Besides, it's only 3 years. Though my identity may not allow me to stay by Miss Audrey's side often. Thinking this, Island voiced her concern. Ebner merely smiled unconcernedly. "That's not an issue. I'll resolve it for you." Her direct superior, Stephen Hampers, had already become a sealed artifact, taken into Ebner's quiz labyrinth. And the current pride, Vin Rambis, had long since been replaced by the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt. Although he didn't yet know the results of Vera's side, since the old dragon hadn't descended directly into Stephen but had only triggered a preset persona, that meant Vera had successfully intercepted him. Through this, he must have also realized the power behind me. Sending a subordinate as compensation was practically effortless, and Ebner was certain he wouldn't interfere. Seeing the saint before her so confident, Island couldn't tell whether he had some collaboration with the psychological alchemists. But since he had taken on the responsibility, she said no more and nodded. "I accept this condition as well." "Excellent." Ebner nodded with satisfaction. He casually grabbed a sheet of stationery from Audrey's bedroom, then, with his forgery ability, instantly produced a contract filled with detailed terms of agreement. The notarization came from the illusory sun behind the pure white eye, from the illusory white angel. A contract notarized like this was almost impossible even for an ordinary angel to interfere with. After reading the detailed clauses, and finding nothing immediately unfavorable to her, Island resolved herself and prepared to sign. But Ebner stopped her, directly taking a drop of her blood to merge with the contract. Then, with a half-smile, he said, "This way, once you break the contract, punishment will descend immediately. Both Miss Audrey and I can be at ease." Island bit her lip but said nothing. After all, he was a saint. She had no power to resist his decision. Just as she was filled with indignation, Susie grew alert and stared at her for a long moment. Previously, Susie hadn't known what personal assistant meant, so she hadn't thought much of it. But after secretly reading the contract, she suddenly realized that her own territory had been invaded. Obviously, Audrey's best assistant is me. For some reason, Susie thought of the hound selection from years ago, and her heart blazed with fighting spirit. At that moment, still unaware she had become a golden retriever's rival, Island took another deep breath and asked, "What's the final condition?" Perceiving everything in the room, Ebner gave her a strange look, then secretly glanced at Susie. Holding back his rising amusement, he solemnly said, "The last condition is actually a supplement to the second. I need you to take responsibility for caring for the corrupted suitcase. That means regularly preparing its food and, when Miss Audrey requires it, carrying it into battle." Corrupted suitcase was the name Ebner had given the item. A sealed artifact of the shepherd pathway that liked to eat wolf-fish canned food. Yes, in a way, it truly was corrupted. That simple? Island asked in surprise before she could stop herself. She had thought the third condition would be harsher than the second. "Girl, you don't understand. This third condition is actually the cruelest. In a way, it's your true punishment." Ebner thought this silently but outwardly asked, "So, do you accept?" "I accept." Island hurriedly replied, afraid he might regret it. "Then I'll take you somewhere else first. Tomorrow you can formally visit Miss Audrey, gain the Earl Hall's consent, and become her official assistant." Ebner smiled and nodded. Then, casually adding, "Oh, by the way, you must already know that the corrupted suitcase dislikes packaged food. When I modified its appetite earlier, I didn't remove that trait. So remember to open the can when feeding it wolf-fish. Otherwise, it might throw a tantrum and refuse to cooperate in battle." Island already knew the suitcase's habits and didn't mind. She answered offhandedly, "I understand." Afterward, Ebner again gave Audrey a signal to discuss things later, then dispelled the hidden space in the bedroom. He brought Island and the suitcase to a cemetery outside in Matport. Since he had entrusted Island with feeding the corrupted suitcase, it was necessary to let her learn more about wolf-fish at a nearby port. After the two and the suitcase disappeared, Audrey squatted down to hug Susie tightly. Outwardly she scolded, but in truth she was moved. "Susie, don't do something so dangerous again. If it hadn't been for the tower, for that gentleman's intervention, you might really have been eaten by the suitcase just now." She was clearly speaking of how Susie had bravely stood in front of her earlier. "But Audrey, it preferred you. I couldn't just watch you be eaten." Susie used the mystical art, Hand of Lion, to pat Audrey's hair. Then, recalling that woman who seemed to want to challenge her position, she declared firmly, "Besides, this time, I won't lose again." Audrey, still touched, missed the chance to read Susie's inner thoughts. A trace of puzzlement appeared on her perfect face. End of chapter. Chapter 974, The Anomaly on Anderson. After dropping Island at Matport and sponsoring her with 10 gold pounds for her steam train fare, Ebner teleported away. He didn't choose to stay behind to witness the spectacle of this little girl from the psychological alchemist opening a can of wolf-fish for the first time. After all, wasn't there a high chance he himself might be collaterally injured? Of course, Ebner didn't return to the Hall family's castle in East Chester County either. Dawn was already breaking, and Audrey had no time to receive him now. Better to wait until nightfall. Yes, the same applied for Vera's side. Looks like tonight will be busy again. Lately, I've been severely sleep-deprived. Fortunately, I've already mastered the abilities of the Faceless, so I don't have to worry about losing hair. Just as Ebner returned to his villa in Backlund, preparing to catch up on sleep, endless grey fog suddenly appeared before his eyes. This really isn't Klein taking revenge for me waking him up at midnight last time, is it? After listening to Gehrman's prayer, Ebner yawned, but still cast astral projection and entered the spirit world. Farthest east of the Sonia Sea, Toscat Island. In his dreams, Klein skillfully reached the depths of the spire and quickly found Will Osepton's reply circled by tarot cards. Friendly reminder, that paper crane is about to break. As for the misfortune curse from the mural, you can ask Ebner Bryan to resolve it. I believe you know that fellow. Also, if even Ebner can't tell you the formula for the Bizarro Sorcerer, then you'd better obediently accept that one's arrangement. Ebner. The Snake of Destiny knows Lubo too. Makes sense. After so many lifetimes, having some connections is only natural. When Klein awoke from his dream, he pondered briefly, ascended to the grey fog, and prayed to Mr. Fool, leaving a message for Mr. Tower. It was, in truth, a coincidence. Though he remained quite displeased about Ebner's taking a girl out for a midnight eating broadcast, he certainly had no thought of petty revenge. In short, after waking Ebner, Mr. Fool cheerfully returned to reality, then lazily got out of bed, washed up slowly, and felt this was the proper way to live. But when he pulled the paper crane from his wallet, unfolded it, and carefully wiped the pencil markings, his mood grew heavy again. Because the paper crane truly was about to break, at most, it could last one more use. I wonder if Mr. Tower has some mystic art to restore this paper. He muttered this, folded the crane carefully, packed his things, and was just about to leave the room when a knock came at the door. No need for dangerous premonitions, his spiritual intuition told Klein the visitor was Anderson Hood. As expected of the strongest hunter, he managed to cling on for another day. Klein clicked his tongue, controlled his expression, and opened the door. Anderson bore several new wounds, and he asked urgently. "Do you have an answer to my problem? How can it be solved?" "No hope, just wait for death. Goodbye." "Of course, that's a joke." Klein grumbled internally, then swept a cold glance over him and said. "I know a demigod. His knowledge is extremely vast, and he is quite skilled in rituals for turning fate. For my sake, he should be willing to help." "Excellent." Anderson didn't hide his joy. But just as he was about to say more, he suddenly paused. After a moment of hesitation, his expression grew troubled and he asked, "Vast knowledge? That demigod isn't from the Church of Knowledge, is he? Why do you sound like you're afraid?" Klein murmured silently, then deliberately waited 2 seconds before answering. "Though he has some ties to the Church of Knowledge, he's not a formal member." "Phew. That's good." Anderson let out a breath of relief, then asked, "So, what price must I pay?" "Knows how this works, huh?" Klein nodded secretly, then looked him in the eye and said, "I heard you have a lead on a mystical item with formidable offensive power." The so-called herd naturally referred to the prophecy Mr. Tower had given during the Tarot Club's after meeting. Anderson's brows furrowed slightly, then slowly relaxed into a smile. "So your demigod friend is a prophet. Well, there really is such a mystical item. It's a rather special revolver." He briefly introduced the revolver named Death Knell, describing its abilities and negative side effects, then summarized. "How about this? A total payment of £1,500 plus the lead on that revolver." "Deal." Klein agreed without much hesitation. After all, the price he was paying for Ebner's help was simply the other Tarot members' diaries concerning Lu Bo in the future. It wasn't a high cost. Still, in this way, the relationship between Mr. Fool and the world was becoming rather intriguing. Fortunately, when intimidating the hermit at the last Tarot meeting, he had already revealed a bit of power. Sighing inwardly, Klein was about to ask more details about the revolver when another knock came at the door. This time it was the tavern owner who delivered bounty rewards. As soon as he saw Klein, he removed his dented soft hat, bowed, and obsequiously handed over 6,000 gold pounds to this mad adventurer. In truth, the bounty couldn't have been processed so quickly. This money was borrowed from friends, an advance out of his own pocket. Klein counted the thick wad of notes, divided them into several bundles, slipped them into different pockets, and nodded. "Not bad." The tavern owner let out a breath, glanced around warily, and lowered his voice. "You must be careful. The King of Immortality holds grudges. He may try to intercept your ship on the high seas." Klein was about to nod, but then seemed to hear something. His expression shifted to one of feigned indifference as he replied, "I know." The tavern owner didn't say more. He bowed again and left the inn-room. After breakfast, Klein and the pensive Anderson carried their suitcases and openly boarded the passenger ship, letting the spies, adventurers, and pirates once again experience Gehrman Sparrow's confidence and madness. Yet, hours later, even after the passenger ship had left Toscat Island's waters, the death announcer never reappeared, as if the King of Immortality King had completely forgotten that his second mate, Gilles, had been hunted by Gehrman. Rubbing the side of his head, Anderson spoke with a complicated expression. "The Undying King didn't retaliate. You're even more unusual than I imagined." Klein nodded slightly, also with some regret, then said to the empty space beside him, "Looks like your plan failed. Who are you talking to?" Anderson followed Gehrman's gaze in shock, and then saw a handsome man in formal wear and a top hat appear out of thin air. The man sighed the moment he appeared and said in puzzlement, "I was certain I used the mystic art, Shield of Glory, to block my malice. It shouldn't have been able to sense me." Klein considered this, then looked at Anderson, who was wearing an expression of sudden realization, and asked evenly, "What do you think?" Anderson had already guessed the situation from the handsome man's sudden appearance. When asked, he immediately put on a strange smile and said, "The death announcer was very likely just outside Toscat Island's waters earlier. For Gehrman to leave like this, under the King of Immortality's wrath, was a very unwise move. Even if his nature is crazy, he's not crazy enough to knowingly walk to his death. So, anyone would have guessed it was a trap. Not to mention, Agalito is always cautious. This guy is sharp." He has frightening insight into details. So this is a true conspirer. Laughs and jokes on the surface, but secretly takes in everything. But damn, his mouth is annoying. Anyone would have guessed. Do you realize you're mocking a future pillar? The handsome man, Ebner in his professor disguise, brushed the matter aside lightly and no longer dwelled on it. Instead, he pointed at Anderson and asked Klein, he's the one who needs a fate-turning ritual. Without waiting for an answer, he opened the pure white eye and looked at Anderson. Immediately, Ebner let out a soft, This is some kind of hidden, extremely advanced ritual. A remnant method of the god of knowledge and wisdom. End of chapter. Chapter 975, Audrey's questioning. That the god of knowledge and wisdom had left some sort of arrangement within Anderson didn't really surprise Ebner. As early as a year ago, when Anderson had delivered Luca's invitation letter, Ebner had already guessed, based on the fact that Anderson somehow knew the formula for the iron-blooded night potion, that 2-5 Dragon must have been plotting something. That was why he'd given Anderson an early reward back then. However, at that time, Ebner had assumed 2-5 Dragon was scheming against Adam, aiming to acquire and seal the sealed artifact 0-08. But now, it seemed that might not be the case. After all, Klein had already told him that Anderson, just like in the original story, had offended a demigod on Tosket Island and agreed to carry out a task for him. If the sequence of events here hadn't diverged much from what should have happened, Anderson would soon have a Hunter Pathway Angel characteristic implanted into his body by Adam. Yet the arrangement 2-5 Dragon had placed within him, no matter how exquisite, couldn't deceive even himself, let alone Adam. Therefore, either 2-5 Dragon's depth of planning went even further than Adam's and he was deliberately exposing a flaw, or he wasn't scheming against Adam at all, perhaps even maintaining some degree of tacit understanding with him. As for who they were really scheming against, Ebner glanced at the ritual sealed within Anderson's body, which was currently stealing Ouroboros' bad luck. His gaze turned thoughtful, and he nodded slightly, confirming the basic outline of the fate-altering ritual he was going to perform for Anderson. There was no need to actually change his fate. He just needed to accelerate the rate at which that ritual siphoned misfortune. Why do I feel like this is one of 2-5 Dragons' test questions for me? Has the Knowledge Church's style finally reached me too? While Ebner was grumbling internally, Anderson took the initiative to ask, "What do I need to do to cooperate with you?" Hearing this, Ebner didn't immediately answer. Instead, while continuing his observations, he took out various materials and began setting up a ritual within the room. Finally, he placed upon the makeshift altar the luck-stealing talisman that Klein had made using the error card and the worm of time left behind by Amon. After a series of intricate operations, the talisman transformed into an illusory amulet and rapidly merged into Anderson's body. The error card was a reward the god of knowledge gave Klein after the first-floor incident in the Dream Labyrinth Tower. At that time, since I had obtained the worm of time, it was only natural to ask Mr. Fool for a luck-stealing charm. I didn't think much of it back then, but now this charm fits perfectly here. It really doesn't seem like coincidence. And that Amon avatar back then, was that also deliberately arranged by Adam? If so, then the god of knowledge and Adam must have used this convoluted route to hide their real intentions, ensuring no step would arouse suspicion. It's obvious who they were trying to set up. While pondering this, Ebner nodded to Anderson and smiled. All right. Your misfortune has already been lifted. Ah. Anderson stared blankly and touched his chest. Although he had just seen the charm enter his body with his own eyes, it still felt a bit too fast. Naturally, Klein chose to trust Ebner. After all, Lubo truly lived up to the title of erudite. Of course, the word erudite sounded an awful lot like exploitative, and in that regard, he wasn't bad either. Klein quietly mocked him in his heart. Ebner packed up the ritual materials and said with a smile, "The process of you gaining bad luck was much simpler than mine. If you don't believe me, go test your luck in the ship's casino." Good idea. Anderson clapped his hands together, greeted Klein, and then headed straight for the ship's recreation deck. After he left, Klein shook his head with a smile. A true conspirer really does have an impressive eye for details. He noticed we had something more to discuss and left us the space. That sounds odd. Ebner muttered inwardly, then reined in his drifting thoughts and began recounting what had happened yesterday at Miss Justice's house, though he glossed over the part about modifying the corrupted suitcase's taste. As for his dates with Yalalan and Kohainam, he merely mentioned the results, omitting the specific process entirely. After all, that matter involved secrets, better to save it for exchanging information during the Tarot Club's post-meeting discussion. So, you did indeed meet Kohainam, and you want to discuss specific payment details with Miss Justice. You're asking me to request Mr. Fool to hold a small meeting tonight. I remember you promised to take her to the City of Miracles, Liveseed, for social EMB, no, for a tour, right? Klein said thoughtfully after listening to Ebner's account. That's right. Ebner nodded, affirming both points. Speaking of the City of Miracles, that reminds me, the Mystic Queen has also requested a visit, Klein added with a smile. The Mystic Queen. Bernadette. She must want to see the dream labyrinth tower left behind by old Huang. But she doesn't have the clearance, so she probably can't enter, nor can she seize my control over it. Thinking this, Ebner nodded slightly. One more won't hurt. Once I've arranged a time with Miss Justice, have the hermit notify her. After exchanging some more information, Ebner was about to teleport away when Anderson suddenly re-entered through the door. He had changed into a neat, clean vest and, upon seeing Ebner, opened his mouth excitedly. But then he abruptly stopped, forcibly shut his mouth, and instead offered a cheerful thanks. Only after Ebner's figure had completely vanished did he approach Gairman Sparrow with a chuckle and sigh. I almost said that although you didn't pass the Knowledge Church's assessment and are only an external member, you're quite impressive in the field of fate. Fortunately, I remembered in time that he's a demigod. Trust me, don't ever offend that gentleman, Klein said sincerely. If you do, your death will be miserable. Backlund, 28 King Street, Cherwood Borough. Because his baronial title would be formally conferred on Friday, Ebner planned to host a ball to mark the occasion. On one hand, it would help him expand his social connections and attract investment for his territory, on the other, it would allow him to gather friends and relatives like Emma Horatio and Patrick Bryan, thus clearing several items off his to-do list at once. After finalizing the guest list, Ebner instructed the scarred couple to hire a butler experienced in serving noble families to assist with the preparations. When these matters were settled and he saw that it was getting late, Ebner figured Audrey should now have some free time, so he returned to his bedroom and began praying to Mr. Fool. Moments later, with the burst of crimson light, two figures appeared at opposite sides of the ancient bronze table above the grey fog. At that moment, Justice Audrey's expression was slightly peculiar. The instant she saw Ebner opposite her, she couldn't help but ask. Mr. Tower, what did you do to Island? Why is she so pale, and why does she start retching uncontrollably just from hearing Susie open a can of dog food? End of chapter. Chapter 976, Belden's Plan. Haggard, retching, what exactly did Mr. Tower do to that lady named Island? If it hadn't been just one day, I'd definitely be thinking in the wrong direction. No, wait, this is a world filled with beyonders. Even one day isn't impossible. Hidden in the shadows, Mr. Fool couldn't help letting his imagination drift upon hearing Miss Justice's question. After all, Lu Bo, like Huang Tao, wasn't exactly someone to be trusted in certain respects. Ebner, unaware that Klein was secretly mocking him, curved his lips slightly after hearing Audrey's question. Imagining that tragic scene, he said with a faint smile, it's actually a punishment for her, and also a little way to vent your anger. Punishment? Then what exactly did you do? I asked Miss Island about it, but she refused to say a single word, Audrey asked curiously. In the shadows, the hidden Mr. Fool Klein also turned his gaze toward Ebner, intrigued. Well, she is a young lady. She must have been terribly embarrassed at the time, so of course she doesn't want to talk about it. Ebner thought inwardly, before replying casually, it's nothing much. You should know I changed the corrupted suitcase's appetite to wolf-fish canned food. She's probably just not used to the taste. Wolf-fish canned food. Even Mr. Fool shuddered upon hearing that. He looked at Ebner with disbelief, thinking that Mr. Tower was truly wicked. Though he himself had once fed wolf-fish to creeping hunger, that had been out of sheer necessity. Not used to the taste of wolf-fish canned food. That's all. Audrey studied Ebner carefully, somewhat skeptical, but his expression and gaze told her he wasn't lying. If you don't believe me, you can buy a few cans to try yourself. Just make sure you prepare bathwater first. Oh, and have Susie stay far away, I fear she might lose control on the spot. Ebner offered his advice with complete seriousness. So it's that terrible. Audrey was a little taken aback, yet Mr. Tower's description only piqued her curiosity further. She had always been an inquisitive girl, brave and eager to experience new things. Besides, deep down she suspected Mr. Tower might be exaggerating. But father, mother, and my friends surely haven't tried such a thing either. If Island refuses to even talk about it, forcing her to buy it wouldn't be right. Food common at sea. I wonder if Alfred could get some. I'll write to him once I return. Thinking this, Audrey recalled Island's pale, exhausted face and the way she hadn't eaten all day, and couldn't help feeling sympathy. Mr. Tower, can't you change the suitcase's taste a little? I think Miss Island has suffered enough. Ebner shook his head with a faint smile. I could, but there's no need. She isn't a fool. Having suffered this once without being prepared, she'll definitely find a way to handle it next time. That's true. Audrey nodded thoughtfully, dropping the issue. She then asked, Mr. Tower, you've entrusted such an important trophy to me for safekeeping, does that mean there's something you need me to do? In theory, both the sealed artifact suitcase and island herself were Ebner's spoils of war. Yet one had become Audrey's assistant, and the other, the assistant's equipment. Naturally, Audrey couldn't just accept that without question. "There are indeed some things I'd like your help with," Ebner said, nodding. Before Audrey could ask, he continued directly, "Once you return to Backlund, I hope you can guide your friends to invest in my territory, Belden. I'll provide a detailed proposal later. Of course, if you yourself are willing to invest, that would be even better." Investment. Audrey blinked, surprised that Mr. Tower would bring up something so mundane. Still, as the daughter of a great banker, even without formal business training, she quickly asked several key questions. How much investment are you seeking? What specific projects are involved? And will the prospects appeal to most investors? The more, the better, naturally. But at a rough estimate, at least 1 million gold pounds will be needed initially, with follow-up funding likely required. As for the project, I plan to combine it with my film company and turn Belden into a city of film. Ebner explained simply. A city of film. Audrey's eyes lit up with interest. Can you elaborate? It's simple, Ebner said. I intend to bring famous landmarks and architecture from all over the world to Belden, be it the Arc de Triomphe of Intis, Faysac's Almer Palace, the pyramids of the southern continent, the coral palace of the Rorstad archipelago, or even scenes people see in their dreams. As long as they wish to witness them in reality, on the big screen, I'll recreate them to scale and fulfill their wishes. He paused, then went on to outline his plans for a theme park centered on blockbuster films. As she listened, Audrey's eyes grew brighter and brighter, feeling that the project truly sounded worth investing in. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Mr. Fool Klein couldn't help commenting inwardly that Ebner was basically planning to merge Hengdian World Studios and Hollywood. Yet he also felt a twinge of doubt. Why did Mr. Tower emphasize people's wishes? And why did he deliberately mention recreating even dreamscapes? Was that just talk, or part of a deeper plan? On the other hand, Audrey gradually regained her composure after hearing Ebner's persuasive pitch. Thinking for a moment, she said, although it sounds wonderful, the investment required would far exceed 1 million pounds. My friends would likely hesitate to commit right away. And as for myself, I don't have that much cash, just a few tens of thousands of pounds at most. As for my other assets, I'd need my father's approval to liquidate them. Ebner smiled and replied, that's easily handled. I'll provide the initial investment myself. Once we produce 1 or 2 hit films and the sets become popular attractions, investors' confidence will grow naturally. As for the issue of investors diluting his shares, Ebner wasn't concerned. As the Lord of Belden, even if capital holders owned large stakes, none would dare defy him. Besides, by the end of the year, the war would break out. When that happened, he could easily buy back the shares at a fraction of the cost. Of course, by then, he probably wouldn't need to worry about such matters anymore. That would be Helene or Hazel's concern. At present, Ebner's film company already had branches across several nations. Intis was managed by Helene, while in loan, Hazel handled affairs for now. Yet as the company's scale and influence grew, Hazel was beginning to struggle. After all, she was still young and primarily a priestess of the Earth Mother Church. If not for Counselor Mock's secretary assisting with management, the lone branch would have been in chaos long ago. As for Fainapotter and Faysac, their operations were overseen by the ladies of Sloth and Greed, who appointed their own directors. The same applied to Lwenberg, Seeger, Mason, and the Rorstad archipelago. My most capable employee is still Helene. She's efficient, passionate, and genuinely loves her work. As a reward, I should find a way to help her reach demigodhood someday. She's a Beyonder of the Hunter pathway. Ideally, I'll make her a Night Watcher. That way, we can truly achieve 007. Muttering to himself, Ebner then continued discussing the investment details with Miss Audrey for a while before moving on to his final topic, how he had ultimately found the Queen of Calamity, Kohinum, in the small town of Kabaz. He ended by asking, I promised that once I found the Queen of Calamity, I'd take you to the real City of Miracles. When will you have time? Audrey's beautiful eyes immediately lit up with joy. She checked her upcoming schedule and said excitedly, how about next Monday, right after the Tarot Club? She had already arranged an excuse to be alone for the meeting that day, so even if she didn't return overnight, no one would suspect a thing. End of chapter. Chapter 977, The Polite Miss Messenger. Night had fallen. Ever since the Great Smog Incident, new laws concerning air pollution had been enacted, and the clouds above Backlund had grown thinner and paler. The crimson light of the scarlet moon spilled faintly over the darkened streets, brightening them just a little. However, at number 5 William Street in the West Borough, inside Princess Vera's villa, dense fog swirled thickly, blocking all forms of observation. That old dragon has come to some realizations after the failure of his latest scheme. He won't dare provoke you again so easily, Vera said as she sat on her bed, adjusting the collar of her nightgown before glancing toward Ebner, who stood not far away. Also, he specifically mentioned that the suitcase and the young girl holding it are both yours to deal with, his apology for the offense. After finishing his brief meeting with Audrey, Ebner had come straight here to learn about the aftermath of last night's events. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. The dragon of imagination really does know how to curry favor in the easiest way possible. After all, both Island and the corrupted suitcase were already his spoils of war. Using them as an apology gift was rather stingy. Of course, that's not all. Vera raised a finger and continued, he also made a promise, offered a piece of information, and gave a piece of advice. A promise, information, and advice. What are they? Ebner asked with interest. The promise, Vera said, is that he'll transfer the identity of arrogance to you at an appropriate time in the future. As for the information, it concerns Mr. Gluttony, who's stationed in Constant City. He said that this gentleman relies on a sealed artifact matching the gluttony pathway and has lived for at least 500 years. He's changed identities over and over, so few have noticed. If not for his mind slowly decaying, even dragons of angelic rank wouldn't be able to detect him. Vera recounted the Dragon King's promise and intelligence, leaving only the advice unspoken. The identity of pride, huh? That could indeed come in handy, say, when dealing with George III. Mr. Gluttony in Constant City. What does that have to do with me? Why would the old dragon bring him up specifically? The only thing on my current task list related to Constant City is investigating Silica's death. Could this 500-year-old Gluttony be connected to her demise? At the very least, he must be an important suspect, or a provider of key clues. Otherwise, the Dragon of Imagination wouldn't have deliberately offered this information as part of his apology. After a brief chain of thoughts, Ebner looked back at Vera. And what about the final piece, the advice? Vera opened her mouth, tried a few times, then shook her head. His advice involves that being. Even with my mist shielding me, at my current level, merely at angel rank, I can't speak it aloud. He doesn't mind that I know it, but I'm forbidden to tell you. Pointing toward the night sky outside the window, she added softly, from my perspective, he did it deliberately, to sow doubt and erode your trust in that being. Still, even without that trick, I'd never completely trust a god. It's an unpleasant tactic, but at most it's just a nuisance. Neither the goddess nor I will pay it much mind right now. Ebner shook his head slightly, losing interest in the so-called advice. Seeing this, Vera narrowed her eyes briefly before returning to normal. She then warned, the Dragon King is not a magnanimous being. Though he suffered a setback and probably won't act in the short term, he'll surely look for a chance to get back at you. Be careful. I understand, Ebner said solemnly with a nod. In truth, marked by two goddesses and carrying a fragment of angel-level power himself, he wasn't too concerned. After reviewing with Vera some of the knowledge concerning mythical forms along the Black Emperor pathway, Ebner politely took his leave. Watching his figure fade away, Vera withdrew the mist and gazed up at the crimson moon, murmuring quietly. Until he reaches sequence 3 and stabilizes his divinity, I can't approach him again. If that balance is broken, forget it. With that being watching, it's unlikely to reach that point anyway. Friday morning, in a manor on the outskirts of Byam. With Anderson's introduction, a man with clear Phaenopotter features, Okfa Konakris, sold the revolver Death Knell to Klein for £9,000. After explaining the gun's strengths and side effects, the slightly plump, round-faced, amiable-looking middle-aged man added. Oh, right. Just carrying it isn't too bad, it merely makes you feel thirsty. Drink plenty of water and visit the lavatory often, and it'll be fine. Well, now Gehrman Sparrow's constant trips to the lavatory finally have a reasonable explanation. Klein mocked himself, then said evenly, I'll test it. If there's no problem, it's a deal. He certainly didn't intend to fire the weapon for real, that would only create a new weakness. Instead, he used spiritual exploration combined with divinatory truth detection. He acted so calmly that he didn't even care about Okfa's or Anderson's eyes on him. I'll verify it again above the grey fog later. Still, Okfa probably wouldn't dare lie to me. He must fear retaliation from a crazy adventurer like me. He's already returned to a quiet, stable life, with a wife and children. Klein placed Death Knell on the table, opened his suitcase, and took out the £9,000 he'd brought from above the grey fog to air out in the real world. Okfa accepted the money and quickly counted it, confirming its authenticity and total. After a few good-natured jabs between him and Anderson, Okfa was about to have a servant see them out when the cold, stoic adventurer before him said flatly, May I borrow your lavatory? Okfa froze for several seconds before responding, of course. He summoned a servant to guide Klein to the guest lavatory at the corner of the first floor. Once Klein's figure disappeared completely, Okfa murmured in disbelief, Death Knell's side effect is taking effect that quickly. That can't be right. Has it accumulated from disuse? Anderson smirked and said. Okfa, maybe you should consider another possibility. What if it's a personal issue? You know, back on the future, he was always visiting the lavatory. You're not afraid he'll shoot you for that? Akfa clearly understood the strongest hunter's habit of provocation but hadn't expected him to dare insinuate something about the crazy adventurer's kidneys. TSK, he may be cold and insane, but he's still reasonable, Anderson clicked his tongue. If it's true, he won't deny it. Akfa gave him a deep look, then decisively took a step back to increase their distance. After all, the lavatory was just around the corner, and with the crazy adventurer's abilities, he might well hear everything. In fact, Klein did hear it. Though he wanted badly to shoot Anderson, he first had to accept a letter from Miss Messenger. Yes, the only reason he'd entered the lavatory was because he'd sensed Miss Messenger's subtle warning. Ever since Sharon had advanced to demigod and conversed with Miss Messenger, the latter had become much more polite. At the very least, she now gave Klein a brief spiritual notice before emerging from the spirit world. Klein quickly skimmed the letter and saw that the sender was Danitz. The infamous great pirate wrote that Lieutenant Iceberg wished to see him and asked him to confirm the time and place. Just as his gaze left the letter, he heard Miss Messenger, Rainette Tinkers, forehead speak in turn. Wants to see you. The one is that who bears a demon's resentful spirit. A person bearing a demon's resentful spirit. That combination sounds creepy. Who could it be? Wait, I remember Ebner mentioning that the Pale Admiral Maria had a demonic characteristic sealed within her. And as one of the 5 survivors of that experiment 11 years ago, she's likely far from as holy as she appears. Also, this isn't very mystic, is it? My messenger moonlighting as an informant. Then again, she's worked as Ebner's hired muscle before, though she charges a bit much. Klein thought as he asked aloud. You investigated the Golden Dream. Sharon asked me to help you. With warning. Rainette Tinker's 4 heads spoke one after another, staring at Klein with eerie calm. End of chapter. Chapter 978, Travel. Sharon asked me to help you. With a warning. After speaking, Rainette Tinker's 4 heads blinked in perfect unison. Miss Sharon is expressing her concern for me. Is this her way of indulging herself, allowing a trace of self to remain even while playing the puppet? After all, a puppet was supposed to have no heart, no emotions, and no capacity to care for others. Klein nodded slightly in thought, then turned his attention back to Danitz's letter. The Pale Admiral and Admiral of Iceberg want to discuss something with me. It's most likely about hunting, Admiral of Blood. After all, that's the only matter we have in common. And asking Danitz to write this letter, they must not want to show their hostility before taking action. But Admiral of Blood Senior is a wraith, not a demon. He shouldn't be that sensitive, should he? Then again, he's from the Rose School of Thought, which, according to Mr. Tower, worships the evil god, the Mother Tree of Desire. The Norse family from the demon line also worships her, perhaps he's received something similar from her. At that thought, Klein tensed slightly and immediately stopped himself from pondering further. Although he hadn't yet discussed specifics with the 2 pirate admirals, he didn't want to risk triggering Senor's awareness by generating too much hostility. I can think for you. Here. Safely. Rainette Tinker's 4 red eyes swept across him as her head spoke in turn. So, Miss Messenger, you mean you can block or absorb my hostility? Klein was pleasantly surprised, instantly understanding the joy Mr. Tower had described when developing new functions for the Fool. Now that he had guessed the intent behind the letter, Klein recalled the nearby sea routes and the position of the Golden Dream mentioned in the message. Then, he chose the same deserted island where he had once unearthed Admiral of Ailment, Tracy, telling Danitz in his reply to steer the ship to waters not far from there. Last time, Danitz had helped dig up Tracy himself, so that island should still be vivid in his memory. After finishing the letter, Klein folded it neatly and handed it to Rainette Tinker, who was floating with her 4 heads in tow. But even after receiving it, she lingered instead of leaving. Seeing this, Klein understood at once and said toward the side. The coin will be paid by Danitz. All right. Rainette's figure quickly faded and vanished. Phew. Klein let out a breath, dispelled the wall of spirituality, and walked out of the lavatory, reappearing before Akfa and Anderson, instantly silencing the strongest hunter mid-provocation. Klein glanced at him, his expression deliberately cold, his tone serious with a trace of madness beneath. There's nothing wrong with my kidneys. Anderson froze, his smile stiffening before he forced a dry laugh and quickly changed the subject. I've realized you'd make the perfect subject for a portrait, dark, shadowy background, a brooding atmosphere that fits your temperament perfectly. So, what do you say? Want to consider it? I can paint you a portrait myself. Trust me, I'm a master-level artist. Akfa, eager to ease the tension, chimed in. He's at his best when he's painting, mostly because he doesn't talk. Maybe you're better off as a painter who can't talk, Klein replied icily. He then politely bid Akva farewell and left the manor. As for Anderson, having fulfilled his promise, he didn't accompany Klein further and instead went to complete the demigod's commission. County of Jianhai, Constant City. A pure industrial city, forests of smokestacks and blast furnaces filled the skyline, an artificial forest, even grander in its mechanical beauty than Backlund. The buildings here were made of steel and reinforced concrete, far taller and sturdier than those of Backlund. Though coal dust filled the air, the wind sweeping from the Jianhai Sea made it cleaner than Backlund's, despite the latter's new air pollution control laws. Along Maris River Avenue, a girl with a sorrowful face leaned against the railing, staring blankly at the water flowing toward the sea. It looked as if she might jump in at any moment. But suddenly, her expression froze. Then, as if she'd seen something unbelievable, she rubbed her eyes, shock and confusion flashing across her face, followed by hesitation and dazed disbelief. As she stood there, uncertain what to do, her peripheral vision caught sight of a woman nearby wearing a pointed hat and a black dress, sitting by a small stall. On the stall rested a mysterious-looking crystal ball. The woman's face was painted with colorful makeup, her eyes lazy, half-closed as though she were dozing. A fortune-telling witch, or maybe just a con artist, the girl thought instinctively. But as the word divination formed in her mind, she suddenly decided to approach the stall. Several minutes later, the girl rose, visibly relieved. She walked away without the sorrow or confusion she'd had before. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as she turned the corner, the fortune-telling stall by the riverside vanished completely. None of the nearby pedestrians seemed to notice anything strange. Under Maris Bridge, Furs removed her pointed hat, looking a little worried as she turned to Ebner beside her. She won't go back to trying to kill herself, right? You already divined the general outcome of the fate stream she chose, didn't you, my dear Miss Astrologer? Ebner replied with a smile beneath his hooded cloak. After his discussion with Princess Vera about the mythological creatures of the Black Emperor pathway, Ebner had resumed his journey, using the Wheel of Fortune to play the role of a prophet and to draw the attention of the Angel of Destiny, Ouroboros, away from Backlund. However, since his manifested fate options no longer showed the eventual outcomes, many who chose a stream of fate ended up in even worse situations. Though it was ultimately their own choice, Ebner still felt somewhat guilty for causing the divergence in destiny. After some thought, he realized that since Furs had already advanced to astrologer, she could perform divinations and interpretations for those affected, reducing the chances of tragedy. Moreover, this would help Furs digest her astrologer potion and prepare her for her next role as traveler. It was, indeed, killing several birds with one stone. Thus, they had been traveling together these past few days, cooperating in their acting. Upon learning that all of this was, in essence, preparation for the assassination of Louis Wayne, Furs had set aside her usual laziness and actually become diligent for once. Besides, traveling was her favorite pastime anyway. Their current destination was Constant City, a choice not just for travel, but also for Ebner to quietly gather information about that mysterious Mr. Gluttony. At this moment, after hearing Ebner's confident reply, Furs still didn't look reassured. She rolled her eyes and said, "You should know her state wasn't normal, she's clearly under some Beyonder's influence. Even if today she was saved because of us, she might be unknowingly manipulated again later." To that, Ebner simply gave a mysterious smile and said meaningfully, "That would actually be better if they act again." End of chapter. Chapter 979, Gluttony. Constant City, in a detached house on Hyacinth Street No. 9. Valentine sat hunched at his desk, reading a psychology treatise while occasionally jotting down notes. He was not yet 30, with neat black hair and calm brown eyes. His face lacked any memorable features, yet his presence was quietly striking, one of those people you somehow couldn't forget once you'd met them. Just 3 years ago, he had been an ordinary public school teacher, living a modest and predictable life. But by a stroke of chance, he joined an organization known as the Psychological Alchemy Workshop, and now he not only owned the kind of standalone house he'd once dreamed of but had also advanced to Sequence 7. At this stage, he was considered a mid-ranked Beyonder, a position of respect even within the organization's branch in Constant. His rapid promotion was largely due to the favor of a certain superior, who had rewarded him with rare Beyonder materials. Of course, his own meticulous logic and talent for deduction also played a part. He had independently deduced the acting method within half a year. Recently, at an organizational gathering, he had accepted a mission from that superior to make a local factory owner and his business partner, a merchant involved in international trade, turn against each other. After investigating, Valentine discovered that the two men were not only close friends but that the factory owner's only daughter was engaged to the merchant's eldest son. In other words, if nothing went wrong, their families would soon merge completely. To complete the task, Valentine exploited the weakness of youthful inexperience. He lured the merchant's son into falling for a socialite, then arranged for the factory owner's daughter to catch them in the act. Afterward, he used his Beyonder ability to guide the girl into despair, leading her to take her own life by jumping into the river, a death that would appear tragic yet believable. With his only daughter dead, the factory owner's grief and rage would inevitably drive him to sever ties with his former friend. Valentine had also arranged several contingencies to ensure events unfolded exactly as he intended. I truly am beginning to enjoy this feeling, having others in the palm of my hand, manipulating their fates at will. Valentine sighed contentedly, without the slightest trace of guilt. In his mind, the strong controlling the weak was perfectly natural, just as when he was a teacher, he had never bothered to stop the bullying among students. But just then, there came a knock at the door. Thinking it might be good news, Valentine leisurely sipped his coffee before calling, "Come in." A man entered, a portable camera hanging from his neck. "How did it go? Did you get the shot?" Valentine asked casually, setting down his cup. "That photo might be tomorrow's headline, and boost our paper's sales." Indeed, Mr. Valentine was now the owner of a small newspaper. After subtly suggesting the girl's suicide, he had ordered one of his reporters to happen to capture the moment she jumped. Of course, afterward, he intended to erase the man's memory so he would simply believe it had been a coincidence. "Boss, that lady hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she didn't jump," the reporter said helplessly. "What?" Valentine's head snapped up, shock flashing across his features for the first time. He fixed his subordinate with an intense gaze. "Did something happen nearby? Tell me exactly what you saw, every detail." Startled by his boss's tone, the reporter recounted everything. According to him, the lady had simply leaned on the railing, stared at the river for a while, then turned away and left. "How is that possible? How did she break free of my suggestion?" Valentine's frown deepened as he listened. At last, he asked, "Where is she now?" "She went to the Land Club." Probably to vent her emotions through tennis or other activities, the reporter guessed. He couldn't actually enter such an upscale establishment. "That's fine. I'll have to see for myself what's going on." Valentine wiped the man's memory with his ability, put on his coat, and prepared to head for the Land Club. Unlike his reporters, he was a member there. Yet just as he stepped outside, he spotted several policemen in the distance pointing toward him, speaking to a man wearing red gloves. "Red gloves from the Church of the Evernight. Have I been discovered?" "Impossible. I've been so careful, always ensuring everything developed logically and naturally. Even those degenerates in the organization who hypnotize entire families and steal their identities haven't been caught. How could it be me?" But as the red glove turned his gaze toward him, Valentine dared not hesitate. He quickly drew the protective charm bestowed upon him by his superior and recited a phrase in ancient Hermes, "Teleport." The next instant, he appeared inside a dimly lit building, face to face with a man wearing a mask. Seeing him, Valentine bowed slightly, ready to report that he had been exposed, but before he could speak, the masked superior removed his disguise, revealing a young, handsome face. "It seems you don't actually know who your superior is," the man said softly. "You don't even know where this building stands, do you? You were always brought here blindfolded, weren't you?" The young man sighed and snapped his fingers. In the blink of an eye, Valentine found himself back in his office, coat still in hand, as if the whole thing had been a dream. Except this time, instead of his reporter, a man and a woman stood before him. The woman was beautiful, with a languid air. The man, handsome and composed, was the very same superior who had just removed his mask. Though arrogant, Valentine wasn't stupid. Realizing the situation, he quickly understood. This pair must be powerful beyonders who had drawn him into a dream to uncover secrets about his organization and his supposed patron. Before he could act, the man put on a monocle and began speaking, half to himself. Limited information, but still, quite a bit gained. "You really thought you were chosen for your talent, didn't you? Ha! And this so-called acting method, he went to great lengths to make you believe you discovered it yourself, setting up countless hints and scenarios. Even so, you useless fool still took half a year to grasp it. The truth is, he only nurtured you so you'd reach sequence 5 quickly, then he'd eat you, to absorb certain characteristics hidden in your bloodline. The only reason he favored you was because of your ancestry. So that's it. The sealed artifact, the dragon of imagination mentioned, must have the ability to devour flesh and soul alike, inheriting the traits of the victim's ancestors. But its prey can't be too weak, at least sequence 5 or above. Silica's half-soul, perhaps, was devoured by this very artifact. As a descendant of death, her bloodline's power would have been considerable. Gluttony seems quite the fitting name indeed. Yet the artifact's nature doesn't belong to any of the 22 pathways. That was the last thing Valentine heard before his consciousness faded completely. The handsome man, naturally, was Ebner. After using Amon's monocle to decrypt what he'd learned, he removed it and turned to furs. "The psychological alchemy workshops gathering in Constant City will be held next week," he said. "By then, using this Mr. Valentine's identity, we can get close enough to gluttony to uncover the truth." Furs blinked in confusion, thinking, what does that have to do with me? Why are you telling me this? Outside a nameless deserted island, aboard the Golden Dream. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Vice Admiral of Iceberg and Pale Admiral, Klein listened as the woman whom his own Miss Messenger had described as bearing the resentment of a demon said. I've confirmed that Senor went to Blue Mountain Island to hunt Helmasuin. We'll be surrounding and killing him next Tuesday. Would you like to join us? End of chapter. Chapter 980, Leonard, standing tall again. Helmasuin. Tilani von Helmasuin. The greatest scientist, mathematician, and mechanist after Emperor Roselle, the second father of the difference engine. Klein was no stranger to that name. Half a year ago, the major espionage case he'd been caught up in at Backlund had originated from one of Helmasuin's manuscripts, a case that had only ended when Tower assassinated the Intis ambassador, allowing Klein to escape. Now this great scientist, once captured by the Rose School of Thought, had apparently escaped. That's right, said Vice Admiral of Pale, Maria, her expression grave. It's precisely that Helmasuin. Our goal in hunting Senor also includes rescuing this great scientist. Indeed, if the Rose School, led by the faction of Indulgence, had gained control over Helmasuin, it would be disastrous. They might rival the Aurora Order in wickedness, and with the most advanced technology in their hands, the results could be catastrophic. Klein pondered a moment, then looked at the two female pirate admirals before him. Instead of responding directly to Maria's invitation, he said calmly, I have a few questions. Maria met his gaze seriously, then nodded slightly. Go ahead. First, if Senor is on Blue Mountain Island, why not report him to the authorities? Klein asked. Although he didn't have much sense of belonging to the Kingdom of Lone, compared to the Rose School, the kingdom was still more trustworthy. Report him. Maria and Edwina both froze for a second, as though the idea had never occurred to them. Finally, Vice Admiral of Iceberg, Edwina gave an awkward look before Maria replied, we simply don't wish for that great scientist to fall into Lone's hands either. Ah, of course. Maria was backed by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's royalist faction, while Edwina had ties to the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom. Naturally, neither wanted Lone to gain the advantage. Klein nodded inwardly but kept his face impassive. Second, why next Tuesday specifically? That's from Edwina's prophecy, Maria replied. If we act too soon, we won't be able to take Senor down. If we act too late, it will be extremely dangerous. Also, the demigod I invited won't arrive until next Tuesday. A demigod, which means Senor's side likely has high-ranking Beyonders too. If not for his mad adventurer persona, and his acquaintance with a few demigods, Klein might have turned around and left right then. Sensing his hesitation, Edwina's clear, spring-like eyes flickered as she added, I'll also invite a demigod to join us, one you're familiar with. A demigod we both know, that can only mean Ebner. For some reason, hearing that Tower would be there instantly reassured Klein. After a short pause, he asked his final question. How many powerhouses does Senor have with him? The Rose School of Thought places immense importance on Helmasuin. I'm not sure of the exact number, but there will be at least 2 demigods, plus 3 sequence 5s. Then Edwina solemnly reminded him, by the way, among those demigods is a sequence 3 whisperer. Once you leave the Golden Dream, don't think too much about how to deal with him. So it's safe to discuss it aboard this ship, then. Makes sense. According to Ebner, the operation to block the Immortal King's fleet had been Edwina's design. If she didn't possess some means to shield against prying, the death knell would have noticed her long ago. At least 2 demigods. Why is the Rose School suddenly so focused on a scientist? And with me involved, will it be more dangerous? After all, the Mother Tree of Desire seems unusually interested in me. Still, the key lies with Tower. As long as he's coming, it should be fine. He has so many connections. Besides, Miss Messenger and Sharon will surely be intrigued by a hunt targeting the indulgent faction of the Rose School. With their help, our side would have at least 4 demigods, we wouldn't lose in strength. And next Monday I'll be transferring the Dwayne Dante's identity to Captain and Ms. Daly. Letting Sharon come to buy him at that time would work perfectly. Having made up his mind, Klein nodded lightly. If that's the case, I'll participate. He didn't say he'd think about it, the operation was still a week away. If divination revealed any danger, he could always cancel later, as a participant. Besides, the idea of hunting Admiral of Blood had been his own in the first place. If he backed out now, the Gehrman Sparrow persona would collapse. Hearing this, the coldly beautiful Admiral of Pale, Maria nodded. Then, let's meet next Tuesday morning in the woods west of Byam. She then added once more, try not to dwell on this matter in the coming days. So that's why your plan is so vague, the more detailed it is, the easier it is to be exposed. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Constant City, inside an inn on Playa Street. Forsey, who had just finished combing her hair, stared incredulously at Ebner. So all the talk about gluttony, you actually plan to use me as bait to lure his sealed artifact to eat me? To be precise, as bait, yes, Ebner replied with a smile. You're an Abraham apprentice, and you still bear the full moon curse of Mr. Dorr. With a bit of misleading disguise, I can make that gluttony misjudge you and get close enough for me to uncover his secrets. He has a particular interest in the descendants of powerful figures. He even told Valentine to keep an eye out for such people. Isn't that dangerous? Forsey asked skeptically. Don't worry, Ebner said confidently. I'll swap you out halfway through. You won't actually face him directly. Considering he carried an angel-level avatar, his nonchalance wasn't entirely unjustified. But this has nothing to do with me. Why should I help you? Forsey said deliberately, testing the waters like a professional novelist negotiating her royalties. After we kill Louis Wayne, I'll give you his traveler characteristic, Ebner said after some thought. Then, knowing her well, he added, and I can also tell Leon you're officially excused from your next manuscript deadline. Forsey nearly agreed on the spot, but she swallowed her words at the last second, deciding to play it cool. After all, she wasn't the type who deliberately delayed drafts. She simply lacked inspiration sometimes. As a friend, she said archly, would you really not give me Louis Wayne's characteristic unless I agreed to play bait? Ebner gave her a meaningful look, a teasing smile curving his lips. As a friend, of course I can give it to you, but have you thought about what kind of price you might pay? Forsey froze, that familiar smile, that familiar line, and managed a dry laugh before asking quickly, so, when exactly do I play this bait? Wednesday night, 8 o'clock. Saturday, 5 in the afternoon. The ball hosted by newly appointed Viscount Ebner Bryan began on schedule at his manor. Though the scarred couple lacked proper noble etiquette, under Ebner's guidance they hired a professional butler, Mr. Ribbok, and the event ran smoothly. The Scards, in truth, were clergy sent by the Church of the Earth Mother to assist Ebner, not trained servants. Their duty was primarily to look after the household and his daily needs. Mr. Ribbok, age 48, had previously served the Non family for many years as deputy butler and assistant, before becoming Baron Cinders's head butler through a later arrangement. After Duke Negan's assassination, and with his term under Baron Cinders expired, Ribbok failed to renew his contract and was left unemployed. He was a mild-tempered follower of the Lord of Storms and a political conservative. After interviewing him several days ago, Ebner hired him at an annual salary of £150, with plans to take him to his territory in Belden later to handle administrative tasks. To outsiders, hiring someone of such a background looked like an overture toward the conservative faction, though Ebner hadn't intended that at all. Still, the misunderstanding had benefits. For instance, Emma's father, the idle Viscount Horatio, and her mother, Lady Norma, the late Duke Negan's sister, both accepted the invitation and attended the new Viscount's ball with their daughter. And the very moment Emma stepped into the ballroom, Leonard Mitchell, who had come mostly for free wine and food, suddenly sat up straight. End of chapter. Chapter 981, Leonard's setback. Old man, are you sure? Leonard pretended to brush aside a strand of his hair, muttering under his breath. There's no mistake. That girl is one of your kind, and the one parasitizing her isn't concealing herself very well. I just can't tell whether it's some half-informed wild marauder demigod lacking common sense, or if Amon is deliberately casting bait. The aged voice of Pallas Zoroast echoed in his ear. Leonard snorted softly, muttering, if it were really Amon, would you even be talking to me right now? Good, finally showing progress. Your analysis this time isn't bad. Pallas didn't get angry, instead, he chuckled, the dry sound filled with amusement. At last, you've learned to use that brain of yours. Leonard's lips twitched. He was sure the old man was mocking him in disguise. Try to get close to her. I need to confirm something. Pallas advised calmly. How am I supposed to approach her? What excuse am I supposed to use? Leonard asked reflexively. There's a ball going on right now. Pallas said helplessly, as though stating the obvious. Leonard froze for a second, then glanced at the dance floor where Ebner Bryan had just finished a waltz with a socialite. Realization dawned. Straightening his collar and hair, Leonard walked directly toward Miss Emma, who was standing near the refreshment table. Yes, he recognized her because he'd privately investigated Viscount Ebner Bryan before. Halfway there, though, he felt a little puzzled, such a beautiful young lady, and no one had come to invite her for a dance. Miss Emma, may I have the honor of this dance? Leonard asked, striking what he believed was a charming pose. Emma gave him a brief glance, then turned her head away and said bluntly, I don't dance with strange men. Eh. Leonard's hand hung awkwardly in midair, and he froze, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Ebner, who had just finished the opening dance, was mingling among the guests. Between polite conversations, he spoke about his plans for Belden City. Unfortunately, most people seemed far more interested in his film company than in his grand Belden City project. Still, that didn't disappoint Ebner. It doesn't matter, he thought with amusement. Investment in film works just as well. Once the money's in my hands, I can spend it however I like. After all, the film industry was still in its wild growth stage, directors and producers were all company insiders, and every budget line went wherever he decided. As long as 80% of the funds are used to build film sets in Belden, that's still technically territorial development, isn't it? Thus, while exchanging pleasantries and toasts, Ebner eventually reached a middle-aged man with black hair, brown eyes, sharply defined features, and the unmistakable look of a lone native. The man wore a silk top hat, his face slightly long, his demeanor cold but not unpleasantly so, more like the quiet depth of night. "Mr. Patrick Bryan." Ebner greeted with a courteous smile, raising his glass slightly. "Good evening, Viscount Bryan." "I'm Patrick," the man replied. He examined Ebner carefully for several seconds before sighing softly. "When I heard of the fame of the hero detective, I used to tell my relatives that your accomplishments already matched my own. But now, I think I was far too arrogant." Lone-style modesty, compliments disguised as self-deprecation, Ebner mused, smiling inwardly. At this close distance, a portion of Patrick's river of fate surfaced before his eyes. Ebner couldn't discern much detail, but he could at least confirm that the man was indeed a blood relative of his current body. Maintaining his polite smile, Ebner began chatting with the demigod before him, the experimental product, raised by the Order of the Night's artificial death faction, and deliberately steered the conversation toward family matters. After all, quietly extracting a demigod's blood was no simple task. Even though Patrick lacked much occult knowledge, and had once been called immortal idiot by Miss Messenger in the original timeline, Ebner had to tread carefully. "My territory needs many capable hands for development," Ebner said with a friendly tone. "Could you perhaps recommend a few talented kinsmen? After all, one always trusts family most." Patrick's face broke into a genuine smile, and he promptly recommended 3 young men with university educations. One is Nelram, a graduate of Backlund Technical College, currently working at a construction firm. Another is Beaton, a Tingen University history graduate, technically Mr. Klein's senior. And the last one, Confer, his alma mater you probably haven't heard of, but his major suits your company perfectly, acting. Patrick added frankly, "Confer is actually my illegitimate son. He doesn't bear the Bryan name, but he's a good actor, performed in several stage plays. Unfortunately, his birth kept him from ever being recognized. Nelram and Beaton should be fine, ordinary Bryans hoping to earn a future by following me. Mutually beneficial, let's call it selling their blood for opportunity. But this Confer, most likely a beyonder. Studying acting to better master role-playing. Maybe Patrick brewed one potion too many and ended up with a bonus child. And given his lineage, he's probably a believer of the death god. Patrick might want to spread faith in my territory through him. On second thought, that's not necessarily bad. After all, before long, death will simply be another face of the goddess. Worshipping her under a different name doesn't matter much." As Patrick's presence stirred faint ripples in his destiny, Ebner seized the chance to glimpse more tributaries of fate, several thoughts flashing rapidly through his mind. After instructing Patrick to have the 3 young men report to him soon, Ebner moved past him, wineglass in hand, heading toward the Horatio family. And just in time, he witnessed Leonard being flatly rejected. Suppressing a laugh, Ebner quickened his pace. Between Leonard's odd behavior and Lyon's earlier warning, he was now certain there was something unusual about Emma. In the past, to better play her swindler persona, Emma often toyed with the men who invited her to dance, leaving them embarrassed in public. Over time, she gained a reputation for being eccentric. Back then, people only gossiped behind her back, never to her face. But after the assassination of Duke Negan and her father's dismissal from office, those whispers became open ridicule. Her reputation had worsened, though she herself didn't seem to care. Her mother, Lady Norma, however, cared very much. So, when Emma curtly rejected Leonard's invitation, Lady Norma finally reached the limit of her patience and was about to scold her. At that precise moment, Ebner's voice came politely from the side. "Miss, may I have the honor of this dance?" Emma's expression instantly brightened. She placed her champagne glass on the tray of a passing waiter and replied gracefully, "It's my honor as well." Her completely different attitude left Lady Norma astonished. She stared at Ebner in surprise for several moments. Meanwhile, Leonard Mitchell, who hadn't gone far, felt a wave of indignation rise within him. "Come on. Ebner Bryan isn't even that much more handsome than me." End of chapter. Chapter 982, Emma. After sulking for a while, Leonard pretended to take a sip of red wine, lowering his voice as he asked, "Old man, did you sense anything just now?" Though he had failed to invite the young lady for a dance, he had indeed gotten close enough to her. Palaz Zoros did not answer immediately. After nearly half a minute of silence, he finally chuckled and said, "After becoming a demigod, that Viscount Ebner Bryan's aura has become more and more like that of an old friend of mine. When you met him last time, it wasn't that obvious." I've no idea what he's gone through in the past week or so, but now he no longer feels like someone who merely inherited my friend's legacy. He feels as if my old friend himself is awakening. If it's truly his return, then yes, you can't compare to him. Back in the day, compared to you, he was. Palez suddenly stopped himself, then changed his tone. Forget it. In any case, losing to him in certain aspects isn't shameful, you don't have to feel bad about it. Leonard's expression turned serious at those words. He stopped caring about who was more handsome and asked in a low voice, your old friend. The one you mentioned before, the Solomonic noble, Count of Silver Eyes, Rhine Carendia. Rare of you to remember. Yes, him. Palez chuckled softly. Leonard fell silent for a moment before asking gravely, but didn't you say he had already fallen? It's very difficult to truly kill an angel. Even if its characteristic separates, its soul may still survive, waiting for a chance to return. Palez sighed. Leonard had little real sense of what an angel truly was. Hearing suddenly that one might be reviving naturally made him tense up. But his nerves soon calmed, and he lowered his voice again. What should I do? Should I report him to the church? You'd have to sell me out first. Palez replied irritably, then added, though most of the Solomonic nobles were cold and cruel, Rhine was unique. He was gentle, fond of making friends, you don't need to worry too much. Even if he really is revived, he won't cause destruction. Besides, even if you report him to the goddess of the Ebernite, the result may not be what you expect. Why? Leonard asked instinctively. Palez didn't answer. Instead, he changed the topic. Though you failed to complete your approach mission, I still managed to see something about that young lady. The parasite on her really is a trap, but not one laid by Amon. On the contrary, it's a trap for Amon. Leonard's attention was instantly drawn away. Who would dare scheme against Amon? How would I know? Palez snorted. I only recognize the mystical art bound to that parasite. Mystical art? Yes. It's called the Rhine Solomon Raven Noose, something His Majesty and my old friend developed together. The Rhine Solomon Raven Noose. Meanwhile, as Ebner danced gracefully with Emma, he repeated the name silently in his heart. Having studied the second half of Feast of Blood, Ebner was far more familiar with that mystical art than Palez was. Even without activating his pure white eye, he had already discerned the truth of the parasite without alerting it. Other than me and Solomon, only Roselle, because he read the second half of Feast of Blood, would know how to construct this. So, was this the work of one of Roselle's subordinates? The men in black. He must be using this as bait, to fish for one of Amon's avatars. And besides the parasite, in Emma's body, there's definitely another high-sequence presence nearby. Just as that thought passed through his mind, Emma smiled and said, I should thank you for saving me. I believe I won't have to endure my mother's nagging for quite some time. Ebner returned to himself, smiling slightly. Aren't you worried she might misunderstand? Wouldn't that be better? You know, you're quite the catch these days. If I wanted to get engaged to you, my mother certainly wouldn't object. Emma spoke casually, then her tone dimmed slightly. Pity, you wouldn't agree anyway. Inherited title, immense wealth, youth, good looks, a legendary life story, any one of these would attract admirers, let alone all of them combined. Ebner muttered inwardly. He could tell Emma didn't mean it seriously, she merely disliked socializing and wanted to use him as a convenient shield. Thinking so, he quietly simulated the ability of a manipulator, splitting off a virtual persona to infiltrate the mind of the parasite within her, while replying with a polite compliment. Honestly, with your qualities, as long as you don't keep performing eccentric acts, you'll have no shortage of suitors. I'm destined to become someone great in the world of mysticism, why should I cater to others? Emma frowned in irritation. I'll be the master of my own fate. So dramatic. Miss, who filled your head with this nonsense? You were pretty reasonable when we met half a year ago. As a beyonder on the marauder path, acting like this will only draw Amon's attention. Perhaps that's exactly what her backer intends. While he mused, the virtual persona had already breached the parasite's mind. Ordinarily, manipulating a demigod wasn't easy, but this parasite's psyche had been tampered with before, full of cracks. Ebner met little resistance as he slipped through and completed his infiltration. Now, I can counterattack, use this to trace and trap the high-sequence beyonder lurking near Emma, removing the hidden danger around her. After all, she's Fanny's best friend. For Fanny's sake, I should lend a hand. Thinking thus, Ebner said nothing more, simply focused on the dance, guiding the girl through the elegant music. The pair, one handsome, one beautiful, moved in harmony, their youth and grace making them appear a perfect match. Watching from the side, Lady Norma whispered to her husband, I think this Viscount Brian is quite a fine young man, and Emma seems to like him. Viscount Horatio, dressed in a naval uniform, frowned slightly. I heard he's not exactly restrained in his private life. Lady Norma snorted. And yours is? Just because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't know. Lord Horatio looked puzzled. What rumors have you heard? I've never done anything to betray you. You talk in your sleep, murmuring the name of the pale admiral so tenderly. Do you dare say there's nothing between you two? Lady Norma shot him a glare. Pale admiral. Maria. That's impossible. Horatio looked genuinely baffled. After all, she was the one responsible for his dismissal. How could he possibly call her name sweetly in his dreams? Grinding his teeth would make more sense. Yet, despite himself, the Viscount realized something unsettling. He truly couldn't muster any hatred toward that pirate admiral. The night deepened, the clouds veiling the moon. Before the Horatio family's garden villa in the Queen District, a figure moved swiftly through the shadows. One hand held down his top hat, the other held a mirror as dark as obsidian. His slightly curled brown hair framed blue eyes gleaming with depth and amusement. A faint smile played upon his lips. It was Ebner Bryan. Having left the ball, he'd come to deal with Emma's problem and, incidentally, study the parasite's mythic form. End of chapter. Chapter 983, Lubo. Inside her bedroom, after bathing and changing into her nightgown, Emma threw herself face first onto her soft bed and muttered to herself. I really can't get used to this kind of social event. Compared to a ball, I much prefer sneaking out at night to attend Beyonder gatherings, and quietly stealing the items other Beyonders went through so much effort to trade for. And then sneakily returning them later. I must say, you're truly a failure of a fire thief. Florella Jacob, the parasite residing within her, mocked coldly. Because of their contract, she couldn't harm Emma, but she never showed weakness when it came to words. Emma, long used to her provocations, merely smiled and replied, stealing fire means taking away what someone treasures most. In my experience, an item is most precious to its owner right after they've risked everything to obtain it. Taking it at that moment achieves the best acting effect. And according to my teacher, returning it is also part of the fire thief's role. Florella was left speechless for a second before retorting disdainfully, you really trust that teacher of yours? Aren't you afraid he has ulterior motives, just like me? If my teacher wanted to deal with me, he could do so effortlessly, he wouldn't need such trouble. As for whether he's using me, isn't that normal? Why else would a powerful demigod invest in me unless he had his own purpose? At least, the advance payment he gave me already included 2 Beyonder characteristics, Sequence 6 and Sequence 5, along with the corresponding mysticism knowledge, and even you, a demigod-level bodyguard. Isn't that enough sincerity? You know how many Beyonders would risk their lives for that much. I'm no exception. Emma's thoughts about her mysterious teacher were clear-headed. After answering casually, she shifted the topic, cupping her cheeks in her palms with a mischievous smile. Anyway, Ebner's really becoming more and more charming. If I weren't destined to become a great figure in the mystic world and thus above worldly affection, I'd honestly want to compete with my dear friend Fanny for him. He's indeed an attractive man, Florella sneered again, but he's far beyond your reach, let alone your friends. So stop dreaming. Oh. Emma's curiosity was piqued instead of offended. She had always known Ebner was powerful but never quite understood to what degree. Florella's tone suggested she had sensed something up close. I'm certain that man is already a demigod. No matter how well he hides it, he can't conceal it from a parasite like me. Florella gave Emma a disdainful look. So yes, he's already one of the major figures of the Beyonder world. You, a mid-sequence little thief, shouldn't be daydreaming. Ebner's already a demigod. Surprise flashed across Emma's face before she burst into laughter. As expected of the man Fanny and I both admired. He's pushed open the door between man and God and gained divinity in less than a year. After laughing, she rolled onto her back, gazing at the lavish ceiling. Ebner's identity, status, strength, looks, and the stories surrounding him, everything about him is mesmerizing. He must be the dream lover, the precious desire, of countless girls in Backlund. If I were to steal his heart, then return it, or perhaps abandon him afterward, would that fully digest the fire thief potion? That way, I wouldn't even be betraying Fanny. I think in the end, you'll lose yourself instead, Florella scoffed. Humph, I won't argue with an old woman who's never been in love. Emma snorted. You talk like you've had experience. And for the record, I'm only 29, not old. After bickering for a while with the Jacob family demigod possessing her, Emma soon drifted into deep sleep. In her dreams, she achieved everything, becoming a figure of great influence in the Beyonder world, so powerful that even the pontiffs of the 7 churches treated her with deference. Just as she basked in her success and began enjoying the devoted service of the brilliant Ebner Bryan, an elderly man, around 50 or 60, half-gray hair, his face obscured, appeared in the dream. Without even glancing at Emma, he walked straight into her island of mind. To him, such dreams were commonplace, mere delusions of ordinary people. Yet he failed to notice that the dream Ebner suddenly turned his head, casting a meaningful look at his back before stiffly returning to motion, like a puppet on strings, toasting and laughing beside Emma. Within Emma's spiritual world, the old man soon found the mind of the parasitic Florella Jacob. The two mental islands were linked, distinct yet subtly merging. "Tell me, what happened at today's party?" the old man commanded. Using a mental breach he had prepared long ago, he employed deception to trick Florella's mind into mistaking him for her master. But Florella Jacob's mystic knowledge had long been corrupted by Amon's tampering at the top of the sequence. She had no idea how dangerous her parasitic state truly was. Though she hadn't spent much time inhabiting rodents, the influence remained. Her intellect had regressed to that of an 11 or 12-year-old. That was why, despite being a demigod, she couldn't help squabbling with Emma like a child. Under such conditions, she had no resistance against a mentor of deceit's ability. Her mental island quickly shifted under his control. But suddenly, a drastic change occurred. Florella's mental island abruptly sealed itself, and dozens of rope-like tendrils burst forth, winding tightly around the old man. This was supposed to be the Rhine Solomon Raven noose he had implanted within Florella's mind, yet now it had ensnared him instead. At that moment, Ebner, who had been waiting within Emma's psyche, curved his lips into a grin. With wicked amusement, he placed a monocle over one eye and stepped into Florella's mind. "Amon. So you really came. But unfortunately, you're only at sequence 4, not your true body," the old man snarled through gritted teeth upon seeing the monocled Ebner. A flash of pure white shimmered in Ebner's eyes. He instantly confirmed that this old man was the same individual he'd encountered at the Men in Black organization's Kaspersky base when rescuing Admiral Edwina, the one called Hearts No. 1. Or rather, both this old man and that young man were avatars of the same entity, Hearts No. 1 of the black-clothed ones. So, it's Roselle's Men in Black pulling the strings behind Emma. His goals must include not only Amon but also keeping an eye on me. After all, when I went to save Edwina, this man didn't seem surprised at all. Clearly, he already had intelligence about me. He probably even knows about old Huang's plan to reincarnate as Fanny's son. Still, this Hearts No. 1 has avatars at sequence 3. How extravagant. Seems old Huang wasn't the only one he trapped with his raven noose. As Ebner mused privately, the bound old man gave a strange smile. "I know this mystical art can't restrain you after 1,000 years. That's why this is a trap within a trap. And I'll tell you plainly, the key to it all is me." He showed no fear of having his thoughts stolen, instead openly exposing them. But Ebner wasn't really Amon. He wouldn't recklessly attempt theft knowing it was bait. He simply stood back to observe, curious to see what ultimate weapon this black-clothed one had prepared against Amon. "You think that by not stealing my thoughts you can escape? Too late. I've already unlocked the Emperor's incantation. It may not work as well without you decoding it yourself, but it's enough." The moment he finished speaking, the old man's body exploded. Instantly, torrents of knowledge flooded into Florella's psyche, all pointing toward a single name. Lubo. Ebner's lips twitched. "I waited all this time for this. You're trying to pollute me with my own name. You truly are a genius, Men in Black." Meanwhile, his pure white eye activated instinctively. He could clearly sense that, before the illusory sun and the brass eye, two new spots had appeared, one dark, one faint. The darker one, of course, represented Florella, her mind now saturated with the name Lubo. To Ebner, it was even more obvious than the deep crimson star Klein had once seen when he recharged Miss Justice through purification rituals. The lighter one represented Hearts No. 1, whose avatar had perished. Even though only the avatar had uttered the name Lubo, the true body had already been marked by the unknown land. It seems that the space around the illusory sun beyond the pure white eye might be of the same nature and authority as the ancient hall above the gray fog. End of chapter. Chapter 984, Constantine. Staring at the two new black spots that had appeared within the unknown land, Ebner fell into deep thought. These black marks, in essence, aren't all that different from the crimson stars above the gray fog. Both serve as mediums for communication and connection, the only difference lies in their particular effects. For example, unlike Klein, I can't pull the people represented by these black marks into the unknown land itself. But in return, I can do many things Klein couldn't. As that thought passed through his mind, Ebner separated a wise eye from his consciousness and sent it into the pure white eye, making contact with the spot representing the parasite, Florella Jacob. "Praise be to you. Praise be to you. You are one and the all, the unknown and the omniscient, the instant and the eternal." Soon, an overwhelming chorus of devotion echoed in Ebner's ears. Clearly, Florella Jacob, her mind saturated with the name Lubo, had become his fanatic believer. A true zealot who had surrendered her body and soul, willing to give everything for her God. Her current state, honestly, it's quite similar to the magic mirror and those two former pontiffs of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun who once possessed Saero Delian's identity. They too were fervently worshipping me, just like Florella now does. The only difference is that those two pontiffs were indirect in their faith, they worshipped that illusory sun behind the pure white eye, the one tainted by the unknown. Their marks aren't black spots, they must exist within that sun itself. Judging from this, the level of corruption involved absolutely isn't any weaker than the true creators, at least an old one-level existence. Terrifying. And the source of that corruption, its true name, is actually Lubo. If that really is also me. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. No wonder Lilith and the goddess don't want me to learn the truth of the unknown land yet. Still, since when did I become this horrifying? Ebner mocked himself wryly, then turned his attention to the fainter of the two marks, the one belonging to the men in black, who had just spread the knowledge of Lubo before self-destructing. Even though that man had severed the connection in time and refrained from reclaiming his sequence 3, mentor of deceit, beyond her characteristic, his true body was still marked by the unknown land. This faint spot isn't nearly as easy to use as Florella's. At most, I can determine his location, or glimpse his actions and fragments of his memory. Of course, if I could delve deeper into the unknown, mastering the space beyond the pure white eye, perhaps I could use that mark to reverse pollute him. But that's clearly beyond my reach right now. But this also proves that the man in black's true body isn't an angel. If it were, such a shallow mark would have been easily severed. That's exactly how angels handle their contact with outer God knowledge. So even if Amon really fell for this man in black scheme, as long as he doesn't allow the characteristic or memory to return to his main body, the worst that happens is that he learns the name, Lubo, and receives a faint mark. Unless he can't resist decoding and delving into knowledge about the unknown land and Lubo, it shouldn't be too serious for now. But then comes the real question, what about those who know Lubo deeply, Lilith, the goddess, Vera, Yalaran, and Kohainam? What about the 2-5 dragon? How did they resist my corruption? The goddess, who knows? But Lilith, Vera, Yalaran, and Kohainam clearly interacted closely with me, or rather, my past self, and even had descendants. Even for true gods, being that close to an old one shouldn't be completely free from contamination. Though, perhaps with my permission, they weren't just spared from corruption, they may have even used the power of the unknown land to balance other pollutions within themselves. But why did they trust me that much? That's literally putting their life and death in my hands. If I ever withdrew my permission, what would they do? The goddess and Lilith surely have their contingencies. Maybe the brood nest and the river of eternal darkness are already under their control. As for Vera, with the fog of uncertainty, she might barely protect herself. But Yalaran and Kohainam likely couldn't. Perhaps that's why Yalaran sought to draw closer to me, even placing her avatar into the unknown land, to deepen her bond with me, gambling that I'll always allow her freedom. An emotional investment. Thinking about it now, maybe Yalaran and Kohainam split into two beings partly to cut off their connection to me. But judging by the result, it didn't succeed, so Kohainam also leaned toward my side. Is this the subtle influence of the unknown land itself? Yes, I think I understand now. The goddess, Lilith, Vera, Yalaran, and Kohainam, they've all placed their bets on me as I am now, wagering with emotion as their stake. They can't predict the personality of the unknown me, or whether that version of me would exploit the link to corrupt them, turning them into soulless zealots like Florella. It's just like how the members of the Tarot Club would rather choose Klein as the Lord of Mysteries than the true creator. As for the 2-5 dragon, he placed his illusory, all-knowing eye into the unknown, so in a way, he's gambling too. Still, his intentions are probably more complicated. I'd wager he's invested on both sides, one in me as I am, one in the deeper unknown version of me. No matter who wins, he profits. But overall, he probably prefers that the present me prevails. After all, I'm easier to reason with. Alright, I've thought these matters through for now. But then what's with that pure white angel within the unknown land? And that illusory sun? Could it be that the eternal blazing sun also placed his bet on the unknown me? No. Something about that doesn't feel right. After pondering for a while and finding no answer, Ebner decided to shelve the question for the time being. He raised his hand, summoning the mentor of deceit, beyond her characteristic left behind by the man in black's avatar. It had fused with the man's shattered vocal cords, forming a sealed artifact that endlessly sang hymns praising one of the 7 gods. But if one truly listened closely, they'd find the hymn was in fact an ode of praise to Lubo. A sealed artifact that combines deceit with fanatic worship of me, I suppose only I can safely hold this thing. Or maybe Florella can too, she's already a fanatic. A little more chanting won't hurt her. After muttering this, Ebner used the characteristic as a medium and began a retrospection. Now that he was a demigod, this ability was no longer limited to fixed scenes, it could extend into the domain of fate, allowing him to trace the trajectory of destiny. As the power activated, scenes from the men in black's avatar's past unfolded before his eyes. This mentor of deceit, avatar lived under a fixed identity and name, married, dean of the philosophy department at Backlund University, a pragmatic philosopher. Of course, he also had a hidden identity, vice president of the Hermits of Fate. After discovering that Fanny, a descendant of Emperor Rozel's eldest son Charles, was on close terms with Ebner, he began to pay special attention to the famed hero detective. After all, one of Rozel's prophecies had hinted that the emperor might return upon the birth of the lawyer Pathway's descendant. And Fanny was the only lawyer among the emperor's descendants in the past century. Thus, during one of the Hermits of Fate's gatherings, after obtaining information about the Jacob family's marauder demigod, he volunteered to become Emma's teacher, using a contract as a pretext to restrain the behavior of the Jacob family's parasite, Florella. After all, Emma was both Fanny's best friend and Ebner's acquaintance. And Florella, whose intellect had been damaged by once inhabiting a rat, never suspected a thing. The man in black's avatar then used Emma's time at school to both monitor her and gradually erode Florella's psyche, implanting the mystical art rhyme Solomon's raven noose within her mind. After the failure of the Emperor's resurrection plan, his focus shifted entirely to that scheme. He subtly altered Emma's personality through his abilities, amplifying her suppressed rebelliousness and Chunibyo tendencies. With such a temperament, it was only a matter of time before she attracted Amon, and then he could spring his trap within a trap to give Amon an unforgettable lesson. Unfortunately, he never lured Amon, only Ebner. All his layers within layers and his final trump card, Lubo, ended up entirely useless. So that's how it is. Ebner nodded thoughtfully, now understanding this man in black avatar's past and his network of subordinates. Among all the glimpses, one person particularly caught Ebner's attention, a woman. She had red hair, black eyes, and striking features, a face both alluring and subtly Eastern in beauty. She resembled that socialite, Margaret, whom Ebner had met at a ball in Toscar when accompanying Helene. And according to the intelligence later passed on by Sero, that same Margaret was indeed a member of the Men in Black, specifically, Spade number 12, and also the Red Saintess of the Demonist sect. What made Ebner especially take note, however, was how the Men in Black's avatar, Mariad, had addressed her. Margaret Constantine. End of chapter. Chapter 985, Vice Admiral Deep Sea returned to the starting point. Margaret Constantine. Could she be a descendant of the Constantine family? But why is her hair red? What strange bloodline got mixed in here? I remember Helene told me that Margaret definitely didn't have any Sauron blood, then could it be Medici? Einhorn. After escaping from the nightmare in Kaba's town, I once performed a divination regarding the bloodline of Constantine, and the result I obtained was simply Intis. I had assumed it referred to the maternal line of Vice Admiral Deep Sea, planning to ask Hal about it once that island was unsealed. Now it seems it could also have been referring to Margaret. When Owen Delian is released again, perhaps I can use his identity to approach her. Thinking this, Ebner made a few mental notes before turning to explore the memories of Flora Jacob. Since she was already a fanatical believer of Lubo, with both body and mind completely open to him, the exploration went very smoothly. Within just half an hour, Ebner felt he knew her better than she knew herself. She was born into the Jacob family. Unlike the branch of Misgreed that changed pathways and fully integrated into the Fasak Empire, she had always taken the revival of the family's glory as her lifelong mission. However, because her direct elders had all died young, she never received the complete family inheritance. Apart from a few remaining sealed artifacts, the highest characteristic she could obtain was only Sequence 7, Cryptologist. So, at 17, she began to travel abroad in search of information about other branches of the Jacob family. Eventually, relying on her Jacob bloodline and a powerful sealed artifact, she opened one of the Jacob family's treasure vaults and gained not only later potion formulas but also extraordinary characteristics from Sequence 9 up to Sequence 4. Of course, the most important treasure within that vault was a map left behind by the Jacob ancestors, pointing to their greatest hoard. After that, Flora spent nearly 10 years pushing open the door between men and God, gaining divinity and becoming a demigod. At that time, she firmly believed she was the dawn of the Jacob family's revival. Carrying that faith, Flora came to Backlund. What happened afterward was mostly known to Ebner already. She had first cultivated and used Hazel, but out of selfishness, never taught her any real knowledge about the Beyonder world. This led to the girl causing a huge mess, exposing her, and forcing Flora into a hasty battle with a demigod from the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Though she won, she was gravely injured. Yes, the mission to capture Flora had never been led by the Sword of the Goddess, as rumored, who was supposedly tricked by the demigod Marauder into forgetting her purpose and returning to the cathedral after wandering around once. In truth, the Evernight Church had secretly deployed another demigod, a bizarro sorcerer, one possessing a demon hunter marionette. Flora hadn't toyed with her opponent. It was only through a heavy price that she barely stole the bizarro sorcerer's marionette and forced the other to retreat temporarily. She hadn't even seen that bizarro sorcerer's true face, the entire time, she'd only fought with the puppet. Moreover, the bizarro sorcerer didn't truly retreat but kept up constant harassment, worsening her injuries and finally forcing her to parasitize a rat to escape. When she had finally recovered, she found another human host to inhabit, only to run straight into Archbishop St. Anthony of the Evernight Church. That led to her second, rat parasitism, escape. Those 2 times parasitizing animals damaged her intelligence. Even with guidance from that man in black, though she corrected herself in time and regained a bit, she only recovered from a mental age of 10 to about 12 or 13. Fortunately, after being baptized by Lu Bo, all her negative effects were erased. Apart from losing herself entirely, body and soul belonging to Lu Bo, her intellect no longer had any flaws. Yet, after reviewing Flora's earlier conversation with Emma, Ebner couldn't help muttering with an odd look, stealing my heart and then abandoning me. Is that how a Prometheus acts? Of course, at that moment he wasn't thinking of Emma. Given her current level, stealing his heart would be rather difficult. He thought instead of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, because aboard her ship there was also a Prometheus who had claimed he would steal her heart, Botai Yodsun. Come to think of it, Edwina could be said to be the treasure in the hearts of every crew member of the Golden Dream. If Yodsun truly managed to steal her heart and then discard her, he would probably digest the Prometheus potion instantly. TSK, that guy really isn't a good person, just as Danitz said. Looks like that beating the crew gave him back then was still too light. Ebner rubbed his chin and decided that the next time he visited the Golden Dream, he would take a closer look at that man. As he pondered, Ebner suddenly heard Flora praying, asking whether she should also turn her host, Emma, into a believer of the great unknown. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ebner immediately stopped her and, mimicking the tone of the fool, issued an oracle to Flora. First, do not actively develop believers. Hide your faith. Second, continue staying beside Emma, and don't let her notice your change. May 1st, Sunday, early morning, on a nameless island off the western coast of the southern continent. Sensing the disappearance of the invisible barrier, the Vice Admiral Deep Sea, Hal Constantine, who had been staring at the clock, immediately leapt into the sea, intending to flee this troublesome place. Though he had chosen to believe in the unknown more than a month ago, standing on that side before the battle among angels and demigods began, he had, after all, schemed against Lady Dragonmight, Gwen, and even caused her to lose her purity to Oendelion. If that lady decided to pursue the matter, no divine emissary of the unknown could possibly take his side. So, it was best to leave early. Even though he had established a connection with the unknown and could never escape the deity's perception, Gwen and her crew couldn't possibly order a god to come hunt him down, could they? As long as he didn't run into them face to face, there was still room for reconciliation. While he was mulling this over, relying on his ocean songster abilities and his sea monster bloodline, Hal Constantine swiftly moved away from that sea area within minutes. But just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a door of light suddenly opened up in the water ahead. Before he could react, he plunged straight through it at full speed. The next instant, he saw the crimson moon hanging high overhead and, under its glow, the familiar town of Joy. He had struggled so hard, yet in the end, he had returned to the very starting point. At that moment, due to the time difference, Ebner, who had finished dealing with Flora's matter and arrived 10 minutes early, slowly revealed his form. He casually constructed an 8-immortal table and 2 chairs out of thin air, then smiled at Hal and said, "Sit down. Don't rush to leave. I have something I'd like to discuss with you." End of chapter. Chapter 986, The Demoness. Vice Admiral Deep Sea was a cautious, calm, and decisive man, lacking the usual sailor pathway temper of volatility and impulsiveness. So, upon realizing that immediate escape was impossible, he simply sat down and even accepted the glass of Highland Black that the other had somehow produced. Hal Constantine poured himself a drink, downed a mouthful in a deliberately rough manner, and then asked in a deep tone, "Your Excellency, Divine Emissary, it's a pleasure to see you again, and I truly appreciate your hospitality. May I ask why you've called me back?" At that moment, Ebner felt slightly disappointed. Through a little seasoning he had added to the Highland Black as a test, he had already confirmed that the Hal Constantine before him bore no blood relation to Oliver Constantine, the god of luck. In other words, this man was not his and Yalarin's descendant. Still, there were questions that needed to be asked. With that thought, Ebner paused to consider his phrasing before saying, "I want to ask you a few things. If you can answer honestly, I can guarantee that Miss Gwen, Miss Lydia, and young Terence will not trouble you." After all, Miss Gwen hadn't truly suffered harm, and her uncle had been well cared for by Vice Admiral Deep Sea on the island. With his own influence, Ebner was confident his word would hold weight. Upon hearing that, Vice Admiral Deep Sea straightened, spirits lifting. After a moment's thought, he declared, "As long as it's within my knowledge, I'll give you a satisfactory answer." "Excellent." Ebner smiled and nodded. Then, with deliberate gravity, he said, "First question, why did you change your surname to Constantine?" Hal, as a bastard son, had been forbidden from using the name Delian. But according to Seiro's reports, his father had given him the surname Sagust to align him with the Kraken bloodline. At the question, Hel fell silent for a time before sighing softly. Constantine was the surname of that Sagust Kraken. She treated me quite well at first. For a time, I truly regarded her as family, as my second mother. That's why I took her name. Unfortunately, she already had dealings with the Delian family. Though I knew the Delians were up to something vile and warned her several times, she wouldn't believe me. Or rather, she couldn't break free, she'd already fallen into the schemes of the Delians and demons alike. As expected. That Kraken must have obtained a separated characteristic from the god of luck and inherited fragments of his residual consciousness, leading her to believe herself one of Oliver Constantine's descendants. That means Vice Admiral Deepsea's betrayal of the Kraken, beyond self-preservation, was likely also to prevent her from falling into the Delians' hands, even if it meant her death. Back then, I wasn't sure. But now, I can almost confirm it, whether it was you, the Delians and the demons, or even the Mother Tree of Desire, all of you were, in the end, outplayed by the goddess, by me. I just don't know which incarnation of me arranged this. It doesn't feel like the work of the god of luck. This sort of layered scheme is probably something only the me of the fifth epoch could have done. The me of the second to fourth epochs was much more straightforward. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ebner was about to ask his second question when Hel Constantine suddenly countered, "You're seeking information about the Constantine family, aren't you?" Ebner swallowed back his prepared words and instead asked, "You know of them?" Vice Admiral Deepsea nodded, then took another long gulp of Highland Black to moisten his dry throat before saying, "Because of the name Constantine, I once did some research. I suppose I've gathered a bit of understanding." Having regained his calm, Hel no longer spoke with emotion. He once again referred to the Kraken as it. Pausing to organize his thoughts, he continued. During the Solomon Empire. He had only gotten this far when Ebner interrupted, "Do you mean the first Solomon Empire or the second?" Vice Admiral Deepsea froze, clearly unaware there had been two Solomon Empires. But since the divine emissary's correction couldn't be wrong, he thought briefly and replied, "The period when Einhorn, Augustus, Castilla, and Sauron all served under Solomon. That should be the first empire." Ebner nodded slightly. "Go on. The first Solomon Empire, then." Hel thought for a moment before continuing. During the first Solomon Empire, apart from the three great demon families of the blood worship cult, who believed the abyss would inevitably erode and corrupt the material world and destroy all creation, there existed another secret organization that spread disaster and ruin, the Demonis family. They were the predecessors of what is now known as the Demonis sect. In the early fourth epoch, there were two main families within the Demonis line. The Constantine family was one of them, and the other was the Succubus family. The Constantines allowed only women to become demonesses. Men were of extremely low status, essentially treated as slaves. Later, something happened, no one knows what exactly. In any case, the primordial Demonis rose to power. The demonesses of the Constantine family were slaughtered to extinction, and the patriarch of the Succubus family vanished. You know the rest. The Demonis lineage was left with only one family, which no longer allowed women to become demonesses. Over time, that line became the modern Demonis sect. Oh, and those later demonesses who were transformed from men abandoned the name Constantine. No one uses it anymore. He still had other speculations, for instance, that the primordial Demonis was likely a male member of the Constantine family, which would explain why, upon becoming a god, she forbade women from taking the title of Demonis. But such thoughts involved divine secrets. Vice Admiral Deepsea dared not speak them aloud. After all, saying this much was surely enough for the divine emissary to infer the rest. On the other side, Ebner indeed reached the same conclusion, and even went further. He knew that the reason the Succubus family had also been annihilated was likely because the primordial Demonis, Cheek, had taken their ancestor's characteristic to complete her ascension. And if the Constantine family had once stood on equal footing with the Succubi, then they too must have possessed at least one Sequence 1, an apocalyptic Demonis. But even if Cheek had obtained the final Sequence 1 and the uniqueness of the path, hunting down two other archangels of the same level shouldn't have been easy. Unless she had help. Could it have been the Death God? That would explain their later alliance, why Cheek would so resolutely stand with death, even daring to challenge the seven gods and bring about the Pale Disaster. Still, idle speculation doesn't help me find the descendants of the Constantine family. Better focus on what matters. Since the original Constantine demonesses were exterminated, and the later male-transformed demonesses changed their surnames, then why would the current Red Saintess, Margaret, call herself a Constantine before the Blackman Redheart one? End of chapter. Chapter 987, Aftermath. Considering that Red Saintess Margaret Constantine was also Spade 12 of Roselle's Men in Black organization, Ebner came to two likely conjectures. First, Margaret was an anomaly within the Demonis sect, someone who still bore loyalty to the Constantine family. Taking advantage of the primordial demoness Cheek's slumber for recuperation, she rose to power within the sect, secretly allied herself with Roselle, and waited for an opportunity to restore her family's honor. Second, Margaret was one of the surviving remnants of the Constantine family that Cheek had exterminated. Roselle discovered her, nurtured her, and later sent her, under a false identity, into the demoness sect, where she eventually climbed to a position of authority with his aid. Ebner leaned toward the second theory. If it were merely a temporary alliance of convenience, Margaret wouldn't still be dutifully performing the tasks of the men in black so long after Roselle's death. No matter which it is, Ebner thought, Margaret remains the only surviving clue to the Constantine lineage. Meeting her needs to become a priority. Fortunately, she's an Intision socialite in Trier. With my Owen persona, attending a ball where she'll be present won't be difficult. I'll have to act quickly though. Once the Delian family collapses, Owen's identity won't be nearly as useful. His mind turning over these plans, Ebner shifted his attention back to Vice Admiral Deep Sea, Hel Constantine, and posed his second question. How much do you know about Madame D of the Aurora Order? Since the identities of the 5 survivors from the experiment 11 years ago had been confirmed, it was time to add the capture of Madame D to his task list. After all, aside from Bianca, the maid living in his Trier mansion, and Abby, trapped within Grossel's travels, the Aurora Order's divine emissary was the only one suitable for rough research. As for Miss Felina and the pale Admiral Maria, the former had no evil deeds to her name, was close to the Church of Storm's steward, and was the daughter of the Life School's demigod Roy King. Negotiation would be better than force. The latter. Maria was a close friend of both Klein and Edwina. For their sake, Ebner wouldn't consider coercion, he'd simply need to find something she couldn't refuse. Across the table, Vice Admiral Deep Sea recalled for a moment before speaking hesitantly. This Madame D of the Aurora Order only took up the role of divine emissary after Mr. D was intercepted and slain by Vice Admiral Iceberg last year. Outwardly, she differs greatly from other emissaries. She's not insane. Rather, she's refined, intelligent, graceful, and commands real authority. A month ago, she was stationed on Corsica Island, presiding over a beyonder gathering there. But as for now, I'm not sure where she is. Judging from your tone, she seems to be flawless in every way. Don't tell me you're infatuated with her. Ebner kept the thought to himself, simply nodding and asking, anything else? Hal thought for a moment before saying, I think, she doesn't seem particularly devout toward the true creator. Oh. Ebner raised an eyebrow. And how did you reach that conclusion? Vice Admiral Deep Sea replied, the true creator once issued an oracle commanding us to locate a certain evil god named the Fool, but she carried out the order perfunctorily, almost lazily. I didn't notice at first, but later, when I compared her attitude with Mr. H of Dilly City, the difference became obvious. To borrow Emperor Roselle's words, it was, obeying outwardly while defying in secret. So she shelters beneath the true creator yet lacks genuine faith. That sounds a lot like Abby. Could she be using the source quality, corruption within her body to resist the true creator's rapacious influence? After mulling over this, Ebner's understanding of Madame D, whom he had never met, deepened further. Finally, he nodded and said, very good. Your answer pleases me. You may leave now. I'll speak to Miss Gwen on your behalf. Thank you, my lord, Hal Constantine said sincerely, rising to give a deep bow. Ebner inclined his head in return, then swept his hand forward. The surrounding scene shattered like glass, and Vice Admiral Deep Sea instantly awoke, finding himself deep beneath the sea, far from the island. Everything just now had been a dream. Good thing I can breathe underwater, he muttered with relief, before thinking solemnly, that divine emissary appeared through a dream again. It seems the unknown, or rather, my lord, holds authority over dreams. Meanwhile, Ebner appeared near the island's old pier and activated his pure white eye, linking to his Owen persona, which had been inactive for over a month. Although the lustful gentleman's soul had been assimilated by Lou Bo, the duplication ritual used to create him had flaws. Ebner worried something might have gone wrong. Fortunately, the month-long absence hadn't led to rebellion, and Ebner smoothly reclaimed him. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, rented a room in Alvin's question labyrinth, and stored Owen's body inside. Afterward, he returned to his true appearance and used his simulated Gale powers to soar toward the so-called Town of Pleasure. Minutes later, from high above the town's edge, Ebner saw Miss Gwen and her crew maintaining order. Young Terence was trying to reason with the townsfolk but soon became embroiled in an argument. Leaning against a large tree in the background, Cullen toyed idly with the small bird Silica, but upon sensing Ebner's approach, he looked up and waved lazily. Ebner descended beside him and asked casually, what's going on? Cullen sprinkled powdered spiritual materials onto his palm for Silica to peck at, then snorted, you've heard about this place's rules, right? 1 week of service, 1 week of pleasure. During their week of pleasure, they can indulge themselves however they like, enjoy all they wish, treat the servants however they please. And during their week of service, they must endure anything demanded of them. So aside from Gwen's uncle's group, who arrived too late to enjoy their week of pleasure and just want to leave, the rest have already been corrupted by desire. They've fallen completely. They no longer wish to return to their old lives. All they want is fleeting pleasure, even if it means another week of servitude. Most of them were commoners. Outside this island, even if they traded their lives, they'd never experience the kind of luxury they've tasted here. But what they fail to realize is that their pleasure existed only because this island had abundant supplies and was monitored by the Delian family. No one could die here. Without that oversight, this place will become a true abyss before long. So that's it. Gwen couldn't bear to abandon them, so she sent Terence to persuade them. But it looks like they're not listening. Ebner nodded, smiling slightly as he asked, "And you're not planning to interfere?" "Why should I?" Cullen shrugged. "Of course, if Lydia begged me, I could make them all faint and follow Gwen like mindless corpses." He gestured toward Lydia, who stood nearby with a faint frown. "But she doesn't seem interested either. Gwen probably foresaw the coming disaster and can't bring herself to abandon them." Ebner cast Cullen a sidelong glance, thinking, this vampire count acts indifferent, but he's soft-hearted. He's already thought of a solution, he just won't admit it. Still, his way only treats the symptoms. Anyone who's tasted this kind of pleasure can't go back to the hopeless monotony of their old lives. Let them return, and they'll become walking disasters, perhaps even cause tragedies. Except for a few strong-willed ones, the rest are spiritually twisted and fallen. To cure them, I'll need something special. Having decided, Ebner nodded to Cullen and strode toward Gwen. Speaking of Gwen, after receiving the Dawn Paladin characteristic from Ebner, she had successfully advanced to Sequence 6, becoming a true mid-sequence Beyonder. Her height had also increased to nearly 1.9 meters, much to her distress, as a young woman who cared about her looks, finding clothes that fit was now a challenge. Sensing Ebner's approach, Gwen brightened, and together with Lydia, she went to greet the hero detective. "Ebner, no, Lord Viscount of Belden, congratulations on your hereditary title," she said warmly after their brief exchange. "And even more so on ascending to sainthood." "This was thanks to the laurel treasure map you gave me," Ebner said modestly, though it was true. The laurel had been both a vital ritual component for his advancement and the source of funds for his title purchase. "Right, about Madame D, you asked me to keep an eye on her." Gwen began, but then saw Terence returning, dejected. Clearly, he'd failed to persuade the townsfolk. "Later," Ebner said, waving a hand. His lips curled faintly. "Let's deal with the current problem first." Now that he was certain Terence was the descendant of his Rhine incarnation and Yallerin, Ebner finally understood why he always felt an instinctive urge to look after the boy. And he felt something similar toward Jane and Lydia. As for Cullen, the man was too dependable. Ebner had no urge to coddle him, if anything, he enjoyed watching him squirm. "Even if they're all descendants, I don't have to treat them equally," he thought. "You have a plan?" Gwen asked, her eyes shining. She wasn't surprised, this was Ebner, the man who always solved her problems. Around them, Lydia, Terence, and the others turned their eyes toward him as well. "Cover your ears," Ebner said calmly, taking a triangular membrane of flesh from one of his cards. It was the vocal cord of that man in black clone fused with the mentor of deceit characteristic. He had named it the false voice of faith. The group wasn't new to the supernatural. Recognizing the setup, Gwen immediately led the others in covering their ears, while Cullen shielded himself and Silica from afar. Once everyone was ready, Ebner withdrew his spirituality from the false voice of faith and activated a newly crafted mystic art, Life of Pain. He'd chosen the name because, using one of his eyes of insight to simulate the worm of time's mythical form, and with the mentor of deceit's amplification, he had the voice steal all pleasure memories from those who heard it, leaving only pain. At the same time, they all became shallow believers of Lubo due to the false voice's deceit effect. Any future prayer or confession, no matter the god, would instead connect them to the unknown land. That was precisely what Ebner intended. After all, if he was going to do good deeds, he might as well earn some benefit, right? Besides, those already corrupted by desire needed the unknown's protection to keep from falling further. And when, one day, their hearts grew strong enough through the tempering of pain, he could restore their memories of pleasure through faith's link. As for how he'd learned the worm of time's mythical form, that, of course, came from Flora Jacob, now his fanatically devoted believer. Having surrendered body and soul to her Lord, she hadn't hesitated to share even her incomplete mythical form for his study. End of chapter.